Chapter 1 The Rescuer. Sujia Village. Ergasate thathath hosekladin teoistro besser immortals. Have I just saved an immortal? On the muddy counterroad, erigid belidin old the yellow cow. Upon the cow's back lay an unconscious Taoist priest. Theboi, with a grim little face, murmuretto hilf. Evenifies an immortal, what does it matter, suchansho, you are etrolimid, buriable to fidio yourself and diathing king of saving gothers. If that fiery old dag finds out, she will surely skin olive. The boysnamu suchansho age 12. His father was a known hunter in the village. Life had once been decent for him, not affluent, but free from want. Disaster struck when he was 9. His father was led be all beast to willa hunting, and his mother, unable to birth a blow, followed at him to grave. Su Changshan. Later, he was taken by one uny, fellow Callan lord, and became a cohort for the Alpha family. Not unlidded hetten to the cows, Buthi also had to rewater, chop firewood, and cultivate the land, engaging in various forms of arduous labor. Hungarad becomide le companion. With Nerlativis and being soyon, Su Changshower had nukois buto and dure exploitation. One yuan way swift washru, treating Su Changshaw with the utmost disdain, frequent liar serding toe beatings. Today, one yuan way instructed Su Changshaw to lead the cow to plow the fields, promising him ploughed acres, and he will give you 4 dumplings. After finishing theplowing on his way back, Su Changshaw encountered an injured and unconscious Middle League Taoist priest. Hepla seth doest in the cow's back and brought him home. Su Changshaw reside in the cowshed, and halate Taoist there as well. Thiko shidriked horridly, a place wong the lane lord and disfires wife en averventured, sutherruus little worry about being discovered. After deing up the koan fieden jit, Su Changshaw ternetha satin shintoftaoist. A that moment, the Taoist's face was pale, with no visible injuries. What could have caused this unconsciousness? Su Changshaw poured some boiled water in Taoist's mouth, then paid him a furtherment. Just then, Su Changshaw's stomach rolled with hunger after taking a few large gulps of water. Heffel Tabat better and glanced outside the cowshed, noticing the tyke was near lidark. Typically, Athisher, one yuan way's wife would bring hummus meal. Su Changshaw, dinner's ready. A harsh voice called from outside. Coming. Su Changshaw asha dutofti cow shed like the wind. Outside, Wanza she had an expression, tossing 2 dumplings at Su Changshaw. Each a pand go to beaterly. You need to rise early tomorrow to plow the fields. Was it supposed to before dumplings, why in Litwo? How infuriating, that shrew, takiat me out of 2 dumplings. Su Changshaw glared at Twanshusher, but thword soft protest remained unspoken. Wanza shinyard Su Changshaw anschwagered away. Su Changshaw scratchedished, bemused today, the fiery old dog was unusualicant, not scolding gimmetal. It was spring, and one yuan way had a vera handridicur so flan that required Su Changshaw's plowing. Thus, one such a seeming legend laritituduous likely a means to encourage him to work harder. Being so young, Su Changshaw did not grasp the underlying motive Shemerlith fat the fiery old dog had suddenly become amiable. Returning to Thikost, Su Changshaw avoided dumpling in haste, washing it down with boiled water. Hein ten dead to save a theother dumpling for a Taoist. Afterward, Su Changshaw nestled in the haystack and fell into Adi Epslumber. He slept soundly until dawn. The next morning, as the first light broke, Su Changshaw opened his Aestofinth Taoist sitting cross-legged in meditation. Seemingly sensing something, the Taoist appendices, a flash of divine light flickering within. His gaze, imbued with a subtle pressure, fell upon Su Changshaw, causing the boy's to tighten involuntarily. What a terrify a gaze coup d'etre Libyan immortal? Was it Yohosaved? The Taoist inquired histincom. Yes. What is your name? I am Su Changshaw, thicko word for one uny. Ifan dun conscious bethirod sidian bratio back. Cowhood. The Taoist glanced around the kashid, wrinkling his nose slightly, then smiled. My surname is Zhang, megavena zengu when you make daojun. Daojun, you must bahungrai elomato fetchia samething toa. Su Changshaw hastily extended his grimy hand and pulled a dutapich black dumpling from his bosom, prompting a look off to stay step from Zhang Jingyuan. Is this fit for consumption? Gurgle, gurgle. Just then Zhang Zhenjiayuan's stomach growled loudly, Owadio funger wa shinjivaram. Hesmold awkwardly disregarding the filth and bit into the dumpling. Having lost track of how many deshi hajonu without food, he found the pitch-black dumpling surprisingly palatable. Finishing in dumpling, heternet to Suchangsho, is there more? Suchangsha shukishid, no there isn't. It was supposed to receive 4 dumplings daily, but the fiery old hag deducted otherwise. Why's this fiercey old hag? She's one yuan ways why feshiest first, always bullying. Suchangsha recounted various tales about the fiery old hag, and Zhang Zhenjiayuan gained a clear understanding of the boy's plight. In that moment, Zhang Zhenjiayuan felt both grateful and sympathetic towards Suchangsho. Suchangsho ishal impartoyo esto 6-word breathing techniques which can strengthen your body. Doi oish toliern? After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Zhenjiayuan spoke earnestly. Edo. Suchangsho nodded head norius and torfusotic ni kathot could bolster his physique. If his body grew stronger, performing various tasks would become much easier. How wonderful. Come closer, you will teach you the 6 pronunciations. Understood. Suchangsho Leonidin, listening as Zhang Zhenjiayuan uttered 6 words shu, he, hu, isek, chue, 11. Is that all? Suchangsho is speechless, Dao Zhang will the strengthen my body? Zhang Zhenjiayuan, exuding ganero celestial wisdom, smiled. This is the supreme method of Xuanmen, with boundless applications. It is not merely for strengthening the body. Suchangsho's mind began to stir, and he cautiously inquired, may I ask, Dao Zhang, is this a method for cultivating immortality? Zhang Zhenjiayuan chuckled lidly, if I can't sense chi, you ma become an immortal. What if I cannot sense chi? Even without sensing it, you can't still strengthen your body. Suchangsho furrow, how can Iliarnto sense chi? Zhang Zhenjiayuan replied, that depends on our own fortune. If I can't sense chi, I will accept he was a disciple. Chapter 2 The coward's quest to change his fate. He will surely learn to sense the chi. Suchangsho nodded resolutely, recognizing that the steo was twice extraordinary, possibly an immortal. If he could become a disciple, he would have a teach and satakal to the immortally himself. Following this, Zhang Zhenjiayuan began to instruct them on the practice of their breathing technique. The 6-word breathing technique sounded simple but proved a challenge in Jin practice. Each word corresponded to a specific action, accompanied by coordinated breathing. For instance, with word shio, one must expand the belligerent practice. While practicing hu, one would need to contract the belly. There were also actions like pulling in the abdomen, lifting the buttocks, and contracting the anus, which made Suchangsho Kiti uncomfortable. After a full hour of practice, Suchangsho managed to master all the movements. Oh no, inito jetta field zimdonafor, the fiery olded will surely scold me gain. Suchangsho's lapidus Fourier stood up taunty the cow. Dao Zhang, you must go plough the field, so you must not go to the front yard. If the fiery old dag finds out, it will be disastrous terrifying. Zhang Zhenjiayuan interrupted Suchangsho, from today onward, ya need not work. Whereas Wang Yuny, take me to see him. Ha! Themamen the mentioned meeting Wang Yuny, Suchangsho. He should be out in the fields ploughing, if the fiery old dag saw him slacking, he would surely facia be eating. What are you out dawdling for? Hurry and led the way. Zhang Zhenjiayuan frowned. Suchangsho for setter his mile, I dare not I fear the fire sealed hag. Don't worry with me round, she will not dare to bully ya. Very well. Zhang Zhenjiayuan strode out off the cowshed, and Suchangsho reluctantly followed. The front yard consisted of 3 large old house and a courtyard made of earthen walls, where Wang Yuan were sited a far more comfortable setting than the cowshed. Zhang Zhenjiayuan old Suchangsho directly into the courtyard, where Wang Yuan was sipping tea, while Wang Sushi was cracking sunflower seeds. Upon seeing Suchangsho suddenly appear, Wang Zushi exploded with Rajulid la rascal, Viorenti you plowing the field sat the shower, how do you come to the front yard, I'll show you how to deal with it. Ash spoke, Wang Sushidra bedabrum from Thentransian charged towards Suchangsho. Impudence! Zhang Zhenjiayuan smacked the small cloth pouch at his waist and casually produced a yellow talisman. Argenta Satakri, pardoned, Zheng Zhenjiayuan formed a hand signashari site incantations, then pointed a Talisman, which suddenly ignited, transforming into a fireball the Sizophist, hurtling towards Wang Xushi. The fireball struck Wang Zushi shed, igniting her hair in an instant, flame soaring high. Ow Vithirts, my hair, my hair. Wang Zushi panicked, reaching up to feel her singed hair and eyebrows, crying out in distress. Su Changsha stood be dumbfounded. He could hardly believe Zheng Zhenjiayuan possessed such powers. A casual fireball thighs weighs a technique only an immortal could wield. Spareem great immortal, Spareem. Wan Uny being a manasa experience, Quicklinel Tandraged his wife down with him, repeatedly bowing to Zheng Zhengyuan. Seeing the fierce old egg's bald head thumping on the ground, Su Changsha felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Fierce old hag, you believe and know you've made your match. Changsha hassle ready been accepted as a medicinal if this should arrestobly him again next time it will be her head that burns. I dare not, the shumble woman shall never dairy again esteem a dimmertall, spare my life. Wan Xushi, her face filled with her, bowed her head even more fervently. You are Wan Uny Zheng Zhenjiayuan skazisidal Japan Wan Uny. Indeed, fetus I. Ah. Zheng Zhengyuan exuding ganera feather real grace a month of verjof transcending barrier sans require periodo recuperation hiriaur abo disquite commendable. Wang Uny, understanding the implication, promptly nodded, shall relocate to the Kaushad immediately, and the shall be devoted to the stima dimmertal. Zheng Zhengyuan replied, during this time, entrust you with the provisions for Mijal Fanchang show. Fanat, I shall not take without recompense when I'd part you will bestow upon you celestial fortune. Thank you, esteemed immortal, thank you. Wan Uny was overjoyed. Rizzi and TD up. Certainly. Wan Uny and Wang Zushi moved out, leaving Thas house to Zheng Zhengyuan and Su Changsha. The three-room dwelling included Arkamber, which Zheng Zhengyuan occupied, allowing Su Changsha to rest in his living room. If it was merely a living room, it boasted a bedbedding, far superior to th. Everson says parent had passed away, Su Changsha had not slept on a bed or cover a dimself with a quilt. At noon, Wang Uny delivered a roasted chicken. Su Changsha excellently overwhelmed with the exquisite testy of that Bene Gesserit had savored meat. The following day, a Stonbrokine feast. Zheng Zhengyuan instructed Su Changsha of his stand urged him to meditate and cultivate his skills. Golden Raso flight Philippanthi with small facia focus on regulating his breath, diligently expending on contracting his abdomen. After half an hour, Su Changsha was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. This extractor breathing method was more exhausting than tilling the fields. Su Changsha felt perturbed, causing his breath to falter. Smack! A sharp thump landed on his head, nearly knocking Su Changsha ouch. If the thirds, then practice proper lia shall notiate until you have trained for 12 full hours. The stipulation of withholding food struck at Su Changsha's weak point. He had just begun to enjoy a better life and did not wish to suffer hunger. Moreover, if Wang Uny were to bring in a roasted chicken, missing it would be significant loss. He was not disappointed. At noon, Wang Uny delivered 2 pounds of beef in his quest for celestial fortune, has spared no fortune providing sustenance, ensuring through his meat a very meal, something he himself could scarcely indulge in. In the afternoon, Wang Zushi visited, bringing 2 sets of clean clothes and 12 pairs of shoes for Su Changsha. Changsha, I apologize for my previous actions, these garments are specially made for you. Ah. Thank you. Su Changsha was taken aback, utterly surprised at that the fierce woman could exhibit such tenderness. Changsha, what is the steam dimmertal doing? I do not know. I shall take him a leave donathisitata to inform me of fununites. As watched the fierce woman depart, Su Changsha fell into deep contemplation. Now he had begun to experience a better life largely due to Zheng Zhengyuan's presence, yet Zheng Zhenjiayuan was merely a temporary resident and inevitably, he would leave, and instead, Su Changsha would revert to his former state. Given the fierce woman's character, Su Changsha could hardly believe she would continue to treat him kindly after Zheng Zhenjiayuan's departure, for it would soon find himself back in the Kaushad. It must cultivate the sensation of Ji. Pressure mounted within Su Changshou. Zhang Zhenjiayuan had stated that sensing qi would lead to his apprenticeship. For him, this represented a singular opportunity to alter the fate of a cowherd. In the days that followed, Su Changshou's diligence was nothing short of astounding. Harris did only 3 horseic days a day from meals and necessary breaks, all his time was devoted to mastering the breathing technique. Thus Liang Su Changshou understood that these was a legend to change his destiny. He must send Skype for Zhang Zhenjiayuan to sleeve. Chapter 3. The sensation of qi. Time flowed swiftly, and soon 10 days had passed. During this period, despite Su Changshou's relentless practice of the breathing technique, he found himself utterly exhausted each day. Yet devoid of any significant progress, observing Su Changshou's diligence, Zhang Zhenjiayuan chose to refrain from further interference, allowing him to pursue his practice independently. Meanwhile, aside from mealtimes, Zhang Zhenjiayuan largely remained indoors, engaging in meditation in the dark room. Su Changshou surmised that Zhang Zhenjiayuan must be suffering from considerable internal injuries, necessitating his daily meditative recuperation. He suspected that once Zhang Zhenjiayuan's injuries healed, it would likely coincide with his departure. Unaware of when Zhang Zhenjiayuan would leave, Su Changshou devoted himself to his practice of the breathing technique, determined not to slacken in the slightest. A month passed, yet Su Changshou still felt no sensation of qi, which stirred a sense of urgency within him. 2 months later, the absence of any qi sensation left him in a state of acute anxiety. Before long, 3 months had elapsed, and still he had not experienced the qi sensation described by Zhang Zhenjiayuan, plunging him into near despair. One evening, during dinner, Su Changshou could no longer contain himself and asked, "Taoist, is this deflated belly technique truly reliable? I have practiced for 3 months without a hint of response, since practicing the 6-character breathing method required a deflated belly." Su Changshou had humorously dubbed it the deflated belly technique. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhenjiayuan was greatly offended, his expression hardening as he retorted, "Nonsense, the 6-character breathing method is a crucial tenet of the mystical path. How could it be false? If you cannot sense the qi, should you blame the technique? That is utterly unreasonable. It is your own lack of understanding." Su Changshou, feeling deflated, nodded in resignation, suddenly aware of his own disappointment. After all, he was merely a cowherd. What right did he have to cultivate such exalted celestial arts? He chastised himself for his perceived foolishness, lamenting his fate as a cowherd with dreams of ascension and utterly unrealistic aspiration. With a heavy heart, he lowered his gaze to his meal. Observing this, Zhang Zhenjiayuan shook his head slightly and softened his tone, saying, "Changshou, haste makes waste." Su Changshou scratched his head in confusion. "What do you mean?" Zhang Zhenjiayuan replied, "Your impatience is the issue." "Impatient," Su Changshou echoed, nodding in agreement. Zhang Zhenjiayuan was right, he had indeed been overly eager, fearing that he would not sense the qi before Zhang Zhenjiayuan's departure. After that day, Su Changshou adopted a more tranquil mindset, practicing for 2 hours each day, eating and drinking as needed. If he could sense the qi, that would be splendid; if not, he would simply continue his life as a coward. On a certain morning 3 days later, Su Changshou sat facing the east, golden sunlight bathing him. He felt enveloped in warmth, which gradually transformed into a gentle energy entering his body. In that moment, Su Changshou entered a state of enlightenment. The surrounding environment began to fade from his perception, and he felt increasingly warm, even experiencing a slight sensation of heat. Concurrently, more and more warmth entered his body. Before long, this warmth coalesced at the Baihui point atop his head, forming a golden thread about an inch in length. This golden thread danced joyfully within his meridians, initially residing at the Baihui point, then traveling through his body, first to his shoulders, then to his palms, and finally to the soles of his feet, circling within him before settling at the Guanyuan point in his abdomen, transforming into a tiny golden star. This golden point emitted a soft golden glow, continuously illuminating Su Changshou's body, resembling a miniature sun that enveloped him in warmth. Suddenly, the light vanished, and Su Changshou's consciousness returned to reality, realizing he was sitting in the courtyard. What had just transpired? Could it be he had sensed qi? Overjoyed, Su Changshou immediately sought to visualize the golden point, yet found he could not sense it again. What was happening? Had the qi sensation vanished? But wait, why did he feel so much stronger? To his astonishment, Su Changshou discovered that his strength had inexplicably increased significantly, rivaling that of an adult. This was truly remarkable, for he was only 12 years old. Despite frequently engaging in labor, his strength had never come close to that of an adult. It must be the qi sensation, there could be no doubt. He hurried to find Zhang Zhenjiayuan to inquire. Knocking on Zhang Zhengyuan's door, he pointed to his belly and exclaimed, "Taoist, just now I felt a golden point here. Is this the qi sensation?" "Impossible," Zhang Zhenyuan exclaimed, astonished. Su Qianqiu, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean impossible?" Zhang Zhenyuan quickly concealed his surprise. Placing a hand on Su Qianqiu's pulse, after a moment, a look of astonishment spread across his face. How curious, how curious! This lad actually possesses a spiritual root." "Indeed, indeed, indeed," Zhang Zhenyuan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with newfound interest. His tone became markedly more amiable. Su Qianqiu felt a shiver under his gaze and urged, "What is a spiritual root, Taoist? Please tell me, is this the qi sensation?" Zhang Zhenyuan, enigmatic as ever, replied, "Indeed, this is the qi sensation." Su Qianqiu was elated. "I have sensed qi, this is wonderful. I have finally sensed qi." Zhang Zhenyuan's expression turned serious as he remarked, "I discerned your spiritual root, which is why I imparted the 6-character breathing method to you. Otherwise, do you believe a mere cowherd like you would have the privilege to cultivate such supreme celestial arts? In truth, whether one possessed a spiritual root could not be discerned by the naked eye. Specialized testing apparatus was required. The presence and type of spiritual root could be revealed through such tools. Zhang Zhenyuan had chosen to teach Su Qianqiu the breathing technique out of a sense of gratitude for saving his life and because he needed Su Qianqiu's assistance during his recovery. Thus, he imparted the 6-character breathing method to Su Qianqiu, regardless of whether or not he had a spiritual root, as a means of repaying his debt. He had never anticipated that Su Qianqiu would indeed possess a spiritual root. A rarity among ordinary people, occurring in fewer than 1 in 10,000. Thank you, Taoist, thank you for your guidance. Su Qianqiu expressed his gratitude, feeling fortunate. Suddenly, he remembered something and bowed deeply to Zhang Zhenyuan. Saying disciple pays respects to the master. He recalled that Zhang Zhenyuan had previously stated that he would accept him as a disciple once he sensed qi. "What are you doing?" Zhang Zhenyuan exclaimed. Taken aback as he stepped back. Su Qianqiu affirmed, "You said that if I sensed qi, you would take me as a disciple. Did I say that?" "Yes, very well, my obedient disciple. Rest early tonight. Tomorrow morning I shall impart to you the true celestial arts." Zhang Zhenyuan could not help but smile. "True celestial arts? How wonderful, master. Once I cultivate the true celestial arts, will I no longer have to go hungry?" Su Qianqiu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. With a swift motion, Zhang Zhenyuan playfully tapped Su Qianqiu on the head, scolding, "You unambitious lad, all you think about is eating. The true celestial arts can traverse heaven and earth, ride the clouds, vanquish evil, and fly with swords." "Fly with swords?" Su Qianqiu's eyes gleamed with hope. Zhang Zhenyuan waved his sleeve grandly, proclaiming, "With a single flying sword beneath your feet, you can roam the realms at will. What a life of freedom and leisure!" The thought of one day soaring through the skies on a flying sword left Su Qianqiu brimming with excitement. Chapter for the Bloodline Jade Talisman. That night, Su Qianqiu found it difficult to sleep. Zhang Zhenyuan's words had opened the door to higher aspirations within him. Prior to this, Su Qianqiu's ambition had been to become a wealthy landowner like Wang Yuanwei, living a life free from worries. Now Su Qianqiu harbored a new dream, to become an immortal. He even began to envision a day when he would successfully cultivate his powers, flying on a sword to confront Wang Yuanwei and his fierce wife, showcasing his newfound abilities. As he pondered these thoughts, Su Qianqiu drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he encountered immortals, 2 formidable beings engaged in a fierce battle. They were powerful, capable of devastating the heavens and shaking the earth with a mere wave of their hands. One was a middle-aged man clad in white, while the other was an elderly figure in a black robe. The middle-aged man appeared as if he had descended from the heavens, around 40 years old. The elderly man in black exuded a sinister aura that sent chills down one's spine. For reasons unknown, Su Qianqiu felt an inexplicable kinship with the middle-aged man in white, a sense of familiarity that seemed to resonate from within his bloodline. Thus, he fervently wished for the white-clad man to emerge victorious. Soon, the tide of battle indeed turned in favor of the middle-aged man, as the elderly figure proved no match for him. "Wang Mang, you are no match for me, never were, and never will be, even if you cultivate evil techniques. Su Gon, I will fight you to the bitter end." Under the relentless assault of the middle-aged man, the elderly figure staggered, continuously spitting blood. The middle-aged man summoned a golden flying sword, which instantly pierced toward the elderly figure. Alarmed, the elderly man's eyes flashed with malice. "Su Gon, if I perish, you shan't have an easy time either." As he spoke, the elderly man's aura suddenly surged. "I, Wang Mang, am willing to sacrifice my entire cultivation to curse the Su family, sealing their bloodline for 10,000 years. Not good, Wang Mang, you must die." The expression of the middle-aged man changed drastically. Boom! In an explosion of dark light, the elderly figure's body suddenly erupted, a cloud of black energy surging into the middle-aged man's body, and then the dream faded away. Immediately afterward, Su Changsho found himself in a new dreamscape. The scene revealed the middle-aged man in white seated in an opulent flower hall, with a large group of elegantly dressed individuals standing before him. At this moment, the middle-aged man's hair was flecked with gray, his face marked by fatigue and resignation. The atmosphere in the flower hall felt rather bleak as the crowd kept their heads lowered in silence. The middle-aged man spoke. "How has this year fared?" An elderly man stood, respectfully reporting. "Old Ancestor, this year the Su family has had 389 newborns, all without spiritual roots." At this declaration, a profound silence enveloped the flower hall. In the midst of his despair, the middle-aged man in white garments lamented, "What kind of malevolent technique has that Wang Mang truly mastered, if it has indeed been 100,000 years? Does it not mean that my Su family, from this day forth, all members of the Su family shall withdraw from the immortal forest and retreat into the mundane world?" Ancestor, please reconsider, we do not wish to withdraw. The Su family members urged, panic-stricken. Ancestor, think this through. They were acutely aware that once they exited the immortal forest and entered the secular realm, their cultivation would stagnate without any resources. Su Gon waved his sleeve with gravity, declaring, "My mind is made up. Do not speak further. I intend to enter seclusion to forge a bloodline jade talisman for our Su family." Ancestor, what is a bloodline jade talisman? They inquired. "I shall imprint the Su family's foremost treasure into our bloodline. Striving for a sliver of destiny for our clan, I, Su Gon, am willing to sacrifice 10,000 years of cultivation to seize this opportunity." Bloodline jade talisman, be forged. Su Changsho, drowsily adrift in dreams, vaguely perceived a colossal jade talisman hovering above him, a rectangle larger than a mountain. The front bore the character Su, while the back featured an ancient script, intricate with hundreds of strokes, resembling some archaic rune. Su Changsho, who was not well versed in characters, found this ancient script utterly unfamiliar. Suddenly, the mountain-like jade talisman plummeted towards him, causing Su Changsho to break into a cold sweat and jolt awake. Upon awakening, he felt parched and a burning sensation in his chest. What is this? He wondered, touching the heated area only to discover a pure white jade pendant. Gently tugging at it, he realized it was strung with golden thread and had somehow found its way around his neck. What is this? Su Changsho asked himself, removing the jade pendant to examine it under the moonlight, only to be struck dumb. The dream was indeed real. The front of the pendant displayed the character Su, while the back was adorned with the intricate rune. A bloodline jade talisman. Su Changsho's heart raced with confusion. What was the significance of this dream, and what connection did he share with the Su family within it? What exactly was this bloodline jade talisman? Could it be that it had always been with him, manifesting due to his newfound sense of energy? How peculiar! What could this talisman be? Su Gon, the ancestor of the Su family, had referred to it as a precious treasure, despite not fully grasping the situation. Su Changsho understood that this jade talisman held immense importance, concealing secrets of monumental significance likely tied to his dream. After pondering for a while without arriving at any conclusions, he silently tucked the talisman away. This matter must remain undisclosed, even to Zhang Zhengyuan. Su Changsho sensed that once he mastered true immortal techniques, he would surely unravel the mystery of the bloodline jade talisman, with sleep eluding him. Su Changsho eagerly anticipated the mastery of authentic immortal arts. As dawn broke, he stood at Zhang Zhenyuan's door, awaiting his arrival. Before long, Zhang Zhenyuan emerged, his expression grave. "Changsho, your disciple is here," he replied eagerly. "From today onward, I shall teach you the true methods of cultivation. However, before imparting these immortal techniques, you must agree to one condition." "What is it?" Su Changsho scratched his head in curiosity. Zhang Zhenyuan replied earnestly, "The techniques I am about to teach you originate from the Green Immortal Sect, of which I am also a member. To learn the sect's methods, you must join the Green Immortal Sect. I see." Su Changsho scratched his head, momentarily hesitating. He had little knowledge of the Green Immortal Sect. And what if it turned out to be a malevolent organization? After all, the elder in his dream had practiced a sinister art. Seeing Su Changsho's reluctance, Zhang Zhenyuan quickly added, "Do not be foolish. Joining a cultivation sect is a dream for countless individuals. Once you enter the sect, a wealth of cultivation resources will await you. You may practice any technique you desire and acquire any artifact you wish. Is the Green Immortal sect truly that magnificent? Su Changsho asked, his eyes widening in excitement as Zhang Zhenyuan nodded firmly, stating, the Green Immortal sect is not only a prestigious sect, but it is also the foremost cultivation sect in the realm. If you can join, rejoice in your fortune. Wonderful, I shall join, Su Changsho agreed with uncontainable joy. If the Green Immortal sect was indeed as Zhang Zhenyuan described, it would be 100 times better than working as a coward for Wang Yuanhui's family. Very well, I shall impart to you the supreme cultivation techniques forthwith. Zhang Zhenyuan clapped his small fabric pouch, producing a jade slip. Master, what is this? Su Changsho inquired, pointing at the pouch with curiosity. This was the second time he had witnessed Zhang Zhenyuan draw something from it. The first was a yellow talisman, and now it was a jade slip. The ability to conjure items from such a pouch seemed exceedingly miraculous to Su Changsho as Zhang Zhenyuan smiled enigmatically, proclaiming, this is a storage pouch. Though it appears small, it contains boundless space within. My pouch can hold the equivalent of a room's worth. How astonishing! Su Changsho marveled, envious of such a wondrous item. Zhang Zhenyuan replied with pride, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. The Green Immortal sect possesses countless treasures. In due time, you will witness them firsthand. When you enter the sect, you shall also have your own storage pouch. Master, when shall we enter the Green Immortal sect? Su Changsho inquired, his heart racing with anticipation. Enough idle chatter, close your eyes and focus. Understood, Su Changsho promptly complied, shutting his eyes. Zhang Zhenyuan then pressed the jade slip against Su Changsho's forehead. A profound cultivation method began to flow into Su Changsho's mind, the essence of the ultimate path. Elusive and obscure, at the pinnacle of existence, tranquil and silent, ignoring all sound and sight, embrace stillness with a tranquil spirit, aligning oneself, ensuring clarity and serenity, without exertion of form, without exertion of essence, without worry or distraction. One may attain immortality. Su Changsho felt a stirring within, immediately settling into a meditative posture, centering himself, and once again sensing the golden light point at his lower abdomen. Simultaneously, the warmth within him coalesced at the Baihui point atop his head. Forming a golden thread, this thread then traversed his meridians, completing a circuit before settling back at the Guan Yuan point, merging with the golden light point. After the fusion, the light point appeared to swell slightly. Su Changsho felt invigorated, his strength noticeably amplified, though not as dramatically as before. Upon opening his eyes to the sun overhead, he was astonished to realize that an entire hour had passed. Goodness, an hour has flown by? Su Changsho gasped, realizing why it was said that time is irrelevant in cultivation. Though he had felt as if only a brief moment had passed, in actuality, a whole hour had elapsed. Fortunately, after practicing authentic immortal techniques, he felt not fatigue but rather an exceptional sense of comfort. As he meditated, he was also rejuvenating his energy. This is the cultivation method for the chi refining stage, consisting of only the first 3 levels. You must diligently practice, without laziness, for no less than 1 hour each day, Zhang Zhenyuan instructed sternly, embodying the demeanor of an immortal master. Thank you, master. Su Changsho silently lamented that only receiving the first 3 levels felt insufficient. Yet he dared not inquire further. In the days that followed, Zhang Zhenyuan explained, to draw qi into the body signifies you have attained the first level of qi refining, when you can condense qi into pearls. You will reach the second level. I understand. Su Changsho committed himself to rigorous training, dedicating nearly all his time to cultivation, even replacing sleep with meditation. With each cycle of practice, the golden point in his abdomen expanded incrementally. 10 days later, as a golden thread entered the Guan Yuan point, Su Changsho's entire being trembled, sensing a shift within himself, his strength surging dramatically. He now possessed nearly 200 pounds of strength, nearly double that of an average adult. Upon introspection, he observed a gold-colored vortex, about the size of a thumb, swirling within his lower abdomen. It resembled a golden pearl, just as his master had said. Condensing qi into pearls indicated he had progressed to the second level of qi refining. Second level of qi refining, splendid. This child is indeed teachable, Zhang Zhenyuan acknowledged with a slight nod. Typically, it would take an ordinary person about half a month to progress from the first to the second level. Yet Su Changsho had achieved it in merely 10 days. However, given that Su Changsho had trained for over twice the duration of an ordinary person, his innate talent seemed somewhat average by comparison. Time flew by, and a month later, third level of qi refining, Su Changsho exclaimed, opening his eyes as a glimmer of gold flashed within them. At this moment, the vortex in his dantian had grown to the size of an egg yolk. and his overall strength had reached over 300 pounds. The Qi refining realm comprises 12 levels, with the markers of attaining the 12th level being the ability to channel Qi into the internal organs and wield 1,000 pounds of strength. However, cultivators do not merely rely on brute force, they place greater emphasis on their magical powers, abilities, and artifacts. As one progresses through the Qi refining stages, the increase in physical strength becomes less pronounced after reaching the 8th level, with the focus shifting primarily to enhancing one's cultivation level. Master, I have reached the 3rd level of Qi refining. Su Changsho sought out Zhang Zhengyuan, eager to learn the next stages of cultivation techniques. Zhang Zhengyuan regarded him with some surprise and replied seriously, "My injuries are nearly healed. Once I recover fully, I shall take you back to the sect. However, the techniques for levels above the 4th of Qi refining are reserved for disciples within the sect. And you are not yet a member of the Green Immortal sect. We will discuss it further once you have joined. I see. Su Changsho nodded in distress. Zhang Zhengyuan remarked, "You possess cultivation, yet lack a means of self-preservation. Therefore, I shall impart to you a set of palm techniques, so that you may not merely stand by in a time of peril." What kind of palm technique? The withered wood palm. The withered wood palm allows one to channel spiritual energy into the palm, transforming it to resemble withered wood, exceedingly hard and capable of shattering mountains and stones. The technique is not difficult. Su Changsho mastered its essentials in just 3 days. Let us test its might. Su Changsho ventured to the village entrance, channeling his spiritual energy into his palm, which transformed into a withered wood-like appearance. He raised his hand and struck the Wonia stone at the village entrance with great force. Crack! The stone shattered into countless fragments. My goodness! This spectacle was witnessed by Wang Shusher, who was relieving himself in the field. Startled, Wang Shusher lost control and gazed at Su Changsho with eyes full of fear. If such a blow were to land on a person, it would surely be fatal. Not even a cow could withstand it. What should I do? I treated that lad so poorly before. Will he seek revenge on me? Indeed, it seems ordinary beasts are no match for me now. Casting a glance at the fragmented Wonia stone, Su Changsho joyfully made his way home. Changsho shattered the Wonia stone at the village entrance. In the cattle shed, upon hearing Wang Shusher's words, Wang Yuanwei was both astonished and envious. Su Changsho had become so formidable after merely a few months with the Immortal, which indicated that the Immortal possessed genuine skills. Goodness, my dear, that little rascal has turned into an Immortal. I want to be an Immortal too. You must go seek an Immortal's favor. I dare not. What is there to fear? The Immortal has been eating and living in our home for months. What harm is there in asking for a favor? Very well, let us go together. Wang Yuanwei gritted his teeth and pulled Wang Shusher towards the front courtyard. Chapter 6. Entering the Green Immortal sect. Changsho, tidy yourself up. It's time for us to depart. Upon returning home, Su Changsho found Zhang Zhengyuan standing in the courtyard. Are we heading to the Green Immortal sect? Su Changsho asked, excitement evident in his voice. Indeed, Zhang Zhengyuan confirmed with a nod. I will prepare. Su Changsho dashed into the house and quickly emerged with a small cloth bag slung over his shoulder. With only 2 sets of clothing, one worn and one packed, there was little to arrange. Hurry, dear, the Immortal is leaving. Stop him. Let us go, Wang Yuanwei urged, pulling Wang Shusher before Zhang Zhengyuan, bowing deeply. Please, Immortal, grant me your favor. Wuliang Tianzuan. Zhang Zhengyuan uttered a greeting and then flicked his fingers, a yellow talisman landing in Wang Yuanwei's hands. However, both Wang Yuanwei and Wang Shusher were somewhat dissatisfied. They had seen such yellow talismans before. They could transform into fireballs. After months of hospitality, they received merely a fireball in return. How humiliating! The couple felt on the verge of tears. This is a fireball talisman. It can save your life in critical moments. Its usage is simple, just tear it open, and it will activate it. Farewell. With that, Zhang Zhengyuan swiftly departed with Su Changsho. Thank you, Immortal, thank you. Though the couple was displeased, they dared not voice their grievances, repeatedly bowing to Zhang Zhenyuan's retreating figure. Observing their plight, Su Changsho felt both pity and a sense of vindication. Soon, the master and disciple had distanced themselves from Su family village. Zhang Zhenyuan paused in the wilderness, pointing to the northwest. A journey of 3,000 miles will take us to the Green Immortal sect. 3,000 miles, that is quite a distance, Su Changsho thought to himself. Astonished, he had never ventured more than 100 miles from Su family village in his entire life. Master, please unleash your flying sword. Let us soar to the Green Immortal sect. Su Changsho looked at Zhang Zhenyuan with eager anticipation. Having heard that immortals possessed flying swords, he assumed that his master, with such an otherworldly demeanor, must certainly be a high-ranking member of the Green Immortal sect and would possess one as well. Zhang Zhengyuan's face turned awkward, his sleeves swaying as he said solemnly, "The path of cultivation is fraught with thorns. The great way is challenging, more difficult than ascending to the heavens, although I possess a flying sword. I cannot take you back with me." Su Changsho scratched his head. "Why not?" Zhang Zhengyuan replied earnestly. "You are still young. I fear that seeing the flying sword may disrupt your mental state, which would be detrimental to your future cultivation." "Your words hold merit, master. I shall heed your guidance." Su Changsho quickly cupped his hands, acknowledging his master's wisdom, realizing it was a deliberate attempt to temper his character, seeing that Su Changsho no longer pursued the matter of the flying sword. Zhang Zhengyuan finally relaxed. "Let us proceed." Zhang Zhengyuan strode forward with great strides, his pace swift, while Su Changsho had to jog to keep up. After half a month, they finally arrived at the foot of the Green Immortal sect. The two endured the elements, quenching their thirst with mountain spring water and hunting wild game to satisfy their hunger. As cultivators, they were not subject to starvation. "Disciple, we have arrived. This is the Green Immortal sect." "This is the Green Immortal sect?" Su Changsho frowned and looked up to see a towering peak reaching into the clouds before him. The mountain was lofty, shrouded in mist, with most of its body concealed, rendering it nearly invisible. "Where is the Green Immortal sect?" "I see nothing." "Over there." Zhang Zhengyuan pointed to a particularly dense area of mist halfway up the mountain. Su Changsho nodded thoughtfully. "So the Green Immortal sect resides within the clouds. It truly is a sacred place of the immortals." "This is the Green Immortal mountain range. The mountain you see is called the Menqian Peak, serving as the entrance to the Green Immortal sect." "Goodness, such a massive mountain is merely the entrance. How vast must the Green Immortal sect be?" Su Changsho gasped in awe. "Come, I shall lead you through the mountain gate." Zhang Zhengyuan guided Su Changsho as they began their ascent. The path was steep, yet it posed no challenge for the two. They soon reached the mountainside, where Zhang Zhengyuan grasped Su Changsho's arm and led him onto a narrow misty path. Once on the path, Su Changsho found his vision entirely obscured by the mist. He could see nothing and could only follow Zhang Zhengyuan as they twisted and turned. "We have arrived." Zhang Zhengyuan's voice rang out as the mist parted. Su Changsho gazed ahead to find themselves above the clouds, where the vast expanse of clouds stretched infinitely, concealing the earth below. Looking into the distance, he saw towering peaks rising one after another, bathed in a radiant glow. Each peak bore structures, some nestled halfway up the mountainside, others atop flattened summits, and some even suspended within the clouds. Pavilions and towers of various designs were interspersed, countless in number. Throughout the mountains, green flying vessels glided through the air, some carrying 3 to 5 individuals, others 10 or more, and some even dozens of master-look flying boats. "How wondrous!" Su Changsho exclaimed, his eyes wide with amazement. Zhang Zhengyuan maintained a calm demeanor and explained, "These are the sect's public flying vessels, primarily serving as transportation for the qi refining disciples. They are free of charge." "How splendid!" Su Changsho nodded inwardly. With such flying vessels, all disciples could move freely within the sect. They could go wherever they wished. Otherwise, traversing from one peak to another would require climbing up and down, taking a day for nearby peaks and 3 to 5 days for distant ones. "Changsho, let me briefly introduce you to the Green Immortal sect." The sect comprises 7 main peaks: Tai Peak, Dansha Peak, Chiwa Peak, Lviamo Peak, Tianji Peak, Bagua Peak, and Fengdu Peak. The key figures within the sect reside primarily among these 7 peaks. Among them, Tai Peak serves as the venue for the sect's upper echelons, Dansha Peak is the domain of alchemists, Chiwa Peak is for weapon refiners, Lviamo Peak is for talisman masters, Tianji Peak for puppet masters, Bagua Peak for formation masters, and Fengdu Peak is for the lineage of corpse refiners. "Master, you belong to Tai Peak, correct?" Su Changsho inquired, having assumed Zhang Zhengyuan was a high-ranking member of the Green Immortal sect. "Ahem." Zhang Zhengyuan cleared his throat twice, ignoring Su Changsho's question, and continued, "Among the 7 peaks, Tai Peak has the most concentrated spiritual energy, followed by Dansha Peak, with the remaining 5 peaks following in succession. In addition to the 7 main peaks, there are several others, including Lingshou Peak, Jishur Peak, and Shushu Peak. Our current destination is Jishur Peak, which serves as the sect's comprehensive office. Here, new disciples enroll, old disciples retire, and various transactions such as purchasing cultivation methods and materials, as well as receiving monthly stipends, are processed." "Understood." Su Changsho nodded, grasping that his master intended to assist him in enrolling as a new disciple. Master, should we take the public flying vessel? Su Qianqiu asked with anticipation. Indeed, Zhang Zhengyuan confirmed, then cautiously added, Qianqiu, once we enter the sect, we can no longer address each other as master and disciple. You may simply call me senior brother. Ah, why? Su Qianqiu queried, surprised. He felt that Zhang Zhengyuan had changed upon entering the sect. The lofty demeanor of an immortal was no longer present, replaced instead by a cautious disposition. You will understand in time. I understand, master. Still calling me master? Zhang Zhang senior brother, that is more like it. Su junior brother, the flying vessel is arriving. Let us board. Chapter 7. Lu Chuanqing. Upon hearing this, Su Qianqiu looked up to see a flying vessel approaching from afar. Landing on a cliff of Menqian Peak from a distance, the vessel appeared small and delicate, swaying gently like a leaf. However, upon closer inspection, it was quite substantial, measuring over 10 meters in length and 5 meters in width. Capable of comfortably accommodating hundreds of passengers. At that moment, the vessel was occupied by a dozen individuals. As it anchored, 3 of them disembarked, clearly having arrived at Menqian Peak for a journey. Zhang Zhengyuan waved his hand, leading Su Qianqiu aboard the vessel. Su Qianqiu observed the expressions of those on the vessel. Each person appeared numb, dazed, and melancholic, bearing expressions of profound sorrow. Their demeanor closely resembled that of the tenants from Wang Yuanwei's household. Once aboard, Su Qianqiu sensed a suffocating atmosphere enveloping him. It seems that Zhang Zhengyuan has been affected, as a cloud of sorrow now shrouds his face. What could possibly be the matter? The scene within the flying vessel starkly contrasts with Su Qianqiu's imagined paradise of celestial beings. Are these immortals not also capable of experiencing troubles? Whoosh! The flying vessel glides smoothly, barely causing a tremor. It ascends rapidly, an exhilarating pace indeed. Su Qianqiu, overflowing with excitement, leans over the edge to gaze downward. Through the clouds, he observes the mountains, rocks, and trees swiftly receding beneath him. This is far swifter than riding a bull. How delightful! What a thrill! For a rural cowherd, embarking on a journey aboard a flying vessel is undoubtedly a moment of bliss. Observing Su's exuberance, the other passengers on the vessel exchange subtle shakes of their heads, seemingly mocking his naivety. Zhang Zhengyuan promptly pulls Su Qianqiu back, signaling him to restrain his chatter. The flying vessel makes its way, stopping intermittently, circling various mountain peaks, ultimately descending upon the Steward Peak. Upon arrival, the atmosphere becomes lively, with a constant influx of people entering and exiting the grand hall of the stewards. Su Qianqiu notices that, despite the vibrant attire and buoyant spirits of the individuals present, most exhibit a sense of numbness, dazed and melancholic, each bearing a visage of hardship. Let us proceed. The two enter the grand hall of the stewards. Upon entry, the vastness of the space unfolds before them. It is unclear what means have been employed, but the interior appears to be exponentially larger than it seemed from the outside, while externally it appears as 3 grand halls. Inside it encompasses an expanse akin to 10 acres. The counters inside are replete with an array of items, those for exchanging spirit stones, selling magical artifacts, talismans, elixirs, puppets, cultivation methods, as well as places to accept and submit tasks. Zhang Zhengyuan leads Su Qianqiu to a counter designated for task exchanges. The elderly man overseeing the counter, bald and in his 50s or 60s, greets them. Brother Lu, I am Zhang Zhengyuan, here to report an external task. As he speaks, Zhang produces a red wooden token and places it upon the counter. This token signifies the disciple's identity, a common possession among all members of the Green Immortal sect. So it is Zhang Shidi. Brother Lu responds with a smile, taking the token and scanning it with a jade plate, his expression suddenly shifting to one of concern. Zhang Shidi, your external task was set for 3 months. Yet you have been away for 7, resulting in an overstay of 4 months. According to sect regulations, there will be a penalty. Brother Lu, this is merely a small token of appreciation, Zhang Zhengyuan interjects, reluctantly producing 3 fragments of spirit stones, discreetly passing them to Brother Lu. With a grin, Brother Lu quickly modifies his stance. My apologies, I must have misremembered. Your task duration should indeed be 7 months. It was my foolish mistake. I shall make the necessary corrections. Thank you, brother, I appreciate your efforts. Not at all, it is you who has worked harder. Brother Lu, I have heard it is nearing your centennial retirement. I shall certainly attend your retirement ceremony. You are too courteous. It is only right. After nearly a century of service to the sect, you deserve recognition for both your contributions and your struggles. A heavy sigh escapes Lu Chuanshang. During prosperous times, we are but cattle and horses. In tumultuous times, mere cannon fodder. We, who aspire to foundation establishment, are left with little hope, our century of toil seemingly insignificant. Alas, indeed, the hope of foundation establishment feels distant. Zhang Zhenyuan sighs, his mood dampened. Su Qianqiu, hearing this, is taken aback. He had assumed that with Zhang Zhenyuan's stature, he would surely hold a high position within the sect. Yet it turns out he is merely a qi refining cultivator. The lofty demeanor he displayed in Su family village was but a facade. Zhang Zhenyuan's true identity is that of a humble qi refining practitioner. Although Su Qianqiu had not yet entered the realm of cultivation, he had often heard the elders of the village speak of the various levels of immortals: qi refining, golden core, nascent soul, and transformation. He had always believed Zhang Zhenyuan to be at least of the nascent soul or transformation stage, if not a formidable golden core master. To discover that he is but a qi refining novice is indeed disheartening. No wonder he refused to wield a flying sword. It is not out of disdain, but rather due to the lack of one. Brother Zhang, is it truly so difficult to establish a foundation? Su Qianqiu quietly inquires. Lu Chuansheng overhears this and cannot help but retort, for us ordinary qi refiners, foundation establishment is akin to reaching the heavens. Unless one possesses extraordinary fortune, the prospect is utterly bleak. What? Upon hearing this, Su Qianqiu feels as though struck by lightning. Zhang Zhenyuan had assured him that once he entered the sect, he would receive focused training, with access to any magical artifact or cultivation method he desired. Joining the Green Immortal sect would grant him the chance to become a true immortal, to traverse the heavens and earth, to ride the clouds, to achieve immortality, and to soar through the skies on a sword. With a flying sword beneath his feet, he could roam freely across the world. Such a life of leisure. Zhang Zhenyuan, have you not always spoken thus? How is it that upon reaching the Green Immortal sect, everything has changed? Su Qianqiu gazes at Zhang Zhenyuan with a hint of anger, while the latter, feeling somewhat guilty, clears his throat, at a loss for words. Brother Zhang, is what Brother Lu said true? Zhang Zhenyuan responds with a rueful smile. Su Shidi, Lu speaks accurately. We ordinary qi refiners are indeed unable to establish a foundation. Only those from noble families, those second-generation immortals, possess the qualifications to tread the path of foundation establishment. Our years of toil, struggles, and aspirations serve merely to pave the way for those privileged disciples of noble families to in the realm of cultivation. The most crucial elements are resources and connections. We possess neither, so how can we speak of foundation establishment? Su Qianqiu's heart becomes turbulent, his dreams of cultivation shattered. In Su family village, he had labored under the oppressive thumb of Wang Yuan. He had thought that entering the realm of cultivation would liberate him from the shackles of his fate. Yet, it appears he is still to be exploited, albeit in a more elevated setting. A qi refiner's lifespan is lengthy, thus, the duration of their exploitation is extended. Nevertheless, he resolves to accept his circumstances. With a quiet sigh, Su Qianqiu quickly adjusts his mindset. Being exploited within the Green Immortal sect is surely preferable to the hardships of Su family village. At the very least, he need not face starvation and retains a glimmer of hope for foundation establishment. Those second-generation immortals have their backgrounds and resources, enabling them to establish foundations. Though I lack such advantages, I possess the bloodline jade talisman. Su Qianqiu, feeling a surge of determination, discreetly touches the bloodline jade talisman hidden beneath his garments. It is the treasured heirloom of the Su family from his dreams. If he is indeed a descendant of the Su family, it signifies that this is a relic left by his ancestors. He believes that one day he shall unlock the bloodline jade talisman. If that talisman can be opened, who is to say he cannot establish a foundation? Regardless, he must find a way to unlock the bloodline jade talisman. At this moment, Su Qianqiu realizes the significance of the talisman. Perhaps it is his sole opportunity for ascendance in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 8, The 10 Techniques. After Zhang Zhenyuan and Lu Chuansheng finalize the task exchange, Lu's gaze inadvertently lands on Su Qianqiu. This young disciple seems unfamiliar. Are you a recent initiate? Zhang Zhenyuan quickly responds, Indeed, Brother Lu. His name is Su Qianqiu, and I am his guide. Qianqiu, quickly greet Brother Lu. I pay my respects to Brother Lu. Su Qianqiu bows respectfully. Greetings. Su Shidi. Lu Chuansheng acknowledges with a smile. I shall proceed with your enrollment procedure. Before that, we must first test your spiritual root. As he speaks, Lu produces a white luminescent rod and hands it to Su Qianqiu. Shidi, this is a magical artifact for testing spiritual roots. Simply channel your spiritual energy into your palm. Understood. Following his instructions, Su Qianqiu channels his spiritual energy into his palm. The luminescent rod undergoes a transformation, enveloped by a deep green halo. Soon after, 4 additional halos appear, in shades of light green, red, yellow, and gold. The deep green signifies the wood attribute. The light green represents water, red denotes fire, yellow indicates earth, and gold symbolizes metal. The simultaneous manifestation of 5 colors suggests Su Qingshu possesses all 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Buzzing sounds follow, and 5 more colors materialize: azure, purple, black, white, and crystal. These colors represent wind, thunder, light, darkness, and ice, respectively. Thus, he embodies all 10 attributes known to the heavens and earth. Heavens, a 10-elemental mixed spiritual root. Zheng Zhengyuan and Lu Chuansheng exchange astonished glances, unable to fathom that Su Qingshu possesses such a rare and eclectic spiritual root. Wait a moment. Is a 10-elemental mixed spiritual root good or bad? Su Qingshu inquires with curiosity. Zheng Zhengyuan offers a wry smile. Let me put it this way. The fewer the attributes of a spiritual root, the purer it is, leading to a faster cultivation speed. For instance, a pure fire spiritual root cultivates faster than one with both water and fire attributes. A dual water-fire cultivator outpaces one with water, fire, and wood attributes. In essence, the more attributes a spiritual root has, the slower the cultivation speed is. Spiritual roots with more than 3 attributes are considered mixed roots, making it nearly impossible for a 3-attribute chi refiner to establish a foundation. And you with your 10 attributes? Su Qingshu feels his heart plummet. If those with 3 attributes struggle to establish a foundation, what hope does he have with 10? The difficulty of foundation establishment, already formidable, now seems insurmountable. At this moment, despair envelopes him. Zheng Zhengyuan rubs his hands together, his excitement palpable. Brother Lu, according to sect regulations, for each disciple referred, one receives a reward of 5 spirit stones. What do you think? Lu Chuansheng shakes his head. Zheng Shidi, it is not that I wish to criticize you, but the disciple you have referred possesses a 10-elemental mixed spiritual root, which holds little value for the sect. I can only offer you 3 spirit stones. What? Zheng Zhengyuan is taken aback, his face flushing. Brother Lu, do you not realize the sacrifices I made to recommend Su Shidi? I have painstakingly nurtured him for months. And you offer me only 3 spirit stones? I have been greatly wronged. You must at least give me 4.3 stones. I shall not budge from 3.4 stones, 3 stones, 0.4 stones, 3 stones. I no longer desire this individual. Please take him away. Very well, 3 spirit stones will suffice. Zheng Zhengyuan, somewhat vexed, nodded and cast a discontented glance at Su Qingshu, seemingly blaming him for his lack of ambition. Su Qingshu's expression was peculiar. He could hardly fathom that the ethereal Zheng Zhengyuan would bicker over a spirit stone like a street vendor. His face flushed with indignation. Before them lay 3 spirit stones, 3 milky white diamond-shaped gems placed on the table by Lu Chuansheng. With a flourish of his sleeve, Zheng Zhengyuan swept them into his storage bag. Su Shidi, I must take my leave. May our paths cross again in the future. After casting one last glance at Su Qingshu, he strode away with purpose. Brother Zheng, please don't leave. What am I to do if you go? Su Qingshu exclaimed in a panic, feeling as though he had been sold to the Green Immortal sect by Zheng Zhengyuan. Su Shidi, I have already introduced you to the sect. Our fates have diverged. Brother Lu will arrange your entry into the sect. Farewell. With that, Zheng Zhengyuan vanished through the Grand Hall's entrance, as if fearful that Su Qingshu might reconsider his decision to join the Green Immortal sect. Once Zheng Zhengyuan departed, Lu Chuansheng's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, and he handed Su Qingshu a piece of paper. Please inscribe your identity information. Understood. Su Qingshu picked up the brush from the counter and wrote clumsily, Su Qingshu. 12 years old, Liang County, Song Kingdom, Su Family Village. Lu Chuansheng recited the information while inscribing it in a seal script, then produced a yellow wooden token and recorded Su Qingshu's identity details upon it. Brother Lu, am I not a 10-element mixed spirit root? Why do you insist I say I am a 5-element mixed spirit root? Because we cannot afford to lose face, Lu Chuansheng replied curtly. Su Qingshu was at a loss for words. Is my spirit root truly so disgraceful? Here, this is your identity token. Oh, Su Qingshu received the token. Examining it, the wood was dense yellow peach, with Green Immortal inscribed on the front. While the back remained blank, after pondering for a while, he found nothing of note. Lu Chuansheng interjected, your identity information is recorded within. As your cultivation is presently insufficient, you cannot access it. Once you reach the 7th layer of chi refining, you will be able to view it. Remember, this is your identity token. Henceforth, you shall be a servant disciple of the Green Immortal sect. The term servant disciple unsettled Su Qingshu. Why servant disciple? Am I a disciple or merely a servant? After some contemplation, he surmised that the sect's acceptance of someone like him was merely to assign him the role of a servant, bestowing the title of disciple likely for the sake of appearances. A servant is a servant, and he, having come from humble beginnings as a herdsman, could accept such a designation. Soon, Lu Chuansheng organized several items on the counter: a storage bag, a spirit stone, a steel sword, a disciple manual, 2 small-sized robes, and an identity token. Confirming everything was in order, Lu Chuansheng looked at Su Changsho and said, "The technique Brother Zhang imparted to you, the Changqun Gong, is a wood attribute cultivation method suitable for wood spirit roots. Do you wish to continue practicing it? If so, I can provide you with the subsequent techniques." Su Changsho pondered, then replied with a wry smile, "Brother Lu, I am uncertain whether I wish to continue. Might you offer your counsel?" Lu Chuansheng, growing impatient, remarked, "Typically, qi refiners select techniques based on their spirit root attributes. I see." Su Changsho understood it. According to Lu Chuansheng, one should practice techniques that correspond with their spirit root attributes. Thus, Zhang Zhengyuan likely possessed a wood attribute, which explained why he had imparted the wood-based Changqun Gong to Su Changsho, while he could practice it. "It was not the most optimal choice, Brother Lu. Is there a technique that encompasses all 10 attributes?" "There is." "Then I shall cultivate that one. Are you certain?" Lu Chuansheng inquired, his expression one of surprise. Before seemingly recalling something and dismissively shaking his head, "Indeed, take this." Lu Chuansheng tossed a small booklet to Su Changsho, who hastily glanced at it. 10 Daoju. Flipping through it, he discovered that the 10 Daoju was comprehensive, covering the entire journey from the 1st to the 12th layer of qi refining. Finally, he had secured the subsequent techniques he so desperately needed. A weight lifted from his heart. Chapter 9, Arrival at Shushi Peak. By the way, Brother Lu, when Brother Zhang transmitted techniques to me, he used jade slips. Why do you not do the same? Su Changsho queried, puzzled. Lu Chuansheng scoffed, "You have yet to reach the 7th layer of qi refining. Providing you with a jade slip would be futile. Must one reach the 7th layer to use a jade slip? Of course, only upon reaching the 7th layer can one project spiritual energy. This is a significant milestone in the qi refining phase." The notion of projecting spiritual energy left Su Changsho deep in thought. Below the 7th layer of qi refining, one could not even utilize jade slips. He suddenly realized that his earlier ability to use them was solely due to Zhang Jingyuan's assistance. Wait, must I also reach the 7th layer of qi refining to unlock my bloodline jade talisman? He pondered excitedly. Previously, he had employed countless methods, soaking it in water, setting it aflame, even dripping blood, yet the bloodline jade showed no response. Now, he recognized his naivety. As it was an artifact of the cultivation world, it surely required spiritual energy to activate. Reaching the 7th layer of qi refining would likely reveal the secrets of the bloodline jade talisman. Exactly, Lu Chuansheng continued. Once you attain the 7th layer of qi refining, you will be able to practice simple spells, thus acquiring a degree of offensive capability. Young one, let me caution you, before reaching the 7th layer, do not venture outside the sect for training. You may not survive the encounter. Thank you for the warning, brother. I understand. With a sweeping gesture, Lu Chuansheng gathered the spirit stone, 10 Daoju robes, disciple manual, steel sword, and other items into the storage bag before handing it to Su Changsho. These items are a welcome gift from the sect for newcomers. This is the only complimentary offering. In the future, you will need to purchase everything with your own funds. Su Changsho nodded, fully aware that the funds Lu Chuansheng referred to were spirit stones. Go now. Your designated location is Shushi Peak Room 10 in Gengzi Courtyard. Su Changsho mentally noted his residence and, glancing at the storage bag, contemplated asking about its usage. However, upon seeing Lu Chuansheng's impatient expression, he refrained and turned to exit the grand hall. Upon leaving the Hall of Affairs, Su Changsho looked around in confusion, feeling an indescribable loneliness, having departed from Su family village and with Master Zhang Zhenyuan nowhere to be found. He felt a pang of nostalgia for his previous life. Since I am here, I must make the best of it, he thought, shaking his head slightly. He hurried to the public flying boats waiting pavilion, where a few others awaited their transport. Each waiting for the boat appeared ambitious, yet none seemed inclined to converse. Su Changsho had gained a rudimentary understanding of the public flying boats. Zhang Zhenyuan had mentioned that the Green Immortal sect operated 6 public boats, ensuring that 2 boats would pass any peak every quarter of an hour. With no boat in sight, Su Changsho began to examine his storage bag. His storage bag had only a 1-meter square space, significantly smaller than Zhang Jingyuan's. Soon, he mastered its usage. To retrieve an item, he merely needed to focus his thoughts, channel his spiritual energy into his palm, and tap the storage bag, causing the desired item to manifest. Placing items inside was even simpler. As they approached the bag's opening, they would be automatically drawn in. Before long, the flying boat arrived. Su Changsho boarded and pulled out the disciple manual to peruse. It primarily documented the sex regulations and the fundamental details of each peak. After reading the sex rules attentively, those who betray the sect shall be executed without mercy. Those who defy their elders shall be executed without mercy. Those who engage in internal strife within the sect shall be executed without mercy. The regulations numbered over 10, but as long as he exercised caution, he would likely avoid transgressing any sect laws. Stowing the manual, Su Changsho gazed out over the sea of clouds, his gaze drifting across the various majestic peaks. There were approximately 20 stops for the flying boat, starting from the Hall of Affairs. Then passing Fengdu Peak, Bagua Peak, Tianji Peak, Mo Peak, Jiwa Peak, Dansha Peak, Tai Peak, Lingshu Peak, and finally reaching Shushi Peak, with the destination being the main gate peak. Another point to note was that the sect's flying boats operated in round trips. One must not board the wrong direction, as it would waste a considerable amount of time. Su Changsho intentionally took a wrong turn this time, hoping to circle around a few times to deepen his understanding of the Green Immortal sect. "Is anyone getting off at Fengdu Peak?" someone called out. Yes, a pale-faced youth disembarked from the boat. As Su Changsho lifted his gaze, he beheld a foreboding mountain shrouded in ominous mist, exuding an air of terror. Nevertheless, Fengdu Peak was indeed one of the 7 main peaks, and the spiritual energy here was noticeably denser than at the Hall of Affairs. If only I could cultivate in such a place, he mused before shaking his head vigorously. No, it's far too frightening. The flying boat resumed its journey, passing Bagua Peak, Tianji Peak, Mo Peak, Jiwa Peak, Dansha Peak, and other peaks along the way. Finally, they arrived at Tai Peak. The flying boat reached the Green Immortal sect's largest and most spiritually abundant mountain, its majestic peak piercing the clouds, its summit obscured from view. Amidst the mist, grand sleeves billowed, various magnificent structures adorned the mountain. Pavilions and towers radiating ethereal light, the towering peak evoked a sense of celestial grandeur and splendor. Su Changsho caught a fleeting glimpse of a radiant light, vanishing as swiftly as lightning, leaving him perplexed about its nature. It was a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise, and Su Changsho couldn't help but feel astonished. This was merely at the foot of the mountain. One could only imagine the richness of the spiritual energy atop it. The flying vessel continued its journey. Dear fellow cultivators, ahead lies Chusho Peak. Please prepare yourselves for disembarkation. As Su Changsho's gaze fell upon Chusho Peak, he was struck by its remarkable appearance. It seemed as though a sharp sword had cleaved it in two, resulting in countless structures built upon its immense cross-section. Looking downwards, he observed a dense cluster of hundreds of residences, which starkly contrasted with the exquisite architecture of Tai Peak, evoking a sense of stepping into a slum. Clearly these abodes were designated for the miscellaneous disciples. In addition, there were numerous other large courtyards. Some exuded a foul stench, others were piled high with firewood, some contained stacks of cloth, and others housed heaps of scrap metal. Su Changsho even spotted a building resembling a granary. In summary, all manner of untidy and chaotic items seemed to converge at Chusho Peak. We've arrived at Chusho Peak. Hurry and disembark. The sound of bustling activity filled the air as nearly 90% of the passengers exited the vessel. Su Changsho followed suit, joining the throng at Chusho Peak. The courtyards for the disciples of Chusho Peak were all numbered using the Jiazi counting system, such as Jiazi Courtyard, Icho Courtyard, Bingyin Courtyard, Dingmao Courtyard. Based on this arrangement, Su Changsho swiftly located his designated place, Gengzi Courtyard, Chapter 10, Wanbao Pavilion, Yishanhua Gengzi Courtyard. This was indeed the one. Confirming it was his courtyard, Su Changsho stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a 2-story building known as the Yin Shi Tower, which housed 5 rooms on each floor. Flanking the Yin Shi Tower were corridors, each adorned with 2 pavilions at their corners. The central courtyard was home to a collection of flowers and plants, all impeccably neat and tidy. At that moment 8 or 9 young men and women were chattering animatedly in one of the pavilions. Oh, another newcomer has arrived, number 10, just one more to go. As Su Changsho entered, the group of boys and girls gathered around him. He was somewhat taken aback to see a cluster of peers. He hadn't anticipated such a scene. Observing them, he noted that the youngest among them was about 10 years old, while the oldest was merely 11 or 12. All were chi refiners, with the most accomplished being a quiet girl at the 4th level of chi refinement, surpassing him by 1 level. the others ranged from the first to the third level. Among the 10 techniques, there existed a minor spell called the Chi Gaze technique, which was quite easy to learn. By channeling spiritual energy into one's eyes, one could discern the cultivation levels of others. Su Changsho quickly mastered it, allowing him to see the cultivation levels of these individuals. "Brother, are you the number 10? Inquired a clever young boy, whose cultivation level was at the first stage of Chi refinement. Su Changsho nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I am a fellow cultivators. I am Su Changsho. I look forward to your guidance." Su Changsho mimicked Zhang Zhengyuan's tone and briefly introduced himself. The clever boy, being quite familiar, replied, "I am Jiang Xiaochuan, from the Jiang family in Danyang." "Su brother, let me introduce you. This is Yi Shanhua, our senior sister from the Wanbao Pavilion." As Jiang Xiaochuan spoke, he pointed to the quiet girl at the 4th level of Qi refinement. "Greetings, junior brother Xu." Yi Shanhua nodded slightly, acknowledging him. "Sumo, from Su family Fort Hanzong, from the Han family of Sanqing Mountain Zhang Feishan, from the Zhang family of Shulong County Qian Yuanbao, from Qian family village Shiwanong, from the Shi family of the Great Chu Kingdom, Lin Xiener, from the public house of Yuezhou. Li Linhao." Others introduced themselves in succession, and Su Changsho responded to each. He felt a twinge of inferiority upon realizing that, aside from Li Linhao, all of them were indeed descendants of prominent families. No wonder Zhang Zhenyuan and Lu Chuancheng had spoken of only those with backgrounds and resources being able to reach the foundation establishment stage. It seemed that even ordinary Qi refiners were in a similar predicament. Despite their status as miscellaneous disciples, those who could enter the Green Immortal sect were certainly not to be underestimated. Beneath the Green Immortal sect, a superlative sect, there existed many cultivating families. Typically, a Qi refiner's lifespan was approximately 150 years, and the Green Immortal sect had a rule that those reaching the age of 100 could voluntarily leave the sect. Some would return to their families to raise descendants, continuing their cultivation within the sect. There were even those who married and had children only after their centenary, thus establishing a model of cultivating families over time. Su Changsho had stumbled upon this path by happenstance, courtesy of Zhang Zhenyuan. Otherwise, he would likely have remained a mere cowherd for his entire life. "Brother Su, which family do you hail from?" Zhang Xiaochuan inquired. Su Changsho hesitated momentarily. "I am from the Su family of Liang County." Initially intending to say the Su family village of Liang County, he suppressed the final word, "the Su family of Liang County." The others nodded slightly, not pursuing the matter further. Indeed, there were countless small families in the world, and it was normal not to have heard of them. "Fellow cultivators, please continue your conversation. I shall return to my quarters to tidy up." Su Changsho offered a slight bow and ascended to the 2nd floor, with Jiang Xiaochuan following him. "Brother Su, may I assist you with the tidying?" The building contained a total of 10 rooms, with rooms 1 through 5 on the 1st floor and 6 through 10 on the 2nd. Su Changsho's room number 10 was situated at the easternmost end of the 2nd floor. Each room was equipped with a restrictive array, accessible only with an identity token. Cultivators placed great importance on privacy, and even miscellaneous disciples were entitled to their own. "Brother Su, may I help you tidy up? May I enter your room?" "Of course." Upon receiving Su Changsho's consent, Zhang Xiaochuan entered alongside him. Once inside, Su Changsho surveyed the room. A bed, a cabinet, a table, and all necessary bedding and toiletries, all brand new. He nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was befitting of a celestial sect, where the living conditions of miscellaneous disciples surpassed even those of the wealthiest families. Had he been able to reside in such a room before, Su Changsho would have felt immense happiness. However, now it stirred little emotion within him. In just one day, he had encountered wonders he had never experienced in his entire life. It turned out that immortals resided in the mountains, that houses could have multiple stories, and that vessels could soar through the clouds. All of these revelations profoundly impacted the young man's worldview, rapidly expanding his understanding and horizons. The room was quite tidy, requiring little effort to organize. Su Changsho swept the floor, wiped the table, and retrieved bedding from the cabinet. Zhang Xiaochuan busied himself alongside him. "Thank you, junior brother Jiang. No need for thanks. I reside in room 9. As neighbors, it's only right." "Room 9, Su Changsho inquired with curiosity. "When did you arrive, junior brother Jiang?" "I just arrived yesterday." "What about the others?" "Senior sister Yi and the others also arrived only a few days ago." "How did you all come here?" "Of course, it was our elders who brought us. After conversing with Jiang Xiachuan for a while, Su Qianxiu learned that, unlike himself, who had been sold for 3 spirit stones by Zhang Zhenyuan, Jiang Xiachuan, and the others had come through the proper channels. The Green Immortal sect recruited miscellaneous disciples every 3 years, allowing those who turned 10 and sensed spiritual energy to be sent to the sect. Su Qianxiu inquired with curiosity, "Junior brother Jiang, you don't belong to a prominent family, yet you've come to be a miscellaneous disciple." Jiang Xiachuan smiled wryly. "Brother Su, no matter how large a family, once they arrive at the Green Immortal sect, they must start as miscellaneous disciples. Besides, I don't consider myself a member of a prominent family. Our Jiang family in Danyang is merely a small family." Su Qianxiu pressed on, frowning. "What constitutes a prominent family?" Typically, a small family refers to one without any foundation establishment cultivators, while a prominent family must at least have one great cultivator to oversee them. Most small families lack foundation establishment cultivators. However, among us, there is indeed one person from a prominent family, who, Yi Shanhua, our senior sister. Yi Shanhua, what is her background? Didn't I just introduce her? She's from the Wanbao Pavilion. Wanbao Pavilion. Su Qianxiu seemed surprised that he had not heard of it. Jiang Xiachuan, not one to keep secrets, continued. Wanbao Pavilion is quite remarkable. It is said that 300 years ago, the Yi family produced an extraordinary individual named Yi Qingfeng. He was an alchemist of Danxia Peak and a golden core expert, and he single-handedly established the Wanbao Pavilion. Truly impressive. Su Qianxiu pondered quietly, realizing that Yi Shanhua likely belonged to the second generation of immortals mentioned by Zhang Zhenyuan. Yi Shanhua was only 10 years old, 2 years younger than him, yet her cultivation surpassed his by 1 level, which spoke volumes. If she were not a second-generation immortal, how could she cultivate so swiftly? Chapter 11, the eastern corner of the immortal realm. After conversing with Jiang Xiachuan for a while, Su Qianxiu finally gained some understanding of the miscellaneous disciples. It's time for a meal, Brother Su. Let us head to the Lingzhan Hall. Let us go. Su Qianxiu and Jiang Xiachuan descended the stairs together. The Chuxiu Peak had a dedicated Lingzhan Hall located centrally within the living quarters of the miscellaneous disciples. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found that Yi Shanhua and the others had already departed for the Lingzhan Hall. Under Jiang Xiachuan's guidance, the two entered the expansive courtyard of the Lingzhan Hall. Before they even stepped inside, the enticing aroma of food wafted towards them, tantalizing Su Qianxiu's senses. After half a month of traveling with Zhang Zhenyuan, he had not savored a meal in what felt like an eternity. The Lingzhan Hall featured several dining halls, and the two casually entered one. Jiang Xiachuan, accompanied by Su Qianxiu, procured the dining utensils before proceeding to the meal. The fare was quite commendable, featuring a harmonious balance of meat and vegetables, with 4 dishes allotted to each person and no restrictions on rice. As Su Qianxiu filled his bowl with rice, he was astounded by its translucent quality, each grain larger than those found in the mundane world by at least tenfold. Su Xixiang, do give it a try. This is called dog-tooth rice, and it's absolutely delectable. Upon inspection, Su Qianxiu noted the rice grains resembled the size of canine teeth, a name fittingly chosen. Upon tasting a generous mouthful, he was enveloped by a fragrant aroma that soared to the heavens, far surpassing the taste of the roast chicken from Wang Yuany's household. For this single exquisite bite of rice, being sold into the Green Immortal sect felt well worth it. Su Qianxiu silently rejoiced in his fortune at entering the Green Immortal sect. Otherwise, he pondered, how could he have ever savored such celestial delicacies in this lifetime? Su Xixiang, this is yellow goat meat. The flavor is incredibly fresh indeed. It is quite delightful. Su Qianxiu's palate was open to new realms of taste. The meat from the Green Immortal sect was even more exquisite, leaving him with a warm, invigorated feeling. During the meal, Su Qianxiu casually discussed cultivation matters with Jiang Xiachuan. As Jiang Xiachuan's cultivation level was lower, Su Qianxiu shared everything he knew regarding breakthroughs to the second layer. Although Jiang Xiachuan had only recently begun his cultivation journey, he possessed a wealth of knowledge that surpassed Su Qianxiu's in numerous areas. He suggested that Su Qianxiu utilize a gathering chi pill to assist in his cultivation. The gathering chi pill, the most basic supplementary pill, could be acquired for 1 spirit stone per bottle, each containing precisely 10 pills. After finishing their meal and returning to Gengzi Courtyard, they encountered Yi Shanju heading out, accompanied by Shirwanong, Lin Xiener, Hanzong, Su Mo, and Li Linhao. Greetings, senior sister Yi. Jiang Xiachuan greeted with a smile. Yi Shanju returned the gesture warmly, saying, "Junior brother Jiang and junior brother Su, we are off to the Elder's Peak to procure some items. Would you care to join us?" Yi Jiang Xiachuan replied with enthusiasm. "Su Shixiang needs to purchase gathering chi pills. Would you like to accompany us?" "Certainly." Su Changsho nodded slightly. "Let us all go together." White jade boat, arise. With a swift motion, Yi Shanju summoned a crystalline jade flying boat from her storage pouch, which expanded to a size of 3 to 4 zhang in the wind. The boat shimmered with a radiant glow, appearing far more luxurious than the sect's public flying vessels. Su Changsho was taken aback by this spectacle, yet he concealed his astonishment, coming from humble origins and newly initiated into the immortal sect. He constantly reminded himself to remain composed in any situation, fearing the disdain of others. "Wow, it's actually a white jade boat. Senior sister Yi truly possesses remarkable wealth. What a grand gesture." The group exhibited expressions of envy, acknowledging that, indeed, the members of Wanbao Pavilion, even at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, could afford their own flying vessels. Truly, competition could be daunting. "Let us depart." Yi Shanju leapt into the white jade boat, and the others followed suit. Lin Xianer, with an envious touch, asked Senior Sister Yi, "How much did this flying boat cost in spirit stones?" Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention to Yi Shanju, all eager to learn the price of such a lavish vessel. Han Zong remarked with envy, "Senior Sister Yi, do tell us the price so I can resign myself to my fate." Yi Shanju chuckled, "Not too expensive, just 500 spirit stones." Lin Xianer gasped, 500 spirit stones? That's still not expensive." Han Zong sighed, "With that price, I have made peace with my fate. I shall never earn that much in my lifetime." Lin Hao remarked coolly, "No wonder she is from the Yi family of Wanbao Pavilion. Quite extravagant." Su Changsho scanned the group, noting that everyone, except for Lin Hao, wore expressions of envy. Internally, he felt a pang of jealousy but kept his emotions in check, having learned to mask his feelings after enduring frequent hardships. Observing the flying boat purchased with 500 spirit stones, he compared it to his own meager fortune of merely 1 spirit stone. The disparity between the wealth of the servant disciples was staggering. However, he reassured himself that simply entering the Green Immortal sect and enjoying dog tooth rice was already a great blessing. Why compare himself to others? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Su Changsho quickly regained his composure. Recognizing that, as a humble cowherd, entering the Green Immortal sect was akin to reaching the heavens, and he should be content. In contrast, the others were not so placated, each yearning for their own flying vessel as if it were a dream come true. Jiang Xiachuan, filled with envy, inquired, "Senior Sister Yi, does this flying boat consume a lot of spirit stones?" "It's manageable, about 1 fragment of spirit stone for every 100 li," Yi Shanju replied nonchalantly. My heavens, such a high consumption rate. "Oh dear, with such high consumption, it's unaffordable and impractical." Senior Sister Yi is truly wealthy. Upon hearing the flying boat's substantial spirit stone consumption, the group erupted in astonishment. Fragmented spirit stones were the unusable remnants of spirit stones. Irregularly shaped but of similar size. 100 fragments could be exchanged for a single intact spirit stone. Su Changsho, not understanding the concept of spirit stone consumption nor the value of a spirit stone, wore an expression of innocence. Yi Shanju stole a glance at Su Changsho, perceiving a hint of distinction in him, as if he might have come from a prominent family. With a whoosh, the flying boat soared into the sky, outpacing and outclassing the sect's public vessels. Senior Sister Yi, who was the most formidable in our Dongyu cultivation realm, in the vast expanse of Dongyu's immortal forest, in terms of cultivation level, our Green Immortal sect's Xianyang Ancestor holds the highest rank. Being in the mid-stage of Yuaning. So, does that mean our Xianyang Ancestor is the most powerful? Not necessarily. While he leads in cultivation level, he is primarily an alchemist and may not be the strongest in combat. Then who excels in combat? Is it the Mo family's ancestor from Fulong Ridge, Mo Qianji, or Master Lu from Wanshui Gate? Perhaps it's Long Yangzi and Mei Lan from Hahuan Gate, or the revered ancestor Wuzhou from Wanxian Building. Each possesses their own strengths. I am not entirely certain. We shall discover the truth once we achieve the Yuaning stage. The path to Yuaning is exceedingly arduous. I am determined to reach the Yuaning stage. Within the White Jade Boat, a group of young men and women animatedly discussed their aspirations, frequently mentioning Yuaning cultivators, as if they believed themselves destined to become future Yuaning ancestors. Su Changsho, however, remained indifferent, yet, through their conversation, he gleaned a general understanding of this cultivation world. This realm they inhabited was known as the Dongyu cultivation realm, home to 5 equally powerful sects, the Green Immortal sect, The Amo family of Fulong Ridge, Wanshui Gate, Hawan Gate, and Wanxian Building. Initially, Zhang Zhengyuan had claimed that the Green Immortal sect was the greatest in the world, merely to entice him to join the sect for the reward of a guide. Chapter 12, Fourth Layer of Qi Refinement. The white jade flying boat came to rest before the Grand Hall of the Elders' Peak, and Yishanju retracted the vessel, striding towards the Elders' Hall. The others followed suit. Zhang Xiaochuan glanced back at Su Qianshou and, noticing his slow pace, hurried to catch up with Yishanju as they entered the hall. This marked Su Qianshou's second visit to the Elders' Hall. Having previously been there once, he was familiar with the surroundings. Upon entering, he found himself separated from Yishanju and the others, as the hall was vast and crowded, and their smaller statures quickly got lost in the throng. Su Qianshou observed various counters selling medicinal pills, magical artifacts, yellow talismans, and a variety of robes and ceremonial garments. Without hesitation, he made his way directly to the counter selling medicinal pills, as that was his primary purpose for being there. He had no interest in the other items and lacked the spirit stones to purchase them. His foremost objective upon joining the Green Immortal sect was to enhance his cultivation as swiftly as possible. Approaching the medicinal pill counter, he was greeted by a young woman in her 20s, whose alluring figure and snow-white complexion captivated Su Qianshou. He had never encountered such a stunning woman before. Every smile and frown from her left him at a loss for words. While the lady was undeniably beautiful, she was not of the legendary beauty that could topple kingdoms. However, to Su Qianshou, who had not yet seen much of the world, the most beautiful girl he had ever known was Zhang Taohua, the daughter of the village chief of Su village when Zhang Taohua married. She adorned herself with makeup that rendered her lips ruby red and teeth pearly white, leaving an indelible impression on Su Qianshou's youthful heart. The woman before him seemed to eclipse her beauty by a factor of 10. Glancing at the woman's cultivation level, he was taken aback to find she was at the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Su Qianshou quickly composed himself, cupping his hands in greeting. Junior sister. May I know your name? You must be a newly initiated disciple. Greetings, I am Lu Rushi. What name do you go by? The young woman spoke with a voice as melodious as silver bells. Lu Rushi, both her name and her beauty were exquisite. I am Su Qianshou, pleased to meet you, senior sister Lu. So it is junior brother Su. What medicinal pills do you wish to purchase? Gathering Qi pills. Lu Rushi nodded slightly, smiling. A bottle of gathering Qi pills costs 1 spirit stone, but you may also purchase them individually. How many would you like? Su Qianshou contemplated for a moment and replied. Please give me 5 gathering Qi pills. As he spoke, he handed over a spirit stone, fully aware that this might deplete most of his savings for medicinal pills. However, he hesitated to spend it all, fearing he might need spirit stones for other necessities in the future. Certainly, Lu Rushi accepted the spirit stone and then handed Su Qianshou a white jade bottle along with 50 fragments of spirit stone. Upon opening the bottle, he beheld 5 emerald green pills, their vibrant hues and fragrant aroma tantalizing his appetite. Thank you, senior sister. Farewell, farewell, junior brother. After departing from the medicinal pill counter, Su Qianshou wandered around for a while, failing to locate Yishanju and the others, and ultimately decided to take the public flying boat back to Shushou Peak. Upon returning, Su Qianshou cautiously closed the door behind him and sat cross-legged on his bed. Retrieving the 10 path techniques. The method of cultivation for the 10 path techniques bore slight differences from that of the Changchun method, though not significantly so. As Su Qianshou's cultivation was still in its infancy, it was not too late to switch methods. After 2 hours of practice, he had adeptly grasped the cultivation techniques of the 10 path techniques. Glancing outside, he noticed dusk approaching. Su Qianshou stepped out, only to find Zhang Xiaochuan's door firmly shut, leaving him unaware of his whereabouts. With Zhang Xiaochuan gone, Su Qianshou relished the tranquility, heading directly to the dining hall for a meal before resuming his cultivation. Nightfall descended. After Su Qianshou had bathed and changed his clothes, he sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling apprehensive as it was the first time in his life he would consume a danyao, but treating it like a precious gem, he carefully poured out a, which emitted a faint green glow in the pitch-black night, resembling a precious pearl. He pondered whether this single could enable him to break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Su Qianshou placed the into his mouth and immediately began to circulate his energy to refine it. Once inside his body, the transformed into a warm current that flowed into his stomach, subsequently dispersing into hundreds of ethereal threads. The Juki Dan not only had the ability to enhance one's cultivation but also possessed certain fasting effects. Soon after, the hundreds of ethereal threads began to move chaotically within him. Despite their tumultuous dance, they did not escape his body, and the spiritual energy emanating from them was gentle, causing no harm. Although he had ingested the its potency could not be digested in an instant. It required gradual refinement. Time in the realm of cultivation is unbound by the passage of days, and when Su Qianqiu opened his eyes again, daylight had arrived. He felt little hunger and continued his process of refinement. After another day, less than 1/10 of this potency had been refined. The small was equivalent to at least half a year of his cultivation. Su Qianqiu could distinctly feel his cultivation rapidly ascending. The sensation of progress in his cultivation was indescribably exhilarating, far surpassing the pleasure of a meal. Even after a day, Su Qianqiu still did not feel hungry and persisted with his refinement. As time elapsed, 10 days swiftly passed. By now, more than half of the potency had been refined, and Su Qianqiu felt slightly hungry but managed to suppress it. He continued to cultivate, intending to eat only after completing his refinement. Gritting his teeth, Su Qianqiu closed his eyes once more. Boom! As the last trace of this potency was refined, Su Qianqiu's body suddenly trembled, as if a certain threshold had been unlocked. He turned his internal gaze inward. Observing that the energy vortex at his lower abdomen had grown to the size of an infant's fist. He had finally broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement. This had not been consumed in vain. Suddenly, he felt an intense heat in his chest. Upon touching it, he realized it was the bloodline jade talisman radiating warmth. When he took it out for inspection, the talisman appeared entirely crimson and was gently vibrating. Heavenly realms, the bloodline jade talisman is reacting. Could it be on the verge of activation? Su Qianqiu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The talisman gradually returned to a state of calm, ceasing its tremors, and the burning sensation slowly faded. Before long, the talisman returned to its original form. How could this be? Su Qianqiu felt a wave of disappointment. He had anticipated the activation of the bloodline jade talisman, only to find it was a false alarm. Initially, the talisman had emerged from his body when he sensed the energy flow, and now, with his cultivation having reached the 4th level of qi refinement, it had shown signs of activity once again. This indicated that activation was imminent, yet his cultivation level was still too low to meet the requirements. If the 5th level of qi refinement was insufficient to unlock the bloodline jade talisman, it seemed he would have to wait until reaching the 7th level. The 7th level of qi refinement was approaching. Ouch! Just as Su Qianqiu attempted to rise, he felt darkness envelop his vision. Nearly collapsing. An overwhelming wave of hunger suddenly washed over him. He was starving, far more than he had ever experienced, more than the 3 days he had endured punishment from his fierce wife. He felt he could consume an entire cow. Unbeknownst to him, this was his first time consuming it without any preparation, refining it all at once. He had sat there for half a month without food or drink. It was no wonder he felt so ravenous. I am starving to death. Su Qianqiu dashed over, seizing a water jug and gulping down more than half in one go. Afterward, he felt his hunger intensify even further. Chapter 13, Inner Sect Disciples. I must eat, right? The spirit meal room, Su Qianqiu exclaimed as he opened the door, only to encounter Jiang Xiachuan. Jiang Xiachuan, astonished, said, "You are actually here in your room. I thought you had gone out." "Junior brother Jiang, please move aside. I am famished and need to head to the spirit meal room," Su Qianqiu hurriedly replied. Jiang Xiachuan stepped aside, and Su Qianqiu swiftly descended the stairs, heading straight for the spirit meal room. Jiang Xiachuan seemed to realize something and gasped, "Heavens, this is madness! Su's senior brother actually cultivated for half a month. What? Su Qianqiu has not eaten or drunk for half a month. No wonder he has been absent for so long. He is truly a cultivation fanatic." Su Qianqiu was indeed a relentless individual. Upon hearing that Su Qianqiu had closed himself off for half a month, the entire Gangxi courtyard erupted in excitement. Those from prominent families who were accustomed to pampered lives would have found it impossible to endure such a lengthy cultivation session, let alone without food or drink. How could Qianqiu Jr. brother put himself through such a grueling ordeal? Upon receiving this news, Yishanju couldn't help but admire him in silence. In the spirit meal room, Su Qianqiu devoured 4 dishes in quick succession, followed by 5 large bowls of dogtooth rice before finally feeling somewhat satisfied. After finishing his meal, he let out a long sigh of relief. From now on, I must not push myself to such extremes in cultivation. Returning to Gangxi courtyard, Su Qianqiu found himself surrounded by Jiang Xiachuan, Suimo, Hanzong, Li Linhao, Zheng Feixian, Shi Wanong, Chen Yuanbao, and Yishanju, all gazing at him as if he were a rare treasure. Su's senior brother, did you really spend the entire half-month cultivating in your room? Jiang Xiachuan inquired. Indeed, Su Changsho replied truthfully. Last time when we visited the Hall of Elders, I purchased a Ju Lingdan and consumed one, then spent half a month refining it, half a month without food or drink. Li Linhao pressed. Yes, senior brother Su, you are indeed impressive. Lin Xianer gave him a thumbs up. Sumo, filled with admiration, remarked, Senior brother Su, I should learn from you. Chen Yuanbao chuckled, such determination I could never emulate. Yi Shanju smiled and said, Junior brother Su possesses great willpower. Had he been born into a prominent family, he would surely achieve even greater heights. What a pity. Su Mo glanced at Su Changsho, then at Yi Shanju, gritting his teeth. Junior sister Yi, I believe you are mistaken. I think anyone can have the opportunity to build a foundation as long as they put in effort. Yi Shanju chuckled. The effort is essential, but resources are even more critical. In any case, I will definitely succeed in building my foundation, Su Mo declared with unwavering conviction, then turned to Su Changsho. What do you think, senior brother? Well, with diligent effort, perhaps there may be a chance. Su Changsho replied. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sense that Su Mo was quite resolute and would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Yi Shanju remained unperturbed, still smiling as she addressed Su Changsho. Congratulations, junior brother Su, on breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Utilizing his Qi technique, Su Changsho scanned the group and was astonished to discover that everyone had made breakthroughs collectively. Yi Shanju had even reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. Jiang Xiachuan had advanced from the 1st to the 3rd level, while Lin Xianer, Su Mo, and Li Linhao had all reached the 3rd level as well. Han Zong had attained the 4th level. Senior sister Yi, please do not mock me. You have also made a breakthrough, Jiang Xiachuan commented. Senior sister Yi broke through to the 5th level long ago. I estimate that in less than 2 months she will reach the 6th level, he continued. So soon, no wonder she is senior sister Yi, Su Changsho thought in amazement, wondering why Yi Shanju's cultivation speed was so rapid. Could it be due to resources? That seemed too exaggerated. Yi Shanju shifted the conversation, saying, by the way, everyone should try to avoid going out tomorrow. There will be a re-evaluation of our spiritual roots. Senior sister Yi, what does re-evaluation of spiritual roots entail? Su Changsho inquired. Jiang Xiachuan chuckled. Senior brother Su, you truly are oblivious to outside matters. Yi Shanju explained, when we entered the sect, we reported our spiritual roots once. The re-evaluation is to allocate future responsibilities. Allocate responsibilities. Su Changsho was bewildered, having never heard of such a thing. Yi Shanju elaborated, in our Green Immortal sect, there are 7 main peaks: Tai Peak, Dansha Peak, Chiwa Peak, Ulmo Peak, Tenji Peak, Bagua Peak, and Fengdu Peak. Each peak has its own responsibilities. Tai Peak is the peak of the sect leader, serving as the core venue for the sect's high-ranking officials. Dansha Peak is responsible for alchemy. Chiwa Peak for weapon refining, Ulmo Peak for talisman crafting, Tenji Peak for puppet refining, Bagua Peak for formations, and Fengdu Peak for corpse refinement. In addition to these 7 peaks, there is another important peak, Lingxi Peak, which houses the inner disciples. Su Changsho nodded thoughtfully. The inner disciples of Lingxi Peak were the true disciples, while they were merely the sect's miscellaneous workers. Indeed, Yi Shanju's eyes sparkled with longing. They are the official disciples of the sect. We are merely the errand runners. The group exchanged glances, contemplating the implications of Yi Shanju not being an inner disciple and what that meant for the strength of those who were. Senior sister Yi, what conditions must one meet to become an inner disciple? Lin Xianer asked. Yi Shanju smiled. The sect has its own rules for recruiting inner disciples, which I do not fully understand. All I know is that very few can enter Lingxi Peak. Only 30 spots are available every 3 years. Jiang Xiachuan expressed confusion. 30 spots, are they fixed? Yi Shanju nodded. Of course, the production of foundation building, Dan, is only over 40 per year. Each inner disciple receives 1 foundation building, while the remainder is allocated to the progeny of certain sect elders, and some are given to the high-ranking officials as gifts or for exchanging cultivation resources. Is the foundation building so scarce? Isn't the Green Immortal sect renowned for its alchemy? Su Changsho frowned. Yi Shanju smiled. It has nothing to do with expertise. The scarcity of foundation building is due to the lack of the spiritual herbs needed to create them. Su Changsho understood, resources were insufficient, thus vital resources could only be given to those with exceptional talent or to the children of immortals. Jiang Xiachuan lamented. Does that mean we have no opportunity to obtain foundation building? Yi Shanja shook her head. There is almost no chance. Sumo gritted his teeth. Even without foundation building, I will still build my foundation. Haha. Yi Shanhua chuckled lightly. It is not just us. Even those inner disciples who have consumed the foundation establishment pills possess merely a 30% probability of successfully establishing their foundations. Hiss, Su Qingshu could not help but gasp, astonished by the difficulty of foundation establishment. When Lu Chuanqing and Zhang Zhengyuan conversed previously, Zhang frequently lamented the challenges of foundation establishment. At that time, Su Qingshu had just entered the sect and did not fully grasp the implications. Now, upon hearing Yi Shanhua's words, he finally comprehended that foundation establishment is indeed as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Alright, I digress. Let us return to discussing the allocation of tasks, which is the matter of utmost concern for us. The Outer Disciples, Chapter 14, Future Prospects. Yi Shanhua continued, as outer disciples, the purpose for which the sect has recruited us is to perform labor. Naturally, we are all qi refiners, and the tasks we undertake are those that ordinary individuals cannot accomplish. Moreover, until we reach the 7th level of qi refinement, we cannot be considered true outer disciples. Only after attaining the 7th level can we possess the capability to work. Indeed, Su Qingshu nodded in silent agreement. It is only upon reaching the 7th level of qi refinement that cultivators can release their spiritual energy, marking their true status as cultivators. Before this level, they can only be regarded as ordinary individuals with greater strength. Only through the release of spiritual energy can they engage in the sect's affairs. At present, they lack even the qualifications to serve as outer disciples. Yi Shanhua elaborated, the sect has requested us to report our spiritual roots. And based on these roots, the allocation of tasks will be determined. Sumo inquired, tasks allocated according to spiritual roots. Yi Shanhua replied nonchalantly, indeed. In 3 years, we will be assigned to one of the 7 peaks as outer disciples. And the basis for this allocation will certainly be our spiritual roots. For instance, if one possesses water, fire, and wood attributes in their spiritual roots, congratulations, you may be assigned to Dansha Peak as a Dantong. If one has gold, fire, and wind attributes, it is highly likely they will be sent to Chihua Peak to serve as a fire blower. If your attributes include darkness, then you may find yourself at Fengdu Peak. Upon hearing this, Suemo frowned. I possess gold, fire, and wind attributes. Does this mean I must go to Chihua Peak? Yi Shanhua nodded. Correct, it is highly probable you will be assigned there. Sumo asked Sister Yi. What exactly is a fire blower? Yi Shanhua shrugged. A fire blower is one who operates the bellows for the weaponsmiths. This made Sumo's expression darken. Sister Yi, do all outer disciples possess tri-attribute spiritual roots? Su Qingshu interjected. He himself had a 10-fold mixed spiritual root. Where would he be allocated in the future? A question lingered in his mind, but he dared not voice it. Simultaneously, a sense of unease crept in. After all, during the registration at the Elder Hall, Lu Chuanqing had recorded his attributes as 5 elemental. What if, upon re-reporting his attributes, it was discovered he had a 10-fold mixed spiritual root? Would he be expelled from the sect? Yi Shanhua explained, as outer disciples, we generally possess 3 to 4 types of mixed spiritual roots. Those with dual or single pure spiritual roots are likely to enter Lingxiu Peak. Zhang Xiaochuan queried. Sister Yi, which of the 7 peaks is the most favorable? Yi Shanhua answered matter-of-factly, it is undoubtedly Taiyi Peak and Dansha Peak. Why is that? Yi Shanhua continued, Taiyi Peak is the main peak, home to the sect's higher-ups, who engage solely in cultivation and do not perform labor, thus the tasks there are relatively easier. The individuals at Dansha Peak are all alchemists. Working alongside them can be quite challenging, but occasionally we may receive some subpar elixirs as rewards, which presents a significant opportunity for us outer disciples. Furthermore, the outer disciples of Dansha Peak will eventually learn alchemy. Moreover, there is another factor. The Green Immortal sect possesses 3 primary spiritual veins, with Taiyi Peak, Dansha Peak, and Lingxiu Peak each occupying 1. Regardless of whether one is at Taiyi Peak or Dansha Peak, the cultivation speed will be slightly accelerated. Zheng Feixian exclaimed joyfully, that's wonderful. I possess water, fire, and wood attributes, so I can go to Dansha Peak. Zhang Xiaochuan then asked, which peak is the least desirable? Yi Shanhua pondered for a moment before replying, the least favorable destinations would likely be Fengdu Peak and Limo Peak. Ah, Han Zhong's face turned bitter. Sister Yi, I have dark attributes in my spiritual roots. Does that mean I must go to Fengdu Peak? Why is Fengdu Peak undesirable? Yi Shanhua shrugged, that is simply unfortunate for you. Fengdu Peak primarily deals with corpse refinement, and the main task of outer disciples there is to excavate graves and search for bodies for the corpse refining cultivators. What? Han Zhang's expression grew even more despondent. Sister Yi, why is Lumo Peak not a viable option? Lin Xianer inquired. Yi Shanhua responded. Lumo Peak's main task is talisman drawing. Among the 6 arts of the immortal sect, talisman drawing is considered the least favorable profession. Talismans can assist cultivators in combat and are generally categorized into 3 types: offensive, defensive, and escape. At the Qi refinement stage, due to the low-level Qi refiners' inability to utilize magical artifacts, they rely heavily on talismans. However, once cultivators reach the foundation establishment stage, most will possess their own magical artifacts, rendering talismans somewhat obsolete. That makes sense, Su Qingshu internally agreed. From what he understood, talismans indeed have their limitations. For instance, the yellow talisman that Zhang Zhenyuan gave to Wang Yuanwei, which could transform into a fireball, would become useless for those with fire attribute spiritual roots upon reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement, thus it could not help but be deemed ineffective. Additionally, Lumo Peak is the only peak without a golden core cultivator overseeing it. Not only is there no golden core cultivator, but there is also only one foundation establishment cultivator present. The spiritual energy at Lumo Peak ranks the lowest among the 7 peaks, making it the least favorable destination. Yi Shanhua elaborated to Sister Yi, which attributes would lead to assignments at Lumo Peak. Su Qingshu couldn't help but scratch his head. Given Yi Shanhua's description, it seemed that Lumo Peak was indeed not a desirable location. Yi Shanhua replied, the more mixed the spiritual roots, the higher the likelihood of being assigned to Lumo Peak. Why is that? Su Qingshu's expression darkened. After all, he possessed a 10-fold mixed spiritual root. Who could surpass that? Yi Shanhua smiled, because talisman drawing requires a wide array of elements. Nearly all 10 attributes are utilized, so the more diverse the attributes, the better suited one is. Su Qingshu's face darkened further. Yi Shanhua raised an eyebrow in surprise. Su Shidi, why are you so agitated? What are your spiritual roots? Su Qingshu hesitated for a moment before saying, I have 5 elemental mixed spiritual roots. What? 5 elemental mixed spiritual roots? My heavens, a root with all 5 attributes. Su Shixiang, what a remarkable talent! The crowd expressed their astonishment. Su Qingshu was speechless. If he were to reveal that he had a 10-fold mixed spiritual root, he wondered how they would react upon hearing this. Yi Shanhua's lips curled into a smile. Su Shidi, you are in for some misfortune. The recruitment standard for Lumo Peak is 4 attributes or more. I have heard that talisman drawing is an output-oriented task that consumes a significant amount of spiritual energy. Su Qingshu wore a bitter expression. Sister Yi, is there any way I can avoid Lumo Peak? Yi Shanhua chuckled softly. Su Shidi, do you think we can defy the will of the sect? Su Qingshu had no retort. As mere outer disciples, how could they dare oppose the sect's will? Yi Shanhua covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Su Shidi, do not fret. There are not entirely insurmountable ways. What methods? Yi Shanhua replied, it is quite simple. There are 2 options. Firstly, if you have any acquaintances who are formidable foundation establishment cultivators, have that cultivator intercede on your behalf. Lumo Peak is relatively weak and generally would not dare challenge the foundation establishment cultivators of other peaks. Secondly, you could offer gifts, smooth out relationships, and facilitate connections. The destination of an outer disciple is not something anyone would overly concern themselves with. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Yi. Su Qingshu expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist. Feeling even more disheartened. Yi Shanhua's meaning was clear, either have connections or possess spiritual stones. Unfortunately, he had neither. At present, the most precious items in his storage bag were merely 4 Qi gathering pills and 50 fragments of spiritual stones. Such items were hardly worth mentioning. What golden core cultivator would value these? Forget it. If I must draw talismans, then so be it. Drawing talismans is still better than being a coward. Su Qingshu, with a humble background, had the advantage of maintaining a good attitude. Regardless of the circumstances, he could swiftly adjust his mindset. Chapter 15, The Ways of Human Relationships. The following day, just as Yi Shanhua had predicted, someone indeed came to report their spiritual roots. The individual was Lu Chuanqing, and upon seeing him, Su Qingshu felt a sigh of relief within. At the very least, he need not worry about his spiritual root attributes being exposed. In the pavilion, Lu Chuancheng held a glowing board-like stick to test the attributes of the group. Sumo wind fire, gold lin sienna water fire, wood. Yi shanhua water fire, wood hanzong earth, wood darkness. Yi jiang xiachuan fire earth gold chen yuan bao water fire, wood zhang feishan water fire, wood. Li linhao water gold thunder. As each person was tested in turn, Su Changshou couldn't help but frown. In his recollection, only Zhang Feishan possessed water fire and wood attributes. How was it that 4 individuals suddenly tested as water fire and wood, including Yi Shanhua? Could it be that there was some trickery involved in reporting spiritual roots? Su Changshou stroked his chin, feeling that Lu Chuancheng was rather untrustworthy. Perhaps he had been bribed. Otherwise, how could there suddenly be so many water fire and wood attributes? It should be noted that these attributes are the most suitable for alchemy. Soon, it was Su Changshou's turn. Lu Chuancheng waved his sleeve. No need to test. I remember you. You were Su Changshou, the only one with 5 elemental mixed spiritual roots this year. With that, Lu Chuancheng departed, leaving behind a somewhat peculiar atmosphere. The others exchanged smiles, yet no one spoke, each returning to their quarters. Only Su Changshou and Jiang Xiachuan remained in the pavilion. Jiang Shidi, something feels off. Why are there so many water fire and wood attributes all of a sudden? Su Changshou lowered his voice. Jiang Xiachuan replied with a mysterious smile. Su Shixiang, you might not be aware, but someone has gifted Lu Shixiang. Indeed, Su Changshou silently nodded. It was all about the intricacies of human relationships. Lu Chuancheng has proven to be quite untrustworthy, yet he was an eyewitness when Zhang Zhangyuan bribed him with 3 fragments of spirit stones to alter the task's timeline. Brother Jiang, is it true that delivering gifts to Brother Lu will grant access to Dansha Peak? Zhang Xiaochuan shook his head. Offering gifts to Brother Lu is futile. It merely provides a semblance of psychological comfort. Even if everyone were to demonstrate their proficiency in water, fire, and wood, it matters little, for the quota desired by Dansha's sect is limited. They will strive to recruit genuine talents in these elements. Only if there are insufficient slots for true practitioners will they consider those with false credentials. Are you suggesting that Brother Lu was adept at navigating both sides, accepting gifts without fulfilling obligations? Su Changshou inquired, puzzled. Jiang Xiaochuan replied with a smile. Indeed, Brother Lu possesses 2 quotas, and one cannot entirely blame him. It is simply a matter of mutual agreement. Su Changshou asked, if the slots for genuine water, fire, and wood practitioners are insufficient, who would be selected among the false credentials? Jiang Xiaochuan raised his gaze. It will depend on who offers the most substantial gifts and who has robust connections. I see. Su Changshou sighed inwardly, marveling at the intricate dynamics surrounding the seemingly trivial quota of a mere Dansha Peak servant disciple. The competition for the Foundation establishment pill must be even fiercer. Brother Jiang, please be honest with me. Have you offered any gifts? Jiang Xiaochuan replied with a wry smile. Given the significance of this matter, I certainly had to take action. Brother Su, do not blame me for the warning. But there are only half a month left until the quotas are locked. During this time, if you can offer gifts, do so. If you have connections, utilize them. Above all, ensure that you do not end up in Lumo Peak. Very well, I shall do my utmost to offer gifts. Su Changshou responded dismissively before returning to his cultivation point. 2 days later, a senior disciple from the sect held a lecture at the Transmission Palace, primarily discussing the cultivation of the qi refining stage. Su Changshou, having cultivated alone, found himself with several questions, and since someone was lecturing, it spared him the trouble of seeking answers elsewhere. On the first day of the lecture, Su Changshou attended, only to discover that very few had come to listen. Among the disciples of Gengzi Courtyard, he was the only one present. Clearly Jiang Xiaochuan and the others, being clan disciples, had already received instruction on their cultivation experiences and had no need for lectures. Dear disciples, for the next 3 days, I will share my personal insights on cultivating during the qi refining stage. If I misspeak, I welcome your collective input. A familiar voice resonated, and Su Changshou looked up to see a graceful figure at the lectern, Lu Rushi, unexpectedly the one delivering the lecture. Su Changshou felt a rush of excitement. Since their last encounter, Lu Rushi's image had frequently occupied his thoughts. He had even dreamt of her once. At the tender age of 12 or 13. He was at a stage of innocent admiration for exceptional women around him. In contrast, Yishan Hu and Lin Xianer, both barely over 10, lacked the allure to captivate Su Changshou. Rather, it was mature women like Lu Rushi who drew the attention of someone in his age group. Of course, this innocent admiration was not romantic in nature, typically, as long as one follows the appropriate cultivation techniques. There is little need for further discussion. Today, I will address some crucial bottlenecks in the qi refining stage, breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th layer, the 6th to the 7th layer, and the 9th to the 10th layer. These are the 3 significant bottlenecks of the qi refining stage. Regardless of who it is, encountering a bottleneck will inevitably lead to a period of stagnation in cultivation. Should any of you face such a situation, allow me to share my personal experiences. I have 3 methods for breaking through bottlenecks. The first is to pause cultivation, take leisurely walks, and balance work with rest, which can aid in overcoming the bottleneck. The second is to use a barrier-breaking pill, which is one of the best ways to surmount such challenges. The third method, if one cannot procure a barrier-breaking pill and cannot comprehend how to break through the bottleneck, is to consume a large quantity of qi-gathering pills. Vigorous efforts can yield miraculous results, as excessive consumption of qi-gathering pills can also have some effect on breaking through for 3 consecutive days. Su Changshou attended the lectures. Yi Shanhu and the others, however, did not attend. They left early each day and returned late at night, seemingly preoccupied with various commitments, with only half a month remaining until the quotas would be locked. They had no time to spare and no inclination to cultivate. Su Changshou had long since adopted a calm mindset, remaining unaffected. He continued his cultivation and attended the lectures. After listening to Lu Rusher's teachings, he gained valuable insights. At present, he still possessed 4 qi-gathering pills, which he planned to use as aids for his initial cultivation, consuming them until they were exhausted. Then, he intended to cultivate to the pinnacle of the 6th layer without relying on any pills, at which point he would use the remaining 50 fragments of spirit stones to purchase more qi-gathering pills. Unable to afford a barrier-breaking pill, he aimed to break through to the 7th layer using qi-gathering pills. Once he surpassed the 7th layer, he would be able to unlock the Bloodline Jade Talisman and devise his next steps thereafter. As night fell, Su Changshou focused his mind, preparing to consume his second qi-gathering pill. This time, he made ample preparations, bringing some dogtooth rice from the spirit kitchen to have something to eat in case hunger struck. He resolved not to endure hunger as he had previously. Chapter 16, Qi Refining 6th Layer. While Su Changshou was in seclusion refining the pills, Yi Shanhu and the others did not engage in cultivation, as they had no inclination to do so before the quotas were locked. After more than 10 days, they were informed that the quotas had been secured, and only then did everyone settle down to focus on their cultivation. Although the quotas had been locked, they remained unaware of their future prospects, which would not be revealed until 2.5 years later. All they could do was await the outcome, unsure whether it would align with their expectations. They had done all they could, fulfilling their part while leaving the rest to fate. Half a month later, Su Changshou emerged from seclusion. After completely refining a qi-gathering pill, his cultivation had significantly progressed. He estimated that if he could refine 2 more qi-gathering pills, he would likely break through to the 5th layer of qi refining. After emerging from seclusion, he rested for 2 or 3 days before continuing his retreat. Time flew by, and after a month and a half, he finally broke through. Having refined 3 qi-gathering pills, Su Changshou successfully reached the 5th layer of qi refining, leaving him with 1 remaining qi-gathering pill. After resting for 3 days, he continued his retreat. Upon refining the last qi-gathering pill, the growth in his cultivation was not as pronounced as before. Su Changshou speculated that he would need a total of 5 qi-gathering pills to break through to the 6th layer. He had 50 fragments of spirit stones, enough to exchange for 5 qi-gathering pills, but he understood that one must use their resources judiciously. Lu Rusher had mentioned that the most challenging aspect of progressing from the 4th to the 7th layer was breaking through the bottleneck between the 6th and 7th layers. As the 6th layer represents the mid-qi refining stage, while the 7th layer signifies the late stage, this is indeed a significant hurdle. He intended to reserve his limited resources for this crucial breakthrough. Alas, despite all this, he still found himself financially constrained. It would have been far easier had he been a disciple from a prominent family. With the absence of pills, Su Changshou's cultivation speed slowed considerably. Akin to a tortoise's pace, gritting his teeth, he resolved to replace the lack of pills with sheer diligence. Sumo had once remarked that with enough effort, one could surely establish a foundation. Human determination can prevail over the heavens. As time flew by, 2.5 years passed in a blink. Throughout this period, Su Changshou had exerted every ounce of his energy in cultivation. Except for eating and using the restroom, nearly all his time was devoted to training. Over these 2 years, he had not once slept. Having replaced sleep with meditation, his relentless dedication had earned him the admiration of Yi Shanhu and others. And even Suemo felt a tinge of shame. Diligence bore fruit. After 2 years, Su Changsho's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refining, yet he found himself confronting the bottleneck Lu Rusher had mentioned. No matter how hard he cultivated, he could not seem to advance further. Since breaking through to the 6th layer, he had felt an unsettling instability within the bloodline Jade Talisman, as if it were on the verge of breaking through some restriction. Su Changsho had a premonition that once he entered the 7th layer of qi refining, he would surely unlock the bloodline Jade Talisman. Lu Rusher had advised taking breaks when encountering a bottleneck. Balance is key. With this thought, Su Changsho decided not to fixate on his cultivation any longer. He planned to visit the Deacon Hall to purchase qi gathering pills. He would take a few days to rest and relax before using the qi gathering pills to break through his current state. Over the past 2 years, Su Changsho had undergone significant changes, transforming from a dark-skinned cowherd into a strikingly handsome young man. The sect provided excellent meals, with daily servings of dogtooth rice and various spirit meats nourishing him rapidly. At 15, aside from being slightly slender, his physique had nearly fully developed. Removing the restrictive formations in his room, Su Changsho stepped outside. Standing on the balcony, he spotted Yishan Hu and the others chatting in a pavilion. Glancing around, he was astonished to see the substantial progress everyone had made in their cultivation. The most advanced was still Yishan Hu, who had now reached the 8th layer of qi refining. Following that were Jiang Xiaochuan, Hanzong, Li Lin Hao, Zheng Fei Xian, Chi Wan Tong, Lin Xian Er, Chen Yuan Bao, and Su Imo all had reached the 6th layer of qi refining, just like Su Changsho. And we're stuck at the same bottleneck. Oh, isn't that Brother Su? How surprising! Brother Su has emerged from seclusion, huh? The cultivation fanatic has taken a break. All eyes turned toward Su Changsho. Jiang Xiaochuan waved and smiled. Brother Su, why have you come out? Su Changsho replied with a grin. I'm tired and wish to rest for a few days. Wai Yishan Hu remarked. He has encountered a bottleneck as well. No wonder he has stopped cultivating. That explains it. I was wondering how the cultivation fanatic could bear to be idle. Su Changsho descended the stairs and greeted everyone in the pavilion. Sister Yi. Dear friends, why is everyone so leisurely today? Yi Shanhua smiled and remarked, Junior Brother Su, today is the first day of the month, the day when the market at Danxia Peak opens. I have reserved a batch of barrier-breaking pills for them. Upon hearing the mention of barrier-breaking pills, Su Changsho's interest was piqued. Sister Yi, how many spirit stones are required for the barrier-breaking pills? Yi Shanhua replied, the sect's price is 3 spirit stones, but purchasing them at the market is certainly cheaper. 3 spirit stones? That's quite expensive. Su Changsho thought to himself, feeling a sense of loneliness. He truly could not afford such a price. Jiang Xiaochuan interjected, saying, our sect's market is run by the disciples of Danxia sect. Primarily for transactions between disciples, the elixirs in the market are those submitted by the alchemy disciples of the sect, and trades between disciples, without involving the sect, will undoubtedly be more affordable. Oh, I understand. Su Changsho nodded. Junior Brother Su, would you like to go? Yishanhua smiled gently, revealing 2 shallow dimples. In that moment, Su Changsho felt slightly dazed, suddenly realizing that Yishanhua seemed different from before, exuding a captivating charm reminiscent of Sister Lu. It was not that Su Changsho had suddenly developed an interest in Yishanhua, but rather that she had matured. Over the past 2 to 3 years, both Yishanhua and Lin Xianer had blossomed into graceful young women. Particularly Yishanhua seemed to have developed quite noticeably. I just happen to have nothing to do, so I shall go for a stroll. Su Changsho nodded. Let us go. Yishanhua clapped her waist storage pouch. Releasing a white jade boat, the group leaped onto the boat, heading straight for Danxia Peak. The market at Danxia Peak was located on the eastern foothills, an open-air bazaar that operated on the 1st and 15th of each month. Before long, the white jade boat came to a halt not far from the market. Disembarking from the boat, the bustling market lay before them. At the foot of a steep cliff, pedestrians were streaming in and out, while rows of vendors akin to market merchants called out from afar's spiritual spring that can enhance cultivation, a large barrel for just 1 shattered spirit stone. Come and buy, gathering qi pills, 12 for 1 spirit stone. Genuine goods or your money back tenfold. Buy talismans, fellow Taoists, come and purchase my superior fireball talismans. The Qingfeng sword cuts through iron like mud, guaranteed to be 10 times sharper than the sect's refined steel sword. Come and see, high-quality blood spiritual herbs, excellent for replenishing energy and nourishing the blood. Chapter 17, Purchasing Gathering Qi Pills. Again, what a lively scene. The entire market was bustling with activity, an array of celestial items dazzling the eye. Stepping into the market, Su Changsho found himself overwhelmed. Yi Shanhua led the group directly to find the senior brother selling barrier-breaking pills at Dansha Peak. Su Changsho took a glance and then turned away. He had no spirit stones to spend, so it was better not to look, as it only made him feel worse. Come and buy gathering chi pills, 12 for 1 spirit stone, genuine goods, or your money back tenfold. Suddenly, a vendor's call caught Su Changsho's attention. Not far away, a young man with a small mustache was energetically advertising his wares, standing on a red cloth spread out beneath him, with various bottles and jars displayed. Su Changsho took a look. The young man's cultivation was not to be underestimated. He was actually at the 12th level of chi refinement. Brother, may I take a look at your gathering chi pills? Su Changsho approached and inquired. Of course, feel free. The young man tossed a white jade bottle to Su Changsho. He opened it and poured out a pill to inspect. It was indeed a gathering chi pill. But the quality was coarse, lacking the smoothness of those sold by the sect, and the spiritual energy content was subpar. What do you think? The young man asked. Su Changsho shook his head and returned the jade bottle, saying, I don't want it, brother. I admit that our pills have some flaws, but they are cheap. How about this? If you truly wish to buy, I can lower the price for you, 14 for 1 spirit stone. How does that sound? No. Su Changsho still shook his head. The young man, disappointed by the lack of sales, forced a smile and said, Would you like a more refined gathering chi pill? Do you have any? Su Changsho's eyes brightened. The young man nodded. Yes, but it's more expensive. How much? 10 for 1 spirit stone. Rest assured, I guarantee it is the same as the sex gathering chi pills. Let me take a look first. Sure. The young man took out a bottle of pills from his storage pouch. Su Changsho poured one into his hand for inspection and could not help but nod in approval. The pill was a vibrant green, smooth and emitting a faint medicinal fragrance, indistinguishable from the sect's gathering chi pills. Brother, I wish to purchase enough for 50 shattered spirit stones. How many can you sell me? Su Changsho asked with a smile. The young man replied, with 50 shattered spirit stones, you can only buy 5 gathering chi pills. Didn't we agree it would be just like the sex? Su Changsho pouted. Brother, if you're going to say that, I might as well go to the sect to buy them. The young man forced a bitter smile and quickly said, No, my dear junior brother, how about this? I'll give you one more. 6 for 50 shattered spirit stones. How does that sound? Su Changsho still shook his head. 7. The young man immediately shook his head. No way, absolutely not. If I give you 7, I'll be at a huge loss. Brother, what should I call you? My surname is Huang Xingu. Brother Huang, let us do this. From now on, whenever I buy pills, I will come to you, and you will give me 7. That's not possible. Huang Xingu's face showed a hint of distress. Su Changsho lowered his voice. I have a senior sister who is from an influential family. I can introduce her to buy your pills. You just said that. Huang Xingu's eyes lit up, waving his sleeve. All right, 7 it is, sold to you. Thank you, brother. Here are the spirit stones. No problem. How should I address you, junior brother? My surname is Su. Su junior brother. Very well, don't forget to introduce your influential senior sister to me. I won't forget. Farewell, brother Huang. After leaving the stall of the young man with the small mustache, Su Changsho sighed. If only I were from an influential family, I wouldn't have to scrimp and save for a single gathering chi pill. After wandering around the market, Su Changsho returned to the entrance to wait for Yi Shanhua. Before long she returned with the others. A glance at the group revealed that Zhang Xiachuan, Han Zong, Lin Xiener, Qian Yuan Bao, Zheng Feishan, and Sherwanong all wore expressions of joy. Li Lin Hao appeared indifferent, while Su Mo's expression was somewhat displeased. After inquiring, Su Changsho learned that Su Mo lacked the spirit stones to purchase barrier-breaking pills. Everyone else had made their purchases. Yi Shanhua looked at Li Lin Hao and said, Junior brother Lin, and also junior brother Su, wait another half month. I can procure some more barrier-breaking pills. Would you like some? Li Lin Hao smiled and shook his head. Thank you, sister, but I don't need them. My family has prepared some for me. Su Changsho was taken aback for a moment and also said, I'm in the same situation as junior brother Li. My family has prepared some as well and will be sending them over soon. Alright then, let us head back. The white jade flying boat was released, and the group leaped aboard, departing from Dansha Peak. Su Shixiang, you don't know, but Sister Yi is incredible. With just one word, she cleared out all the barrier-breaking pills from the market. Indeed, thanks to Sister Yi, otherwise we would have had no place to buy such affordable barrier-breaking pills. In the future, we will have to rely on Sister Yi more soon. They returned to Gengzi Courtyard. In Su Changsho's room, Zhang Xiachuan took out a fiery red pill, boasting, Su Shixiang, what do you think? Su Changsho curled his lip. What is so impressive about it? I have one too. Jiang Xiachuan grinned widely. Junior brother Su, when do you think you'll get your barrier-breaking pills? It should be soon, Su Chengshou replied casually. Jiang Xiachuan beamed even brighter. Soon means not yet. Right now, I am the first to have the barrier-breaking pills. I plan to enter seclusion tomorrow. When I come out, you will have to call me Shi Xiang. This made Su Chengshou momentarily stunned. Feeling a hint of bitterness. In the cultivation world, there is a rule. The more accomplished one is, the more they become a teacher, regardless of cultivation level. Whoever has a higher cultivation becomes the senior brother. If he encounters a foundation-building cultivator, he must respectfully call them Shui. Jiang Xiachuan and the others were all from prominent families, having some background. In the early stages of qi refinement, Su Chengshou could still keep pace with them due to his diligence. However, in the later stages, as cultivation levels rose, the speed of advancement slowed down, and the advantages of resources would quickly become evident. At that time, Jiang Xiachuan and these junior brothers would surpass him one by one, turning him from senior brother into junior brother. Su junior brother, just call me Shi Xiang. Wants to hear how it sounds. Go away, go away, wait until you surpass me. By the way, Su Chengshou quickly changed the subject. Jiang Shidi, I feel that the barrier-breaking pills aren't that special compared to gathering qi pills. Why are they so expensive? Shi Xiang, you really are oblivious to cultivation. This is common knowledge, Jiang Xiachuan replied. Looking exasperated. Su Chengshou retorted, if I were to roam around like you every day, I wouldn't need to ask you anything. That is true. Jiang Xiachuan nodded, understanding Su Chengshou's lack of knowledge about the cultivation world. Given that he was always engrossed in his own cultivation without time to gather trivial information. In this regard, Jiang Xiachuan envied Su Chengshou's diligence, but regrettably, he could not emulate it. Su Shi Xiang, what you may not know is that the barrier-breaking pill is extremely useful at critical moments, which is why its price is significantly higher than that of similar level pills. For instance, the Foundation Establishment pill is essentially a type of barrier-breaking pill. Chapter 18, Announcement of the Affairs List. That makes sense, Su Chengshou nodded inwardly, realizing Jiang Xiachuan was correct. The Foundation Establishment pill was indeed a higher-grade barrier-breaking pill. The Foundation Establishment pill can increase the success rate of establishing a foundation. There exists a vast disparity between qi refinement cultivators and foundation establishment grandmasters. Once one establishes their foundation, their identity, status, strength, and even their family will undergo significant changes. Not only that, but even lifespan may extend from 150 years to 300 years. In such a scenario, the value of the Foundation Establishment pill naturally soars, Jiang Xiachuan remarked. Compared to the Foundation Establishment pill, the barrier-breaking pill pales in comparison. The Foundation Establishment pill is classified as a second-tier elixir, with the least expensive second-tier elixirs costing around 1 to 10 spirit stones per vial. However, the Foundation Establishment pill alone commands a price exceeding 1,000 spirit stones, and even at that, it is often unavailable. Many small families, struggling to gather their resources, cannot afford a single Foundation Establishment pill. Indeed, acquiring the Foundation Establishment pill is no easy feat. Cite Brother Su, discussing the Foundation Establishment at this stage is premature. Let us first break through to the 7th layer of qi refinement, he chuckled. By then, I shall be your senior brother. Go on, your aspirations are quite modest. As the two engaged in conversation, they suddenly heard a commotion outside. Quickly to the lecture hall, the duty list has been announced. Really? That's wonderful, let us go take a look. Come to the lecture hall. Su Chengshou and Jiang Xiachuan exchanged glances, hastily descending the stairs towards the lecture hall. At that moment, nearly all the servant disciples were rushing towards it. Before departing from Shuxiafeng, the sect would unveil the duty list for the servant disciples, detailing their assigned tasks and future engagements. This matter is crucial for each servant disciple's future, hence everyone was keenly interested. Soon, the two arrived at the duty list, where Yishanju and others had already gathered. The duty list comprised 7 boards, corresponding to Tai Peak, Dansha Peak, Chiwa Peak, Tianji Peak, Bagua Peak, Fingdu Peak, and Lume Peak. The crowd promptly gathered beneath the first board, densely covered with hundreds of names. Su Chengshou spotted Jiang Xiachuan's name, Jiang Xiachuan. Tai Peak, Herbal Garden Apprentice. The task of the Herbal Garden Apprentice is to oversee the spirit herb garden, which is a commendable position, offering ample time for cultivation, and the spiritual energy there is significantly denser than in other locations. Prior to securing his spot, Jiang Xiachuan had invested considerable effort. Su Chengshou had assumed Jiang Xiachuan was lobbying for Dansha Peak, only to discover it was Tai Peak. Hanzong expressed his envy. Not bad at all. Brother Jiang's position is indeed at Tai Peak. Congratulations, Brother Jiang. Su Changsho, curious, inquired. Brother Jiang, I thought you would go to Dansha Peak. I didn't expect you to end up at Tai Peak. Jiang Xiaochuan replied with a smile. I had originally intended to go to Tai Peak. The competition at Dansha Peak is too fierce, and besides, I do not possess the water fire, or with spiritual roots. You certainly know how to strategize, Su Changsho nodded inwardly. If Jiang Xiaochuan had spent money to lobby for Dansha Peak, most of that investment would likely have gone to waste. Tai Peak is quite favorable. Not inferior to Dansha Peak's conditions indeed. Overseeing the spirit herb garden is a lucrative task. With so many spirit herbs, acquiring even a single one is worth a fortune. Look, Brother Li is also at Tai Peak. Su Changsho took a closer look and indeed found Li Linhao's name. Li Linhao, Tai Peak, Celestial Crane Keeper. The role of a Celestial Crane Keeper is somewhat obscure, and Su Changsho had never heard of it. After reviewing the first board, they moved on to the second. Yi Shanju, Dansha Peak Alchemy Apprentice. Zheng Feixian, Dansha Peak Alchemy Apprentice. Lin Xianer, Dansha Peak Alchemy Apprentice. After perusing the Dansha Peak list, Su Changsho felt a pang of disappointment upon not finding his name. Among their Gangxi courtyard, only 3 individuals made it onto the list. One person's expression was particularly grim. That was Qian Yuanbao, who had also invested in Dansha Peak but regrettably did not make the cut. Congratulations, Sister Yi. Congratulations, Brother Zhang. Congratulations, Sister Lin. You 3 are truly fortunate. The crowd cast envious glances at the trio. Typically, servant disciples who enter Dansha Peak are assigned as alchemy apprentices, initially assisting alchemists and gradually learning the art of alchemy. A significant portion of the sect's lower-tier alchemists emerge from the ranks of servant disciples. Those who remain as servant disciples throughout their lives, without hope of establishing a foundation, can still provide elixirs for the sect once they master alchemy. Until they finally retire after a century, most alchemists are affluent, and upon retirement, they can return with substantial spirit stones, contributing to their families. This is a lifelong aspiration for many servant disciples. Upon seeing that neither of the first 2 boards bore his name, Su Changsho felt a heavy heart. After all, both Tai Peak and Dansha Peak occupy prime spiritual veins with abundant energy, while the other peaks pale in comparison, given his already mediocre spiritual roots. He naturally sought a location rich in spiritual energy. However, Su Changsho anxiously scanned the other peaks. The 3rd board read, Suamo, Jiwa Peak Fireblower. No sign of his name. The 4th board, Chen Yuanbao. Tianji Peak, Mining Apprentice. Still no name of the 5th board, Shirwanong Bagua Peak Formation Apprentice. No name again. After reviewing 5 boards, Su Changsho felt utterly despondent. Now, only the last 2 boards remained, one for Fengdu Peak, the other for Lumei Peak. Fengdu Peak is associated with corpse refinement involving grave digging and excavation. Lumei Peak specializes in talisman crafting, a continuous output task. Neither of these peaks seemed particularly desirable. Su Changsho stared vacantly at the 6th board. There he spotted Han Zong's name. Han Zong, Fengdu Peak Grave Robber Apprentice. This. Han Zong's expression darkened. Damn it, I lobbied for a position. How did I still end up at Fengdu Peak? The first lesson for a grave robber apprentice is to excavate graves. Just the thought of it is terrifying. Thankfully, it's not me. I won't have to dig graves. Su Changsho silently rejoiced, then turned his gaze to the final board. A vast expanse, with only one name, Su Changsho. Lumei Peak, Talisman Apprentice. Su Changsho's face also darkened. As expected, I truly have to go craft talismans. The mere thought of endlessly drawing talismans and continuously channeling spiritual energy left Su Changsho feeling utterly powerless. Damn it. Amidst the hundreds of disciples in Shuxiafeng, why am I the only one assigned to Lumei Peak? Is it that I alone failed to lobby? Look, Lumei Peak has only one name, Su Changsho. Who is this unfortunate soul? Quite unfortunate indeed. I've heard Lumei Peak has the worst conditions, bar none. Brother Su, my condolences. In truth, Lumei Peak isn't too bad, though it is arduous, at least it is safe, with no life-threatening risks. Both Brother Han and Brother Su are rather unfortunate. One has to dig graves, while the other draws talismans. According to convention, after the announcement of the lists, the disciples will report to their respective peaks in 2 months. Simultaneously, the next batch of new disciples will arrive at Shuxiafeng the following day. Jiang Xiaochuan rushed excitedly to Su Changsho's room. Brother Su, I'm going into seclusion. When I emerge, you shall call me senior brother. Chapter 19. The activation of the Bloodline Jade Talisman. Jiang Xiaochuan was eager to become Su Qianshou's senior brother and promptly entered seclusion. Concurrently, Lin Xianer, Han Zhong, Zheng Feixian, Shi Wanong, and Qian Yuanbao, all of whom had acquired the barrier-breaking pill, were also preparing to enter seclusion. Su Qianshou, however, did not rush into seclusion. Sister Lu had advised him that when encountering a bottleneck, mere seclusion is not a wise strategy. One must balance work and rest. In the following days, Su Qianshou took the public flying vessel to wander about, gathering ample supplies of food. Indeed, he too was preparing for seclusion. This time, he intended to refine all the qi-gathering pills, aiming to break through to the 7th layer of qi refinement in one fell swoop. Otherwise, once Jiang Xiaochuan and the others break through, he would truly be relegated from senior brother to junior brother. 3 days later, Su Qianshou began his seclusion, hanging a sign at the door that read, "In seclusion, please do not disturb." 2 days later, Jiang Xiaochuan emerged from seclusion, having successfully broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. He eagerly sought out Su Qianshou, only to be disheartened upon seeing the sign at the door. How could Su be in seclusion? Cursed! I'll come back to find him. No matter what, I am determined to be his senior brother. A few days later, Li Xianer, Han Zhong, Zheng Feixian, Qian Yuanbao, and Shi Wanong emerged from seclusion one after another. Congratulations to Sister Lin for advancing in cultivation. Congratulations, Brother Han. Likewise, congratulations. By the way, where's Brother Su? Brother Su. As soon as Su Qianshou's name was mentioned, everyone's interest was piqued. At this moment, they had all broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement, and it was clear Su Qianshou would not have advanced so swiftly, so they shared Jiang Xiaochuan's curiosity. They all wished to hear Su Qianshou address them as senior brothers. Lin Xianer decided to head upstairs. "I'll go find Brother Su," Jiang Xiaochuan interjected. "Don't go, Brother Su is in seclusion." "In seclusion? He isn't avoiding us, is he? Let us go find Brother Li." The group rushed to Li Linhao's room, only to be astonished to discover that Li Linhao had also broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. "What about Su Mo?" The group, feeling dissatisfied, set off to find Su Mo. In a twist of fate, Su Mo had also entered seclusion. A month later, Su Mo emerged, having also broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Leaving the group's hopes. Everyone's hopes rested solely on Su Qianshou, wishing fervently that he would not break through. During the month, Su Qianshou had refined 3 qi-gathering pills and was now working on the 4th. As his cultivation improved, the speed at which Su Qianshou refined pills increased significantly. He could refine 1 pill every 10 days. Time slipped by unnoticed. Another 20 days passed. Boom! Su Qianshou felt a jolt throughout his body, suddenly sensing that a certain acupoint within him had been opened, causing the spiritual energy within him to surge. The Guanyuan acupoint, a golden vortex, had grown to the size of a duck egg. 7th layer of qi refinement. I have finally broken through. Su Qianshou opened his eyes, channeling spiritual energy to his palm, then struck a nearby stool with a wave of his hand. A terrifying force burst forth from his palm, shattering the stool made of sturdy catalpa wood into splinters. This is externalized spiritual energy. How domineering! Su Qianshou marveled, realizing that there is indeed a fundamental difference between the 7th and 6th layers of qi refinement. If a cultivator at the 6th level of qi refinement were to engage in a battle with one at the 7th level, even 100 individuals at the 6th level would inevitably fall short against a single practitioner at the 7th level. Once the spiritual energy is unleashed, it possesses a terrifying offensive power, and that is without considering the use of spells. Speaking of which, there is the Bloodline Jade Talisman. Following this, Su Qianshou retrieved the Bloodline Jade Talisman, and with a flick of his finger, strands of spiritual energy flowed into the talisman. The Bloodline Jade Talisman trembled slightly, emanating a radiant red light. The small jade talisman gradually faded, disappearing from his palm, ultimately leaving behind a crimson imprint, which was the ancient character inscribed on the front of the talisman. Su Qianshou did not recognize this character, but after years of contemplation, he surmised it was likely a symbol. How could one activate the Bloodline Jade Talisman? Su Qianshou furrowed his brow and instinctively pressed his palm against his forehead, and an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. His consciousness began to blur, the scenes within the room gradually fading, and upon regaining awareness, he discovered himself in a space shrouded in mist. Before him stood a stone door. Su Qianshou approached and gently pushed it open. Beyond the stone door was a room measuring 10 meters on each side. Facing yet another stone door, etched upon the opposite door were thousands of characters, and in addition to that, the walls were adorned with countless symbols. There appeared to be hundreds. Sharp gold talisman. Wood entwining talisman, water binding talisman, fireball talisman, thick earth talisman, wind walking talisman, 5 elements talisman, thunderstorm talisman, wind thunder talisman, metal thunder talisman, wood thunder talisman, water thunder talisman, fire thunder talisman, earth thunder talisman, thunder talisman, yang thunder talisman, double thunder talisman, triple thunder talisman, quadruple thunder talisman, quintuple thunder talisman, lightning attracting talisman, spirit gathering talisman, invisibility talisman, earth escape talisman, wall penetrating talisman, flying talisman, soul capturing talisman, demon suppressing talisman, demon subduing talisman, corpse breaking talisman, illusion breaking talisman, sound transmission talisman. Moreover, beneath each talisman were densely packed small characters detailing the effects of the talismans and the methods for inscribing them. Su Qingshu diligently studied them. A fireball talisman instantly conjures a fireball capable of incinerating all, with a power tenfold that of the fireball technique. Thunderstorm talisman contains a bolt of lightning with astonishing lethality. Invisibility talisman grants invisibility, imperceptible to practitioners of the same level. Wind walking talisman contains wind spiritual energy, providing endless momentum, allowing one to traverse 3,000 miles in a day. Soul capturing talisman specifically targets the soul, effective against spirit bodies and nascent souls alike. Corpse breaking talisman exclusively counters the corpse refining lineage. After a cursory glance at several, Su Qingshu was secretly astonished. The talismans here were far more intricate than he had imagined. In his understanding, talismans were merely of 2 or 3 types: wind walking talisman for escape, fireball talisman for attack, and earth shield talisman for defense. He never anticipated that true talismans could be so diverse, contrary to what Yi Shanshu had stated, that talismans were inferior in attack to magical artifacts. Some talismans indeed surpassed magical artifacts in offensive capability. For instance, the Thunderstorm Talisman, containing a bolt of lightning, could obliterate a practitioner at the 12th level of Qi refinement, even if it were the lowest grade Thunderstorm Talisman, provided the practitioner did not employ magical artifacts or defensive measures. In battles among immortals, victory does not solely rely on innate combat abilities, it hinges on spells, divine abilities, medicinal pills, and magical artifacts. Within the talisman attack system, thunder-based attack talismans constituted a significant proportion, with the Thunderstorm Talisman being merely the simplest and most straightforward of lightning attribute talismans. There were even stronger ones like the Wind Thunder Talisman, Metal Thunder Talisman, Wood Thunder Talisman, Water Thunder Talisman, Fire Thunder Talisman, Earth Thunder Talisman, Thunder Talisman, Yang Thunder Talisman, Double Thunder Talisman, Triple Thunder Talisman, Quadruple Thunder Talisman, Quintuple Thunder Talisman, and so forth. For example, the Wind Thunder Talisman, Metal Thunder Talisman, Wood Thunder Talisman, Water Thunder Talisman, Fire Thunder Talisman, Earth Thunder Talisman, Thunder Talisman, and Yang Thunder Talisman. All these Thunder Talismans possess dual attributes, with each talisman encapsulating 2 properties, resulting in even greater power upon detonation. There are even more formidable variants: Triple Thunder Talisman, Quadruple Thunder Talisman, Quintuple Thunder Talisman. In summary, the greater the number of overlapping attributes, the more potent the attack. Chapter 20, Arrival at Green Ink Peak. If Green Ink Peak possesses such talismans, it would not only avoid decline but would also absolutely overshadow Dansha Peak. But how did Green Ink Peak fall into decline? What does it matter? The decline of Green Ink Peak has no bearing on him. With these talismans in hand, he is certain to rise in the immortal cultivation world. Shaking off these thoughts, Su Qingshu took a few steps forward, and the small characters on the stone door caught his eye. The Great Tao Talisman Sutra. Upon inspection, he discovered it to be a cultivation method akin to the 10 path techniques, only cultivatable by those with 10 types of mixed spiritual roots. Additionally, this method contains some special techniques specifically for inscribing talismans. Having cultivated the 10 path techniques beforehand, Su Qingshu could seamlessly transition to the Great Tao Talisman Sutra without any sense of incongruity. He decided to adopt the Great Tao Talisman Sutra for his cultivation, as it was more comprehensive and could be cultivated all the way to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, before reaching the consummation of foundation establishment. He need not worry about his cultivation method. Su Qingshu even suspected that there might be subsequent cultivation methods behind the second stone door. With this thought, he extended his hand to push against the second stone door. Unfortunately, despite exerting all his strength, the second stone door did not budge. However, the small characters above the door began to move, one by one drifting into Su Qingshuo's mind. Thus, the cultivation method of the Great Tao Talisman Sutra was imprinted in Su Qingshuo's consciousness. After glancing at the myriad talismans adorning the walls, a thought struck Su Qingshuo, and he withdrew back to reality. Such a multitude of talismans could not be comprehensively studied in a single day. He would take his time to research them in the future. Upon returning, Su Qingshuo noticed that the character in his palm had vanished, but by channeling his energy to his hand, the character reappeared. After pressing it against his forehead, Su Qingshuo once again entered the room beyond the stone door. After several consecutive attempts, confirming that he could enter the stone door at will, Su Qingshuo felt completely at ease. He understood that it was merely his consciousness entering the stone door, while his physical body remained in the external world. Thus, in the future, he must ensure to enter the stone door from a secure location. In high spirits, Su Qingshuo casually pushed open the door. The noise startled Jiang Xiaochuan from next door, who rushed over in a flurry. "Ha ha, Junior Su, you finally emerged from seclusion. Who are you calling Junior Su?" You, Jiang Xiaochuan's mouth gaped in disbelief. "Impossible's impossible, have you really broken through to the 7th level of qi refinement?" Su Qingshuo chuckled. "Junior Jiang, why would I not be able to break through?" Jiang Xiaochuan wore an expression of disappointment. He had hoped to take on the role of senior brother through Su Qingshuo, only to find that Su had also made a breakthrough, since Su Qingshuo had also advanced. Jiang Xiaochuan would have to address him as senior brother, as Su Qingshuo was older than him. Among practitioners of the same level, the elder in age is always considered the senior. Upon learning of Su Qingshuo's emergence from seclusion, Yi Shanshu and the others gathered to offer their congratulations. "Congratulations, congratulations, Junior Su, congratulations, Senior Su, Senior Su has also broken through. A senior brother is still a senior brother." Su Qingshuo felt a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, he had been prepared. Otherwise, he would have lost his position as senior brother. Jiang Xiaochuan gritted his teeth in frustration, knowing that Su Qingshuo had just broken through to the 7th level of qi refinement and then emerged from seclusion. Before Su Qingshuo's breakthrough, he had a chance to be the senior brother, but Su had played coy, refusing to emerge from seclusion. "Junior Su, next time I will definitely break through to the 8th level of qi refinement before you. And that title of senior brother will be mine," Jiang Xiaochuan declared through gritted teeth. Although he was younger than Su Qingshuo and had started cultivating later, he now felt confident that he could surpass Su Qingshuo in breaking through to the 8th level of qi refinement. "Not necessarily," Su Qingshuo replied with a smile, shaking his head. At this moment, he felt he had a trump card, speaking with great confidence. "Let us wait and see." He chuckled. The days passed swiftly. They were informed that in 3 days, everyone was to report to their respective peaks. Upon receiving this news, everyone felt a mix of excitement and sadness. Having spent 3 years at Shushuo Peak, they had formed bonds, and the thought of parting made them reluctant. On the eve of their departure, Gangxi Courtyard was ablaze with lights and filled with the scent of alcohol. "Senior Sister Yi, I raise my glass to you. Once we enter Dansha Peak, I will need to rely on you greatly. Rest assured, Senior Sister Yi will look after you." Senior Su, cheers, drink. Tomorrow we set off. I won't say more, it's all in the wine. Come, let us raise a glass together, wishing everyone a bright future. Senior Su, I will miss you. Sob. Senior Sister Yi, actually you shut up. Drink. That night, a group of young men and women drank copiously and exchanged many words. They collectively vowed to support one another in the future within the sect. The naive young men and women, unaware of the treachery and dangers of the immortal cultivation world, would years later reflect on their youthful ignorance. At dawn the next day, everyone bid farewell with tears, each embarking on their own paths. Su Qingshuo boarded a communal flying boat, swiftly arriving at Green Ink Peak. Green Ink Peak, lush and verdant, was perpetually cloaked in dark green vegetation, harmonizing perfectly with its name. Unlike other peaks, the cultivators of Green Ink Peak resided not on the mountain but in a vast valley at its foot. The reason was simple: this valley lay atop a spiritual vein, resulting in denser spiritual energy than that found atop the peak. Thus, the inhabitants of Green Ink Peak chose to dwell within the valley. Standing on the flying boat and looking down, Su Qingshuo observed dozens of courtyards nestled within the expansive valley. Most were desolate, with only a handful of courtyards inhabited. The flying boat descended, gradually landing beside a pavilion in the valley. At that moment, a rugged man stood in the pavilion, his Taoist robe partially unfastened, revealing a broad expanse of dark chest hair. The man's complexion appeared haggard, numb, and pale, as though he had indulged excessively for many years. His robe was dirty, seemingly unwashed for quite some time. Observing the man's cultivation level, Su Changsho noted he was at the 10th level of chi refinement upon seeing Su Changsho disembark from the flying boat. The man asked, somewhat wearily, "Are you Su Changsho junior brother?" "Indeed, younger brother. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed senior?" Su Changsho respectfully clasped his hands. "I am Yang Bailao. Greetings, brother Yang. Please follow me." "Certainly." Su Changsho followed Yang Bailao. Closely trailing him into the valley. Along the way, Yang Bailao cautioned, "Su Shidi, I shall take you to meet our uncle Master Li Daotu. When we meet him, remember to tread carefully with your words and actions." Understood. Upon entering the valley, they encountered a gaunt middle-aged man, his cultivation at the 12th level of chi refinement, his expression hurried and weary. Upon seeing Yang Bailao bring Su Changsho over, he greeted them with a dull nod. "Brother Yang. Is this the new disciple of this year?" "Yes, this is Su Changsho. Su Shidi, this is Brother Nyo Kunlun. Quickly greet Brother Nyo." Yang Bailao tugged at Su Changsho's sleeve. "Greetings, Brother Nyo." Su Changsho clasped his hands. Nyo Kunlun nodded slightly in acknowledgement and continued. "It has been 9 years since our Green Ink Peak welcomed a new disciple. It is indeed rare. Su Shidi, you are fortunate to have entered Green Ink Peak. Indeed, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Farewell, Brother Nyo." Chapter 21, The blood-sucking affairs of Talismans. Under Yang Bailao's guidance, the two arrived before an exquisite courtyard. Yang Bailao respectfully clasped his hands at the entrance and announced, "Uncle Master Li, I have brought Su Changsho." Shidi entered. A faint voice resonated in their ears, and Su Changsho felt as though the speaker was right beside him. It was his first encounter with a foundational cultivator, and he felt inexplicably nervous and expectant. As you wish, Su Shidi, let us proceed inside. Yang Bailao pushed the door open and led Su Changsho into the courtyard. The courtyard was adorned with a variety of flowers and plants, their fragrance captivating. Passing through the small courtyard, they reached 3 grand halls, which exuded a majestic aura, instilling a sense of pressure. Inside the main hall, a Taoist priest sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes slightly squinted. He sat there quietly, resembling a towering mountain that inspired reverence. A tremendous aura emanated from him, making Su Changsho hesitant to meet his gaze. This was indeed a foundational cultivator. What a powerful presence! Su Changsho silently marveled at the extraordinary nature of foundational cultivators. Disciple Yang Bailao pays respects to Uncle Master Li. A disciple Su Changsho pays respects to Uncle Master Li. Observing Yang Bailao bowing, Su Changsho hurriedly followed suit. "Let us first test your spiritual root." Li Daotu waved his large sleeve, and a white jade disc flew out, hovering gently before Su Changsho. The artifact for testing spiritual roots was evidently far more exquisite than the one presented by Lu Chuancheng. Su Changsho felt somewhat at a loss and looked to Yang Bailao for help. Yang Bailao quietly advised, "Shidi, do not be anxious. Grasp the artifact with your hand and channel your spiritual energy into your palm." Understood. Su Changsho extended his left hand and caught the white jade disc, subsequently circulating his spiritual energy into his left palm. At that moment, he was cautious, as a hidden symbol was concealed in the center of his right palm. Should he channel his spiritual energy into his right hand, the symbol would manifest. Su Changsho did not wish for anyone to uncover his secret, thus he used his left hand. The jade disc vibrated gently, and a golden light appeared within it, followed by deep green, light green, red, yellow, and other colors. Subsequently, blue, purple, white, black, and crystal colors emerged. At this moment, Su Changsho felt a wave of anxiety. Lu Chuancheng had reported that he possessed a mixed 5-element spiritual root. Yet the result of this test indicated a mixed 10-element spiritual root. If this were to incite Li Daotu's ire, it would surely spell trouble. Heavens, a 10-element mixed spiritual root! Yang Bailao stared in astonishment. A 10-element mixed spiritual root, indeed, you are quite the promising candidate for talisman crafting. Li Daotu nodded slightly. "Hand over your identity token." Yes. Li Daotu took Su Changsho's yellow token and replaced it with a red one. Su Changsho observed that it resembled Zhang Zhengyuan's, thus confirming that Zhang Zhengyuan was also a servant disciple. However, he remained uncertain about which peak Zhang Zhengyuan belonged to. Su Changsho expanded his spiritual energy to inspect the identity token, and indeed found a string of information. Su Changsho, male, 15 years old, from Liang Song Kingdom, 10-element mixed spiritual root, servant disciple of Green Ink Peak, Chi refinement 7th level. Having reached the 7th level of Chi refinement, he could now project his spiritual energy, making various tasks considerably easier. Then Li Daotu waved his hand and tossed a green talisman brush to him, saying, "This talisman brush is crafted from the branches of small leaf nanmu. With a sturdy body and its tip made from blood wolf hair, suitable for your current needs, effective immediately, you will follow Yang Bailao to learn talisman crafting with a 6-month internship. After 6 months, you will begin your talisman crafting tasks. Yes, I shall remember this. You may go. If you require talisman paper, it can be obtained from the paper room. Su Shidi, let us depart. Yang Bailao led Su Changsho out of Li Daoda's courtyard. Upon exiting, Su Changsho felt a chilling sensation on his back, damp with sweat. Meeting a foundational cultivator for the first time had made him exceedingly nervous. Afterwards, Yang Bailao brought Su Changsho to the lodging area. Pointing to the desolate courtyards, you may choose any of these courtyards as your practice ground. Once you have made your selection, someone from Bagua Peak will come to rearrange the formation for you. Go ahead, I will come to find you tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Yang. After Yang Bailao departed, Su Changsho surveyed the area and chose a rather secluded courtyard, distanced far from Li Daoda's practice ground. Upon entering, he found the place overgrown with weeds. Su Changsho drew his steel sword and began to clear the weeds, then opened the door to tidy up the interior. At noon, Su Changsho went to the spirit dining hall for a meal and encountered several disciples from Greening Peak. Without exception, each of them bore a pallid, fatigued expression, their gazes vacant and numb. Observing their countenances, Su Changsho sensed an underlying fear. Greening Peak was evidently not a benevolent place, otherwise so many would not avoid it so vigorously. Judging by their conditions, it was clear they had endured inhumane treatment. The more he pondered, the heavier his heart grew. After dinner, Su Changsho refrained from cultivation and indulged in a deep slumber, awakening only at the break of dawn. At his level of cultivation, he could easily substitute meditation for sleep. However, if he were to forego sleep for extended periods, the tension would eventually lead to discomfort. Occasionally, one required a good night's rest. During breakfast, he met Yang Bailao in the spirit dining hall. Yang appeared as he always did, somewhat listless. Glancing at Su Changsho, he weakly remarked, Su Shidi, starting today, I will teach you how to craft talismans. Thank you, Brother Yang. After finishing their meal, Yang Bailao led Su Changsho to his practice ground. Each small courtyard at Green Ink Peak had its dedicated talisman room, a designated space for crafting talismans. Yang Bailao's talisman room was disorganized, with crumpled yellow paper strewn about haphazardly. The state of the room mirrored Yang Bailao's own careless demeanor. Upon entering the talisman room, Yang Bailao casually picked up a sheet of yellow paper and explained. Su Shidi, this paper is crafted from high-quality Rami wood, known as Rami paper. It possesses a sturdy texture comparable to leather and is specifically designed for talisman makers. It serves as the most suitable medium for spirit talismans. Our Green Ink Peak has an abundant supply of Rami paper. Feel free to take as much as you need from the paper room. Without further ado, I will now teach you how to craft talismans. First, observe closely, and after you have watched enough, I will instruct you on the specific method. Yang Bailao retrieved the talisman brush and yellow paper, along with a box of cinnabar, and said, Su Shidi, crafting talismans does not require cinnabar. But it will help you clearly see the order of my strokes. I appreciate your guidance, Brother Yang. Watch closely. The first talisman I will draw is known as the Fireball Talisman. Yang Bailao began to craft the talisman. Starting with the simplest Fireball Talisman, drawing each stroke with precision. As he began to craft the talisman, spiritual energy continuously flowed from the tip of his brush. After completing the Fireball Talisman, Yang Bailao's complexion had grown somewhat pale. With a significant portion of his internal spiritual energy depleted. Su Changsho furrowed his brow. No wonder Yi Shanhua mentioned that crafting talismans is an energy-exhausting endeavor. No wonder no one is willing to come to Green Ink Peak. No wonder the servant disciples of Green Ink Peak all appear so haggard, being drained like this all day. It's no surprise they look weary. What a cursed place I've stumbled into. Chapter 22, Distinctive Spirit Talisman. Su Shidi, did you catch my movements clearly? Yang Bailao inquired, looking at Su Changsho. I did. Su Changsho nodded. Yang Bailao took out another sheet of Rami paper and continued to craft. Su Shidi. The next talisman I will draw is known as the Windwalker Talisman. Utilizing the Windwalker Talisman allows one to travel 1,000 miles in a single day. The Windwalker Talisman. Su Changsho's brow furrowed slightly. In the Bloodline Jade Talisman there was indeed a Windwalker Talisman, but that version could cover 3,000 miles in a day. Both are Windwalker Talismans. Why such a vast difference? Could it be that his talismans differ from those of Green Ink Peak? Su Shidi, you must practice this talisman diligently, for much of your future work will likely involve crafting the Windwalker Talisman, Yang Bailao advised. Su Changsho, puzzled, asked, Brother Yang, how do you know that my future tasks will involve crafting the Windwalker Talisman? Yang Bailao explained, before you arrived, among the more than a dozen servant disciples at our green ink peak, I was the only one with wind attribute spiritual roots. In our green immortal sect, Windwalker talismans are always in short supply, hence Uncle Masterly Doubter will likely assign you the task of crafting Windwalker talismans. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Yang. Not by the way, Su Changsho shifted the topic and asked, Brother Yang, how are the rewards for servant disciples at Green Ink Peak? Yang Bailao pondered for a moment before replying bitterly, there are rewards, but they are quite meager. Su Changsho, specifically how much? Yang Bailao, the amount of this remuneration is generally determined by one's abilities. The higher the cultivation level, the more talismans one can draw, and naturally, the greater the reward. Conversely, if fewer talismans are drawn, the compensation will be less. As for me, I am required to submit 10 talismans daily, and excluding the rest days on the 1st and 15th of each month, I must submit approximately 280 talismans monthly, for which I receive a reward of 2 spiritual stones. 2 spiritual stones is quite a sum. Su Changsho's eyes sparkled. It is worth noting that when he first entered the sect, he was granted a spiritual stone as a welfare benefit, which he utilized over several years. He still has 2 gathering pills left in use. If he were to earn 2 spiritual stones a month, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Yang Bailao, with a wry smile, said, Su Junior brother, you only know one side and not the other. We miscellaneous disciples have suffered for a long time. Do you know that to draw 10 talismans, I have to expend spiritual energy twice a day? Although the sect provides 2 spiritual stones as remuneration, 2/3 of that must be spent on replenishing pills. Su Changsho frowned. You also need to purchase replenishing pills? Replenishing pills are medicinal pills that restore spiritual energy and are cheaper than gathering pills. He has heard of them. Under normal circumstances, no one would recklessly deplete their cultivation energy. Such depletion usually occurs during battles or other energy-consuming tasks, which are special circumstances. Such pills can be life-saving in critical moments. For instance, when 2 cultivators of equal prowess engage in battle, the one with replenishing pills has a greater chance of winning. To deplete energy twice a day is exceedingly harsh. Su Changsho felt a chill run down his spine. It is known that if a cultivator occasionally depletes the spiritual energy in their dantian, it can be beneficial for their cultivation and can aid in breaking through realms. However, if the dantian remains in a state of chronic energy deficiency, it is immensely detrimental to cultivation. This is akin to bloodletting. A rare release can expel toxins and promote health, but daily bloodletting would exhaust even the strongest individual. No wonder the disciples of Lamofeng appear so haggard. The root of the issue lies here. Realizing this, Su Changsho felt a sense of foreboding about his future. Joining Lamofeng feels like stepping into a vast pit. Yang Bailao remarked sarcastically, what does it matter if it is cruel? To the sect, we miscellaneous disciples are no more than cattle or horses. Su Junior brother, do you think anyone cares whether cattle or horses are weary? Su Changsho was left speechless. Yang Bailao continued to lament, Su Junior brother, I am 50 years old and have been in the sect for 40 years. In these 40 years, I have only progressed from the 7th to the 10th level of chi refinement. If I had not come to this Lamofeng to draw talismans, I would have long since broken through to the 12th level of chi refinement and would not have missed the best opportunity to establish a foundation. What a pity. Su Changsho felt a pang of sympathy for Yang Bailao. It is known that any cultivator who breaks through to the 12th level of chi refinement before the age of 50 has a slim opportunity to establish a foundation if they are fortunate enough to obtain a foundation establishment pill. Now at 50, Yang Bailao has only reached the 10th level of chi refinement, and the prospect of establishing a foundation in this lifetime is bleak. However, it cannot simply be deemed unfortunate. For us, establishing a foundation is merely a fleeting dream. I have already relinquished my obsession, awaiting the day I can retire from cultivation after a century, to amass some wealth for my descendants and ease their path in the realm of cultivation. Yang Bailao shook his head with a bitter smile. Su Changsho nodded slightly, remaining silent. The miscellaneous disciples of the sect are largely akin to Yang Bailao. They enter the sect, dedicate their lives to it, and then send their descendants into the sect to continue their cultivation. This cycle repeats endlessly, with countless small families contributing to the sect across generations, and those miscellaneous disciples, fully aware that their descendants will also be exploited upon entering the sect, still scramble to send them, and entering the immortal gates offers a glimmer of hope. To toil as a miscellaneous disciple, even if it is arduous, is still preferable to being an ordinary person. Alas, Su Changshou sighed deeply, finding the topic too heavy, and shifted the conversation. Young senior brother, once I learn to draw talismans, how many tasks will I need to complete daily? Young Bailao glanced at Su Changshou and replied, your cultivation level is at the 7th level of Qi refinement. So you will need to submit 5 first-grade spiritual talismans each day. 5. Su Changshou silently calculated in his mind. Yang Bailao submits 10 talismans daily for a monthly reward of 2 spiritual stones. Thus, he would receive only 1 spiritual stone. A monthly income of 1 spiritual stone is sufficient for me. Su Changshou was elated, unaware that his previous low expenditure of spiritual stones was primarily due to his low cultivation level, which did not consume much gathering pills. As his cultivation level rises, the required amount of spiritual stones will increase exponentially. Well then, Su junior brother, let us now draw the wind-running talisman. Pay close attention. Yang Bailao began to draw the wind-running talisman. Soon a wind-running talisman was completed, but Yang Bailao's complexion paled further, and his internal spiritual energy dwindled yet again. Su Changshou noticed that the wind-running talisman drawn by Yang Bailao was simpler than the one in the stone house, containing less spiritual energy. This was also true for the previous fireball talisman, which exhibited slight differences. Su Changshou fell into deep contemplation. Why is this so? Are the talismans from the bloodline jade talisman fundamentally different from those in this world? If that is the case, I could strike it rich. The wind-running talismans produced by Mofeng can travel 1,000 miles a day, while his wind-running talismans could cover 3,000 miles. If I were to sell them. Su Changshou quietly grew excited at the prospect of a shortcut to wealth. It is known that for a Qi refiner, a wind-running talisman capable of covering 3,000 kilometers is undoubtedly a vital life-saving tool. This speed is something that few can match below the foundation establishment stage. Such talismans could certainly command a high price. Chapter 23, Learning to Draw Talismans. Subsequently, Yang Bailao began to draw the third type of talisman, known as the Sword Qi Talisman, which bears some resemblance to his Sharp Metal Talisman. Both are offensive talismans imbued with a surge of sword energy. The Sword Qi Talisman can unleash a wave of sword energy to attack, with its power comparable to the full force of a 9th-level Qi refiner. Compared to his Sharp Metal Talisman, the Sword Qi Talisman falls significantly short. His Sharp Metal Talisman emits sword energy with an attack power equivalent to that of a 12th-level Qi refiner's full strike. After observing these 3 talismans, Su Changshou felt reassured. The talismans from the Bloodline Jade Talisman are more exquisite, intricate, and effective than those from Mofeng. For the 4th talisman, Yang Bailao drew yet another wind-running talisman. Su Changshou could not help but frown. Young senior brother, do you not have any other talismans? Yang Bailao smiled awkwardly and said, I only know these 3 types of talismans. Su Changshou curiously inquired, how many types of talismans do we have at Mofeng? Yang Bailao pondered and replied, at Mofeng there are roughly a dozen types of talismans, but most of them are rather useless. The truly practical ones are 4, the Fireball Talisman, the Wind-Running Talisman, the Sword Qi Talisman, and the Earth Shield Talisman. The primary tasks of the miscellaneous disciples of Mofeng are to draw these 4 types of talismans. Su Changshou asked again, young senior brother, are there any lightning attribute talismans? Lightning attribute? Forgive me, senior brother, but I have never encountered any lightning attribute talismans. I see. Su Changshou nodded slightly, his mind racing with thoughts. It is known that, based on his understanding of talismans, the most formidable attacks come from lightning attribute talismans. Lightning is the most terrifying, most violent, and most uncontrollable. Its power is unparalleled. In comparison, both fire and metal attributes fall significantly short of lightning. Lightning reigns supreme among attacks. In the Bloodline Jade Talisman, there are over 100 types of talismans solely for lightning attribute attacks. Those dual lightning, triple lightning, and quadruple lightning talismans are not singular talismans, just the dual lightning talismans of the 5 elemental attributes number 10 types. The triple lightning talismans of the 5 elemental attributes total 15 types. The quadruple lightning talismans of the 5 elemental attributes amount to 20 types. The more attributes, the stronger the attack power. When it comes to the most potent, it is undoubtedly the 5 lightning talisman. The 5 lightning talisman simultaneously harnesses the 6 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and lightning. The explosive force of such talismans is truly terrifying. The 5 lightning talisman possesses an over-leveled attack power. Without defensive magical tools, a first-grade 5 lightning talisman can slay a formidable cultivator at the early foundation establishment stage. In comparison to the talismans from Mofeng, This is simply a dimensional crush. Having understood the talismans of Lemofeng, Su Qingshu now comprehended the true value of his own talismans. He also realized that he must not easily disclose these talismans. He is no longer the naive cattle herder, having grasped the principle that an innocent person may suffer for possessing a treasure. A whole morning passed, Yang Bailao managed to draw 5 talismans in total. At this point, his complexion was ashen, having exhausted 8 or 9/10 of his internal spiritual energy. After completing the final talisman, Yang Bailao collapsed onto the ground, hastily taking a replenishing pill and sitting cross-legged to recover his spiritual energy. Su Junior brother, you may head back for now. Return in the afternoon. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Senior brother farewell. After leaving Yang Bailao's domain, Su Qingshu went to the spiritual meal room for lunch. After finishing his meal, he returned to his small courtyard to meditate for an hour before heading back to Yang Bailao's domain. By now, Yang Bailao had recovered his spiritual energy, though his complexion still appeared somewhat pale. While his spiritual energy had been restored, his mental energy would not recover so easily. Junior brother, let us continue drawing talismans. Young senior brother, you should rest a bit longer. Su Qingshu said with some reluctance. Yang Bailao shook his head. No time for rest. If I take a break now, I won't complete the task. I can rest later tonight, so do not worry, junior brother. In the afternoon, after drawing 5 additional talismans, Yang Bailao was nearly exhausted, his face pale and drenched in sweat, utterly fatigued. Su Junior brother, I apologize for the inconvenience. Let us continue tomorrow. Yang Senior brother, goodbye. As Su Qingshu departed from Yang Bailao's domain, a heavy weight settled in his heart. His thoughts had begun to waver. To cultivate to such an extent is perhaps not worth it compared to being an ordinary person. Such high-intensity labor is nothing short of tormenting. Su Qingshu shuddered at the thought of Yang Bailao having to toil for another 50 years before he can retire from cultivation. The exploitation of the miscellaneous disciples by the sect exceeded his imagination. It was akin to a voracious beast that devours its prey without leaving a trace. It was then that he realized that joining the Green Immortal sect as a miscellaneous disciple was the greatest deception. In the following days, Su Qingshu diligently shadowed Yang Bailao, observing him as he drew talismans. After 10 days, Yang Bailao began to instruct Su Qingshu on the specific methods of talisman drawing and the nuances to be mindful of. 5 days later, Yang Bailao handed Su Qingshu a stack of yellow hemp paper, stating, Junior brother, you have followed me for half a month. You have seen all that you should see, and I have taught you all that I can. Here are 1,000 sheets of yellow hemp paper for you to practice slowly. You have a 6-month learning period, but remember, you must learn to draw talismans within this time frame. Thank you, brother Yang. I will strive to do my best, Su Qingshu replied with a slight nod. Just as he was about to depart, Yang Bailao grasped Su Qingshu's robe firmly and earnestly admonished him, Junior brother, no matter what, you must learn to draw talismans within 6 months. Otherwise, the sect will impose severe penalties. Su Qingshu felt a jolt of alarm and inquired, what kind of punishment? Yang Bailao replied sternly. Do not ask, just focus on your studies. The sect's penalties are beyond what you can bear. Understood. Su Qingshu nodded. The weight of Yang Bailao's words pressed heavily upon him, although Yang Bailao did not explicitly state it. Su Qingshu sensed that failure to learn talisman drawing within 6 months would likely lead to his obliteration by the sect. The sect would never support a useless individual. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Su Qingshu entered the talisman room, retrieved his spiritual brush and yellow hemp paper, and began to draw talismans. Despite having acquired a wealth of knowledge about talisman drawing, he realized that all of it was merely theoretical. He possessed no practical experience. Whether he could master talisman drawing within the 6-month period remained uncertain. Adding to his immense pressure, countless types of talismans swirled in his mind. Over this period, he had memorized hundreds of talismans from the Bloodline Jade Talisman. The talismans within the Bloodline Jade Talisman were relatively complex, so Su Qingshu decided to start with the simpler ones, beginning with the 3 talismans taught by Yang Bailao. The Fireball Talisman. Su Qingshu mentally rehearsed the strokes for drawing the Fireball Talisman, then quietly summoned the fire attribute within him. Regardless of who draws a talisman, they must only draw those that correspond to their own attributes. Mismatched attributes render even the highest cultivation futile. For instance, a person with a water attribute could never draw a fireball talisman, no matter the effort. Su Qingshu gripped the spiritual brush, allowing the spiritual energy within him to flow gently into the brush tip, and drew a horizontal line on the paper. Bang! Before he could complete the stroke, the yellow hemp paper exploded beneath his hand. Startled, Su Qingshu took a large step back. Failure, he pressed on, gritting his teeth. Su Qingshu pulled out another sheet of yellow hemp paper and continued to draw. Bang! The yellow hemp paper burst once more. Su Qingshu realized that although drawing talismans seemed straightforward, the practical execution was immensely challenging. Once the spiritual brush was infused with spiritual energy, it became exceedingly difficult to control. Even a slight deviation or uneven output of spiritual energy would lead to an explosion of the yellow hemp paper. Chapter 24: The Marvelous Use of Talisman Characters. Bang! 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 After failing over a dozen times, Su Qingshu's face darkened. He felt utterly devoid of talent in this regard. Whether he could master talisman drawing within 6 months remained an enigma. Frustrated, Su Qingshu ceased his attempts and quietly studied the Great Talisman scripture. Besides serving as a means of cultivation, the Great Talisman scripture was replete with knowledge about talisman drawing and the methods of energy manipulation involved. Upon perusing the scripture, Su Qingshu realized that the method of talisman drawing taught by Yang Baila was not orthodox. It could be said to be a method derived from someone who lacked a true understanding of talisman principles. The authentic method of talisman drawing required a synergistic relationship with one's cultivation technique. Drawing talismans on yellow hemp paper was merely an introductory approach, although yellow hemp paper was significantly sturdier than ordinary paper. It could only accommodate basic first-grade talismans. In fact, certain first-grade talismans with potent attack power and explosive attributes could not be drawn on yellow hemp paper at all. Yellow hemp paper served as the medium for the talismans. If the talisman was too powerful or had volatile attributes, the paper's hardness would be insufficient to withstand it. Take the Thunderstorm Talisman, for instance. This talisman contained the power of thunder, which was immensely explosive. Clearly, a mere sheet of yellow hemp paper could not endure that. To accommodate stronger talismans, one would need to seek higher grade materials as mediums, such as spiritual wood, the hides of spiritual beasts, or special stones. Jade, or metals. The sturdier the medium, the more spiritual energy it could bear, thus naturally increasing the attack power. The decline of the ancient art of talisman drawing could be attributed to two major factors. Firstly, the diversity of talismans required that the artist possess at least 4 or more attributes in their spiritual roots. The more attributes one had, the broader the pathways to drawing talismans. However, the drawback was that those with more diverse spiritual roots often found their cultivation stagnating. Regardless of their innate talent for drawing talismans, limited cultivation would ultimately constrain their achievements. Secondly, later generations of cultivators erroneously believed that talisman drawing must be done on yellow hemp paper, which greatly restricted the development and inheritance of talisman arts. Not only was yellow hemp paper inadequate, but the spiritual brush in Su Qingshu's hand was also deficient. The type of brush he possessed could not handle the explosive attributes of lightning. To draw the Thunderstorm Talisman or any talisman of 2nd grade or above, a superior brush would be necessary. In the days that followed, Su Qingshu calmed his mind and devoted himself to studying the Great Talisman scripture. After 10 days, he experienced a moment of enlightenment. He took out his spiritual brush and yellow hemp paper, preparing to make a second attempt at drawing talismans. This time, his efforts proved to be significantly better. He managed to draw 1/3 of a Windrunner talisman before it exploded. Although it was not completed, it signified considerable progress compared to his initial attempts. After drawing several more times, he ceased only when he had exhausted all the spiritual energy within him. Once depleted, Su Qingshu meditated to recover his energy while continuing to study the Great Talisman scripture, analyzing the reasons behind his failures in drawing talismans. This approach allowed him to progress rapidly. 20 days later, he could draw 2/3 of a Windrunner talisman before it would detonate, clearly demonstrating improvement. Lacking spiritual stones to purchase energy replenishing pills, Su Qingshu could only exhaust his energy once a day. After depleting his energy, he would meditate to restore it while simultaneously studying the Great Talisman scripture. A month later, success. The Windrunner talisman was completed, and the finished talisman emanated a subtle azure glow. More vibrant than ordinary yellow hemp paper. Time to test its effectiveness. Su Qingshu affixed the Windrunner talisman to his thigh and felt a rush of wind beneath his feet as he began to run. He felt significantly lighter. The Windrunner talisman was truly remarkable. Even a mortal could traverse great distances in a single day using it. Continuing his work, Su Qingshu then drew a fireball talisman. This time, He completed the drawing in one fluid motion without any failures. Next, he picked up the spiritual brush again and drew a sword chi talisman. Upon finishing the sword chi talisman, Su Qianqiu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly toppling to the ground as a profound weakness coursed through his body. Upon inspecting himself, he despondently discovered that his internal spiritual energy had been completely depleted. At this moment, his cultivation level stood at the 7th layer of chi refinement, and drawing 3 first-grade talismans at once had reached his limit. This was rather concerning. Su Qianqiu furrowed his brows. Given his current state, drawing 5 talismans daily was already pushing the boundaries of his endurance. This meant that he could barely fulfill the sex requirements. If he aimed to draw more talismans, his body simply could not withstand it. Consequently, even with the Bloodline Jade Talisman and the Great Talisman Scripture at his disposal, and having memorized hundreds of talismans, it would be futile. Beyond completing his tasks, he had no energy left to engage in drawing talismans for additional income. If this persisted, his fate would likely mirror that of Yang Bailao. Forever drained by the sect, ultimately losing hope of solidifying his foundation. Contemplating this, Su Qianqiu felt a surge of despair. It seemed that his destiny had not changed significantly. Regardless, he resolved to focus on recovering his spiritual energy. Su Qianqiu dispelled his distractions and quietly circulated his cultivation technique, preparing to restore the spiritual energy within him. The depletion had been severe, leaving his dantian entirely barren. Suddenly, Su Qianqiu felt a warmth radiating from the palm of his hand. The ancient talisman character emitted a red glow, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy as if it were a gathering array. Remarkably, he found that he could directly absorb the converging spiritual energy through the talisman character into his palm, replenishing his internal emptiness. What is this? How wondrous! An hour later, Su Qianqiu's spiritual energy returned to normal. The speed of absorption was astonishingly faster than that of energy replenishing pills. What on earth is this talisman character that it can automatically absorb external spiritual energy? Wait, could he utilize this absorption ability while drawing talismans? With this thought, Su Qianqiu's eyes sparkled. If the talisman character's ability to absorb spiritual energy could be activated during talisman drawing, he could draw talismans with external assistance. Drawing talismans without expending his own spiritual energy would make him invincible. He had to try. Su Qianqiu retrieved the spiritual brush, brimming with anticipation. As he began drawing the talisman, Su Qianqiu intentionally infused spiritual energy into the character. To his astonishment, the talisman character indeed absorbed spiritual energy on its own and utilized it to aid in drawing the talisman. The only drawback was that Su Qianqiu still needed to contribute a portion of his own spiritual energy. The energy provided by the character was insufficient to complete the drawing. Nevertheless, the efficiency had dramatically increased. Su Qianqiu drew 3 talismans in succession, expending only 1/3 of his internal spiritual energy, rather than continuing to draw. He opted to absorb more energy until his dantian was replenished, at which point he resumed drawing. On that day, Su Qianqiu successfully drew 20 talismans, achieving 4 times the sex requirement. However, even with the talisman character's assistance, drawing 20 talismans was still quite exhausting. The next day, Su Qianqiu crafted 10 talismans, feeling no fatigue and remaining invigorated. By the 3rd day, he managed to draw 15 talismans. Through experimentation, he concluded that drawing 15 talismans daily was optimal. This allowed him to not only fulfill the sex requirements but also produce an additional 10. How splendid! Su Qianqiu was overwhelmed with joy, as he no longer had to worry about the tasks assigned by his sect. With that, the greatest stumbling block on his path to cultivation had vanished. Chapter 25, Reserve of Spirit Talismans. Time passed, another month went by, and Su Qianqiu diligently crafted 15 talismans each day, all of which were wind talismans. This was because Yang Bailao had mentioned that his future endeavors might involve drawing wind talismans, prompting him to prepare a stockpile in advance for submission to the sect. Over the course of the month, he had created a total of 450 wind talismans. According to Yang Bailao, he was required to submit 140 talismans each month, thus, he had more than enough to cover 3 months' worth of tasks. At this moment, although Su Qianqiu had mastered the art of talisman drawing, he chose not to disclose this to anyone. The sect had allotted a 6-month period for learning this skill. 2 months had only just elapsed, and he decided to wait an additional 2 or 3 months before revealing his proficiency. During these next few months, Su Qianqiu planned to create some bloodline jade talismans, storing them for potential future use. It was worth noting that many of the talismans contained within the bloodline jade were exceedingly practical. Subsequently, Su Qingshu began to draw the talismans from the bloodline jade. He started once again with the wind talismans. However, his wind talismans differed from those of the sect. While the sect's wind talismans could travel 1,000 miles in a day, his could cover 3,000 miles, their speed rivaling that of foundation-building cultivators flying on swords. Such a talisman could be a lifesaver in critical moments. When affixed to the thigh, no one at the chi refining level could catch up. This talisman would undoubtedly fetch a high price. Yet, how to sell them posed a dilemma. Su Qingshu dared not sell his talismans openly, especially within the confines of the sect. If the higher-ups took notice of his wind talismans and inquired about his drawing methods, would he share? Over 2 days, he produced 30 flying talismans. Following that, Su Qingshu began to craft other talismans, earth barrier talismans, similar to the sect's earth shield talismans, but with significantly enhanced defensive capabilities. Capable of withstanding attacks from chi refining cultivators at the 12th level. Su Qingshu would eventually leave the sect to undergo trials, making these talismans highly valuable for him. He crafted 30 sharp metal talismans, infused with a surge of sword intent. Their offensive power rivaled the strongest strike of a 12th level chi refining cultivator. This was the second most potent offensive talisman after the thunderstorm talismans, and thus he created 30 as well. Invisibility talismans. Capable of rendering the user undetectable by cultivators of the same rank, he drew 5 wall penetration talismans. Capable of allowing passage through walls, he crafted 5 soul capture talismans, particularly effective against spiritual attacks. He produced 5 demon suppression talismans, effective against evil spirits and demonic cultivators. He drew 5 illusion breaking talismans, capable of dispelling illusions. He crafted 5 formation breaking talismans, able to dismantle low-level formations. He created 5 flying talismans, capable of transforming into wings for flight, with a duration of 15 minutes. He drew 5,000 faces talismans, capable of altering one's physique and appearance, lasting for 12 hours. He crafted 5. Su Qingshu fervently drew talismans, producing any that he deemed useful or potentially applicable. At this moment, despite only being at the 7th level of chi refining, he felt confident enough to confront any opponent below the foundation building level. To ensure their safety, Su Qingshu stored the completed talismans in the space of his stone chamber. Although he could not enter the chamber, he could place items within it, and nothing stored there could be spied upon. Extremely secure. There was one type of talisman that Su Qingshu yearned to create, but unfortunately he could not yet produce it. The thunderstorm talismans. Once drawn, these talismans could annihilate 12th level chi refining cultivators. Alas, the nature of the thunderstorm talismans was too volatile. The spirit brush and yellow hemp paper he possessed could not withstand the ferocious lightning energy. A higher quality spirit brush was essential. The instructions for drawing thunderstorm talismans indicated the following requirements. First, black antelope thunder cowhide to serve as the talisman's medium, replacing ordinary yellow hemp paper. Second, the brush handle must be made from the horn of a moonwatch rhinoceros. Third, the brush tip requires the fur of a 100-year-old yellow weasel. These items are quite precious, but he must acquire them at all costs. The thunderstorm talismans must be drawn. This talisman could serve as a potent trump card during the chi refining period. The destructive power of the thunderstorm talismans was so significant that chi refining cultivators without magical artifacts could hardly withstand their onslaught. Of course, very few cultivators at the chi refining level possessed magical artifacts, unless they were among the elite offspring of powerful clans. The spirit gathering talismans. How intriguing! In the space of the stone chamber, Su Qingshu discovered yet another useful talisman, the spirit gathering talisman, which had the ability to condense spiritual energy, assisting in cultivation. A single spirit gathering talisman could be used for 10 days. Su Qingshu hastily crafted 10 spirit gathering talismans, then peeled one off and affixed it to himself. The surrounding spiritual energy began to stir, flowing toward Su Qingshu as if he were surrounded by a spirit gathering array. In a moment, the density of spiritual energy around him was comparable to that of Tai Peak. Incredible, this spirit gathering talisman is truly a treasure. With it, his future cultivation speed would increase significantly. It is known that within the realm of cultivation, the 4 essential elements are wealth, companions, methods, and environment. The environment refers to the place of cultivation, although it ranks last among the 4. It is nonetheless invaluable. During his time at Shusho Peak, many had fought tooth and nail to reach Tai Peak and Dansha Peak, largely because those peaks occupied the main spiritual veins rich in spiritual energy. With this spirit-gathering talisman, even though he resided at Lume Peak, it was as if he were seated in the blessed grounds of Tai Peak and Dansha Peak. Soon, 2 more months passed. At this point, Su Changsho had been at Lume Peak for 4 months. It was about time. Su Changsho felt the moment was ripe. He had learned to draw talismans in 4 months, a talent that could be considered neither particularly outstanding nor lacking. 3 days later, Su Changsho, pale and exhausted, rushed to Yang Bailao's door and shouted, "Brother Yang, come out quickly, I can draw talismans now, I can draw talismans, how wonderful!" Yang Bailao emerged, equally fatigued, and upon seeing Su Changsho, weakly inquired, "Junior brother Su, have you truly learned to draw talismans?" "Indeed," Su Changsho feigned excitement. "Excellent, excellent," Yang Bailao replied with a smile. "Junior brother Su, I took 5 months to master talisman drawing, you are truly more gifted than I." "You flatter me, brother Yang, how can I compare to you?" Su Changsho responded modestly. Yang Bailao studied Su Changsho earnestly, his gaze suddenly tinged with sorrow. "Junior brother Su, now that you have mastered talisman drawing, life may become more challenging. I think drawing talismans is quite good," Su Changsho replied somewhat naively. Yang Bailao shook his head slightly, observing Su Changsho's youthful face, unable to suppress his sympathy in his own youth. He had started drawing talismans at the same age as Su Changsho, and that endeavor had spanned 40 years. Over those 4 decades, aside from becoming more adept at drawing talismans and advancing a few small levels in cultivation, he had gained little else, though it could not be said he had gained nothing, for he had amassed a wealth of bitter experiences and emotional numbness. "Junior brother Su, you must be weary from drawing talismans today. Tomorrow, I will evaluate your skills. If you pass, I will take you to meet Uncle Masterly." "Understood, thank you, brother Yang. Return now. Come early tomorrow." Yes. The following morning, Su Changsho arrived at Yang Bailao's training ground bright and early. Without further ado, Yang Bailao produced yellow hemp paper for him to draw talismans on the spot. In Yang Bailao's presence, Su Changsho dared not use the talisman characters to assist his drawing. Relying solely on his own spiritual energy, he completed a wind talisman, a sword chi talisman, and a fireball talisman. By the time he finished these 3 talismans, his internal spiritual energy had been entirely depleted. Chapter 26, Monthly Salary of 1 Spirit Stone. In the afternoon, after partaking in a spiritual meal and allowing Su Changsho's energy to recover somewhat, Yang Bailao then escorted him to Li Daoda's training ground. Disciple Yang Bailao pays respect to Uncle Masterly. A disciple Su Changsho pays respect to Uncle Masterly. "What brings you two here?" Li Daoda inquired with a slight frown. Yang Bailao respectfully replied, "Uncle Masterly, Junior brother Su has learned to draw talismans, so I brought him to meet you." Li Daoda counted on his fingers. 4 months, not bad. Su Changsho, President, from this day forth, you are responsible for drawing wind talismans at a rate of 5 per day. You will have rest days on the 1st and 15th of each month, and you must submit 140 wind talismans monthly. Your monthly salary will be 1 spirit stone. Should you fail to complete your tasks on time, you will face a penalty of double your salary. Upon hearing Li Daoda's words, Su Changsho couldn't help but gasp in shock. He had not anticipated that the penalty for failing to complete his tasks would be so severe. The double penalty meant that if he failed to meet his quota, not only would he receive no salary, but he would also be fined 2 spirit stones. No wonder Yang Bailao and the other disciples at Lume Peak worked themselves to the bone in drawing talismans. It was a matter of survival. "Here, take these 2 bottles of chi recovery pills. Make sure to draw talismans diligently." With a wave of his sleeve, Li Daoda sent 2 jade bottles flying toward Su Changsho. "Thank you, Uncle Master Li, for your generous gift." Su Changsho expressed his gratitude as he accepted the jade bottles. The chi recovery pills were indeed valuable items for cultivators at the chi refining level. 1 pill could restore all expended spiritual energy. Each bottle contained 10 pills, with each bottle costing 30 fragments of spirit stone, significantly cheaper than the spirit gathering pills. These pills were considered hard currency. Both at Lume Peak and at other peaks, any disciple engaged in output-oriented tasks would require chi recovery pills. Li Daoda's decision to assign Su Changsho this task stemmed from his recognition that Su was a newcomer. He feared that Su might lack spirit stones to purchase chi recovery pills, which could hinder his ability to draw talismans. Su Changsho pondered the situation internally. If he did not possess the bloodline jade talismans, He would only be able to draw 5 talismans per day and would need to use at least 1 chi recovery pill daily, based on a monthly consumption of 30 pills. He would have to spend 90 fragments of spirit stone on them. This expenditure would effectively be a loss, thus, the monthly salary of 1 spirit stone from the sect would translate to only 10 fragments of spirit stone in hand. What could he accomplish with 10 fragments of spirit stone? If spent on cultivation, it would only buy him 1 spirit gathering pill. Upon contemplating this, Su Qingshu could not help but feel a chill of trepidation. Were it not for the bloodline jade talisman, his path of cultivation would undoubtedly be 100-fold more arduous. The fact that Yang Bailao and others could endure in such an environment was nothing short of miraculous. "Farewell, Master Li," he said. The two exchanged a bow and departed respectfully from Li Daoda's dojo. "Brother Yang, just as you mentioned, Master Li truly tasked me with drawing the wind travel talisman," Yang Bailao chuckled. "Indeed, our green ink peak has few disciples with wind attribute spiritual roots, and those capable of drawing the wind travel talisman are even scarcer. The demand for these talismans has always exceeded the supply. Given your wind attribute, it is only natural that you are asked to draw them. By the way, junior brother, can you manage drawing 5 wind travel talismans each day?" Su Qingshu patted his chest and assured him. "Brother Yang, do not worry, I can handle it," Yang Bailao replied earnestly. "Junior brother Su, remember, the first month is the most challenging. You must complete the task at all costs, otherwise the consequences will be dire." "Understood," Su Qingshu nodded and then added, "Brother Yang, I've run out of yellow hemp paper. Could you take me to the paper room to collect some? I have never been there before and do not know its location." "That's no trouble at all. I happen to be low on paper as well. Come, I will lead you there." Yang Bailao guided Su Qingshu in a specific direction. Along the way, Su Qingshu inquired, "Brother Yang, since this is my first task, will there be any consequences if I waste too much yellow hemp paper?" Yang Bailao laughed and reassured him, "Junior brother Su, there are no restrictions on the use of yellow hemp paper. Even if you use 1,000 sheets in a month, no one will question it. Yellow hemp paper is not valuable. That's a relief," Su Qingshu nodded, since yellow hemp paper could be freely obtained. He planned to draw more talismans to sell for money, with no issues anticipated. Soon, Yang Bailao led Su Qingshu to a grand hall filled with stacks of yellow hemp paper. "Is Brother Zhang in?" Yang Bailao called out loudly, but the hall was empty. Cough, cough, came a cough from the adjacent talisman room. "Brother Zhang is next door. Let's go." Yang Bailao took Su Qingshu to the neighboring room, where an elderly man with gray hair and beard was drawing talismans. Su Qingshu observed the old man, who appeared to be in his 70s, dressed in shabby clothing and looking quite unkempt. This seemed to be a tradition at Green Ink Peak. He recalled that the disciples there were indifferent to their appearance. "Brother Zhang, we are here to collect some paper," Yang Bailao said respectfully. The old man did not turn around and replied, "The paper is in the next room. Take it yourself and report back to me afterward." "Yes," Yang Bailao's face brightened, and he hurriedly led Su Qingshu to the hall where the paper was stored. Upon entering, Yang Bailao waved his hand, stealthily collecting 3,000 to 4,000 sheets of yellow hemp paper into his storage bag. Then held up 1,000 sheets. "Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Su Qingshu asked, intrigued by Yang Bailao's actions. Yang Bailao explained with a smile, "When Brother Zhang is not busy, he usually provides the paper. He typically allows 1,000 sheets at a time for reporting out. If you take it yourself, you can grab a bit more, but still report 1,000 sheets." "I see." Su Qingshu quickly understood and followed Yang Bailao's example. Taking 3,000 to 4,000 sheets himself after acquiring the talisman paper, the two returned to the neighboring room, where the old man was nearing the completion of his talisman. They chose not to disrupt him and stood by to observe. The talisman he was drawing appeared to be of the earth attribute. Su Qingshu surmised it might be the earth shield talisman. Soon, the old man finished and turned his gaze toward the two. "This junior brother looks unfamiliar. Are you perhaps the new disciple who just joined this year?" "Indeed, that's me," Su Qingshu replied, cupping his hands in greeting. Yang Bailao added, "Brother Zhang, allow me to introduce you. This is Su Qingshu, junior brother Su." "Junior brother Su, this is Brother Zhang Shopping." Su Qingshu cupped his hands again. "It is an honor to meet you, Brother Zhang." "Greetings." Junior brother Su Zhang Shopping nodded slightly, then took out paper and brush to record their transaction. After a brief notation, he finished. Yang Bailao suddenly remarked, "By the way, Brother Zhang, I heard you were about to retire from the sect. When will that be? Please let us know, as junior brother Su and I would like to attend your retirement ceremony." Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaoping smiled. Soon, in 3 months, that is quite soon. Congratulations, brother Zhong, on escaping the sea of suffering, Yang Bailao expressed enviously. He continued, when I first joined Green Ink Peak, I learned to draw talismans from brother Zhong. In the blink of an eye, nearly 40 years have passed, and now brother Zhong is about to retire. Alas, I still have to endure for another 50 years. Chapter 27, The First Bucket of Gold in Life. Indeed. Zhong Xiaoping lamented, in the blink of an eye, a century has passed. Time is merciless, and the path of enlightenment is even more so. Having entered the sect for nearly 100 years, a century feels like toiling like a beast. Which is both tragic and lamentable. Yang Bailao chuckled. Brother Zhong, why speak so? You are about to retire and break free from your shackles. That is a cause for joy. Ha ha! Zhong Xiaoping laughed heartily, saying, as an old man who has spent a century in the sect, I have long awaited the day of retirement. When that day comes, I shall plow a field with a single ox, living peacefully and contentedly. After the rain clears, I will sail on a small boat, with fish on one side and wine on the other. How carefree that will be! Yang Bailao was moved by his words and replied eagerly, when I retire, I shall certainly do the same. Listening to their conversation, Su Changshou remained silent. Whether it was Zhang Zhenyuan, Lu Chuansheng, or Yang Bailao and Zhong Xiaoping, the older generation of disciples seldom spoke of foundational cultivation matters. Their discourse was always centered around retirement. Perhaps for them, true life only begins after shedding the burdens of the sect. Once a cultivator surpasses 100 years of age, they become clumsy and of little value to the sect. Only then are they deemed worthy of enjoying life. How tragic it is! Perhaps these individuals had once harbored dreams of foundational cultivation in their youth. They likely shared aspirations akin to Yi Shanju, Han Zong Sumo, and Jiang Xiachuan.Sumo, who possessed average talent and nothing to his name. Once proclaimed, man can conquer heaven, he firmly believed he would succeed in foundational cultivation. Perhaps, years down the line, they too would cease discussing foundational cultivation like Yang Bailao and instead reminisce about their century-long retirement. Can I still achieve foundational cultivation? Should I abandon my fantasies? Su Changshou suddenly questioned himself. Deep down, he had never relinquished the thought of foundational cultivation, yet he found himself doubting his beliefs. Was he being naive like Su Mo and others? No, I can surely achieve foundational cultivation. I am different from them. I possess the bloodline jade talisman. Su Changshou's gaze hardened with determination. Upon returning to his courtyard, Su Changshou began to diligently draw talismans. All the talismans he created were wind travel talismans, the kind Yang Bailao had taught him. He refrained from drawing the more advanced wind travel talismans that allowed for 3,000 miles a day, intending to reserve those for personal use until he found a sales channel. While the talismans he could create would bring him immense wealth, they also came with significant risks, thus, he knew he had to exercise utmost caution. Given Su Changshou's current capabilities, drawing 15 wind travel talismans daily was just right, not impeding his cultivation while avoiding excessive strain on his body. Over the course of a month, he managed to create 450 talismans, bringing his total to 900 ordinary wind travel talismans. Li Douda had assigned him a monthly task of 140 talismans, so he had more than enough to cover over 6 months of requirements. Compared to other disciples like Yang Bailao, he found his task remarkably easy. On the last day of the month, Su Changshou approached Yang Bailao to submit his completed task and received a spirit stone as his monthly stipend. At long last, he possessed a spirit stone, his first bucket of gold in life. Upon receiving the spirit stone, Su Changshou felt immense joy. After all, this was his first laborious reward. It was far superior to his previous experiences at Wang Yuany's home, where he had never received any compensation. His greatest reward had been 4 steamed buns, 2 of which were pilfered by a harsh matron. No matter how one viewed it, the Green Immortal sect was better than the matron. At least they would not skimp on the remuneration of the disciples. In truth, being a miscellaneous disciple was not so bad after all. Su Changshou consoled himself. The following day, on the 1st of the month, was a day of rest. On such days, most miscellaneous disciples of Green Ink Peak would indulge in a long slumber to replenish their energy. Drawing talismans not only consumed spiritual energy but also drained mental stamina. Without rest, one could not endure. Of course, Su Changshou was an exception. He found drawing talismans quite effortless. On the 15th and 1st of each month, the market at Dansha Peak would open, and he intended to pay a visit. He needed to purchase some qi-gathering pills, as the 2 he possessed had long been exhausted. Without them, his cultivation speed had slowed to a crawl. If he were to cultivate without qi-gathering pills, It would take him at least 3 years to break through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. Besides buying qi-gathering pills, Su Qianxiu had 2 other tasks to accomplish. The first was to sell talismans. With so many he had drawn, he would naturally need to sell the surplus. The second was to seek materials related to drawing thunderstorm talismans. He intended to create thunderstorm talismans, but ordinary spiritual brushes in yellow hemp paper could not withstand the power of lightning. To craft a spiritual brush, one required the horn of a moonwatch rhinoceros and the fur of a 100-year-old yellow-skin wolf. Additionally, the skin of a black antelope thunderbull was needed as a vessel. Su Qianxiu aimed to explore the market to see if such items were available. Before long, Su Qianxiu boarded a public flying boat. Arriving at Dansha Peak, the public flying boat docked halfway up the mountain. While the market was located at the foot of the mountain, after disembarking, Su Qianxiu swiftly descended the mountain path. From a distance, the Dansha market appeared to be bustling with activity, its scale evidently expanded since his last visit. Nearly 1,000 people filled the market. Su Qianxiu understood that this surge was due to the new batch of miscellaneous disciples who had recently commenced their duties, having earned spirit stones. They were naturally eager to purchase goods. Before entering the market, Su Qianxiu found a secluded spot, casually retrieved a talisman, and affixed it to himself. Thousand-faced talisman, transform for me. Upon affixing the talisman, Su Qianxiu underwent a remarkable transformation. Becoming a robust man with a striking red visage, the thousand-faced talisman allows one to alter their physique and appearance at will, remaining effective for 12 hours. It is imperceptible to cultivators of the same rank, yet becomes transparent before the gaze of formidable foundation establishment masters. Su Qianxiu, wishing to sell talismans while concealing his identity, opted for the disguise provided by the thousand-faced talisman. The Dansha market primarily serves as a trading ground for disciples in the qi refinement stage, where foundation establishment masters seldom tread. Even if they do, it would matter little, as no foundation establishment cultivator would concern themselves with the disguise of a mere servant disciple. After donning the disguise, Su Qianxiu strode confidently into the Dansha market, where the cacophony of vendors filled the air. Yellow hemp paper, top-grade yellow hemp paper, red-scaled horse, who wants my red-scaled horse? By fulling, come see, there's only this one. Don't miss it. As you pass by, Su Qianxiu ambled about, eventually halting before a puppet horse, towering over a man and adorned with vibrant red scales. This red-scaled horse, crafted by the Thousand Machine Peak, boasted remarkable speed, capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a single day. In the qi refinement stage, possessing such a puppet horse would be exceedingly convenient. It is worth noting that the public flying boats of the Green Immortal sect only dock at one point on each mountain. And given the vastness of each peak, traveling on foot would be a considerable waste of time. Thus, having a puppet horse would be ideal. A junior brother, would you like to purchase a red-scaled horse? The owner, a youth with a prominent nose and a cultivation level of qi refinement 10th layer, eagerly promoted his puppet horse upon noticing Su Qianxiu's interest. How much for this puppet horse? Senior brother, Su Qianxiu inquired. The youth grinned. Not expensive, nearly 10 spirit stones. That is quite steep. I cannot afford it, Su Qianxiu replied, shaking his head with a wry smile as he departed. While the horse was indeed impressive, it was regrettably beyond his means. He resolved to revisit this matter once he had accumulated sufficient wealth. Chapter 28, Selling Talismans. After meandering through the market, Su Qianxiu had yet to encounter items such as the moon-watching rhinoceros horn, black antelope thunder cowhide, or yellow skin wolf hair, all of which were rather rare and challenging to procure. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he sighed, alas, it seems that creating the thunderstorm talisman is a formidable task. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly pierced the air. Qi-gathering pills, come see my affordable qi-gathering pills. Not far away, a vendor named Huang Xiangui energetically hawked his wares. Su Qianxiu had previously purchased pills from Huang Xiangui, which were of commendable quality and more affordable than those from the sect. Greetings, brother Huang. Su Qianxiu approached with a smile. Huang Xiangui, momentarily taken aback, scratched his head and asked, what is your name, junior brother? Su Qianxiu paused, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for nearly forgetting that he was under disguise, hence Huang Xiangui would not recognize him. I am Wang Hai, he replied, performing a respectful bow. The name Wang Hai belonged to Wang Yuan Wai. Ah, so it's junior brother Wang. What a pleasure. Are you here to buy pills? We have the cheapest qi-gathering pills in the world, Huang Xiangui exclaimed with a broad smile, patting his protective vest. Su Qianxiu scoffed, I have no interest in your inferior qi-gathering pills. Do you have any of higher quality? I seek only the finest. Huang Xiangui scrutinized Su Qianxiu with a hint of confusion. Oh, it seems you are an old customer. How could I have forgotten you? Su Changsho, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, less chatter, brother Huang. Do you have any high-quality qi gathering pills? If so, I wish to purchase. Yes, junior brother. Please take a look, Huang Xiangui said, retrieving a delicate white porcelain vial from his storage bag. Su Changsho accepted the vial, opened it to verify its contents, and confirmed it was indeed the same pill as last time. How much do you sell them for? He inquired. 12 qi gathering pills for 1 spirit stone. That is too expensive. I will only buy if you give me 14. No negotiations. 12 pills is the fixed price. Brother Huang, if you provide me with 14 pills, I shall exclusively purchase from you in the future. That won't do. Last time, a young man bought 7 pills from me for 50 spirit stones, claiming he would introduce me to a senior sister of the immortal second generation, but I have yet to see him again. Su Changsho was left speechless, surprised that Huang Xiangui still remembered that encounter. Brother Huang, let us meet halfway. How about 13 pills? No way. 12 pills, take it or leave it. Very well, Su Changsho said, producing a yellow talisman from his storage bag. Brother Huang, this is a ground escape talisman, which can be used to escape danger. I shall give you this talisman in exchange for 13 pills. A ground escape talisman. Huang Xiangui took the yellow talisman and, using his divine sense to examine it, found it imbued with profound earth attributes. He promptly nodded. Alright, this truly is a ground escape talisman. I have never seen one before. Among all the treasures of the immortals, one-time use items such as pills are the most expensive. While talismans are comparatively inexpensive, many talismans are deemed useless, resulting in their low pricing. In truth, first-grade wind-running talismans, first-grade ground escape talismans, first-grade qi gathering pills, and first-grade qi recovery pills are all items of the same rank. The variance in price arises from their differing utility. Practitioners of the immortal sects traditionally place great value on pills, hence their higher prices. Qi gathering pills, essential for cultivation, command a higher price point. A single first-grade qi gathering pill is sold by the sect for 10 spirit stones, while a first-grade qi recovery pill costs 3 spirit stones. In contrast, a wind-running talisman is priced at merely 1 spirit stone. Even cheaper than the least expensive qi recovery pill. However, the ground escape talismans are unique, as they are not available within the Green Immortal sect, rendering them a rare commodity. In a bartering scenario, Huang Xiangui was willing to exchange qi gathering pills for the ground escape talismans. Here, this is 1 spirit stone. Su Changsho reluctantly handed Huang Xiangui his only spirit stone, feeling a pang of regret. Lamenting the costly nature of cultivation, this represented a month's salary for him. After receiving the spirit stone and the ground escape talismans, Huang Xiangui presented Su Changsho with a white porcelain vial containing precisely 13 qi gathering pills. Junior brother Wang, do you have any more ground escape talismans? I can exchange 1 qi gathering pill for each talisman. Huang Xiangui gazed at him with hopeful eyes. I possess 4 more. If brother Huang desires them, I shall trade. Su Changsho felt a surge of delight. The 4 ground escape talismans were simple for him to draw, yet the 4 qi gathering pills would cost him 10 days' worth of salary. This exchange was exceedingly favorable. Excellent. Should you acquire more such items in the future, do come to me. Certainly. Su Changsho nodded slightly, his mind abuzz with ideas. He could use various rare talismans to barter for Huang Xiangui's qi gathering pills, thus alleviating his reliance on spirit stones for cultivation. He could save the spirit stones for other purchases. After successfully trading for 4 qi gathering pills, Su Changsho finally departed Huang Xiangui's stall. Later, Su Changsho laid out a red cloth in a corner of the market and arranged 3 types of talismans upon it: fireball talismans, wind-running talismans, and sword qi talismans. These 3 talismans were all imparted to him by Yang Bailao, who had chosen not to sell the talismans contained within the Bloodline Jade Talisman. While it was permissible to occasionally sell a few, mass selling them would likely attract unwanted attention, though Su Changsho was eager to earn money. He valued his life even more. After displaying his 3 talismans, he settled onto a stool to wait patiently. After a considerable time had passed without a single customer, he stood up, crossed his arms, and began to call out, "Talismans for sale, talismans for sale, the wind-running talismans that traverse 1,000 miles, wind-running talismans, let us take a look, indeed, they are wind-running talismans." His initial cries successfully drew attention, although many talismans were deemed less useful. The wind-running talismans held a significant reputation within the cultivation world for practitioners in the chi refinement stage who could not afford magical tools or flying puppets. A wind-running talismans priced at 1 spirit stone each became an indispensable travel companion, though single-use. They were affordable and offered excellent value. Due to the scarcity of servant disciples with wind attribute roots on the green ink peak, the demand for wind-running talismans far exceeded the supply. Most of the wind-running talismans used by the Green Immortal sect were sourced from other sections. Consequently, instances of wind-running talismans being in short supply were common, and the Dansha market had rarely seen them. When they did appear, they would sell out almost instantly. The sudden announcement of wind-running talismans for sale attracted a throng of interested buyers. A striking young man was the first to approach the stall. Casually picking up a wind-running talismans for inspection and beaming with delight, "This is excellent, indeed, a wind-running talismans, junior brother. How much for this wind-running talismans?" the handsome youth inquired eagerly. Su Qingshu smiled, 1 spirit stone each. The youth frowned. "That's the same price as the sect. Can you offer a discount?" Su Qingshu shook his head. "There is no room for negotiation." The handsome youth sighed in resignation, producing 5 spirit stones. "I'll take 5 wind-running talismans. I want 5 wind-running talismans as well. I'll take 10 for me. I'll take 20. Chapter 29. Attending the retirement ceremony, the demand for wind-running talismans was substantial, particularly for early-stage chi refinement practitioners who found them both life-saving and practical for travel. Hence, there was no concern regarding sales. By midday, Su Qingshu had sold over 400 wind-running talismans, and in the afternoon, he sold an additional 100, closing his stall early. In total, he had sold 500 wind-running talismans that day, yielding a remarkable sum of 5 spirit stones, which sent Su Qingshu into a state of euphoria. 5 spirit stones represented 5 months' worth of his salary. Naturally, Su Qingshu still possessed 700 wind-running talismans. He had spent 3 months crafting a total of 1,350 talismans, submitting 140 to the sect, selling 500, and leaving him with 710. After some calculation, he determined that the 700 talismans would suffice for 5 months' worth of tasks. During the next 5 months, he planned to enter seclusion for cultivation. While crafting talismans was profitable, he understood that cultivation must remain his primary focus, with talisman crafting serving merely as a supplementary endeavor. If one were to merely indulge in the art of talisman drawing, neglecting the crucial period for establishing a solid foundation, it would spell disaster. Although chi refinement practitioners enjoy a lifespan of 150 years, their true golden age for foundational cultivation is a mere 30 years. In other words, failing to establish a foundation before the age of 30 makes it increasingly difficult as time progresses. By the age of 50, it becomes nearly impossible. There exists an ancient saying in the world of cultivation: at 30, it becomes difficult. At 50, it becomes impossible. Su Qingshu, aware of his limited talent, understood that he must exhaust every effort to establish his foundation before turning 30. Upon returning to his own sanctuary, Su Qingshu wasted no time. He immediately sealed the array of his courtyard and began his seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. During this period, apart from fulfilling tasks and preparing provisions, Su Qingshu hardly ventured outside. Upon reaching the 7th layer of chi refinement, the difficulty of further cultivation intensified, and his progress slowed. Su Qingshu estimated that even with the aid of gathering chi pills, it would take a year to break through to the 8th layer. Presently, he could consume 10 gathering chi pills per month, totaling 120 over the course of a year. However, the resources at his disposal were somewhat limited. Fortunately, he would receive a stipend each month, which would alleviate the situation. Though resources were sufficient, time was not, with merely 3 months remaining before his supply of wind talismans ran out. He would also need to find time to draw more talismans. At this moment, Su Qingshu finally comprehended the arduous path faced by ordinary disciples. Without familial support, ordinary disciples could scarcely hope to establish their foundations. Even with such backing, the wealth accumulated over 3 generations might not suffice to nurture a formidable foundational practitioner. The difficulty of establishing a foundation is truly akin to scaling the heavens. It was time to fulfill his tasks. As Su Qingshu stepped out of his small courtyard, he fortuitously encountered Yang Bailao, who was also on his way to submit his tasks. The two of them proceeded together. After completing their tasks, Yang Bailao seized Su Changsho's arm with a smile, saying, Su Shidi, this evening, I shall take you to Brother Zhong's retirement banquet. The so-called retirement banquet is a gathering where a cultivator, having spent a century shedding their armor to return to the mundane world, invites friends for a farewell feast. Upon hearing this, Su Changsho could not help but frown at no, I must cultivate this evening and shall not attend Brother Zhong's banquet. He felt that he was not particularly close to Zhong Xiaoping and saw no need to participate, especially if it interfered with his cultivation. Yang Bailao's expression turned serious, and he replied with displeasure. Su Shidi, what sort of talk is this? Can't you understand the subtleties of social etiquette? Su Changsho scratched his head and said, Yang Shixiang, I am not familiar with Brother Zhong. I fear. Yang Bailao softened his tone and said, Shidi, to be frank, all the ordinary disciples of our Green Ink Peak will attend Brother Zhong's banquet, regardless of familiarity. Even Uncle Li will be present. It is not merely a matter of acquaintance. It is about social conventions. Consider this, if you do not attend others' retirement banquets, how will you feel when your own century has passed, and no one attends yours? This statement rendered Su Changsho speechless. He had intended to say, I wish to establish my foundation and have no plans for a retirement banquet. However, voicing such a sentiment would undoubtedly invite accusations of arrogance from Yang Bailao. Upon deeper reflection, he realized that for ordinary disciples, there is perhaps nothing more joyous than shedding their armor to return to the mundane world after a century of cultivation. Thus, the retirement banquet holds great significance for the common folk. Even if one were to become a formidable foundational practitioner, the day would come when they too would shed their armor. Could one truly be confident in their ability to reach the stage of forming a core? In that instant, Su Changsho grasped the crux of the matter and quickly smiled, saying, You are right, Shixiang, I shall certainly attend Brother Zhong's retirement banquet. It is as it should be. By the way, Yang Shixiang, should we bring a gift for the banquet? Of course we should. What should we offer? Anything from the heart will suffice. Alright, Yang Shixiang, let us go together this evening. Indeed. Farewell, Shixiang. During the day, Su Changsho dedicated himself to cultivation. In the evening, he accompanied Yang Bailao to the paper house. Zhong Xiaoping was in charge of overseeing the paper house, where the Taoist ceremony was also to be held. Upon their arrival, they found the side hall of the paper house already filled with guests. All the members of Green Ink Peak were present, along with some friends of Zhong Xiaoping from other peaks. Congratulations, congratulations. We celebrate Brother Zhong's liberation from his burdens. Congratulations, Brother Zhong, on shedding your armor and returning to the mundane world. In the side hall, Zhong Xiaoping donned a grand red Taoist robe, receiving congratulations and gifts from countless attendees. Yang Bailao brought Su Changsho along, presenting a delicate jade pendant, saying, Brother Zhong, this spirit jade can calm the mind and dispel evil. A protective charm for the younger generation. Thank you, Yang Shidi, Zhong Xiaoping replied, patting Yang Bailao's back, causing the latter's eyes to glisten with emotion. For Yang Bailao, Zhong Xiaoping was both a mentor and a friend, and his departure stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Brother Zhong, congratulations. Yang Bailao grasped Zhong Xiaoping's hand, feeling a mix of sadness and envy. Yang Shidi, please take a seat, do not stand on ceremony. Brother Zhong, this is a small token of my appreciation. Su Changsho stepped forward, presenting 2 bottles of qi recovery pills to Zhong Xiaoping. Zhong Xiaoping nodded slightly, saying, Thank you. Su Shidi, you too, please sit. Brother Zhong, congratulations, Brother Zhong. A small gift to Brother Zhong. It has been a long time since we last met. The number of attendees kept increasing, each arriving with gifts. A seemingly modest retirement banquet was, in truth, quite grand. Uncle Li has arrived. Greetings, Uncle Li. Good day, Uncle Li. Li Dao also made his entrance, presenting Zhong Xiaoping with a jade vial. Zhong Shiji, here are 10 gathering spirit pills, just a small gesture. Zhong Xiaoping accepted the vial, excitedly bowing. Thank you, Uncle Li, for your generous gift to heavens. Gathering spirit pills, as expected of Uncle Li, such a lavish gesture. Gathering spirit pills are indeed a precious item. Once everyone had gathered, Zhong Xiaoping glanced around at the crowded hall and raised his hand to signal for silence. I welcome everyone to attend this humble Taoist's retirement banquet. I am honored to have you all here. Zhong Xiaoping bowed to the crowd and continued, In my 100 years of cultivation, I have been unable to establish a foundation, wasting my time in mediocrity, which I find difficult to reflect upon. Today, I am truly honored that all of you have come to celebrate this old man's retirement. After finishing his speech, the banquet commenced. Throughout the event, Su Changsho found little of particular significance to take away, only noting that several elderly gentlemen had indulged themselves to the point of inebriation. In the following period, Su Changsho continued his seclusion. After 3 continuous months of retreat, he was compelled to halt his cultivation due to the depletion of his wind talismans, necessitating him to draw more. This time, Su Changsho dedicated over 2 months to creating 1,000 wind talismans. He calculated that this quantity would suffice for 7 months' worth of tasks. With an additional 7 months of cultivation, he anticipated he could break through to the 8th layer of chi refinement. Thus, he immersed himself in arduous training once again. On a certain day, 7 months later, an explosive sensation surged through Su Changsho's body as a barrier within him shattered. Spiritual energy flooded into him like a raging tide, converging at his Guan Yuan point to form a golden vortex the size of an egg. Su Changsho felt an unprecedented richness of spiritual energy within him, invigorated beyond measure. After a year of diligent seclusion, he had finally broken through to the 8th layer of chi refinement. Following this breakthrough, it was essential to continue drawing talismans, which was a monotonous endeavor. Fortunately, Su Changsho had ample time for seclusion, whereas other ordinary disciples faced a more arduous path. They could only meditate and cultivate after completing their tasks. Without sufficient time for seclusion, their cultivation speed would undoubtedly suffer. Otherwise, Yang Bailao would not have only reached the 10th layer of chi refinement at his advanced age of over 50, he had likely resigned himself to the impossibility of establishing a foundation in this lifetime. Calculating the time, he realized that half of the month had already passed, and he only had 30 wind talismans remaining, which were insufficient for the month's tasks. Thus, he continued drawing talismans over the course of the next 15 days. Su Changsho produced 270 wind talismans, bringing his total to 300. With the enhancement of his cultivation, he was now able to create more talismans, increasing his output to 18 per day without depleting his spiritual energy. Indeed, with the increase in his output, he would also have to submit more talismans for his tasks in the future. On the last afternoon of the month, Yang Bailao arrived at Su Changsho's sanctuary. Having grown accustomed to accompanying him for task submissions each month. Oh, Su Shidi, you have actually broken through. Upon witnessing Su Changsho's advancement to the 8th layer of chi refinement, Yang Bailao was taken aback. It was noteworthy that Su Changsho's spiritual root was far inferior to his own. When Yang Bailao had first arrived at Green Ink Peak, he too was at the 7th layer and had taken a full decade to reach the 8th layer. It was not due to a slow cultivation speed, but rather because drawing talismans required the expenditure of spiritual energy, which then needed to be replenished before further cultivation could commence. This cycle was both mentally and physically taxing, as well as time-consuming. Su Changsho had managed to break through to the 8th layer in just over a year, far exceeding Yang Bailao's expectations. Su Shidi, how did you achieve this? Yang Bailao inquired with curiosity. I have ancestral blessings, Su Changsho casually deflected, choosing not to elaborate further. Congratulations, congratulations. Yang Bailao refrained from prying further. Everyone harbored their own secrets, especially cultivators. In the world of cultivation, one of the gravest taboos is to pry into the privacy of others, for doing so could lead to dire consequences. Thus, when others are unwilling to share, it is best to refrain from inquiring. Su Shidi, let us go now to submit our tasks. Indeed, 8th layer of chi refinement. Upon seeing Su Changsho's achievement, Li Daoda could not help but express his astonishment. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled. Very well, young man, you have broken through to the 8th layer of chi refinement. This is indeed commendable. As for this month's tasks, they remain unchanged, but starting next month, you will be required to submit 180 wine talismans each month. Meanwhile, the monthly stipend increased by 20 fragments of spirit stones. The disciple comprehended this. On the following day, during his day off, Su Changsho neither ventured outside nor engaged in cultivation, intending to rest at home. He had just achieved a breakthrough, and it was inadvisable to rush his training. A balance of work and leisure was essential. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside. Who is it? Su Shidi, it's me. A voice that was both unfamiliar and familiar echoed from beyond the door. Although it had been a long time since they had last met, Su Changsho immediately recognized the visitor as Yi Shanawad. I ask that you, Sister Yi. Indeed, please hold on. Su Changsho dispelled the formation and proceeded to open the courtyard door. There stood a young girl in a blue Taoist robe, exuding vitality. Her crimson lips and white teeth, along with her bright eyes, accentuated a figure that captivated the senses. Su Changsho found himself momentarily entranced. They often said that a girl transforms dramatically by the age of 18, and Yi Shanhua was now so stunning that it was difficult to look away, unfazed by Su Qingshuo's gaze. Yi Shanhua instinctively straightened her posture and remarked, "What is this? Aren't you going to invite me in?" "Of course, please come in, Sister Yi." Su Qingshuo ushered Yi Shanhua into the house, poured tea, and then sat down opposite her. "Sister Yi, it's been quite a while, indeed, it has been. Oh, you've reached the 8th layer of qi refinement, you've made a breakthrough." Suddenly Yi Shanhua's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing something extraordinary. It was known that among the 10 individuals in their Gengzi courtyard, Su Qingshuo had always been the slowest in cultivation, possessing the weakest spiritual root, and he had been assigned to the least favorable greening peak. Under such circumstances, to have achieved a breakthrough to the 8th layer of qi refinement in less than 2 years was simply astonishing. The disciples at Greening Peak were notoriously slow in their cultivation due to their duties in talisman crafting. A widely acknowledged fact. How was Su Qingshuo's cultivation speed unaffected, and how had he accomplished this? Su Qingshuo glanced at Yi Shanhua, secretly astonished, and laughed. "You've already broken through to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Why shouldn't I be able to reach the 8th layer?" Indeed, Yi Shanhua had already attained the 9th layer of qi refinement, placing her a level above him. This exemplified the stark contrast between the children of the wealthy and ordinary cultivators. In terms of spiritual roots, Yi Shanhua was not significantly stronger than Yang Bailao. However, in terms of cultivation, Yi Shanhua was at the 9th layer while Yang Bailao was at the 10th layer. But Yi Shanhua was only 15 years old, while Yang Bailao had already reached 50. This disparity illustrated the effects of wealth on cultivation. "That's not what I meant, I simply didn't expect your cultivation speed to be so rapid." "Please don't take offense, Sister Yi, there is no need for formality. I harbor no resentment. By the way, Sister Yi, how is everyone doing?" Su Qingshuo couldn't help but inquire, as he hadn't seen anyone from Gengzi Courtyard since joining Greening Peak. "It is a complicated matter," Yi Shanhua replied, shaking her head slightly. "I haven't been in contact with a few of them. I haven't seen Li Linhao, Suamo, Hanzong, Shi Wanong, or Chen Yuanbao. Zhang Feixian is preparing for a breakthrough to the 8th layer of qi refinement. Lin Xianer has been progressing quite swiftly. She broke through to the 8th layer a month ago." Su Qingshuo was taken aback. Lin Xianer has also made a breakthrough. He had thought that he was the only one aside from Yi Shanhua to have advanced. "What about Jiang Xiachuan? I've seen Jiang Shidi recently. He sought my assistance in procuring some elixirs, and he seems to be planning to break through to the 8th layer of qi refinement as well. By the way, he mentioned that after his breakthrough, he would be the first to come find you. Oh, Su Qingshuo smiled at this. He understood that Jiang Xiachuan was eagerly awaiting his breakthrough to the 8th layer of qi refinement so that he could call him senior brother, otherwise he wouldn't have taken so long to visit him. "Sister Yi, what brings you here today?" "Su Shidi, I've come to request a favor." Chapter 31, Confidentiality Agreement. Oh, Su Qingshuo was initially taken aback by her words, then smiled wryly. "Sister Yi, you jest. What could a mere servant disciple like me possibly assist you with?" Indeed, he had never anticipated that Yi Shanhua would seek his aid. Why, Yi Shanhua was a member of the esteemed Yi family from Wanbeige, born with a proverbial golden key, and Wanbeige lacked for nothing. Why would she turn to him for help? Yi Shanhua smiled. "Su Shidi, don't be so quick to undervalue yourself. This matter truly requires your assistance. Speak freely. What is it?" Yi Shanhua pondered for a moment and said, "Our Wanbeige wishes to procure some spiritual talismans, primarily focusing on wind travel talismans. You know that wind attribute cultivators are quite rare. Hence, you're looking to buy wind travel talismans?" "Yes." Su Qingshuo's interest was piqued. Currently, he could draft 18 wind travel talismans each day, and aside from fulfilling the sex obligations, selling a few could prove beneficial. Yi Shanhua continued, "Su Shidi, being from Greening Peak, could you help me find out who has surplus wind travel talismans available for trade?" Su Qingshuo contemplated for a moment, then smiled ruefully. "Sister Yi, that may be difficult. The seniors at Greening Peak are generally quite cautious about selling talismans. If a significant quantity were sold to Wanbeige and the higher-ups in the sect found out, we would be in serious trouble. Why?" Yi Shanhua smiled. "Su Shidi, I can assure you that regardless of who trades with Wanbeige, their identity will absolutely remain confidential. A free trade, with no inquiries about the origin of treasures, is one of our principles at Wanbeige. If you engage in trade with me, only you and I will know, and the people at Wanbeige will never learn of your involvement. Is that so?" Su Qingshuo scrutinized Yi Shanhua, seemingly weighing whether to trust her. Yi Shanhua, perceiving his hesitation, candidly stated, Su Shidi, if you're still uneasy, I can sign a confidentiality agreement with you. Very well, let us proceed with the confidentiality agreement. Su Changsho replied, then elaborated, Sister Yi, it's not that I distrust you, rather, I must consider the well-being of my fellow disciples at Green Ink Peak. Once a contract is signed between cultivators, it must be adhered to. Otherwise, it could lead to a light disturbance of the mind, hindering progress in cultivation, or, in severe cases, awaken inner demons, leading to madness. Su Changsho's insistence on signing the agreement was, of course, part of his plan. He intended to sell some of his unique talismans to Wanbage, which could potentially cause a stir, hence the need to establish a confidentiality agreement with Yi Shanhua. Naturally, any method of selling his talismans carried a degree of risk unless he chose not to sell any at all. However, Su Changsho required funds, as each step in his future cultivation would necessitate substantial resources. Moreover, before advancing to the 12th layer of qi refinement, he needed to amass enough resources to purchase foundation establishment pills or the materials required for concocting them. Regardless of whether he could procure them, the prerequisite was to prepare sufficient spirit stones. Therefore, to acquire foundation establishment pills, it was worth taking some risks, but minimizing those risks was essential. Signing a confidentiality agreement was one aspect of this. Additionally, it would be prudent to limit the number of talismans sold. Su Changsho planned to only sell wind travel talismans, refraining from parting with any other types, should the higher-ups in the sect discover anything. He could simply submit the method of crafting wind travel talismans, thus his risks could be significantly reduced. I understand, that's good. Su Changsho produced a piece of yellow hemp paper, and the two recited a vow against inner demons before inscribing the agreement on the paper. After signing and sealing it, the contract was deemed complete. By the way, Su Shidi, how has your talisman crafting progressed? Yi Shanhua inquired curiously. Su Changsho replied with a smile, it's going well, I've been at it for over a year now. Talisman crafting remains straightforward. Yi Shanhua sighed, I'd been at Dansha Peak for nearly 2 years, yet I haven't encountered true alchemy. However, that will soon change. I've memorized the Wanyao too and will soon begin learning alchemy. Su Changsho chuckled, in that case, I shall seek you out for elixirs in the future. Yi Shanhua confidently patted her chest and assured him, don't worry, when you come to me for elixirs. I can't promise they'll be the cheapest, but I guarantee their quality will be the best. The elixirs I can procure are of superior quality compared to those from the sect. Oh, this statement piqued Su Changsho's interest. It would be splendid to directly acquire elixirs from Yi Shanhua in the future. Su Shidi, I must take my leave for now. Please help me inquire about the situation. And I shall return in a few days. Wait, as Yi Shanhua attempted to depart, Su Changsho stopped her. He patted his storage bag and produced a wind travel talisman, smiling as he handed it to Yi Shanhua. This talisman was not an ordinary one submitted to the sect, but rather one he had crafted himself, capable of covering 3,000 miles in a day. Is this a wind travel talisman? Yi Shanhua seemed to recognize the item, her expression filled with confusion. Su Changsho nodded, indeed, it is a wind travel talisman, but not just any, it can travel 3,000 miles in a day. What? Yi Shanhua exclaimed. Her mouth agape in astonishment. 3,000 miles in a day, what a concept! She instinctively probed the talisman with her spiritual sense and discovered that the spiritual energy contained within this wind travel talisman was indeed 3 times that of a standard wind travel talisman. Heavens, how could there be such an extraordinary wind travel talisman? Why have I never encountered one before? Yi Shanhua was visibly flustered. It was important to note that a speed of 3,000 miles a day was roughly comparable to the flying speed of a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Although it was a consumable item, usable for only 1 day at a time, Yi Shanhua recognized its commercial value. Its speed was so remarkable that, if used for escape, it would render one virtually invincible against cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. Su Changsho shrugged, stating, this talisman is a premium product from our Green Ink Peak. Crafting it is 10 times more challenging than an ordinary wind travel talisman. This is intended for our own use and generally does not circulate outside. Su Changsho's statement is quite straightforward. Crafting this particular talisman is 10 times more challenging than the ordinary windwalk talisman, and consequently, its price must also be tenfold. How much is this talisman for sale? Yi Shanhua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Changsho replied calmly, the price is not determined by me, nor by you. Here is the deal. take this talisman home and consult your elders about how many spirit stones they can offer. Once you ascertain the price, let me know, and then I will inquire whether my senior brother who creates this talisman is willing to sell it. Such a remarkable talisman, would your senior brother truly part with it? Yi Shanhua's tone wavered. Su Changsho assured her if the price is right, he would certainly be inclined to sell. He is currently at the 12th level of qi refinement and is in need of crucial cultivation materials. I understand. Yi Shanhua quickly grasped the implication. Su Changsho's senior brother likely sought materials for crafting foundation establishment pills, which explains his willingness to sell such a precious windwalk talisman. By the way, Sister Yi, I have a small favor to ask of you. Chapter 32, Obtaining the Fur of the Yellow Weasel. Oh, Yi Shanhua raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you need help with? Su Changsho smiled and said, I wish to purchase a few items, but I am unsure if your Wanbao pavilion has them. What items? 3 in total. The fur of a 100-year-old yellow weasel, the leather of a black antelope thunder cow, and the horn of a moon-viewing rhinoceros. Upon hearing Su Changsho's request, Yi Shanhua's mouth twitched. Aside from the fur of the 100-year-old yellow weasel, each item Su Changsho sought was increasingly precious, far beyond the means of an ordinary qi refinement cultivator. What do you need these for? They're not for me. Su Changsho shook his head and explained, they are for one of my senior brothers. He requires them to forge a high-quality spirit pen. Yi Shanhua nodded gracefully and replied, we have a complete hide of the 100-year-old yellow weasel at Wanbao Pavilion. As for the other 2 items, I can inquire further. However, do not harbor high hopes, particularly for the moon-viewing rhinoceros horn, as that is a material for crafting magical artifacts. Thank you, Sister Yi. Su Changsho maintained an impassive facade, secretly elated. He had scoured both the trading hall of his sect and the market at Dansha Peak for these 3 items. Finding none, he was pleasantly surprised by the extensive inventory of Wanbao Pavilion, especially the presence of the fur from a 100-year-old yellow weasel. It is worth noting that the prowess of a 100-year-old yellow weasel is comparable to that of a peak qi refinement cultivator, and its cunning nature makes it exceedingly difficult to capture. Regardless of the challenges posed by acquiring these 3 items, Su Changsho was determined to obtain them. Only after securing them could he draw the Thunderstorm Talisman, a talisman that would render him invincible within the qi refinement realm. Thus, it was imperative that he succeeded. Su Shidi, do not be so formal. Sister Yi, how much does the fur of the 100-year-old yellow weasel cost? Originally 5 spirit stones, but since we're acquaintances, I'll give you an 8% discount, so it will be 4 spirit stones. Agreed. Su Changsho nodded slightly, though his heart ached at the thought that he had only amassed a total of 6 spirit stones after more than a year of labor. With the majority spent on purchasing qi-gathering pills, spending 4 stones at once was indeed painful. Nevertheless, for the sake of the Thunderstorm Talisman, he was willing to endure the discomfort. Then I will come back next time to collect it. Deal. On the 3rd day, Yi Shanhua arrived in a hurry, likely having spent the previous day testing the Windwalk Talisman. At that moment, Su Changsho was in the talisman room, engrossed in his work. So how did the Windwalk Talisman perform? Su Changsho inquired directly upon seeing her. It was excellent. The effect is incredibly satisfying. Yi Shanhua beamed with joy. Su Changsho scratched his head and said to Sister Yi, I am currently in the midst of drawing talismans. Please wait for me in the adjacent room until I finish. Alright, go ahead. Yi Shanhua waved her hand and moved to the next room. Seemingly uninterested in peering at Su Changsho's talisman-making process, after closing the door, Su Changsho resumed his work. By the time he completed all the talismans, the sun was high in the sky, nearing lunchtime. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted from the adjacent room. Upon checking, he saw Yi Shanhua busily preparing a spiritual meal, with a table laden with exquisite ingredients and 2 plates of already stir-fried delectable dishes. Su Changsho's courtyard had a kitchen, and if he wished to cook, he could simply gather ingredients from the spiritual kitchen. However, he lacked both the skill and the time for cooking, rendering his kitchen practically unused. Su Shidi, please wait a moment, it will be ready shortly. Sister Yi can cook, of course. I assume someone of your background would expect everything to be done for you. Humph. Yi Shanhua shot him a glare. Displeased. Do you think it's easy for disciples from large families? To be candid, the competition among disciples in prominent families is far more brutal. One must fight for resources with their own hands. Is that so? Su Changsho scratched his head, rendered speechless. He had thought that being a second-generation immortal would be quite comfortable, akin to the foolish son of a wealthy merchant who did no work yet enjoyed a lavish life. Sister Yi, would you like my assistance? No need, just wait. I appreciate your hard work. Su Changsho found a stool to sit on and quietly observed Yi Shanhua as she cooked. At that moment, she resembled a delicate wife. Imbued with a faintly homely charm, watching her busy figure, he leaned back and settled into a comfortable posture. If not for the path of cultivation, living as an ordinary person without worries would be quite delightful. It would be ideal to marry someone as lovely as Sister Yi. Although Su Changsho addressed her as Sister Yi, she was actually 2 years younger than him. The usual demeanor he observed from her was one of aloofness. But today felt distinctly different. Soon, the spiritual meal was ready, and they dined while chatting. By the way, Su Shitty, here is the yellow weasel fur you asked me to bring. I had it sent over overnight. As Yi Shanhua spoke, she produced a fluffy bundle of fur, already dried and impeccably cleaned. While the fur was substantial, only a small portion of it could be used for crafting pen tips. Only the wolf hair from the tail was suitable for making the nib. The fur itself was highly valuable, serving as excellent material for crafting feathered garments. A garment made from it would be water-resistant, dust-proof, enduring, and possess certain defensive qualities. Only major foundation establishment cultivators could afford such superior feathered garments. Otherwise, the fur of the yellow weasel would not command such a high price. In Su Changsho's hands, this fur could be utilized to its fullest potential. The yellow weasel's attribute is earth. Once its fur is cut, it can be used to draw talismans, including earth escape talismans and earth barrier talismans. It is particularly suitable for crafting defensive talismans like the earth barrier, given that the yellow weasel's fur has far greater durability than yellow hemp paper. Using it to draw earth barrier talismans would enhance their defensive capabilities by at least 2 or 3 times. Below the foundation establishment level, without the use of magical artifacts, it would be impossible to breach the defenses of such earth barrier talismans. Thank you, Sister Yi. Here is something for you. After receiving the yellow weasel fur, Su Changsho handed Yi Shanhua 4 spirit stones. Yi Shanhua was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Su Changsho to actually produce 4 spirit stones. In her impression, he was rather impoverished. She specialized in trading pills and knew that most disciples from LVMO Peak spent their spirit stones on chi gathering pills. Given this context, it was nearly impossible for Su Changsho to have elevated his cultivation to the 8th level of chi refinement while also saving 4 spirit stones. Yi Shanhua scrutinized Su Changsho's face, which was now so close to her. Su Shitty seems different from before. He appears more handsome and composed. Sister Yi, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Go away. Yi Shanhua's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly lowered her head, a hint of fluster crossing her beautiful eyes. She swiftly changed the subject. Su Shitty, we tested your Windwalk talisman yesterday, and it truly moves 3 times faster than an ordinary one. Wanbao Pavilion can offer you a very favorable price. How many spirit stones for each? Su Changsho smiled. Chapter 33, High-priced Windwalk talismans. Yi Shanhua replied earnestly. Su Shitty, we are not outsiders, so I will be direct. The highest price we can offer at Wanbao Pavilion is 1 spirit stone per talisman. Is that so? Su Changsho maintained a calm exterior while a tempest surged within him. 1 spirit stone for a single Windwalk talisman. What does that imply? Given his current abilities, he could draw 18 talismans daily without consuming spirit energy. 18 talismans would yield 18 spirit stones, translating to an astonishing daily income. It was likely that even a major foundation establishment cultivator could not amass wealth at such a rate. However, this was all hypothetical. If he were to produce 18 talismans every day, the market would soon be flooded, diminishing their value. In fact, if the method of crafting this talisman were to spread, the new Windwalk talisman could replace the old version, causing its worth to plummet. Currently, Wanbao Pavilion's willingness to offer such a high price stemmed entirely from the principle of scarcity. Throughout the entire Dongyu Xianlin, Su Changsho was the only one capable of drawing this Windwalk talisman. Wanbao Pavilion had no alternative source, so naturally, the price would be elevated. Noticing Su Changsho's calm demeanor, Yi Shanhua felt a jolt of apprehension and cautiously asked, "How do you find this price?" Su Changsho pondered for a moment before responding. "I cannot give you an answer right now. I need to consult that senior brother of mine. If he agrees, then it is settled." Yi Shanhua, eager, inquired, "When will you ask him?" "In the evening. I plan to visit that senior brother then." Yi Shanhua's interest piqued. "Could I accompany you?" "No." Su Changsho shook his head and said, "My senior brother simply does not wish for others to know that the talismans are his creations, which is why he entrusted someone to assist in selling them." "Very well, I shall remain here today and await your good news," Yi Shanhua replied. as she plopped down onto Su Changsho's bed and immediately adopted a cross-legged position. As night fell, Yi Shanhua surprisingly lay down on the bed, still dressed, and fell asleep. The sight of a stunningly beautiful young woman sleeping on his bed stirred ripples within Su Changsho's heart. As night deepened, Yi Shanhua feigned sleep with her eyes closed, while Su Changsho slipped out quietly. To prevent being tracked by her, Su Changsho sought a secluded spot, affixed an invisibility talisman to himself, and promptly vanished from sight. He then took a considerable detour around Greening Peak, returning to his small courtyard only after an hour had passed. By that time, Yi Shanhua was already fast asleep. With a sense of resignation, Su Changsho settled onto a mat on the floor to meditate. The room was imbued with the faint, unique fragrance of a young woman, wafting into Su Changsho's nostrils, making it exceedingly difficult for him to concentrate. The following day, when Su Changsho opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of curling smoke wafting from the kitchen. Yi Shanhua had already risen and was busily preparing a spiritual meal. Upon entering the kitchen and witnessing the graceful figure of Yi Shanhua at work, an unusual feeling surged within Su Changsho. Jr. Su, the spiritual meal is ready, please wash your hands and come back to eat, she called out. The morning atmosphere was particularly tranquil as the two shared breakfast, engaging in light conversation. As they neared the end of their meal, Yi Shanhua inquired, Junior Su, did you see your senior brother yesterday? What did he say? Su Changsho nodded. For a single spiritual stone, my senior brother agreed to draw a talisman, but he has one condition. What condition? She asked. That he will only draw 10 talismans each month. Limiting the supply to just 10 talismans per month for Wanbao Pavilion was a decision Su Changsho made after careful consideration. The high price of these wind talismans was largely due to their scarcity. Should he produce too many, flooding the cultivation world with them, it would inevitably impact future prices. By maintaining a limit of 10, he could employ a strategy of scarcity, ensuring prices would not diminish. Moreover, it was widely acknowledged that disciples of Greening Peak found it exceedingly challenging to fulfill their talisman drawing assignments, and producing in excess would raise suspicions. Drawing 10 additional talismans was plausible. Thus, with his sex stipend, Su Changsho could earn 11 spiritual stones each month. At this stage, 11 spiritual stones were more than sufficient. Aside from the sex tasks, he would only need to draw 10 wind talismans, sparing ample time for cultivation. Su Changsho decided to provide Yi Shanhua with 10 talismans each month, tailored to his own needs and circumstances. Yi Shanhua frowned slightly. 10 seems rather few. Su Changsho chuckled wryly. Sister Yi, to be frank, it is already quite a feat for us disciples of Greening Peak to complete our tasks. Drawing 10 additional wind talismans is already a considerable challenge for my senior brother. Very well, 10 it is, but I have a condition as well. I wish to purchase the exclusive rights to your senior brother's wind talismans. What do you mean? He must not sell these wind talismans to anyone else aside from Wanbao Pavilion. After a moment's contemplation, Su Changsho understood that Yi Shanhua's request for exclusivity aimed to secure a monopoly, thereby granting Wanbao Pavilion absolute pricing power. He nodded. Sister Yi, I can certainly agree to that. Rest assured, my senior brother's limit of 10 talismans per month is indeed the maximum, and he will not have any surplus to sell to others. It is settled then. With a word, we are bound. Junior Su, I can now return to report. When can I come to collect the wind talismans? Su Changsho produced 20 wind talismans from his storage bag and said, Here are all the talismans my senior brother has in stock. Take them all at once. Moving forward, you may come at the end of each month. Agreed, Yi Shanhua replied cheerfully. 20 wind talismans total 20 spiritual stones, plus the one from yesterday's experiment makes 21 stones in total. Please accept them. Thank you, sister, Su Changsho said as he received the 21 spiritual stones into his storage bag. Sister Yi, I am running low on gathering spirit pills. When you come at the end of the month, could you bring some for me? How about this? Yi Shanhua casually retrieved a vial of gathering spirit pills from her storage bag. Su Changsho opened it and was met with the sight of smooth, round pills, their fragrant aroma wafting towards him. To his surprise, the quality of these gathering spirit pills exceeded that of those from the sect. Sister Yi, how much do these gathering spirit pills cost? 1 spiritual stone for 10 pills, no more. Su Changsho silently nodded. These pills were far superior to those sold by Huang Shengu, and although she had offered 2 additional pills, he would prefer to purchase Yi Shanhua's superior product. This gathering spirit pill contained a richer essence than the usual 12 pills. Do you have any more? Please give me a few extra. None left. This vial is for my personal use. Sister Yi, Please bring me 2 vials next time. Su Qingshu then handed her a spiritual stone. No need for that, Yi Shanhua declined, saying, this vial of gathering spirit pills is a small token of appreciation from Wanbao Pavilion for you. Junior Su, I shall not accept any spiritual stones, but next time I will charge you. Thank you, Sister Yi. Hee, why be so formal with me? I'm off now. Goodbye, Sister Yi. Chapter 34. Jiang Xiachuan has changed after Yi Shanhua left. Su Qingshu closed the courtyard door and opened his storage bag to take a look inside. He found a total of 23 spiritual stones. Su Qingshu examined them repeatedly, seemingly in disbelief that such a sum could be real. It was the first time in his life he had seen so many spiritual stones. Su Qingshu stopped staring. This is nothing extraordinary, you will earn even more in the future, he reassured himself quietly. Clearing his mind, Su Qingshu retrieved the hide of the yellow weasel. That he then took out his fine steel sword and began to cut the hide into sections. The yellow weasel's fur was remarkably tough, requiring considerable effort before it was divided into 12 pieces, each roughly the size of a sheet of yellow paper. Given the yellow weasel's small size, dividing the hide into 12 sections was already the limit. He left the tail intact for crafting a brush core. Then, using a spirit pen, Su Qingshu commenced drawing talismans with the divided hide. He completed 12 talismans, all of which were earth barrier talismans. Among the talismans he could conjure, they boasted the strongest defense. Green Ink Peak had a type of talisman known as the Earth Shield Talisman, which was also defensive in nature. The ordinary Earth Barrier talismans had 3 times the defensive power of the Earth Shield talismans. And talismans drawn from the yellow weasel's fur would enhance the defense by an additional 2 to 3 times. Thus, Earth Barrier talismans crafted from the yellow weasel's hide could be considered invincible during the Qi refinement stage, impervious to anything short of foundation building cultivators or magical artifacts. Moreover, these talismans could be used 3 times. If sold, they would undoubtedly fetch a higher price than the wind talismans. However, Su Qingshu had no intention of selling such exquisite items. They were to be kept for his own use. Once he had finished drawing the Earth Barrier talismans, Su Qingshu stored them, along with the yellow weasel's tail and the 23 spiritual stones, in the Jade Talisman space. He left only some ordinary talismans and a few scattered spiritual stones in his storage bag. Generally, Su Qingshu placed valuable items in the Jade Talisman space, which not only had ample room but also allowed for easier access than a storage bag. He could retrieve items with just a thought. If Su Qingshu wished to use an Earth Barrier talisman for defense, a mere thought would have it in his hand. Of course, to avoid drawing attention, he typically tapped his storage bag when retrieving items. Having organized everything, Su Qingshu continued drawing talismans, focusing on the ordinary wind talismans. His plan was to amass a substantial stock of wind talismans, sufficient to last at least a year. Once he had secured enough wind talismans, he intended to enter a long-term retreat to prepare for breaking through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. As one progresses in cultivation, the time required for each advancement increases. Su Qingshu estimated that, with the aid of gathering spirit pills, it would take at least a year and a half to move from the 8th to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Without the pills, it would require a minimum of 5 years. Now that Su Qingshu had the resources, he aimed to reach the 9th layer as swiftly as possible. He began diligently drawing talismans, a process that spanned over 9 months, culminating in the creation of 5,000 wind talismans. Throughout this period, Su Qingshu did not neglect his cultivation, although progress was slower while drawing talismans, yielding only half the usual results. During these 9 months, Yi Shanhua visited each month, consistently taking away 10 wind talismans. Su Qingshu's wealth surged dramatically during this time, reaching a total of 108 spiritual stones. At this moment, Su Qingshu had just turned 18. On a certain day of rest, a voice called out, "Is Junior Su there?" From outside the door. "Who is it?" Su Qingshu rushed to open the door, recognizing the unfamiliar voice yet feeling a sense of familiarity. Just open the door and you'll find out," came the playful reply. Upon opening the courtyard door, he was met by the sight of a tall, poised young man standing at the entrance. The boy wore a broad smile, and his facial features were strikingly familiar. However, when he saw Su Qingshu, the smile faded. 8th layer of Qi refinement, impossible, how could you also be at the 8th layer? Who did I think it was? It's you, Jiang Shidi, long time no see, Su Qingshu beamed. After 2 to 3 years apart, Jiang Xiachuan had changed significantly. Not only had his voice deepened, but he had also grown taller, now nearly matching Su Qingshu in height. "Long time no see, Su Shixiang," Jiang Xiachuan replied with a bittersweet smile. In the past 2 or 3 years, he had refrained from seeking out Su Qingshu. intending to return only when he was ready to break through to the 8th level of Qi refinement, so that he could hear Su Changsho call him senior brother. It is worth noting that at the outset, Su Changsho's cultivation was superior to his, yet his own talent surpassed that of Su. Eventually, he surpassed Su by breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refinement ahead of him, leading him to naturally assume that he would also attain the 8th level before Su. And so, upon achieving his breakthrough, he sought out Su Changsho to flaunt his accomplishment, only to be met with a resounding slap in the face. What Jiang Xiaochuan was unaware of was that previously, Su Changsho lacked resources and his talent was indeed inferior. Relying solely on diligent practice, his progress could not match Jiang's. However, circumstances had changed. Su Changsho had started earning his own money and was no longer short on resources. In terms of resources, Jiang Xiaochuan, a disciple from a small clan, could not compete with him. With the combination of ample resources and Su Changsho's diligence, his current rate of cultivation was destined to surpass Jiang Xiaochuan's. Yet, Jiang Xiaochuan was oblivious to Su Changsho's situation. To him, Su's talent and resources were lacking, the conditions of his mountain peak were inferior, and the tasks he undertook were more challenging than his own. Given all these factors, Jiang Xiaochuan believed there was no way Su could outpace him in cultivation speed. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Changsho had also entered the 8th level of Qi refinement, leaving Jiang Xiaochuan utterly astonished. "Junior brother Su, tell me the truth, how did you manage to break through?" Jiang Xiaochuan asked, his tone tinged with discontent. "Oh, it was just a minor stroke of fortune," Su Changsho replied casually, brushing off the inquiry. "No wonder, I thought you couldn't possibly surpass me. It turns out you had some fortuitous encounter," Jiang Xiaochuan remarked, jealousy seeping into his voice. "Junior brother Jiang, I've heard you're overseeing the medicinal garden at Tai Peak. How does it feel?" Jiang Xiaochuan straightened up, responding with pride. "Of course, the conditions at Tai Peak are excellent, far superior to your desolate Green Ink Peak. Moreover, overseeing the medicinal garden is quite easy and doesn't hinder my cultivation." "That's good to hear." Su Changsho nodded slightly. Jiang Xiaochuan had undergone significant changes. He was no longer the innocent boy of his childhood but had become somewhat mercenary. Of course, this transformation was not of his own choosing. It was merely a reflection of the environment within the sect. In their early days at Chusho Peak, there were no vested interests to complicate their interactions, and their youth had allowed for harmonious relations. However, now that they had all grown up and developed their own thoughts, it seemed they could never return to the innocence of their time at Chusho Peak. "Junior brother Jiang, have you come to see me for any particular reason today?" Su Changsho suddenly felt averse to having extensive interactions with Jiang Xiaochuan. Jiang Xiaochuan nodded, adopting a serious tone. "Actually, senior brotherly has just broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement and wishes to invite everyone from Gangxi Courtyard for a meal." "Senior brotherly? Which senior brotherly?" Su Changsho was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Xiaochuan chuckled. "You know, the one and only senior brotherly Linhao. Li Linhao has broken through to the 9th level." Su Changsho was taken aback. It is important to remember that Li Linhao and his peers had nearly all broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement around the same time. His cultivation speed had been quite rapid. And even so, the 9th level remained a distant goal. The fact that Li Linhao had actually achieved it, surpassing him by a small realm, was astonishing. "Senior brother Su, you might not fully grasp senior brother Li's background." "What background?" Jiang Xiaochuan lowered his voice. "Senior brother Li is a second-generation immortal. His father Li Yinglong is an inner sect disciple and now a formidable foundation establishment cultivator." Su Changsho was internally astonished. No wonder he cultivates so swiftly, his background is incredibly solid. Jiang Xiaochuan continued, "Senior brother Li's lineage doesn't end there. The patriarch of the Li family, Li Linhao's great-grandfather, is elder Li Tong of our Green Immortal sect." "Is that so?" Su Changsho was even more surprised. He had heard of Li Tong, an elder of Tai Peak and a genuine golden core powerhouse. He never would have imagined that the seemingly unassuming Li Linhao had such a formidable family background. With such a background, his rapid advancement to the 9th level of Qi refinement made perfect sense. "There's more," Jiang Xiaochuan added. "I've also heard that senior brother Li possesses exceptional talent, having been earmarked as an inner sect disciple from birth. His entry to Chusho Peak was at elder Li Tong's behest, intended as a means of tempering him." He then proceeded to share even more shocking news. "Inner sect disciple." Su Changsho was at a loss for words. Inner sect disciples were bestowed with a foundation establishment pill, an object coveted by all in the cultivation world. Li Linhao had it from birth. The perks of being a second-generation immortal were indeed enviable. Su Changsho felt pangs of jealousy. "Why should I envy him? I am doing well enough myself. One day, I too shall acquire a foundation establishment pill. Why does senior brotherly want to treat us to a meal? Su Changshou inquired. Jiang Xiaochuan shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps he longs for the times we spent together at Chushou Peak. Perhaps. Su Changshou nodded in agreement. To be honest, he too reminisced about those 3 years at Chushou Peak, which were the happiest years of his life, free from worries and pressures. However, one must grow up and change. Even if they gathered again now, it was likely they could never reclaim the feelings of that time. Where is the banquet? When does it begin? At Tai Tower. Understood. Please inform Senior Brotherly that I will be there punctually. Alright, Senior Brother Su, I must take my leave to notify the others a farewell. Junior Brother Jiang. Tai Tower was an upscale restaurant situated at the foot of Tai Peak. It was said that the expenses there were exceedingly high. Even a modest meal could consume several months' worth of pay for an ordinary servant disciple. Of course, high prices were one aspect. The delicacies at Tai Tower were abundant and far superior to those in the Spirit Dining Hall. Today was a rest day, and Su Changshou intended to acquire a larger storage bag. So he decided to make a trip to the Deacon Peak before heading to Tai Tower for the gathering. His current storage bag was one provided upon entering the sect, with a mere 1 cubic meter of space. As his possessions grew, the 1 cubic meter capacity had become somewhat restrictive, necessitating an upgrade. Having visited Deacon Peak numerous times, Su Changshou adeptly made his way to the trading hall. Within the trading hall, there was a dedicated counter for selling storage bags. Su Changshou approached the counter, manned by an elderly man in his 50s, with graying hair and a cultivation level at the 11th level of Qi refinement. Greetings, Senior Brother. I would like to purchase a storage bag. Su Changshou stated his purpose directly. The old man smiled and replied, Junior Brother, do you wish to exchange your old bag for a new one, or do you prefer to buy outright? One can exchange for a new bag? Su Changshou was taken aback. Indeed, the old man chuckled. If you opt for an exchange, your old storage bag will receive a discount, roughly half its value. Su Changshou produced his storage bag and asked. This was issued by the sect. How many spirit stones can I get in exchange? This is the lowest grade storage bag. A new one costs 12 fragment spirit stones, and with the discount, it can only be counted as 6 fragment spirit stones. Alright, 6 it is. Please assist me in acquiring a new one. Su Changshou nodded. Having a new storage bag meant that the old one was no longer of use, but receiving 6 fragment spirit stones was still beneficial. The old man continued seriously. Very well, I'll apply that discount. For disciples at the Qi refinement stage, we have 3 types of storage bags: low grade, with 1 cubic meter of space, medium grade with 10 cubic meters, and high grade with 100 cubic meters. Which do you require? Su Changshou pondered for a moment and asked, what are the prices for each? The old man replied. The low-grade storage bag is 12 fragment spirit stones, the medium grade is 120 fragment spirit stones, and the high grade is 12 spirit stones. Su Changshou nodded inwardly. He had been using the lowest grade storage bag all along. Zhang Zhengyuan had mentioned that his storage bag was as large as a house, which meant it was likely a medium grade. Yi Shanhua must be using a high grade storage bag, as her white jade flying boat measured over 10 meters. Only a high-grade storage bag could accommodate it. What should I choose? Su Changshou fell into contemplation. The low-grade storage bag was out of the question. It had to be either the medium or high-grade. Although he desired a high-grade storage bag, he hesitated at the price. Junior Brother, have you made your decision on which one to buy? The old man inquired again. Su Changshou took a deep breath and declared, I want the high-grade storage bag. The old man was momentarily taken aback. In his view, Su Changshou was young and only at the 8th level of Qi refinement, clearly a new disciple among new disciples. Very few would be willing to purchase a high-grade storage bag. Even those from small clans would think twice. High-grade storage bags were typically affordable only to the more affluent second-generation immortals or scions of large families. Then please make your selection. The old man flicked his wrist, sending 5 or 6 purple storage bags sliding across the counter. The color of the storage bags varied according to their grades. The low grade was gray, the medium grade was black, and the high grade was purple, giving it a luxurious appearance. This one will do. Su Changshou casually selected a storage bag, then transferred all the contents from his old bag into the new one before handing the old bag over to the old man. Junior Brother, the high-grade storage bag costs 12 spirit stones, with a discount of 6 fragment spirit stones, so you need to pay a total of 11 spirit stones and 94 fragment spirit stones. Thank you very much, Senior Brother. After purchasing the storage bag, Su Changsho made his way to the counter selling spirit beast hides. Each time he visited the trading hall, he would stop by this counter, primarily to see if he could procure the hide of a black antelope thunder bull or the horn of a moonlit rhinoceros. After perusing the items within the counter, Su Changsho found himself once again disappointed. Having failed to locate the two desired items, suddenly a magnificent azure wolf pelt caught his eye. The unicorn blue wolf is among the rare few spirit beasts of the wind attribute, and its pelt serves as an excellent medium for crafting wind attribute talismans, particularly the wind travel and flying talismans. A wind travel talisman crafted from unicorn blue wolf pelt could traverse 5,000 miles in a single day, surpassing even sword flight in speed. The same applies to the flying talismans. To comprehend the significance of traveling 5,000 miles daily, even foundational cultivators in the early stages cannot boast such speed. It is an unparalleled treasure for escape. Having already acquired a talisman crafted from the fur of a yellow weasel, which rendered him nearly invincible in defense at the chi refinement stage, possessing a wind travel talisman made from unicorn blue wolf pelt would further secure his safety. Even when faced with foundational cultivators, he would possess a certain advantage for escape. I shall purchase it, Su Changsho resolved, directing his gaze toward the middle-aged woman manning the counter, who, despite being in her 40s, retained an air of elegance. Esteemed sister, I wish to acquire the unicorn blue wolf pelt. How many spirit stones does it cost? 8 spirit stones, she replied. Such a high price, Su Changsho thought to himself, astonished that it surpassed the cost of the yellow weasel fur. However, considering the unicorn blue wolf pelt was significantly larger, at least 3 times that of the yellow weasel's fur, its potential for crafting more talismans made it a reasonable investment. Are you truly intent on purchasing, junior brother? She inquired. Indeed, he affirmed. Upon confirming Su Changsho's genuine intent, the middle-aged woman retrieved the unicorn blue wolf pelt and smiled. Are you a disciple of Chihua Peak? Disciples of Chihua Peak typically engage in chi refinement affairs, and thus the woman mistakenly assumed Su Changsho was one of them. Forgive me for the misunderstanding. I am not from Chihua Peak. This unicorn blue wolf pelt is for an elder who instructed me to procure it for crafting a wind attribute robe. I see, she replied. Please, here are your 8 spirit stones. Thank you, esteemed sister, Su Changsho said as he departed the transaction hall. Boarding the public flying boat to Tai Peak, he cast a wistful glance at his storage bag, which now contained only 88 spirit stones and a few scattered ones. Having spent 20 spirit stones in one go was indeed a heart-wrenching experience. Ordinary disciples seldom earn such amounts in a year. Nonetheless, these items were essential purchases, and he did not consider it a waste of resources. As he exited the transaction hall, dusk was approaching, signaling the near time for the banquet he had been invited to. Su Changsho made his way directly to Tai Tower, boldly stepping inside. In the past, he would have hesitated to enter, deterred by the high costs, but now armed with 88 spirit stones, he felt liberated from such concerns. It must be said that in the realm of cultivation, possessing spirit stones is the most substantial form of capital. Upon entering Tai Tower, he noticed a gathering of young men and women awaiting their turn. A glance revealed familiar faces: Yi Shanhua, Lin Xianer, Zhang Xiaochuan, Han Zhong, Zheng Feixian, Shi Wantong, and Qian Yuanbao were all present. Out of the 10 from their Gangxi courtyard, 8 had arrived, with only Lin Haoran and Su Mo missing. Upon their reunion, subtle changes were evident in everyone. Most notably, their appearances had matured. After 2 to 3 years apart, they had all grown into adults. Additionally, the expressions on their faces had shifted. Su Changsho recalled them as vibrant, sunny, and confident, but now they were encircled around Yi Shanhua, their expressions a mix of flattery, timidity, envy, insecurity, shock, and numbness. Junior brother Su has arrived. Senior brother Su, long time no see. Greetings, senior brother. As Su Changsho approached, Yi Shanhua was the first to greet him with a smile, prompting the others to follow suit. He returned their greetings with a beaming smile. Senior brother, why did you arrive so late? Zhang Xiaochuan complained, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Su Changsho frowned slightly. Is something amiss, junior brother Jiang? Did I arrive too late? It's not that you're late, but senior brother Lin invited us for dinner, and arriving early would have made a better impression. Thankfully, senior brother Lin has yet to arrive. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward, Zhang Xiaochuan replied, pouting. Su Changsho nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. What a bother, where is Su Mo? I told him repeatedly to come early. If senior brother Lin arrives and he is still absent, It would be quite embarrassing for him, Jiang Xiachuan muttered. Indeed, Suemo has been rather inconsiderate. He ought to have come sooner. What is Suemo up to? Several voices echoed Jiang Xiachuan's sentiments. Su Changshou shook his head subtly. They had all changed, losing their former innocence, with ambition overshadowing their once pure intentions. Moments later, Suemo arrived, clad in a somewhat tattered green robe, the fabric marred by countless burn holes. Su Changshou recalled that Suemo was the fire-blowing boy of Chihua Peak. And his appearance indeed matched that of a fire-blowing apprentice. Observing Sumo's cultivation level, Su Changshou frowned. He was at the 7th layer of chi refinement. Most of their peers had already broken through to the 8th layer. Yet Suemo had not. Su Changshou understood part of the reason. Sumo's family, the Su family fortress, had fallen into ruin, leaving him bereft of resources. Without resources, cultivation inevitably lags behind. Su Changshou couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Suemo. Had he not activated the bloodline talisman and learned talisman crafting, he might have been in the same predicament, unable to breach the 8th layer of chi refinement. Oh, junior brother Su has arrived. Long time no see, junior brother Su. Why haven't you broken through, junior brother? The group greeted him, their expressions tinged with condescension. Sumo, seemingly self-conscious, found a corner to sit in silence after the exchanges. Sumo, why arrive only now? Aren't you concerned about senior brother Lin's displeasure? Jiang Xiachuan remarked, his words particularly grating to Su Changshou's ears. Su Changshou glanced at Suemo, noticing his fists clenching slightly, evidently affected by Jiang Xiachuan's comments. He approached Suemo with a smile. How have you been, junior brother Su? I've been well, Suemo replied, his gaze evasive as he lowered his head, avoiding Su Changshou's eyes. Junior brother Su, I see you are on the verge of a breakthrough. Here, take this. Su Changshou produced a jade vial and handed it to Suemo, containing 10 gathering chi pills. At this moment, Suemo was indeed on the cusp of a breakthrough, with the gathering chi pills. He might very well succeed, senior brother Su. I will definitely repay you. Suemo hesitated but ultimately accepted the gathering chi pills, his need for them pressing. Su Changshou smiled, the years ahead are long. Do not fret over immediate gains or losses. I believe in you. Suemo nodded earnestly, affirming, rest assured, senior brother Su, I have vowed to establish my foundation. Good, keep striving. Su Changshou smiled, pleased that at least Suemo remained unchanged among their group. Still harboring lofty ambitions. Chapter 37, Lu Rushi's attachment to a foundation cultivator. At that moment, two figures entered the grand hall of Tai Tower. One was a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, his thick black hair radiating an imposing aura. Beside him nestled a woman of enchanting stature, appearing to be in her 20s, who curled up like a lazy cat in the elder's embrace. Lu Shiji, it's her, Su Changshou gasped in astonishment, recognizing the woman as Lu Rushi, the goddess of his childhood dreams. What relationship could Lu Rushi possibly have with the middle-aged man, undoubtedly judging by their intimate demeanor? It was not one of elder and junior. The only possibility remaining was that Lu Rushi was the man's maid, his prized possession. In the realm of Levection sect, many young women willingly offered themselves to ingratiate themselves with foundation cultivators. It was surprising to find that the goddess Lu Rushi, whom he had always perceived as noble, would also succumb to such entanglements with a middle-aged man. Sighing softly, Su Changshou found himself at a loss for words. Regardless of who it was, once one enters the world of cultivation, they would strive to acquire resources by any means necessary. For an attractive woman, what could be more enticing than attaching herself to a foundation cultivator? In comparison to the resources for cultivation, chastity holds little value, almost worthless. In this light, Lu Shiji seemed to have done nothing wrong. Who among cultivators does not yearn for immortality? Greetings, Master Zhang. Hello, Master Zhang. Disciple pays respects to Master. Upon encountering the middle-aged man in purple, Yishan Huazheng Feishan Lin Siener, and others all bowed respectfully. There's no need for such formalities. The man in purple waved his hand lightly before ascending to a private room on the second floor with Lu Rushi by his side. Jiang Xiachuan lowered his voice. Yi Shiji, who is that? Lin Siener chimed in, that is Master Zhang Zongchang from Danxia Peak. His alchemy skills are exceptional. Su Changshou smiled wryly to himself. So he is an alchemist. No wonder Lu Rushi has chosen to associate with him. That Shiji seems somewhat familiar. She is Lu Rushi, a disciple of the Lu family in Xishan. She is quite fortunate to have become Master Shang's maid. Indeed, is he a foundation cultivator? Su Changshou clenched his fists, his desire for foundation cultivation intensifying. Moments later, a tall youth clad in a purple robe entered Tai Tower. It was Li Lin Haoran in the Levection sect. The color of one's attire carried great significance. Ordinary servant disciples wore green robes, while true inner disciples donned purple robes, as did foundation cultivators, the esteemed cultivators of the golden core, it is said. Don golden robes. As for what color robes the Yuanning ancestors were, Su Changsho was at a loss. Brotherly has arrived. It has been quite a while since we last met, Brotherly. I had no idea you were an inner sect disciple. You certainly kept that a well-guarded secret from us. Upon the arrival of Li Linhao, a throng of young men and women eagerly surrounded him. Even Yi Shanju, with a wry smile, called out to him as Brotherly. Su Changsho observed Li Linhao closely. He bore a smile, walking leisurely, unchanged from before. Once Li Linhao was similarly modest, reticent, and fond of smiling. As a second-generation immortal with a great-grandfather who was a golden core cultivator, his ability to remain so unassuming speaks volumes of his character. My esteemed friends, it has indeed been a long time. Come, let us converse upstairs, Li Linhao said with a smile. After you, brother Li. Be cautious on the steps. A few individuals, including Zhang Xiaochuan, clustered around Li Linhao as they ascended to the second floor. Li Linhao had already reserved a private room, and the group entered directly. The room was lavish, adorned with antique wooden furniture and embedded with various treasures. To their astonishment, the floor was entirely paved with gold. Esteemed brethren, please take a seat, Brotherly. Please, after you, Brotherly, you take the honored position. The group arranged themselves hierarchically, and Li Linhao surveyed everyone before smiling. Dear brothers, I beg your pardon for concealing my identity. It was my grandfather's directive that I not disclose it until I turn 18. Surely Master has his reasons. Indeed, Master has his intentions. The thoughts of a golden core cultivator are beyond our comprehension. His decision must certainly be based on sound reasoning. The others chimed in agreement, casting a glance at Zhang Xiaochuan and the others. Li Linhao felt a sense of ennui. They had shared 3 years together, and when he had not revealed his identity, they had interacted harmoniously. And now, however, it felt different. Everyone spoke to him cautiously, and he could not help but feel somewhat disheartened. Long time no see. How has everyone been faring? Not too bad, a fairly average, just so. The group shook their heads, clearly unsatisfied with their current circumstances. They were all the lowest-ranking disciples, toiling away at the most arduous tasks. Discontent with their situations, every day digging graves has me feeling nauseous. I earn merely a spirit stone a month, which is utterly insufficient. My situation is no better. I've been assigned to the rubbish mountain. Sorting through refuse daily, what a filthy, odorous task. That is still better than my plight. I have to memorize the 10,000 medicines chart, and it's driving me mad. Endlessly studying basic formations is dreadfully tedious. I cannot compare to Brotherly, the group lamented, creating an atmosphere of gloom. Listening to their grievances, Li Linhao maintained a calm demeanor, scanning the room before finally resting his gaze on Su Changsho. Su, among us, I perceive you to be living the most carefree life. Su Changsho grimaced. Brotherly, please do not jest. Everyone knows that the matters of Lamak Peak are the most arduous. I spend my days drawing talismans until I am utterly exhausted. Li Linhao chuckled. I beg to differ. Su, your storage bag is newly acquired, is it not? That is indeed a premium storage bag, costing 12 spirit stones. If your circumstances were dire, would you have splurged on such a luxury? Su Changsho was rendered speechless, having not anticipated that his storage bag would be scrutinized. As an inner sect disciple, Li Linhao was naturally familiar with premium storage bags. What, 12 spirit stones? Su, you are quite impressive. Indeed, Su, you are a hidden tycoon. The others could not help but express their envy. Even Yi Shanju cast an astonished glance at Su Changsho's storage bag. Su, despite being in the lowest-ranking Lamak Peak, you are the most remarkable among us. Without your family background, you would undoubtedly surpass us. Li Linhao spoke with candidness. Though a second-generation immortal, he did not exude arrogance. As humble as ever, he continued. Brotherly, you flatter me. I cannot hold a candle to you. Su Changsho repeatedly shook his head. Li Linhao waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this mutual flattery. It is time to dine. Let the dishes be served. Before long, exquisite dishes were brought forth. Su Changsho sampled the fare. As expected from Tai Tower, each dish was crafted from the finest ingredients, delivering exceptional flavors. Come, Brotherly, I raise a toast to you, to drinking. Cheers, Sister Yi. The group dined and drank merrily, quickly becoming tipsy, and began discussing matters concerning Shusho Peak. When it came time to settle the bill, the meal had cost a whopping 5 spirit stones. Li Linhao footed the bill, His intention in hosting this gathering was to recapture the camaraderie of yesteryears, devoid of any desire to flaunt his status. In the end, Su Qianqiu concluded that Li Linhao was indeed a trustworthy individual. As for future dealings and interests, he could not be certain. After all, the world of cultivation is one driven by interests, and Li Linhao, hailing from a prominent family, could hardly be ignorant of such realities. Chapter 38, Refining Qi. Ninth layer. Upon returning to his humble abode, Su Qianqiu spent the night with a refined steel sword, meticulously dividing the skin of the single-horned blue wolf into 36 portions. The hide of the single-horned blue wolf was significantly larger than that of the yellow-skinned variant. After completing the cutting, Su Qianqiu closed his eyes in meditation. It was late, and he intended to rest before drawing talismans the following day. The next day, as dawn broke, Su Qianqiu had already enjoyed a spiritual meal and prepared to draw talismans. The 36 portions of single-horned blue wolf skin could be transformed into 36 wind travel talismans. However, Su Qianqiu did not intend to use them all for that purpose. In addition to the wind travel talisman, there exists a more practical wind attribute talisman, the flight talisman, generally, if given the choice. Su Qianqiu would certainly opt for the flight talisman, for soaring through the skies is far superior to running on the ground. Yet, the use of the flight talisman has a significant drawback: it is ostentatious. Flying with a sword is a privilege reserved for foundation-building cultivators. Should he be seen soaring about, it could provoke the ire of those foundation-building cultivators, leading to dire consequences. Nonetheless, it cannot be entirely disregarded. When faced with life-threatening situations, utilizing the flight talisman to flee would undoubtedly be preferable to the wind travel talisman. Hence, while the flight talisman would be employed, it would be used sparingly. A minimal quantity would suffice. Su Qianqiu had already devised a plan for the application of the wind travel and flight talismans. He possessed an abundance of talismans ready to be drawn at any time when venturing out. He would use the ordinary wind travel talismans for daily travels, capable of covering 3,000 miles. In the face of danger or special circumstances requiring haste, he could use the wind travel talismans crafted from the single-horned blue wolf skin, which could cover 5,000 miles, as a last resort. As for the flight talismans, or those crafted from the single-horned blue wolf skin, he would avoid using them unless absolutely necessary, only resorting to them when confronted with lethal threats. Su Qianqiu contemplated in silence and decided to draw 12 flight talismans and 24 wind travel talismans from the single-horned blue wolf skin. Over the course of 2 days, he effortlessly completed all 36 talismans. Afterward, he placed them all into the jade talisman space. Next, Su Qianqiu took stock of his possessions. He had drawn 12 earth barrier talismans from the yellow-skinned variant's hide, 12 flight talismans from the single-horned blue wolf skin, 24 wind travel talismans from the same, and various other talismans in abundance. The wind travel talismans designated for task completion totaled 3,500. Su Qianqiu calculated that these 3,500 wind travel talismans would suffice for 1 year and 8 months of tasks. This duration would also be ample for him to break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The upcoming focus would be on entering seclusion to enhance his cultivation. Upon reaching the 8th layer of Qi refinement, the consumption of gathering Qi pills accelerated. On average, he could consume 1 pill every 2 days. This equated to 15 gathering Qi pills a month, which when converted to spirit stones, amounted to 1.5 stones. Such consumption was indeed alarming, considering his monthly stipend was merely 120 fragmented spirit stones. Without additional income, this amount proved woefully inadequate. Fortunately, he did not need to purchase gathering Qi pills. Otherwise, his situation would be even more dire. Of course, for Su Qianqiu, this was not a significant concern. He now enjoyed an extra 10 spirit stones in monthly income, making this consumption manageable. What followed was an extended period of seclusion. For cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, advancing from the 8th to the 9th layer is not particularly challenging, as there are no barriers. As long as one accumulates sufficient energy, a breakthrough is attainable. However, advancing to the 10th layer is another matter. The 10th layer, like the 7th layer, represents a critical juncture. The transition from the 7th to the 9th layer is considered the late stage of Qi refinement. While the 10th to the 12th layers signifies the pinnacle of Qi refinement, the 12th layer is the realm of ultimate perfection in Qi refinement. The 10th layer would pose no difficulty for Su Qianqiu, as he was no longer lacking in resources. Worst case, he could use a breaking barrier pill. As time flowed by, a year and a half slipped away. At last, Su Qingshu achieved a breakthrough to the 9th layer of qi refinement. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. His internal spiritual energy had become denser, surging forth like a mighty river. His physical strength had also increased, now reaching nearly 800 or 900 pounds. The subsequent 3 realms, 10th, 11th, and 12th layers, would further augment his strength, ultimately reaching 1,000 pounds. The increase in strength would diminish somewhat in the following 3 layers, which would primarily see a dramatic enhancement in magical power. Take, for instance, a cultivator at the 10th layer. Their magical power is significantly more robust than that of a cultivator at the 9th layer, should the two confront one another without weapons or hidden cards. The 10th layer cultivator could easily dispatch the 9th layer cultivator in a single strike. On the last day of the month, Yi Shanju came to visit. Congratulations on reaching the 9th layer of qi refinement. Upon witnessing Su Qingshu's breakthrough, her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. After this period of interaction, she faintly sensed that Su Qingshu's finishing talisman was not drawn by some fictitious senior brother. But she harbored serious doubts that it had been crafted by Su Qingshu himself. Naturally, even if she had guessed the truth, Yashanhu would not expose it. What she desired was the finishing talisman. As long as Su Qingshu provided it, the identity of its creator was of no consequence. You've swiftly broken through to the 9th layer of qi refining. Su Shidi, you truly possess remarkable talent. Yashanhu praised. Su Qingshu smiled wryly. What I have achieved pales in comparison to you, senior sister. 6 months prior, Yashanhu had already advanced to the 10th layer of qi refining. There remained a small realm between them. And the distinction between the 9th and 10th layers was a significant watershed. Catching up to Yashanhu would not be an easy feat. Yashanhu chuckled. There is no need for false modesty among all of us. Your spiritual root is the weakest, yet your cultivation speed is not at all inferior to the others. Su Qingshu inquired curiously, what about the others? How are they faring among our group of 10? The fastest is still senior brotherly, who entered the 10th layer of qi refining 3 months before I did. Apart from us, you are the only one at the 9th layer. The others have not made any breakthroughs. Oh, Su Qingshu nodded slightly. In terms of cultivation speed, he had already surpassed the disciples from lesser families, though he still lagged behind the likes of Yashanhu and Li Linhao, who were second-generation cultivators. Nevertheless, Su Qingshu felt quite content with his progress. Of course, resources played a part, but his diligence was unparalleled. Coming from a humble background, he had always been able to endure hardships, which provided him an edge in cultivation. Senior sister, here are 10 finishing talismans for you. Then I shall not be polite. Here are 10 spirit stones for you. Su Shidi, I take my leave. Safe travels. Senior sister. After Yashanhu departed, Su Qingshu took stock of his assets. At this moment, his wealth had accumulated to 273 spirit stones and several hundred fragments of spirit stones. Over the past year and a half, aside from cultivating, his transactions with Yashanhu had never ceased, earning him 10 spirit stones each month. Meanwhile, he consumed 1.5 spirit stones monthly for cultivation. Additionally, his stock of finishing talismans was dwindling, with only over 300 remaining, sufficient for just 2 months' worth of tasks. He needed to draw more talismans. This time, Su Qingshu intended to create an even larger quantity, as he was preparing to break through to the 10th layer of qi refining. This would require more time and resources. Chapter 39, The Location of the Black Lightning Thunder Rocks. After breaking through to the 9th layer of qi refining, Su Qingshu's speed in drawing talismans increased significantly, allowing him to effortlessly create 24 talismans daily, 720 monthly. Naturally, the tasks he needed to submit also increased. He was required to submit 8 talismans daily, which amounted to 224 talismans each month. Transitioning from the 9th to the 10th layer represented a significant threshold, and he would likely encounter a bottleneck, thus requiring more time to break through. To prepare for seclusion, he needed to draw more talismans. Su Qingshu gritted his teeth and resolved to draw for an entire year, completing over 8,000 finishing talismans. He had drawn enough to cover 3 years' worth of tasks. Aside from this year, he could still submit 2 years and 4 months' worth. 2 years and 4 months should suffice for him to reach the 10th layer of qi refining. Of course, during this year of drawing talismans, Su Qingshu did not remain idle. He seized every opportunity to meditate and enhance his cultivation. As his cultivation advanced and he grew older, he increasingly felt the pressure of time. motivating him to train even harder. Once he finished drawing the talismans, Su Changsho devoted himself entirely to seclusion. After a year in seclusion, he reluctantly emerged. At this point, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of qi refining, and he had brushed against the bottleneck of breaking through to the 10th layer. Regardless of how he trained or refined elixirs, it was all in vain. Su Changsho understood that he had become stuck at this threshold. At 21 years old, he had 9 years until he turned 30, a time frame that rendered the prospect of advancing from the 9th to the 12th layer of qi refining nearly impossible. In other words, his ambition to become a foundational grandmaster would surpass the golden age of 30. That posed a challenge. There is an old saying in the cultivation world: at 30, it becomes difficult. By 50, it becomes impossible. Despite his tireless efforts, even avoiding the slightest waste of time, the aspiration to cultivate to the 12th layer of qi refining before turning 30 was proving elusive. The difficulties of establishing a foundation were akin to ascending to the heavens. Very well, if it is difficult, then so be it. I shall do my best and leave the rest to fate. Breaking through was not an overnight endeavor. Su Changsho resolved to rest for a few days before resuming his training. If he were to use a breakthrough elixir immediately, it might not ensure a successful breakthrough. A balance of work and rest was preferable. After years of relentless urgency, it was time for a brief respite. In the following days, Su Changsho climbed to the highest point of Green Ink Peak each day to drink, enjoy the scenery, bask in the sun, and witness the sunrises and sunsets until one day at the end of the month. Yashanho arrived with good news. Su Shitty, I have inquired about the whereabouts of the Black Lightning Thunder Rocks. Quickly tell me, where is it? Su Changsho's interest was piqued. For years, he had been seeking the Black Lightning Thunder Rocks, which was notoriously elusive, residing in stormy locales and exceedingly rare. Even if one were to encounter it, capturing it would prove challenging. Yashanho blinked. Su Shitty, I put in quite a bit of effort to find this out for you. What will you offer me in return? Oh dear, my good senior sister, please do not keep me in suspense. Just tell me. Su Changsho chuckled, grasping Yashanho's delicate hand. In an instant, Yashanho's face flushed a delightful shade of red. Making her all the more enchanting, she shyly withdrew her hand and said, I can tell you, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Take me along. What? Su Changsho exclaimed in astonishment. You wish to accompany me to capture the Black Lightning Thunder Rocks? Exactly, Yashanho nodded, excitement glimmering in her eyes. I have been part of the Green Immortal sect for nearly 10 years and have yet to venture out for any practical training. This time, since you are going to capture the Black Lightning Thunder Rocks, I would like to join you for some experience. Su Changsho was at a loss for words, pouting. Senior sister Yashanho, my life is but a single thread. If I perish, so be it, but you are of invaluable worth. How can you recklessly embark on such an adventure? It is far too dangerous, I believe. Yashanho replied with displeasure. I am not seeking your approval. I am merely asking if you agree or not. If you agree, I will tell you the whereabouts of the Black Lightning Thunder Rocks. If not, I will remain silent. Su Changsho's expression darkened. Fine, I agree. Now tell me, where is it? Yashanho's demeanor shifted to seriousness as she replied, It is in the Thunder Marsh of the Fire Mulberry Kingdom. The Fire Mulberry Kingdom? That is quite far. Su Changsho frowned. He was no longer a novice in the cultivation world. He had heard of the Fire Mulberry Kingdom, a small overseas nation located 3,000 miles across water on the eastern shore of the East Region continent. It was 8,000 miles from the Green Immortal sect to the eastern coast, meaning reaching the Fire Mulberry Kingdom would require over 10,000 miles. Fortunately, the Green Immortal sect was situated on the eastern side of the East Region cultivation realm, with no significant cultivation forces further east, thus minimizing danger. If the area were too perilous, it was unlikely Yashanho would accompany him for practical training. Are we really going such a distance? Yashanho inquired with a smile. Su Changsho nodded. We must go. When do we depart? Yashanho asked eagerly. The sooner, the better, he replied, considering the time. Today marked the last day of the month. A quick trip to the Fire Mulberry Kingdom should allow them to return by the end of next month, ensuring they won't delay their task submissions. With this in mind, Su Changsho said, Senior sister Yashanho, please prepare your things. We can set off tomorrow. Yashanho frowned. Su Shitty, the Black Lightning Thunder Rocks is formidable. It can unleash its innate lightning. Are we really going without any preparation? Su Changsho was taken aback, chiding himself for being overly hasty. Since entering the sect, he had been focused solely on improving his cultivation and had not practiced any spells whatsoever. Currently, he could not even cast a simple fireball spell. The only offensive technique he could utilize was the withered wood palm taught to him by Zhang Zhenyuan. Attempting to confront the Black Lightning Thunder Ox in such a state would be akin to courting death. Indeed, I almost forgot. Preparation is essential. I was too eager. Su Qianshou smiled awkwardly. Yishanhu spoke earnestly. The most dangerous attack of the Black Lightning Thunder Ox is its innate lightning. If struck by its innate lightning bolt, survival is nearly impossible. Therefore, we must devise a strategy to counter its innate lightning. Do not worry. I have a way to deal with the Black Lightning Thunder Ox's innate lightning. Su Qianshou replied confidently. He possessed a talisman known as the Lightning Attractor Talisman, capable of drawing the power of lightning. This talisman, however, could not contain the lightning's force. Once it absorbed the lightning, it would explode immediately. Even so, it could withstand the innate lightning of the Black Lightning Thunder Ox. Can you really handle it? Yushanhu asked, her expression one of disbelief. Before coming here, she had discussed methods to deal with the Black Lightning Thunder Ox's innate lightning with some elders from the Wanbao Pavilion. They ultimately concluded that a qi refining cultivator would face almost certain death if struck by the innate lightning. After all, the power of lightning is all-pervasive. Even attempting to block it with a weapon would result in conduction of the lightning's force. Only foundational grandmasters, wielding supreme magical power, could forcibly seize control of the lightning's force. She could hardly fathom that Su Qianshou possessed a means to counter the lightning. Indeed, that's great. When do we depart? 3 days from now. Chapter 40. The task assigned by Li Daodu. After bidding farewell to Yushanhu, Su Qianshou sought out Yan Bailao to accompany him to submit their tasks at Li Daodu's dojo. After completing their submissions, Li Daodu cast a glance over the group, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Su Qianshou. Qianshou remained behind. The rest may leave. The others departed, leaving Su Qianshou in a state of bewilderment. Unsure why Li Daodu had singled him out. Uncle Masterly, do you have any instructions? Li Daodu replied calmly. Qianshou, you have been in the sect for nearly 10 years now, and you have yet to venture out for practical training. Have you? After reaching the 7th layer of qi refinement, the miscellaneous disciples of the Green Fairy sect are permitted to apply for external training. However, this opportunity comes with stipulations. One can only embark on training once every 3 years, with each stint not exceeding 4 months. Typically, when miscellaneous disciples become weary of their tasks, they eagerly seize any chance to venture out for training. Yet, Su Qianshou never made such a request. He feared the perils of the outside world and hesitated to step beyond the confines of safety. Indeed, Su Qianshou nodded, awaiting further elaboration from Li Daodu. Li Daodu continued. The royal family of the Huasang Kingdom holds a sentimental connection with us. Currently, there is a young girl from the royal family who has awakened an extraordinary spiritual root. This matter has been communicated to me through secretive means, unbeknownst to outsiders. I need you to travel to the Huasang Kingdom and bring back that girl upon successful completion of this task. You will be exempted from your 3-month duties, receive your monthly stipend, and be rewarded with 10 spirit stones. Are you willing to undertake this? I am willing. Su Qianshou felt a surge of joy within. He had originally intended to visit the Huasang Kingdom and was concerned about returning by the end of the month to fulfill his duties. Who would have thought that an opportunity would present itself so fortuitously? Within this talisman, I have inscribed 3 spells for your protection. Should you encounter danger, you may utilize them to confront your adversaries. With a flourish of his sleeve, Li Daodu tossed a gleaming round jade disc to Su Qianshou. He caught it, feeling the jade's warm luster and sensing the 3 flickering lights of treasure within. In an instant, Su Qianshou comprehended how to wield the jade disc. It was straightforward. With a mere thought, he could unleash one of the luminous energies for an offensive strike. What Li Daodu left within was not a particularly formidable spell, merely a casual strike from him. Yet, even such a casual blow from a foundational cultivator could effortlessly obliterate any qi refinement practitioner. Thank you, Master Li. Go forth, Li Daodu instructed. Yes, upon departing from Li Daodu's sanctum, Su Qianshou found himself pondering deeply. Upon reflection, he discerned that the task assigned to him was indeed problematic, seriously so. First and foremost, Li Daodu had made it abundantly clear that he hailed from the royal family of the Huasang Kingdom, and there was a prodigy with an awakened extraordinary spiritual root in his family. He could easily return home himself to retrieve the girl. Even if time were of the essence, he could easily enlist someone more capable to undertake the task. It was worth noting that Su Qianshou was merely at the 9th layer of qi refinement. And among the recent new disciples, none had been assigned to the Green Ink Peak. At Green Ink Peak, Su Changsho's cultivation was the lowest. Any random individual would be stronger than him. The most suspicious aspect was that the awakened girl possessed an extraordinary spiritual root, of which there were only 5 types: wind, thunder, light, darkness, and ice. Practitioners with extraordinary roots had a greater potential than those with singular elemental roots: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. None of these singular elemental roots could compare to an extraordinary root. Such a prodigy would undoubtedly shine within the sect in the future. As long as she did not falter, given time, she would surely become a formidable force. To send a mere chi refinement practitioner like himself to retrieve such a superlative talent seemed reckless, raising the likelihood of unforeseen mishaps. The more Su Changsho considered it, the more absurd it appeared. Something out of the ordinary is bound to be amiss, regardless of the circumstances. Li Doubta should not have entrusted this task to a fledgling cultivator. Thus it was evident that a conspiracy lurked beneath the surface. Su Changsho's thoughts turned ominous. Could Master Li intend to harm me? What should I do? Should I flee? The thought of escape crossed Su Changsho's mind, but he quickly reconsidered. Fleeing would likely result in a warrant for his capture by the sect. Forget it, I shall take it one step at a time. Gritting his teeth, Su Changsho boarded a public flying vessel and arrived at the transaction hall of the Deacon Peak. Before departing, he aimed to seize the opportunity to learn a few spells, desperately cramming knowledge for his imminent journey. Regardless of its efficacy, the sect's techniques, apart from the primary cultivation methods which were free, required payment for all others. Within the transaction hall, a counter dedicated to the sale of techniques caught his attention. Approaching it, he found an elderly man, his hair a shade of gray, at the helm, clearly a veteran at the 12th layer of chi refinement. Esteemed brother, I wish to learn some spells. Do you have any recommendations? Being utterly ignorant of spells, Su Changsho decided to seek advice from the elderly man. The elder casually tossed him a jade slip, saying, "The compendium of spells, 1 spirit stone. It contains all the spells you might wish to learn." Oh, Su Changsho's eyes brightened, and he promptly retrieved a spirit stone to purchase the compendium, pressing the jade slip to his forehead. An array of spells flooded his mind: fireball technique, ice sculpture technique, water manipulation technique, earth spirit technique, thunderstrike technique. The compendium contained dozens of spells, yet all were basic and possessed limited offensive capabilities. In fact, during a duel between practitioners, they would scarcely hold any real offensive power. Among the spells, only the thunderstrike technique barely exhibited some degree of potency. Su Changsho cast a dissatisfied glance at the elder, feeling as though he had been swindled out of a spirit stone. Esteemed brother, do you have any spells with stronger offensive capabilities? Indeed, Su Changsho sought to select a spell with considerable offensive power. Generally, practitioners would focus on 3 areas of spells: offense, defense, and escape. Su Changsho possessed earth barrier talismans, earth escape talismans, invisibility talismans, wind walking talismans, and flight talismans. In terms of escape and defense, he was adequately covered. No foundational practitioner could harm him. For offense, the most formidable attack talisman he had crafted was the sharp gold talisman, which could rival a full force strike from a practitioner at the peak of chi refinement. However, the attack power of the sharp gold talisman paled in comparison to that of the thunderstorm talisman, leaving Su Changsho feeling somewhat underwhelmed. Thus, he desired to learn a spell with substantial offensive capabilities. The elder widened his eyes in disbelief. You are but a mere chi refinement practitioner. How could you hope to cultivate any formidable spells? However, there are methods to enhance offensive power, yet they require weaponry to accompany them. The elder's words rang true. Chi refinement practitioners could only cultivate spells for summoning. Even if they possessed advanced spells, they could not successfully cultivate them. I beseech you, esteemed brother, for your guidance, feel free to browse for yourself. The elder opened the counter, allowing Su Changsho to step inside. Behind the counter lay an array of square compartments, each housing a varying number of jade slips. The elder pointed to one of the compartments. Stronger offensive techniques reside here. Choose as you wish. Su Changsho approached, examining each slip. 13 styles of the golden spear, suitable for those with a gold elemental root. When mastered, it can effortlessly slay peers of the same level. Boomerang, suitable for those with a darkness elemental root. Hunyuan staff technique, suited for those with a wood elemental root. Inyan blade, suitable for those with water and fire elemental roots. 5 elements sword, suitable for those with 5 elements elemental roots. Chapter 41, Departing the green fairy sect, within this compartment lay a dozen or so jade slips containing techniques that were not purely spells but rather offensive methods that required weaponry. Naturally, to learn these techniques, one would need the corresponding weapon. The term weapon here does not refer to ordinary arms but rather to pseudo-magic artifacts. While not true magical artifacts, they are crafted from resilient materials capable of withstanding the impact of spiritual energy. Attacks launched with such pseudo-magic artifacts are far more potent than those from mere weapons or basic spells. However, it is worth noting that such pseudo-magic artifacts become rather obsolete once one reaches the foundational practitioner stage, as they can be easily shattered with bare hands. Among chi refinement practitioners, however, pseudo-magic artifacts are highly coveted. Having thoroughly examined the compartment, Su Changsho chose the 5 elements sword technique. To master this technique, it is best to possess the 5 elemental attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth to unleash its full potential. As it simultaneously accommodates all 5 attributes, it stands as the strongest among the techniques available. Su Changsho, being a practitioner with a diverse spiritual root, was more than capable of mastering the 5 elements sword. Though a more varied spiritual root might slow the cultivation speed, the advantages of a heterogeneous spiritual root are equally significant. In terms of alchemy, talisman crafting, and spell learning, Su Changsho enjoyed tremendous advantages. For instance, regarding the spells within the compendium of spells, he could master every single one, an accomplishment beyond the reach of any other practitioner. To the average chi refinement practitioner, the offensive power of the 5 elements sword is undoubtedly formidable, yet, in Su Changsho's eyes, it still fell short of expectations even with his cultivation at the 12th layer of chi refinement. The most powerful strike he could unleash with the 5 elements sword would equate to that of a sharp gold talisman. It is not that Su Changsho had lofty aspirations, rather he had witnessed too many terrifying talismans, the likes of which ordinary chi refinement practitioners could scarcely fathom. A slight reduction in power was inconsequential. Aside from talismans, he needed additional means of offense. As he consoled himself, Su Changsho grasped the jade slip for the 5 elements sword. Esteemed brother, how much is this? 30 spirit stones. Su Changsho gasped, astonished by the exorbitant price. He realized that such a cost was indeed prohibitive for the average person. The elder shrugged nonchalantly. Any offensive method with greater power naturally comes at a higher price. This is the strongest trump card for practitioners, so it is only fitting that it be costly. If everyone on the street could afford it, would you still wish to cultivate it? Su Changsho found himself at a loss for words and reluctantly paid 30 spirit stones before hastily departing. He then made his way to the weapons counter, where an elderly woman with graying hair presided. Esteemed sister, I seek a sword, a pseudo-magic artifact, preferably imbued with the 5 elemental attributes. Su Changsho directly stated his requirements. Certainly, the elderly woman nodded, turning to retrieve an unassuming dark long sword from behind the counter. This sword is named the 5 Haze Sword, and it simultaneously embodies the 5 elemental attributes. How much? 108 spirit stones. Su Changsho inhaled sharply, taken aback by the steep cost of the pseudo-magic artifact. However, upon reflection, he recognized the rationale. The designation of magic inherently implied a premium price. I will take it. With a resolute determination, Su Changsho produced 108 spirit stones. After leaving the Deacon Peak, he assessed his remaining wealth and found that he now possessed only 322 spirit stones. His fortune had diminished significantly upon returning to his residence. Su Changsho withdrew the 5 Haze sword, channeling spiritual energy into his palm before infusing it into the sword. The 5 Haze sword gleamed brilliantly, its 5 colors swirling along the blade, creating a breathtaking spectacle. So that's why it's called the 5 Haze sword. Subsequently, Su Changsho drew forth his finely crafted steel sword, the 2 blades meeting with a gentle clash. Bang! The resilient steel sword shattered explosively. Su Changsho nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging its worth as a pseudo-magical artifact, formidable in its hardness. After sheathing the wuxia sword, Su Changsho began to delve into the foundational spells contained within the compendium of magic. Although these spells were elementary and possessed limited offensive power, many proved to be quite useful. Fireball technique, water manipulation technique, wind control technique, lightning strike technique, earth spirit technique, and ice sculpture technique immersed in the ocean of spells. Su Changsho mastered all of them in less than a day. As night fell, Su Changsho commenced his studies on the 5 elements sword. The sword possessed 5 fundamental modes of attack, corresponding to the elements of metal, Wood, water, fire, and earth. Upon mastering these basic attack forms, he began to explore their combinations. For instance, a technique combining water and fire was termed the water-fire sword. As long as one possessed the spiritual roots of the 5 elemental attributes, any combination could be executed. The greater the number of attributes combined, the more potent the attack, with the ultimate form being the 5 elements sword, which fused all 5 elements together. Understanding the principles of the 5 elements sword, Su Changsho began to practice diligently. While single attribute attacks were relatively easy to learn, combining them posed significant challenges. 2 or 3 attributes required finding a balance to merge effectively, otherwise forming a cohesive offensive would be impossible. After a night of rigorous training, Su Changsho had mastered the 5 basic attack techniques, and the water-fire sword was beginning to take shape. On the following day, a day of rest, Su Changsho arranged to meet Yi Shanhua and venture to the market at Dansha Peak. Each acquired a puppet horse and various other sundries. 2 days later, at dawn, a pair of fiery red Qilin horses departed from the foot of the peak, each carrying a man and a woman, Su Changsho and Yi Shanhua, respectively. In the span of 2 days, Su Changsho had essentially perfected all the combination techniques, save for the most powerful move, the 5 elements sword. Yi Su Shidi, this is wonderful. We are finally out, Yi Shanhua exclaimed. Indeed, Yi Shiji, I never realized how beautiful the scenery beyond the sect could be. Of course, we have been in the sect for a decade. I was nearly going mad. The outside world is truly splendid. Even the air is sweet. Ha, is it really that exaggerated, Yi Shiji? The two exchanged laughter as they left the Levection mountain range. Although Yi Shanhua possessed a white jade boat, its ostentation led them to opt for the puppet horses instead. Yi Shiji, I actually have a task for this outing. Uncle Li Daotu asked me to retrieve someone from the Wusong Kingdom. After departing from the sect, Su Changsho vaguely recounted the matter of picking someone up as instructed by Li Daotu. What? The royal family of Wusong Kingdom has produced an extraordinary spiritual root, Yi Shanhua gasped. Do you know what kind of spiritual root it is? I do not. How peculiar, Yi Shanhua furrowed her brow. For someone of such significance, why would they send a mere Qi refinement 9th layer cultivator like you? Su Changsho replied. Yi Shiji, do you also find this unreasonable? Yi Shanhua analyzed. I wouldn't say it's entirely unreasonable. If other sects are unaware of this news, sending you to retrieve them while secretly dispatching others for protection is plausible. Su Changsho frowned. Yi Shiji, are you suggesting that Uncle Li will send someone to protect the extraordinary spiritual root covertly? Yi Shanhua nodded. It is possible. An extraordinary spiritual root is far too important for him to take no precautions. He may even choose to protect it personally from the shadows. What, are you implying that Uncle Li might follow us? Su Changsho became unsettled, unable to resist glancing skyward. Chapter 42. The Bull King. Yi Shanhua chuckled. At this moment, it is impossible for Uncle Li to tail us. He may go to Wusong Kingdom first and only follow us after you have retrieved the extraordinary spiritual root. Su Changsho pondered. Then why wouldn't he simply go to pick them up himself? Yi Shanhua speculated. I believe it is because Uncle Li fears the extraordinary spiritual root being exposed. His presence could inadvertently cause complications. Perhaps, Su Changsho replied with a slight nod, internally unconvinced by Yi Shanhua's reasoning, sensing that Li Daotu's motive for sending him to retrieve someone was more than it appeared. Casting a sidelong glance at Yi Shanhua, Su Changsho shifted the topic. Yi Shiji, do the 5 major sects of Dongyu Xianlin compete for disciples? Indeed, Yi Shanhua affirmed, they will seize any resources they can, including talented disciples. It is essential to understand that the existence of the 5 great sects is due to their evenly matched strengths. Should one sect weaken, its demise would be imminent. Thus, the struggles among the 5 sects are intense both overtly and covertly. If a super genius emerges from any sect, they will seize him if possible. If not, they will find ways to destroy him. Otherwise, years down the line, one person could topple an entire sect. Su Changsho nodded silently, realizing that this world of cultivation was far more perilous than he had imagined. Days passed swiftly as the two rode their Qilin horses. Having traveled 3,000 miles from the sect, their surroundings now an endless expanse of plains, the Qilin horses moved swiftly, covering 1,000 miles in a day. At this rate, they would reach the eastern coast in less than 10 days. Li Daotu had not stipulated a return date, and Su Changsho was in no rush, taking the time to enjoy the journey leisurely. At the horizon where heaven met earth, countless small black dots appeared densely. As the dots grew clearer, the ground trembled violently. The two hastily reined in their Qilin horses. Yi Shanhua, somewhat alarmed, inquired, Su Shidi, What is happening? Su Changsho focused his spiritual energy into his eyes, discerning the distant black dots. It turned out to be a herd of dark wild bulls. Su Changsho let out a sigh of relief. Yi Shiji, it is merely wild bulls. We seem to have encountered their migration. Upon hearing that they were just wild bulls, Yi Shanhua also felt reassured. Wild bulls, despite their numbers, posed no threat to them. A booming bellow resonated through the sky as Su Changsho looked up to see a golden wild bull charging toward them with incredible speed. The golden bull was massive, 2 to 3 times the size of an ordinary wild bull. Its golden hide shimmering like gold needles. Following it was a throng of wild bulls surging forth like a torrent of black iron. It is the Bull King. Su Changsho frowned. Unlike ordinary wild bulls, the Bull King possessed a certain level of cultivation, equivalent to a Qi refinement cultivator. The Bull King's imposing presence rivaled that of a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator, if not stronger. Su Shidi, let us avoid its wrath. Yi Shanhua summoned her white jade boat, preparing to take flight. No, Su Changsho blocked her path, stating solemnly, we cannot flee, we just passed a village, and if we evade, that village may be razed to the ground by this herd of wild bulls. Then what shall we do? Yi Shanhua asked anxiously as the Bull King drew near. She could even see its bloodthirsty gaze, filled with ferocity. Do not fear, Yi Shiji, I shall confront it. Su Changsho tightened his grip on the reins. Urging his Qilin horse forward with great speed, the Bull King roared again, swiftly closing the distance to Su Changsho. Standing atop his horse, Su Changsho leaped into the air, executing a wind control technique that propelled him several meters forward to meet the Bull King. At the same time, he drew forth the wuxia sword from his storage bag. You vile beast, cease your rampage, Su Changsho shouted, swinging his sword, which emitted 5 brilliant hues, its tip radiating vibrant light as it cleaved toward the Bull King's head. At that moment, the Bull King did not remain passive. It roared in defiance, its eyes flashing with disdain. The golden horns erupted with radiant light, unleashing a golden beam over a foot long to counter Su Changsho's wuxia sword. With a resounding clash, the sword struck down, dispersing the golden beam, and in the next instant, a bloodied golden bull's head tumbled to the ground. With the demise of the Bull King, the wild bulls behind it were gripped by fear, each letting out terrified cries before turning to flee. Su Shidi, you are incredible, Yi Shanhua exclaimed, rushing over, her eyes alight with astonishment. It dawned on her that this Su Changsho, whom she had dubbed her junior brother, possessed such terrifying combat prowess. The Bull King, without a doubt, was on par with a Qi refinement 9th layer cultivator, and if she had not used her trump card, she would have struggled to slay it. Remarkably, Su Changsho, with a lower cultivation than hers, had effortlessly defeated the Bull King in a single strike, an astonishing feat beyond her imagination. Su Shidi, was that the 5 elements sword you just used? She inquired. Indeed. No wonder it was so formidable. You have mastered the 5 elements sword. Yi Shanhua smiled ruefully. Unfortunately, only cultivators with 5 elemental attributes can forge it. Su Changsho was known to possess a mixed spiritual root, and while individuals with such roots cultivated slowly, they excelled in spellcasting. The more attributes one had, the more spells one could learn. This bull hide is quite valuable. We cannot let it go to waste. Su Changsho wielded the wuxia sword, expertly skinning the entire bull, even taking the hide of its head. Upon first sighting the Bull King, he had recognized it as a golden attribute demonic beast. Its hide could be used to craft gold attribute spiritual talismans. If he utilized its hide to create a sharp gold talisman, its offensive power would be at least doubled compared to an ordinary one. In terms of offense, Su Changsho had been lacking, so acquiring the bull hide would effectively fill that void. After slaying the Bull King, the two resumed their journey. They encountered no further demonic beasts, and any wild creatures that dared to provoke them were swiftly dispatched by Su Changsho with a mere flick of his sword. 10 days later, the two arrived at the eastern coast. It was early morning, and a golden sun ascended from the water's surface, soaring into the sky. The golden waves sparkled, and the sea was relatively calm. There remained a 3,000-mile aquatic journey to the Hwasong Kingdom, and the two stowed away the Qilin horses, as they could not continue their journey over water. Onward, Yi Shanhua clapped her storage bag, summoning the white jade boat, which gracefully settled upon the water's surface. She lifted her foot and leaped onto the white jade vessel, smiling sweetly as she addressed Su Shidi. This white jade boat consumes a fragment of spiritual stone worth 100 miles. You shall bear the expense. No problem, I shall cover it, Su Changsho replied with a cheerful grin as he hopped onto the boat. Yi Shanhua activated the formation, and the white jade boat glided smoothly across the sea. To those observing, the white jade boat appeared no different from an ordinary vessel, not drawing undue attention. Chapter 43, Arrival at Thunder Pool. The kingdom of Hwasong is but a small nation on the eastern sea, spanning 3,000 miles and home to 8 million souls. The white jade boat sped swiftly towards Hwasong, but due to the significant friction on the water's surface, it could only travel 700 to 800 miles in a day. 4 days later, with approximately 300 to 400 miles remaining to Hwasong, the silhouettes of the kingdom's mountains began to emerge in the distance. Yi Shiji, let us head south, Su Changsho pointed in a direction and spoke. Yi Shanhua nodded, slightly adjusting the boat's course. Luais, located in the southern part of Hwasong, is a small town known as Luais Township. The name derives from a place that is perpetually surrounded by thunder and lightning, where any mortal who enters is doomed to perish. Are you planning to go straight to Luais? Yi Shanhua inquired. Indeed, should we not first visit the Hwasong royal family? We shall go to Luais first, then to the royal family. The royal city of the Hwasong dynasty lies in the southern central region of the kingdom, while Luais is situated in the southern half. Su Changsho's intention to head south with Yi Shanhua was clear. He aimed to visit Luais first. The rationale behind this decision was simple. Yi Shanhua had previously mentioned that Uncle Li would surely send someone to protect it, and if they encountered it too early, it would complicate their plans. Su Changsho's strategy was to secure the Black Antelope Thunder Bowl in Luais first, and then proceed to the Hwasong royal family to seek the. After all, Ali Dauda had not specified the timing for his arrival at the royal family, so whether it was a day earlier or later made little difference. By midday, Su Changsho and Yi Shanhua set foot on Hwasong's territory. Upon reaching Luais Township the following evening, they found it was nearly nightfall. Given the impracticality of hunting the Black Antelope Thunder Bull at that hour, the two decided to rest for the night at an inn located less than 10 miles from Luais. This inn was a humble establishment catering to mortals. After settling in, they freshened up and proceeded to the dining hall for a meal. After a long journey without a satisfying meal, the aroma of the dishes from the inn awakened Su Changsho's appetite. As an island nation, Hwasong's cuisine primarily features seafood. Although it was mere mortal fare, the succulent and rich seafood banquet left Su Changsho utterly delighted. Yi Shanhua, however, seemed less inclined towards seafood, opting for only a few vegetarian dishes. Given her celestial lineage, the rustic mortal delicacies did not appeal to her refined palate. Dear guests, the innkeeper has advised that everyone should refrain from venturing outside tonight due to inclement weather and the threat posed by thunder beasts. A voice echoed, curse this dreary rain and those accursed thunder beasts. No need to complain, let us simply stay indoors. It is infuriating. As long as the thunder beasts roam free, we shall find no peace. Indeed, we in Luais Township have suffered long enough under the tyranny of these thunder beasts. The thunder beasts are not to be feared. I have heard that many immortals have come to our Luais Township recently, here to aid us in eliminating the thunder beasts. Yes, if the immortals have arrived, then we are saved. The thunder beasts shall surely perish. During the meal, the patrons of the inn engaged in lively discussions about the thunder beasts. Su Changsho pulled the innkeeper aside to inquire further, discovering that the thunder beasts mentioned were, in fact, the Black Antelope Thunder Bull. It turned out that 10 years prior an uninvited guest had appeared in the Thunder Pool, the Black Antelope Thunder Bull. Since then, it had taken residence in the Thunder Pool, causing chaos whenever it rained. The thunder beast, crackling with lightning, was lethal to ordinary individuals upon contact, and it could unleash massive bolts of lightning when threatened. Over the past decade, the thunder beast had claimed countless lives, becoming synonymous with terror in Luais Township, enough to silence children's night cries. Subsequently, a certain Taoist had come to Luais Township, claiming to know immortals. He requested funds from the villagers to travel to the western continent in search of these immortals. This Taoist, originally a loose cultivator from a miner family, returned home and spread the news about the Black Antelope Thunder Bull. Yi Shanhua learned of this news through the same Taoist's announcements. Casting a glance at Yi Shanhua, Su Changsho could not help but frown. Yi Shiji, this is troubling. Others have also come to Luais. Yi Shanhua sighed, there is little we can do. The horns of the Black Antelope Thunder Bull are prime materials for crafting thunder attributes, pseudo-magic artifacts, naturally attracting interest. It may not necessarily be a bad thing. She added. Suddenly an idea struck Su Changsho, and a smile returned to his face. The intentions of those seeking the Black Antelope Thunder Bull differed from his own. They coveted its horns, while he desired its hide. Even if someone else were to seize the opportunity first, he could simply purchase the hide. With so many eyes fixated on the Black Antelope Thunder Bull, could this not turn into a fortuitous situation? Yi Shanhua was left speechless. Su Changsho reassured her, "Do not worry, the Thunder Pool is not so easily accessed. I possess a secret treasure that allows me to enter. Yi Shanhua nodded, "As long as you are confident. That is sufficient. I, however, lack the ability to enter the Thunder Pool." As night fell, Su Changsho returned to their room and retrieved a formation disc, setting it up within the chamber. This was a soundproof formation disc that Su Changsho had procured from the market, facilitating his cultivation in noisy environments while traveling. He took out the hide of the manticore bull and sliced it into pieces the size of talismans using the wuxia sword, including the head. He divided it into a total of 120 pieces. Subsequently, Su Changsho employed the fireball technique to dry each piece of hide, ultimately selecting 10 to begin inscribing talismans. All 10 talismans were inscribed with the sharp gold talisman. Talismans crafted from the manticore bull's hide boasted an attack power at least double that of ordinary sharp gold talismans. With these 10 talismans, he had fortified his arsenal significantly the following morning. Just as dawn broke, Su Changsho rose early after sharing breakfast with Yi Shanhua. The two made their way directly to Luai's. Luai's was not large, spanning merely a few dozen miles. It was flanked by mountains on 3 sides, with dense forests on the other. To enter Luai's on foot, one had to traverse through the forest. Upon arriving at the forest's edge, Su Changsho and Yi Shanhua found dozens of cultivators gathered there, their cultivation levels ranging from the 10th to the 12th layer of qi refinement, most of them being quite advanced in age. Su Changsho glanced into the depths of Luai's, where a violet ocean lay hidden. Here a type of purple bamboo known as thunder leaf bamboo flourished, thriving in areas rich in thunder and lightning. From a distance, the purple bamboo swayed in the wind, and the rustling of its leaves sparked tiny threads of lightning, sending shivers down one's spine. It is known that the most ferocious attribute in existence is that of lightning. Even a mere threat of it could spell doom for an ordinary person. In the presence of concentrated lightning, even cultivators struggled to withstand its might, though those with lightning attributes possess some measure of immunity. Boom, boom, boom. Deep within the thunder pool, the sound of thunder rumbled ominously, causing the assembled cultivators to feel a chill of trepidation. Yi Shanhua's expression grew grave as she remarked, "Su Shidi, this thunder pool is far too perilous. Perhaps we should reconsider it." "Fear not." Su Changsho shook his head, smiling. "Yi Shiji, there is no need for concern. I have my own means." Chapter 44, Thunder Summoning Talismans. Just as Su Changsho was about to enter the thunder pool, an elderly man clad in gray robes suddenly emerged from within. This elder appeared to be around 60 years old, his hair disheveled and his body crackling with errant bolts of lightning. "Oh no, it's Taoist Wu. He's come out." "Taoist Wu, how was it?" Several onlookers turned their attention towards the gray-robed elder. Trembling and pale, the elder forced a smile. "This thunder pool is far too terrifying. Without a method to evade the lightning, one should never venture inside, or it will cost them their lives. So fearsome." The crowd shuddered at his words, those who had intended to enter the thunder pool now hesitating. "Run, quick run." Suddenly, a commotion erupted from within the thunder pool as 5 or 6 cultivators rushed out, each one charred black, and one even missing an arm, the severed limb singed. "What transpired?" someone asked. "We encountered the black antelope thunder bull and were attacked." Indeed, the black antelope thunder bull thrives in the thunder pool. Only foundational cultivators stand a chance against it. "What should we do?" The best course of action is to lure the black antelope thunder bull out, although the crowd was unwilling to leave. They began to deliberate on strategies to deal with the beast. Yi Shiji, I will go in, Su Changsho declared. "Wait." Yi Shanhua grasped Su Changsho's arm, her face pale with concern. "Su Shidi, so many have gone in and found themselves no match for the black antelope thunder bull. Do not act recklessly. I will be fine. I have a plan to deal with it. You stay here and draw it out. I have a way to slay it." "Alright, I will first assess the situation inside." "Be cautious, Su Shidai." As Su Changsho slipped into the thunder pool, Yi Shanhua's face turned ashen with worry. Someone has entered the thunder pool. What a reckless lad, a mere 9th layer of qi refinement. He is seeking death. Who is this child? Which family does he belong to? I do not recognize him. Foolish, he is surely doomed. Inside the thunder pool, Su Changsho swiftly maneuvered through the turbulent waters, his body brushing against the surrounding bamboo leaves, generating strands of silver lightning. Being of the lightning attribute, he possessed a degree of immunity to lightning power, rendering the minor shocks inconsequential to him. However, Su Changsho remained cautious, wielding his sword in one hand while clutching a dozen thunder-summoning talismans in the other. The thunder-attracting talisman serves as his greatest trump card upon entering the thunder pool. When faced with the onslaught of lightning, the talisman can directly absorb its formidable power. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked through the heavens, striking just before Su Qianxiu. A robust thunderleaf bamboo was hit, instantly reduced to ash. While the thunderleaf bamboo possesses the ability to withstand the force of lightning, its resilience is not infinite. The ferocity of lightning is such that even the most robust bamboo cannot endure it under extreme conditions. As the lightning struck the ground, it formed a realm of thunder. Countless silver serpents danced chaotically upon the earth, causing the nearby thunderleaf bamboos to tremble in fear. Su Qianxiu was equally astonished. Such terrifying lightning power could easily overwhelm any chi-refining practitioner. The thunder pool possessed some unique quality that irresistibly attracted lightning. Even amidst the bright daylight, it would occasionally be struck. Today, with the overcast skies, the frequency of lightning strikes had intensified. After advancing several miles, he was nearing the depths of the thunder pool. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning descended right above Su Qianxiu. Thunder-attracting talisman. Activate. Without hesitation, Su Qianxiu hurled a thunder-attracting talisman into the sky. The talisman ascended, radiating a brilliant light, drawing in the boundless power of lightning, which surged into it as if overwhelmed by the monstrous force. The talisman twisted, expanded, and deformed. Go! With a swift gesture, Su Qianxiu propelled the talisman hundreds of meters away, where it exploded in midair. Boom! The torrent of lightning poured forth, causing the area to erupt in a frenzy, severing several branches of thunderleaf bamboo. Witnessing this scene, Su Qianxiu felt a lingering dread. The lightning within the thunder pool was exceedingly fearsome. Had it not been for the thunder-attracting talisman, that bolt could have claimed his life. Simultaneously, Su Qianxiu grew more assured. If the talisman could withstand heavenly lightning, it should easily handle the black antelope thunderbolt. Moo! Suddenly, a resounding bellow echoed through the sky, followed by a tremor in the ground. Su Qianxiu raised his gaze, only to see a massive black antelope thunderbolt charging towards him from a mile away. It had discovered him, likely due to the earlier lightning strike, from a distance. The black antelope thunderbolt appeared even larger than the king of brute bulls, boasting a physique twice its size. Its jet-black fur stood erect like steel needles, resembling iron wires. Silver lightning threads entwined its coat, and between its nostrils, lightning serpents as thick as a pinky finger writhed. Its extraordinary eyes emanated a bewitching glow of electric energy. Most terrifying of all was the lightning-shaped horn protruding from its forehead, which pulsed with concentrated thunderous energy, seemingly brewing a deadly attack. In an instant, the black antelope thunderbolt was upon Su Qianxiu, opening its massive maw to unleash a deluge of lightning, enveloping Su Qianxiu beneath a colossal curtain of thunder. Su Qianxiu's heart raced. The volume of lightning expelled by the black antelope thunderbolt rivaled that of heavenly bolts. However, the bull's lack of combat knowledge resulted in a more dispersed attack. If it concentrated its power on a single target, its might would be comparable to that of heavenly lightning. Thunder-attracting talisman. Activate. Su Qianxiu once more cast a thunder-attracting talisman, which soared into the air, releasing its pulling power to encompass all the lightning energy. An endless torrent of lightning surged into the talisman. Moo! The black antelope thunderbolt was momentarily stunned, having never encountered such a peculiar occurrence where someone could absorb its lightning power. It was utterly unfathomable. Go! Su Qianxiu gestured with one hand, directing the talisman towards the bull. The black antelope thunderbolt, now somewhat intelligent, sensed danger and began to flee, yet, the talisman clung to it like a persistent shadow. Boom! Just a few steps in its escape, the talisman detonated, engulfing the black antelope thunderbolt in a terrifying wave of lightning. Though the lightning posed no harm to it, the force still left it dazed and disoriented. Moo! Enraged, the bull charged back a few steps, opening its vast mouth to unleash another torrent of lightning upon Su Qianxiu. Thunder-attracting talisman. Activate. Su Qianxiu resorted to the same tactic, drawing the lightning away once more. While delivering a hefty blow to the bull's snout, the black antelope thunderbolt grew even more furious, its eyes betraying a hint of panic. It was evident that after releasing lightning twice, the bull had begun to weaken. Kill. Su Qianxiu employed the wind control technique, wielding his sword in one hand while clutching the thunder-attracting talisman in the other, charging towards the black antelope thunderbolt. Moo! To his surprise, the bull let out a mighty roar, turned tail, and fled, unwilling to confront Su Qianxiu head-on. Chapter 45, Slaying the Thunderbolt. Pursue. A chase ensued between man and bull amidst the bamboo forest. Su Changsho was taken aback to find that the black antelope thunder bull was fleeing towards the dense forest, which led to the exit of the thunder pool unbeknownst to him, under normal circumstances. The bull would engage in battle with practitioners by retreating deeper into the thunder pool, where the lightning was more concentrated, allowing it to thrive like a fish in water. However, today's circumstances were different. This practitioner could absorb its lightning. The black antelope thunderbull, now somewhat sentient, was wary of Su Changsho potentially trapping it, thus it sought to escape outside, where the sky was vast and the ground open, facilitating its flight. Although the bull wielded lightning power and possessed terrifying attack capabilities, it was not particularly swift. Su Changsho closed the distance, nearing the bull. At this moment, he felt a surge of urgency. The thunder pool was not expansive, and should he chase it outside, complications would arise, for there were still over a dozen practitioners waiting outside. If he were to emerge, it was uncertain whether it would still be his. Therefore, the best course of action was to slay the black antelope thunderbull within the confines of the thunder pool. If he could catch up, killing it would pose no difficulty, without its lightning power. The bull's strength paled in comparison to the king of brute bulls' roar. At that moment, the black antelope thunder bull suddenly accelerated, on the verge of bursting out of the thunder pool. Su Changsho's expression shifted, and he hastily retrieved a wind-running talisman from his storage space, applying it to his thigh. This was his own wind-running talisman, capable of covering 3,000 miles in a day. At this critical juncture, Su Changsho would not settle for a subpar talisman. Whoosh! Su Changsho surged forward, reaching the air above the black antelope thunder bull just as it was about to escape the thunder pool. Simultaneously, he noticed the practitioners outside becoming restless. Look, that beast is coming out, charge, slay it. In unison, over a dozen practitioners positioned themselves in front of the black antelope thunder bull. Panic-stricken, the bull unleashed a torrent of lightning, a deluge of electric energy cascading downwards. Not good, run, run. The practitioners turned and fled. A few who were slower were struck by the lightning, resulting in one fatality, 2 severely wounded, and several others left charred. The thunder beasts were indeed formidable. Upon emergence, the thunder beasts wreaked havoc. Quickly run. The immortals cannot contend with the thunder beasts. In the distance, several mortals were paralyzed with fear. These mortals had come to witness the spectacle of immortals attempting to subdue the thunder beasts. Never anticipating the overwhelming strength of the beasts, capable of dispatching even the immortals. You vile creature, do not act so recklessly, I shall slay you. At that moment, Su Changsho landed atop the back of the black antelope thunder bull, raising his voice as he swung his sword towards the bull's head. With a thud, the massive head fell to the ground, defeated in an instant. The practitioners stood in shock, as did the mortals and Yi Shanchao, who were equally bewildered. From the moment the thunder beast emerged to its demise was but an instant. Yi Shanchao had not even comprehended the situation. Collect. Su Changsho clapped his storage pouch, gathering the carcass of the black antelope thunder bull along with its severed head. Surveying the crowd, Su Changsho clasped his hands in a formal gesture, declaring, "My fellow cultivators, this vile creature has been slain by me. You may disperse now. The thunder beast lay dead. You too shall meet a similar fate." Retribution indeed. Haha, thank you, immortal, thank you, celestial being. Quickly, Yergo bowed to the immortal. Only then did the distant mortals react. Kneeling before Su Changsho, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The practitioners did not disperse, their eyes fixated on Su Changsho, glimmering with greed, yet none dared to confront him. Their gazes were tinged with trepidation. Su Changsho had entered the thunder pool alone, slaying the black antelope thunder bull, though he was merely at the 9th level of chi refinement. Seemingly harmless, the act of slaying the bull altered perceptions. In truth, the black antelope thunder bull was not inherently strong. Its might stemmed from its lightning powers. Su Changsho's ability to absorb the bull's lightning with the thunder-attracting talisman allowed him to dispatch it effortlessly, akin to dealing with an electric eel stripped of its power. However, the onlookers did not see it that way. They believed Su Changsho either concealed his true strength or possessed a terrifying hidden card. Since you fellow cultivators refuse to depart, I shall take my leave. Just as Su Changsho turned to exit, he was obstructed by an elderly couple, an old man and an old woman. The old man's complexion was pale, with long narrow eyes. The old woman's gaze was cold, her expression shadowy. The old man stepped forward, speaking kindly. Fellow cultivator, this black antelope thunder bull was a spirit beast of our Meng family, entrusted with guarding our mountain gate. Over a decade ago, this vile creature suddenly vanished, and we never expected to find it here. My wife and I searched extensively, only to trace its whereabouts to this place. You claim this vile creature is your spirit beast? Su Changsho scoffed. The black antelope thunderbolt clearly exhibited signs of nascent intelligence, with no traces of taming. Indeed, the old woman nodded indifferently. Su Changsho replied with a smirk, "This beast has harmed countless lives. How do you propose to account for this, esteemed couple?" The old man smiled humbly. "This creature, untamed and wild, has wrought havoc upon the innocent. Its demise at your hands is merely its just deserts. My wife and I have no words to say. We only hope you will return the corpse to our Meng family." "There seems to be some merit to your argument." Su Changsho's smile grew colder. As the couple spoke with an air of feigned righteousness, merely seeking to lay claim to the horns of the black antelope thunderbolt. "However, the remains of the black antelope thunderbolt are something I cannot relinquish to you." Upon uttering these words, the smiles on the couple's faces vanished, replaced by a faintly sinister expression at the corners of their mouths. At that moment, Yi Shanju approached and stood behind Su Changsho. Seemingly poised to act at any moment, the other cultivators looked on with detached interest. All were cultivators, well aware of the situation. The couple's claim that the black antelope thunderbolt belonged to them was nothing but a fabrication, a mere pretext to justify an attack on Su Changsho. Though they observed with cold indifference, they had no intention of intervening, preferring to watch the conflict unfold, perhaps hoping that the fishermen would benefit from the clams' dispute. The present circumstances were precarious. Whether Su Changsho or the elderly couple emerged victorious, they would still have to contend with the others, yet the couple appeared particularly confident. Su Shidi Yi Shanju whispered in Su Changsho's ear, "Be cautious, this couple may belong to the Hahuan sect. Their disciples practice a dual cultivation technique that emphasizes a deep connection, a kindred spirit. If they join forces, they can easily annihilate cultivators of the same level." So formidable, Su Changsho thought to himself in astonishment. No wonder they dared to provoke him. They were indeed from the Hahuan sect. Among the 5 great sects, those from the Hahuan sect were notoriously difficult to deal with. Encountering a couple from their ranks often meant certain death. The combined strength of a Hahuan couple was far more than a mere sum of their parts. "A friend, I shall reiterate, return the corpse to me. Or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The elder stepped forward, his voice turning icy. "I apologize. This beast has caused much harm, and I require its remains to honor the deceased souls. I cannot give it to you." Su Changsho's mind raced as he discreetly locked onto a sharp gold talisman and an earth talisman crafted from the hide of a brute bull. Both members of the couple were at the 12th level of chi refinement, their strength unfathomable. Should they strike, Su Changsho would have to employ his most formidable methods. There's no need for further discussion. "Old man, eliminate him." The old woman's expression turned frosty. With that, the couple simultaneously slapped their storage bags, each summoning a sword. The elder's sword was a fiery red resembling blazing flames, while the old woman's sword shimmered with a frosty blue hue. "Akin to ice, beware, it's a pseudo-magical artifact." "Su Shidi, be cautious," Yi Shanju exclaimed in alarm as she employed some method, enveloping herself in a transparent aura of spiritual energy. "Kill." The couple each wielded their swords in one hand while forming peculiar hand seals with the other. Their seals intertwined, and as they clasped hands, their momentum surged dramatically. Both swords pointed towards Su Changsho, unleashing a column of ice entwined with flames aimed directly at his brow. Clang! When the fiery ice column was mere inches from Su Changsho's brow, it came to an abrupt halt, as if thwarted by an unseen force. At that moment, a layer of earthy yellow ripples emanated around Su Changsho, which effectively blocked the couple's assault. Indeed, Su Changsho had activated the earth talisman. Then, with a shattering sound, the ice column disintegrated and the flames dissipated, yet the earthy yellow ripples remained unmoved, ethereal, and enigmatic, as solid as rock. The couple's expressions shifted drastically. "This is impossible, their combined strike, even against a 12th level chi refinement cultivator, should have been insurmountable. How could Su Changsho, at merely the 9th level of chi refinement, withstand it? Moreover, what was that earthy yellow ripple? Could it be a magical artifact? No, a 9th level chi refinement cultivator could not wield magical artifacts. Various thoughts raced through their minds. Sharp gold talisman, arise. With a mental command, Su Changsho's palm began to radiate golden light, before anyone could comprehend. A surge of golden sword energy erupted from his palm. What is that? Both Yi Shanju and the onlookers were taken aback, unable to fathom how Su Changsho could emit sword energy barehanded. It was common knowledge that only those at the foundation establishment stage could achieve such a feat. A chi refinement cultivator's physique was insufficient to bear sword energy. To unleash sword energy, One must rely on a pseudo-magical artifact. Unbeknownst to them, Su Qianxiu was not emitting sword energy with his bare hands, rather, he was utilizing the sharp gold talisman, which had detonated the moment it exited the jade talisman space, transforming into a sword energy, thus creating the illusion of him wielding sword energy by hand. Puff. The elder's defenses were forcefully breached, and his head was pierced, exploding on the spot, his soul extinguished. So powerful. Su Qianxiu marveled inwardly. The sharp gold talisman was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Old man. The old woman was struck with alarm, turning to flee. Sharp gold talisman, go. Su Qianxiu aimed his palm at the back of her head, unleashing another torrent of golden sword energy. Bang! The old woman's protective barrier shattered, and the sword light surged through, piercing her skull from behind. Her body froze, the light of life extinguished in her eyes as she bled out on the spot. Under normal circumstances, Su Qianxiu would certainly not be a match for a 12th level Qi refinement cultivator, yet the might of the sharp gold talisman was so formidable that an ordinary one was equivalent to the strongest strike of a 12th level cultivator, let alone one crafted from the hide of the Bull King. How remarkable! The surrounding Qi refinement cultivators were thoroughly awestruck, no longer daring to take action. Su Qianxiu had swiftly eliminated two 12th level cultivators, a feat no one had anticipated, including Yi Shanju. With the two sword energies instilled fear in all present. Yi Shiji, let us depart. Su Qianxiu recognized that lingering here was unwise. He collected the couple's storage bags and pseudo-magical artifacts, pulling Yi Shanju along as they hastened their exit. At that moment, his wind talisman still adhered to his leg, allowing for rapid departure. Before anyone could react, they had vanished. After them, the onlookers gritted their teeth, pursuing the direction in which Su Qianxiu had fled. In an instant, Su Qianxiu had led Yi Shanju to the inn. Su Shidi, what was that sword energy you unleashed just now, upon returning to the inn? Yi Shanju eagerly inquired. Su Qianxiu paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, when I arrived, Uncle Li provided me with a trump card. I see, so that's how it is, no wonder it was so powerful. Yi Shanju nodded. Su Qianxiu was reluctant to elaborate further, and she refrained from prying. Asking about another's trump card was considered taboo. She too possessed her own hidden cards and preferred not to disclose them. Yi Shiji, could you appraise these two pseudo-magical artifacts for me? Are they valuable? Su Qianxiu said as he handed over the couple's swords to Yi Shanju. As a member of Wanbao Pavilion, Yi Shanju was highly proficient in identifying treasures. Her valuations were generally accurate. She glanced at the swords and nodded slightly. Not bad, Su Shidi, you've struck it rich. These two swords are named Red Refinement and Blue Edge. One possesses fire attributes, while the other embodies water attributes, making them relatively common pseudo-magical artifacts. As for their price, they typically range around 60 spirit stones. That's quite cheap, Su Qianxiu expressed his dissatisfaction, recalling that his wuxia sword had cost 108 spirit stones. Yi Shanju explained, Su Shidi, the prices of pseudo-magical artifacts vary. Common attribute artifacts are relatively inexpensive, while those with unique attributes are pricier. If it were a lightning attribute pseudo-magical artifact, the price would be even higher. I understand, Su Qianxiu nodded, realizing that the high cost of his wuxia sword was likely due to its possession of 5 attributes. He examined the two swords and inquired, Yi Shiji, I have no use for these swords, will your Wanbao Pavilion accept them? Yi Shanju smiled wryly. These swords were acquired through murder and plunder, classified as contraband. We at Wanbao Pavilion cannot accept them. Our business operates on principles, and we refuse to deal with items of dubious origin. I understand, Su Qianxiu smiled slightly, putting away the two swords. The swords, originating from the Hahuan sect, were indeed too risky for Wanbao Pavilion to accept due to their fear of offending the sect. Shidi, do not fret, just because we do not accept them does not mean others will refuse. When you have time, consider visiting Wanxian Fang City. The people at Wanxian Tower are bold enough to deal in contraband. Su Qianxiu nodded. Wanxian Tower was a haven for scattered cultivators, a territory ruled by the notorious Wuzhou Laomo, where items deemed unsellable by others could find a buyer. Subsequently, Su Qianxiu, in front of Yi Shanju, emptied the contents of the two storage bags. The couple were merely miscellaneous disciples of the Hahuan Valley, likely long past their prime, so there was nothing to conceal. However, upon inspection, Su Qianxiu regretted his decision. The couple's storage bags contained a plethora of peculiar tools of all shapes and sizes, causing Yi Shanju to blush profusely. Furthermore, the elders seemed to have a penchant for collecting undergarments, amassing hundreds of various women's lingerie. Truly, one could see the playful nature of those from the Hahuan sect. Su Qingshu exclaimed that he had truly seen the world. Yi Shanju's face flushed crimson. Su Shidi, why did you empty those out? How distasteful, quickly put them away. My apologies. Su Qingshu hurriedly collected the items. Aside from the bizarre assortment, the couple's storage bags also contained a dozen spirit stones. But nothing else that piqued Su Qingshu's interest. As night fell, the inn became unusually lively, with a sudden influx of individuals, each bore an air of arrogance and formidable presence. They're here, these people are truly like rabid dogs. What should we do, Yi Shidi? Yi Shanju's expression darkened as she spoke. In Su Qingshu's room, numerous cultivators had arrived at the inn, most of whom had visited the Thunder Pool. It seemed those individuals were still undeterred. Do not worry, Yi Shiji, just wait here. I will handle them, Su Qingshu declared as he pushed open the door, stepping into the hall. As he entered, countless pairs of eyes turned towards him. Chapter 47, ingeniously resolving a crisis at this moment. The inn was teeming with dozens of cultivators, all drawn by the allure of the black antelope thunderhorn. However, due to Su Qingshu's overwhelming strength, which had swiftly dispatched two 12th-layer Qi refinement cultivators, the crowd was momentarily subdued. Otherwise, they would have already attempted to seize Su Qingshu's possession. Despite Su Qingshu's formidable prowess, these individuals had not abandoned their pursuit of the black antelope thunderhorn. Like persistent leeches, they clung to him, biding their time for an opportunity to strike. Suddenly Su Qingshu entered the common room, instantly capturing everyone's attention. With a flourish, he tossed a nearly 1-meter-long horn onto the table. In an instant, many eyes gleamed with greed, and in the shadows lurked avaricious gazes. Su Shidi has lost his mind. What is he planning? Yi Shanhua thought, both alarmed and astonished. Su Qingshu, fully aware that these individuals coveted the black antelope thunderhorn, had chosen to display it publicly, a reckless gamble that seemed tantamount to courting disaster. What was his intent? Should they take action? Was there a trap? As the cultivators concealed in the shadows stirred restlessly, Su Qingshu cleared his throat and spoke, esteemed guests, this black antelope thunderhorn holds no value for me. Since it piques your interest, I shall offer it for sale. The highest bidder shall claim it. His declaration of highest bidder wins made the intentions of the gathered crowd immediately clear. For the majority, the thunderhorn was of little use, merely a means to procure wealth. Su Qingshu found himself in the same predicament. However, for a select few, the black antelope thunderhorn was invaluable, serving as an excellent material for crafting pseudo-artifacts, particularly those imbued with lightning attributes. While lightning attribute cultivators were scarce, they were not non-existent, as long as such cultivators existed. The demand for this item would remain robust. After all, these cultivators had traveled great distances from the western continent to this desolate land. For instance, if a certain family were to produce a genius disciple with lightning attributes, they would undoubtedly seek a powerful pseudo-artifact before the disciple's foundation establishment. In such cases, even impoverished families would strive to secure a lightning attribute pseudo-artifact or high-quality refining materials. Likewise, if a prominent figure's disciple or descendant possessed lightning attributes, many would seek to curry favor by procuring lightning attribute pseudo-artifacts or refining materials. The crowd of cultivators here, hunting the black antelope, largely belonged to this category. Yi Shanhua nodded secretly, a smile breaking across her face. She had not anticipated Su Qingshu's shrewdness. Selling the black antelope thunderhorn in such a public setting not only mitigated danger but also promised a substantial profit. Of course, this was contingent upon having a certain level of strength. Had Su Qingshu lacked such power, he would have been outright robbed instead of being offered a price. Given the current situation, it seemed safer for everyone to purchase rather than risk confrontation. As for the possibility of being double-crossed after the purchase, Su Qingshu had no cause for concern. A dead friend is no concern of mine. Let those who wish to perish do so. Please name your price. A gravelly voice broke the tension. 20 spirit stones. Su Qingshu responded nonchalantly, revealing a price that was quite low. A black antelope thunderhorn typically ranged from 30 to 40 spirit stones. How refreshing! 20 spirit stones, is it? I shall take it, came a voice resembling that of a crow, one pleasant to the ears. I bid 21 spirit stones, a youthful voice chimed in. The crow-like voice retorted angrily. Friend, do you intend to oppose me? The youthful voice chuckled lightly. Opposition is not my intent. However, as you mentioned, the highest bidder wins. If you desire it, raise your bid. If you cannot afford it, remain silent. 22 spirit stones. The crow-like voice snapped back. 25 spirit stones, the youthful voice teased. The crow-like cultivator fell silent. 28 spirit stones. 30 spirit stones, the youthful cultivator frowned. 35, the gravelly voice replied calmly, exuding confidence. 38, the young cultivator gritted his teeth. 40 spirit stones, the gravelly voice maintained its composure. After this declaration, a prolonged silence ensued. The young cultivator withdrew from the bidding. Su Changsho nodded slightly. 40 spirit stones, is there a higher offer? After a lengthy pause with no further bids. Su Changsho smiled. A friend, please reveal yourself. A door swung open, and 5 or 6 elderly cultivators of the 12th layer of Qi refinement emerged. The leading elder tossed a storage bag to Su Changsho and, in a gravelly tone, stated, esteemed friend, here are 40 spirit stones, please verify. Su Changsho accepted the storage bag and glanced inside, confirming the presence of 40 spirit stones. The count is accurate, this item now belongs to you. Esteemed friend, with a smile, Su Changsho offered a slight bow and retreated to his room. Once he departed, the atmosphere shifted to one of tension. Damn it, they are from the Lu family fort, so many of them. It is said that a genius with a lightning fire spirit root has emerged from the Lu family. Surely, this horn is intended for him. Should we take action? Let us observe, the Lu family fort's people are not to be trifled with. After acquiring the Black Antelope Thunderhorn, the group hastily surrounded the gravelly-voiced elder and exited. Soon after, other cultivators vacated the inn, some discreetly following the elderly group, while others vanished into the vast night. Only Yi Shanhua and Su Changsho remained in the inn, both of them finally exhaling in relief. Su Shidi, you are truly remarkable, Yi Shanhua praised, her face alight with a smile. Yi Shiji, I must admit I was equally startled. Su Changsho confessed, his heart racing. The world of cultivation was proving to be far more terrifying and sinister than he had anticipated. In the deep of night, Su Changsho examined the contents of the storage bag. Tallying his gains, the most significant acquisition was, of course, the black antelope leather, along with 2 valuable pseudo-artifacts. Additionally, his spirit stones had increased. Upon his arrival, Su Changsho had counted 322 spirit stones, now he had 377. Which included the 40 from the sale of the Black Antelope Thunderhorn and an additional 15 from the elderly couple of the Hahuan sect. A total of 55 spirit stones, sufficient to sustain Su Changsho for several months. It was no wonder that people claimed the quickest path to wealth in the cultivation world was through murder and robbery. After counting his fortune, Su Changsho began to cut the Black Antelope leather, which was significantly larger than that of the Manticore King, yielding a total of 240 pieces. 240 pieces equated to 240 thunderstorm talismans, more than enough for his needs. The following morning, Su Changsho and Yi Shanhua departed from Thunder Marsh Town. Salutations to the Thunder God. Long live the Thunder God, may the Thunder God bless us. Thunder Marsh Town was in the midst of a grand festival. Erecting a golden statue of a youth known as the Thunder God, the streets bustled with people parading the statue, while citizens on either side knelt in reverence. The statue depicted the youth wielding a sword in his right hand and standing atop a crimson-scaled steed. Fingers poised in a mystical gesture, legends spoke of the Thunder God possessing the power to control lightning, battling thunder beasts for 300 rounds within the Thunder Pool, ultimately slaying the beast with a single stroke. Thus safeguarding Thunder Marsh Town from peril. Centuries later, this tale still resonated within the town, with the Thunder God Temple flourishing with incense and devotion, enduring through time. Chapter 48, entering the Imperial City 2 days later. Su Changsho and Yi Shanhua arrived in Sunrise City. As the capital of the Wusong Kingdom, Sunrise City boasted a population exceeding 1 million, making it the largest and most prosperous city in the realm. The pair strolled along the bustling streets of Sunrise City before halting in front of a shop. Su Changsho looked up to see the sign above the entrance emblazoned with the words Wanbao Pavilion. He couldn't help but marvel at the impressive business acumen of Wanbao Pavilion, which had established a branch even in this remote region of the Wusong Kingdom. Su Shidi, I have arrived. Let us go inside and rest for a while, Yi Shanhua cheerfully invited. Not now. We have already delayed for quite some time. I must seek out the otherworldly spirit root, Su Changsho replied with a smile. Yi Shanhua nodded slightly. Su Shidi, attend to your matters in the Imperial City. Once you have completed your business, come find me here, and we shall return to the sect together. Yi Shanhua had her own responsibilities in the Wusong Kingdom. not merely accompanying Su Changsho for leisure, agreed, "Farewell, Yi Shiji, until we meet again, farewell, Su Shidi." After parting ways, Su Changsho made his way directly toward the imposing imperial city. At the city gates, soldiers stood guard, and entry was prohibited without a pass. Irritated by the refusal of entry, Su Changsho took to the air, soaring over the city wall. The wind control technique was not true flight but rather a wind-based spell allowing brief suspension in midair, enabling gliding over considerable distances. Utilizing this technique, one could traverse vast expanses in a single day. Though it consumed a fair amount of spiritual energy, ordinary cultivators preferred to travel on foot rather than risk depleting their energy through flight. "Look, a celestial being, bow to the immortal, quick, kneel before the immortal." As Su Changsho ascended, numerous citizens knelt in reverence to the direction he departed. Wherever he went, he encountered no resistance. The guards laid down their weapons and bowed in submission. Su Changsho soared directly above the imperial city. "A friend, why do you intrude upon the Hwasong imperial palace? I implore you to depart at once, otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." At that moment, an elder clad in white robes with flowing white hair soared into the air, blocking Su Changsho's path. The elder's cultivation was formidable, being a 12th-layer chi refinement cultivator. Su Changsho descended to a nearby building and clasped his fists, asking, "May I inquire if you are brother Li Shaoxian?" When Su Changsho arrived, Li Daota had already informed him about the situation in the kingdom of Hwasong. There was only one cultivator in Hwasong, named Li Shaoxian, who happened to be Li Daota's nephew. In the past, he had served as a lowly disciple in the Green Immortal sect. After a century of renouncing his cultivation and returning to the mundane world, he took on the role of the national military advisor, a position that surpassed even that of the king. Li Zhang, the humble Su Changsho, had come to the kingdom of Hwasong on an important mission. As instructed by his senior uncle, Li Daota, with a serious expression, he refrained from mentioning his purpose of seeking the Yilingen, for Li Daota had indicated that only the king, Li Zhang, and the military advisor, Li Shaoxian, were aware of the awakening of the, and even the mother of the remained in the dark about the matter. Upon his arrival, Li Daota had advised Su Changsho to keep this secret. Thus Su Changsho chose not to mention the Dada. "It is indeed junior brother Su." Li Shaoxian's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of warmth, evidently aware of Su Changsho's visit to the kingdom of Hwasong. Under Li Shaoxian's guidance, the two proceeded directly to King Li Zhang's study. "Your Majesty, this is Su Changsho, your senior uncle Su. Quickly pay your respects to senior uncle Su." The younger Li Zhang, with a rotund figure, respectfully knelt before Su Changsho. Despite being in his 50s or 60s, with graying hair, it struck Su Changsho as particularly peculiar for an elderly king to kneel before him. However, given the hierarchy, it was indeed appropriate. As Su Changsho was of the same generation as Li Shaoxian, thus naturally outranking Li Zhang, even without this familial connection, Li Zhang would still show utmost respect and address him as an immortal. For there exists a profound division between the celestial and the mortal realms. Regardless of the status of any individual, even an emperor, they must revere the immortal beings. "Rise," Su Changsho commanded. Li Zhang complied, and Su Changsho proceeded to set up a soundproof array in the study before presenting a letter to Li Shaoxian. After reading it, Li Shaoxian remarked with a smile, "Indeed, it is from our third uncle." Li Zhang leaned in for a glance at the letter and exclaimed with excitement, "It is written in grandfather's own hand." Li Shaoxian tucked the letter away and clasped his hands, inquiring, "Junior brother Su, does third uncle have any additional instructions?" Su Changsho shook his head. "None, only that I am to bring back the senior uncle. Might it be possible to delay our departure for a few days?" Li Zhang respectfully asked. Su Changsho inquired, "Why the delay?" Li Shaoxian chuckled, "In half a month's time it will be the ancestral worship ceremony for the Li family. I have discussed with Zhenger about inviting the 9th princess to participate in the rites. Once the ancestral worship is complete, she can accompany junior brother Su to the sect. Of course," Su Changsho nodded. "As Li uncle said, once I am here, I shall follow your arrangements." Li Shaoxian instructed Zhenger, "Go immediately to the palace and summon the 7th and 8th princesses. Let them attend to junior brother Su tonight." Su Changsho's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Li Shaoxian would assign the daughters of Li Zhang, the reigning princesses, to serve him. However, he quickly understood the underlying significance. Though the princesses held noble status, they were still mortals, and to be in the service of an immortal was a tremendous honor. A mere token of appreciation would suffice for them and would benefit them for a lifetime. If they were fortunate enough to bear an immortal seed, it would be an even greater blessing for the entire Huosong dynasty. It is well known that descendants of cultivators have a significantly higher probability of awakening spiritual roots than ordinary mortals. Otherwise, there would not be so many families of cultivators throughout the realm. Very well, I shall go at once. Li Zheng hurriedly exited, but Su Qingshu moved to block his path. No need. I have no interest in the company of women. Take me to meet the. Su Qingshu was eager to meet for his mission was to protect her, and any unforeseen complications would certainly be troublesome. Is that so? Li Zheng's face fell with disappointment. Li Shaoxian nodded. In that case, you shall take junior brother Su to meet the 9th princess, senior uncle. Please follow me. Li Zheng led Su Qingshu out of the study and towards a secluded palace. On the way, Li Zhang respectfully said, Senior uncle, Linger does not even know that she is an ice spiritual root, so please keep this secret from her. Rest assured, simply inform them that I am her protector. It was perfectly fitting to refer to himself as her guardian, as that was indeed his purpose. Despite Su Qingshu's elevated status before Li Zhang, he could not afford to feel superior in the presence of the. Once they entered the Green Immortal sect, she would undoubtedly be nurtured as a core disciple. Su Qingshu casually produced 3 wind travel talismans and handed them to Li Zhang, saying, These are wind travel talismans. Drawn by me, when affixed to the thigh, one can traverse 1,000 miles in a day. A small token of my regard. Take them. Thank you, Senior Uncle Su, Li Zhang exclaimed with delight, bowing repeatedly. In a short while, the two arrived at the 9th Princess Li Linger's quarters. His Majesty has arrived. Greetings, Your Majesty. As they entered the 9th Princess's palace, a flurry of maids hurriedly knelt upon the ground. Linger pays her respects to father. A delicate voice rang out as a slender girl, appearing to be around 8 or 9 years old, emerged from the room and approached Li Zhang to pay her respects. This is the. Su Qingshu scrutinized the child, who had rosy lips and pearly teeth, exuding an aura of vitality, yet her frail demeanor bore hints of fatigue and a subtle sadness that evoked a sense of compassion. Su Qingshu couldn't help but wonder, does such a young child truly have worries? Just as Li Linger was about to bow, she was pulled back by Li Zhang. Linger quickly rised. I would like to introduce you to your protector, whom your father has found for you. Li Zhang gestured toward Su Qingshu, taking a moment to phrase his words. His name is Su Qingshu. You may call him brother from now on. Given the circumstances that prevented disclosing Su Qingshu's identity as a member of the Immortal sect, it would be inappropriate for Li Linger to call him senior brother, although she was the daughter of Li Zhang. Once she entered the Green Immortal sect, she would become a disciple of the sect, placing her on equal footing with Li Shaoxian. Thus, disregarding their familial ties, her rank in the immortal realm would surpass his. Naturally, he was not a member of the sect, rendering the issue of hierarchy irrelevant, but the proper address for his daughter in the sect could not be confused. Unable to call him senior brother, she would refer to him as brother. Su Qingshu nodded in agreement, smiling. Linger, you may call me Su Dage or Qingshu Dage. Li Linger blinked her eyes. Can I call you Qingshu Gage? Certainly, Su Qingshu chuckled. From now on, I will be responsible for your safety. Thank you, Qingshu Gage. Please prepare a room for me. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Zhang instructed the attendants to prepare a room for Su Qingshu, arranging for him to reside within the princess's palace. Su Qingshu's quarters were situated in the eastern wing of Li Linger's main chamber. With a mere step outside, he could reach Li Linger's door, making it convenient for him to protect her. In the blink of an eye, Su Qingshu had been residing in the princess's palace for 2 days. He had initially thought that being a princess would be an exhilarating experience. To his surprise, Li Linger's life was exceedingly arduous. Each day, at the crack of dawn, she was required to rise for morning lessons and study. The morning session lasted for an hour, and following that, she had to learn music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Each of these subjects consumed an hour, leading to a total of 6 hours of study, with little time for rest aside from meals and brief bathroom breaks. By the time she finished all her lessons, it was nearly midnight. While Li Linger engaged in her studies, Su Qingshu would sit beside her. Upon one late night, after finishing her painting, Li Linger succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep at her desk. Su Qingshu, observing her plight, felt a pang of sympathy. He had not anticipated the hardships of being a royal disciple. It was less burdensome than his previous life as a cowherd in the household of Wang Yuanwei, where he had at least enjoyed some freedom of spirit apart from the labor. Su Qingshu approached and gently lifted Li Linger, carrying her to her chamber. Mother, I am so tired, please, let me rest for a day. Will you, mother, I beg you? In her dreams, Li Linger grasped Su Qingshu's arm, pleading in a vulnerable tone. Su Changsho patted her small hand, soothing her back to sleep before returning to his own room to meditate and cultivate. The following morning, it was not until the sound of a zither drifted in from outside that Su Changsho awoke that he knew that Li Linger had completed her morning lessons and was now playing the zither. At that moment, a maid delivered breakfast, and after washing up, Su Changsho began to eat. Once he finished his meal and stepped out, he found Li Linger seated cross-legged in the parlor, quietly playing the zither. Her small face appeared pale, her brows knitted tightly, and her expression was steeped in exhaustion. Oh no! Suddenly Li Linger accidentally caught her nail, causing it to break and blood to trickle from the split. The pain made her eyes well up with tears, and although the maid provided a simple bandage, Li Linger continued to play. As she played, her tears fell unbidden once more. Enough, Su Changsho could no longer bear to watch. Soon Li Linger would be entering the Green Immortal sect, and there was no need for her to endure such torment through music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. Li Linger paused and asked, "Changsho-gij, what is the matter?" Su Changsho inquired, "Linger, do you enjoy playing the zither?" "Not really." Li Linger shook her head. Su Changsho declared, "From now on, you need not play the zither nor engage in any of those subjects. Really, that's wonderful." Li Linger exclaimed joyfully, but her expression quickly turned to disappointment. "But no, mother insists that I complete these lessons, that if I don't she will surely punish me." Su Changsho asserted, "I am your protector. If I say you need not do so, then you need not do so. Should your mother be displeased, let her come to me." "Brother Changsho, you are truly kind, thank you. I am off to play now." Li Linger laughed as she dashed out of the living room and into the garden to catch butterflies. "Brother Changsho, come quickly, there are so many butterflies, come accompany me in catching them." "All right, I shall help you." Su Changsho ran over, joining Li Linger in her butterfly catching endeavor. At present, he found himself at a bottleneck at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Should he break through this barrier, he would ascend to the 10th level. According to his original plan, he intended to consume a breakthrough pill and continue his cultivation, aiming for a swift advancement to the 10th level. However, Yi Shanhua informed him of the whereabouts of the Black Antelope Thunderbull, and then Li Daotu unexpectedly assigned him a task, interrupting his cultivation plans. When he arrived, Su Changsho had prepared himself, purchasing 2 breakthrough pills, yet he had not found the opportunity to use them, and with his current task of protecting Li Linger, he dared not consume the pills to break through. Typically, breaking through a realm requires seclusion, which can take several months or at least a dozen days. At this moment, he could not afford such time. Over the past few days, Su Changsho occasionally meditated in seclusion but had shown no signs of breakthrough. Realizing he could not advance, he thought it better to refrain from cultivation and engage in other activities to divert his attention, perhaps allowing him to find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Thus Su Changsho resolved to spend a few delightful days accompanying Li Linger in play. He joined her in catching butterflies, teaching her to fight crickets, fly kites, spin tops, and take her to the pond to fish. He shared with her the games he played with the village children while tending to the cattle. Having spent much time in the palace, Li Linger had never experienced such joys. She was utterly delighted. After a few days, the frown of worry and fatigue vanished from her brow, replaced by the vibrant spirit of a lively fairy. One day, while Li Linger was in the courtyard tossing paper airplanes, the Queen Mother entered the princess's palace with a stern expression. "Linger, I have heard you have been playing all day and neglecting your studies. Who gave you the audacity?" "Mother," Li Linger exclaimed, startled, and hurriedly hid behind Su Changsho. The Queen Mother's piercing gaze shifted to Su Changsho, and she sternly remarked, "It is you who has led my Linger astray." Su Changsho frowned, replying, "I merely brought her joy, I have not led her astray." "Who are you to meddle in our family affairs? I am Linger's protector. It is I who prevented her from studying the arts. If you take issue with that, you may consult His Majesty." Su Changsho spoke calmly, simultaneously emanating a formidable pressure. The aura of a cultivator is not something an ordinary person can withstand. The Queen Mother paled, frightened, and fled in tears, exclaiming, "You wait, I shall seek His Majesty for justice." Chapter 50. The Malevolent Spirit. After the Queen Mother departed, she went straight to report to Li Zhang. To her surprise, Li Zhang not only did not side with her but berated her harshly, accusing her of abusing the 9th princess. Subsequently, Li Zhang personally issued an order to cancel the 9th princess's lessons in the arts, permitting only her morning studies, after which she could play freely. With this weight lifted from her heart, Li Linger played even more joyfully. Each day, she would cling to Su Changsho, calling him Brother Changsho, treating him as her closest companion. Time passes swiftly when one is joyous. Before long, half a month had elapsed, King Li Zhang visited Su Changshu, informing him that the next day would be the ancestral worship. On the following day, Li Shaoxian, Li Zhang, and Li Linger, accompanied by a throng of attendants, made their way to the royal tombs in the eastern outskirts. Upon arriving at the entrance of the royal ancestral hall, Li Shaoxian gestured for Li Zhang to lead Li Linger inside. According to royal protocol, the female members of the Li family were not permitted entry into the ancestral hall. However, since Li Linger had awakened her spiritual roots, her status had undergone a significant transformation. Perhaps for the next few centuries, the Li family would have to rely on her. Under such circumstances, it was only fitting that Li Linger be allowed to enter the ancestral hall, so she would remember the family's lineage. Once inside, Li Shaoxian offered a slight bow to Su Changshu and smiled, saying, "Junior brother Su, I apologize. The Li family's ancestral hall has never admitted outsiders." Su Changshu replied with a smile, "I understand. I shall wait for you outside." Beside the ancestral hall, there was a side chamber. Li Shaoxian pointed to it and said to Junior brother Su, "It is rather noisy outside. Why not wait in that room? Once we have completed the ancestral worship, we shall return together." "Very well." Su Changshu nodded slightly. "Please follow me, Junior brother Su." Li Shaoxian led Su Changshu into the side chamber before proceeding to the adjacent ancestral hall. Inside the side chamber, Su Changshu found himself alone. He observed the room, noting a golden statue that bore a striking resemblance to Li Zhang, with a tablet below inscribed with the words, "Grave of the late father Li Xiaoming." Upon reading the inscription, Su Changshu understood that this was a tablet erected by Li Zhang for his father, and the statue was likely that of Li Zhang's father. Su Changshu felt a twinge of confusion. Why was Li Zhang's tablet not placed in the ancestral hall but instead in this side chamber? Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, reasoning that it was a matter of the Li family and not his concern. Shaking his head slightly, he settled onto a cushion and closed his eyes to meditate. However, as soon as he shut his eyes, a peculiar sensation enveloped him, as if someone were watching him. This unsettling feeling made Su Changshu feel as though he were being scrutinized. Startled, he opened his eyes, and the sensation of being observed vanished, as if it had been a mere illusion. He scanned the side chamber again, taking in the various items: golden statue, offering table, tablet, and cushion, none of which appeared out of the ordinary. Su Changshu steadied his mind and resumed his meditation, yet, as soon as he closed his eyes again, the feeling of being watched returned. Cold sweat broke out on Su Changshu's brow, as he felt akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent. This was no illusion. At his level of cultivation, such delusions were impossible. Everyone possesses an instinct, and cultivators even more so. Su Changshu was certain that something was amiss in this room. What could it be? Su Changshu opened his eyes, his senses heightened, as he scrutinized the room once more. Several cushions, an offering table adorned with offerings, and a tablet. Everything seemed normal. Could it be the golden statue? Suddenly Su Changshu lifted his gaze to meet the statue's eyes. And in that moment, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a grotesque expression flickering within its pupils. Su Changshu shook his head, studying the statue more closely, yet found no further signs of abnormality. The grotesque expression was no longer visible. There must be something concealed within that golden statue. Su Changshu speculated silently but refrained from probing the statue with his spiritual sense. "Leave." Su Changshu rose, deciding that discretion was the better part of valor. Regardless of what lay within the statue, it was not his concern. Could, dear friend, since you have come, why the haste to leave?" A sinister voice suddenly echoed through the room. "Who?" Su Changshu jolted with alarm, and with a thought, he summoned a soul-capturing talisman into his hand. This voice confirmed Su Changshu's suspicions. Indeed, there was something here, most likely a spirit entity, according to Su Changshu's knowledge. There are three forms of spirit entities. One is the spirit of a foundation establishment cultivator who was slain, escaping their physical form. Only the spirit of a foundation establishment cultivator can escape. Once a chi refinement cultivator's body perishes, their spirit perishes along with it. However, the spirit of a foundation establishment cultivator cannot linger for long. They must quickly find a physical body to possess, or they will soon dissipate. The second type consists of wandering souls or ghosts that have not yet reincarnated. However, this second type is typically too weak to communicate and dares not reveal themselves in daylight. This spirit entity was likely not of the second kind. The last type is known as a malevolent spirit, a spirit of a cultivator whose lifespan has expired and who resorts to dark arts to extend their life. After their physical body has perished, they exist as a malevolent spirit. The cost of survival is dreadfully steep, as they must consume living souls to sustain themselves. Such malevolent spirits also have an opportunity to cultivate anew through possession. Possession. Su Qianxiu seemed to grasp something. From the outset, when Li Daotu tasked him with escorting the extraordinary spiritual route, he had begun to suspect Li Daotu's ulterior motives. Given his cultivation strength, escorting the extraordinary spiritual route back to the sect was not the wisest choice. He could easily have chosen a more formidable senior brother for the task. Only now did Su Qianxiu comprehend why Li Daotu had not sent those senior brothers. The senior brothers from Green Ink Peak were all well into their 50s. None were suitable candidates for possession. The only one who might serve as a vessel for possession was Su Qianxiu himself, being in the prime of his youth. Of course, this was merely Su Qianxiu's conjecture. Perhaps Li Daotu was unaware of the situation. However, the likelihood that Li Daotu was unaware was slim, as this golden statue, if it were indeed Li Zhang's father, would also mean it was Li Daotu's biological father. Suddenly, a mass of black mist obstructed Su Qianxiu's path, writhing and revealing the outline of a face, its pupils filled with unending malice. Little friend, once I consume you, I shall be able to walk the path of cultivation once more. With that, the black mist lunged at Su Qianxiu with terrifying speed, too quick for him to react. In the next moment, the black mist surged into Su Qianxiu's brow. Su Qianxiu cried out in agony, his pupils flickering between clarity and a grotesque frenzy. Chapter 51, Counter-Possession. Suddenly, Su Qianxiu was engulfed in darkness, an indescribable pain seizing him as if something were grasping his soul, attempting to tear it from his physical body. At that moment, he felt as though he had lost control of his own body. An unrestrained, clawing consciousness ruthlessly occupied his mind. Was this the sensation of possession? How terrifying! Possession! No, I must not succumb to possession. Su Qianxiu gritted his teeth, desperately resisting the imminent collapse of his consciousness. No matter what, he must maintain a semblance of clarity. He understood that losing consciousness would lead to irretrievable doom. Damn, what on earth is this? I cannot afford to lose. I absolutely must not lose. You want to devour me, do you? Then I shall consume you instead. Su Qianxiu roared, suddenly erupting with fury. The terrifying aura momentarily halted the malevolent spirit. Kid, stop resisting. It's futile. You are doomed. However, during that brief pause, Su Qianxiu seized a portion of control over his body. Summoning all his strength, he raised his right hand and struck his forehead with the soul-capturing talisman. Bang! Crack, crack, crack! The malevolent spirit let out a wretched howl, as if pierced by a nail. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qianxiu retaliated fiercely, opening his mouth wide to sink his teeth into the malevolent spirit. Let me taste you. I shall bite you to death. Su Qianxiu continued to gnaw at the evil spirit, weakening it with each bite, while simultaneously feeling himself grow stronger with every chomp. Aware of the formidable nature of the evil spirit, Su Qianxiu dared not relent. He bit down with relentless determination. Suddenly, unfamiliar memories flashed through Su Qianxiu's mind. A 10-year-old boy awakening the water fire, and wood spirit roots, brought by his father to the Green Immortal sect. Spending 3 years at the Shuxiu Peak before entering the Danxia sect, reciting the 10,000 medicinal diagram, studying alchemy, and becoming an alchemist. At 17, he broke through to the 10th level of qi refining. At 29, he reached the 12th level. With his father's assistance, he obtained a foundation building pill, yet tragically failed in the foundation establishment. He was unwilling to accept this fate. In the following years, he became a mere tool for alchemy within the sect, until he returned to secular life after 100 years. At 120, he fortuitously acquired a malevolent technique. By the age of 140, in his declining years, unwilling to succumb to death, he began to cultivate the nefarious technique. This wicked method was exceedingly cruel, requiring the devouring of the souls of infants to maintain its spirit form from aging. Every full moon, innocent babies were secretly delivered to the Deep Palace. You wretched child, you shall perish. An old ghost, will not let you off. The malevolent spirit emitted a cry of anguish, feeling overwhelming terror. It had initially believed this possession would be without any surprises, but never expected that Su Qianxiu possessed such a formidable soul talisman, capable of immobilizing it completely. Spare my life, please, I beg you, spare me. I will give you anything you desire. The malevolent spirit began to plead for mercy. Yet Su Qianxiu remained unmoved, continuing to tear into the spirit's form bite by bite. Moments later, the spirit was entirely consumed. Crack! As the spirit vanished, a fissure appeared running through the forehead of the golden body. Burp! Su Qianxiu let out a satisfied belch, feeling a slight swelling in his soul. At the same time, he was astonished to discover that the world before his eyes seemed transformed, as the long-standing bottleneck at the 10th level of qi refining had inexplicably vanished. The absence of this obstacle meant that with a period of seclusion, he could undoubtedly break through to the 10th level of chi refining. Not only the 10th level, but even the barriers to the 11th and 12th levels had completely dissipated. In fact, he had already touched the threshold of foundation establishment. This was terrifying. He was merely at the 9th level of chi refining yet had grazed the brink of foundation establishment. This implied that his path to cultivation, until the foundation building stage, would be smooth and unobstructed. What could this mean? Su Changsho fell into contemplation, and upon reflection, he realized the reason for the clearance of previous cultivation barriers. It was due to his consumption of a soul far more powerful than his own. One that had previously broken through to the 12th level of chi refining and had even attempted foundation establishment with a foundation building pill. All that experience now belonged to Su Changsho. Deeply etched into his soul, though this encounter had been fraught with peril, the opportunity he had gained was immense. Not only would it save him considerable time in future cultivation, but it also laid a solid foundation for his future foundation establishment. Yet, having survived this crisis, greater dangers awaited him. Through this possession, it became clear that the spirit he had encountered belonged to Li Zhang's father, Li Daotu. His arrival in the Wusan kingdom had been orchestrated by Li Daotu. And Su Changsho even suspected that the possession was also a scheme of Li Daotu. As a result, his attempt at possession failed, and he lived on while Li Daotu's son was consumed by him. If Li Daotu were to discover this, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. As for fleeing, Su Changsho dared not even entertain the thought. Foundation building cultivators had the authority to issue wanted notices. Should he flee, he would face relentless pursuit. Su Changsho did not believe that as a mere chi refining cultivator, he could escape a sex wanted notice. What to do? Su Changsho bit his lip, realizing that he had only one option: to impersonate Li Daotu's son and feign a successful possession. As for whether he could fool them, that was left to fate. However, one thing was certain: even if the spirit had successfully possessed him, it would undoubtedly live on in his guise. Engaging in wicked cultivation or usurping the identity of a sect disciple was strictly forbidden. And once discovered, it would lead to annihilation. This made things simpler. As long as Li Daotu did not uncover his true identity, there would be no issue. Whether he could deceive Li Daotu remained uncertain. But he had intercepted enough memories from the spirit that should suffice to create a convincing facade. There was something he must take. Suddenly Su Changsho recalled something and swiftly ran to the back of the golden body, retrieving a purple jade pendant. This pendant was a treasure known as the soul-nourishing jade, acquired at great cost by Li Daotu. If the spirit were to leave its physical form, it could reside within the soul-nourishing jade. This spirit had survived to this day precisely because of this jade. Without it, it would have perished long ago. After securing the soul-nourishing jade, Su Changsho sat cross-legged in the side hall, beginning to regulate his breathing. He discovered that he was indeed different from before. Even the control of the spiritual energy within him felt effortless. Chapter 52, Return to the Sect. Creak. Half an hour later, the door to the side hall creaked open, and Li Shaoxian entered cautiously, glancing at Su Changsho before falling silent, seemingly unsure of what to say. Su Changsho keenly sensed the unusual tension in Li Shaoxian. Evidently, he was aware of the possession incident. Of course, aside from him and Li Daotu, both cultivators who understood the matter, ordinary people, including Li Zhang, should be oblivious. Junior Su, are you there? After a moment of silence, Li Shaoxian finally spoke. At this moment, a shadow flickered in Su Changsho's gaze. Sanner, it has been a long time. Your elder brother has missed you dearly. This spirit's name was Li Xiaoming, the elder brother of Li Shaoxian. The term Sanner was how Li Xiaoming had addressed his younger brother in life. Li Shaoxian shuddered at the words, seemingly filled with dread, timidly addressing him as elder brother, before falling silent again. Su Changsho continued, this matter Zhenger is unaware, correct? Li Shaoxian nodded. He does not know. Zhenger is immortal, and there is no point in informing him. Su Changsho, he did not know before, nor should he know in the future. Yes, elder brother, Li Shaoxian replied in trepidation. Su Changsho's gaze softened. From now on, I shall be known as Su Changsho. Li Shaoxian, if you dare expose my identity, do not blame me for being unkind. Li Shaoxian quickly shook his head. Rest assured, elder brother, I will not, I promise. Still calling me elder brother. Su, Junior Su. That's more like it. Remember, do not let slip any details. If the sect discovers, our Li family will face utter annihilation. Understood. San Shu Su Sure Shu, may I come in? Outside, Li Zhang's voice rang out. Su Changsho nodded slightly, and with his permission, Li Shaoxian spoke. Come in, Zhenger. Yes. Li Zhang entered the side hall, pulling Li Linger along as they knelt. Linger, this is grandfather. Quickly bow to grandfather. Linger pays respects to grandfather. Seeing Li Linger bowing to the golden body, Su Qianqiu felt a pang of discomfort. He is not your grandfather. Your grandfather has already been consumed by me. After paying respects to their ancestors, Su Qianqiu rested for a day in the Wusan kingdom before departing the palace with Li Linger. Li Shaoxian seemed to fear his elder brother greatly. Remaining hidden until he left, his absence was preferable. Su Qianqiu had no desire to see him, as it felt quite awkward. Li Shaoxian was manageable, yet Li Daota was another matter altogether. Just thinking about facing the unfathomable Li Daota made Su Qianqiu's scalp tingle. Elder brother Qianqiu, look, sugar figurines. Elder brother Qianqiu, such beautiful kites. Elder brother Qianqiu, I want to buy a bell. Once they left the deep palace, Li Linger flitted about like a joyous little bird. It was only upon their departure that Li Zhang informed her of her awakened spirit roots. This news filled Li Linger with immense joy. Not only could she leave the palace, but she could also become an immortal, and naturally, she was elated. Elder brother Qianqiu, are you truly an immortal? Shu, as they strolled along, Su Qianqiu led Li Linger to the Wanbao pavilion, where Yi Shanhua had already taken care of the pavilion's affairs and had been waiting for some time. This is the Yi Shanhua gazed at Li Linger with envious eyes. Taking in her presence. Li Linger in turn looked at Yi Shanhua with admiration, finding her older sister incredibly beautiful, exuding an indescribable elegance. Indeed, Su Qianqiu nodded. Why, Yi Shanhua inquired, what kind of spiritual root does she possess? Ice spiritual root. The ice spiritual root is indeed remarkable. Within the Green Immortal sect, there is no shortage of cultivation techniques for it. This girl has an immeasurable future, Yi Shanhua couldn't help but exclaim. Su Qianqiu merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate, as he was not particularly well versed in the internal affairs of the sect. Child, what is your name? Yi Shanhua asked with a smile. My name is Li Linger. Li Linger, a splendid name, Yi Shanhua praised with a grin, then clapped her waist storage bag, retrieving a shimmering willow leaf sword, which she handed to Li Linger's junior sister. Linger, I am Yi Shanhua, an alchemist from Dansha Peak. As this is our first meeting, I have nothing of value to gift you, but please accept this sword, named Ice Blade, as a token of friendship. Thank you, senior sister. Li Linger received the Ice Blade, her eyes brimming with joy. Su Qianqiu looked on in astonishment. This ice blade was a pseudo-spiritual weapon worth at least 70 spirit stones at the very least. Yi Shanhua's generosity was astonishing, giving it away so casually. Su Qianqiu understood that Yi Shanhua was not simply being generous, but rather seeking to forge a connection with Li Linger. With her potential, reaching the foundation establishment stage was nearly a certainty. Establishing ties with a future foundation establishment cultivator would be advantageous for both her and the Wanbao Pavilion. A mere pseudo-spiritual weapon was trivial in comparison. Children should not play with weapons. Let me keep it safe for you. Su Qianqiu snatched the sword from Li Linger and placed it in his storage bag. Li Linger pouted slightly but said nothing. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Shanhua's eyes. She hadn't anticipated the camaraderie between Su Qianqiu and Li Linger to be so strong. Oh, junior brother Su, I sense something different about you. At that moment Yi Shanhua noticed Su Qianqiu, who appeared somewhat changed. Emanating an unfamiliar aura. Different, I'm still the same. Su Qianqiu quickly shook his head. He realized that the difference Yi Shanhua spoke of was likely due to his absorption of Li Xiaoming's spiritual essence, which had altered his demeanor. It is indeed different. Su Qianqiu pressed, in what way is it different? Yi Shanhua shook her head, I cannot quite pinpoint it. It simply feels different from before. Su Qianqiu chuckled, I have recently broken through the 10th layer of qi refinement. It won't be long before I advance beyond it. Perhaps this change is due to my breakthrough. That is possible. Yi Shanhua nodded, then suddenly exclaimed, what did you say? You've comprehended the breakthrough to the 10th layer of qi refinement. Indeed, strange, junior brother Su, your talent was evidently lacking. How is your cultivation speed so rapid? I must work harder, otherwise, I shall be surpassed by you. Senior sister Yi, perhaps one day you will have to call me senior brother. No way, I shall never call you senior brother, you have no chance. Senior sister Yi, it is getting late, we should be on our way. Yes, let us return early, I need to enter seclusion. The two crimson-scaled horses galloped out of the city gates. Heading westward. Yi Shanhua rode a crimson-scaled horse alone, while Su Qianqiu and Li Linger shared one. Initially, Su Qianqiu intended for her to ride with Yi Shanhua, but she was very dependent on him and insisted on riding together. 20 days later, the trio finally returned to the sect, their pace hindered by the presence of a little tagalong. The round trip took nearly 2 months. Chapter 53, Li Daota's test. After bidding farewell to Yi Shanhua, Su Changsho took Li Linger aboard the flying vessel bound for LVMophone. As he stepped onto the vessel, a heavy weight settled in his heart. He contemplated how to conceal matters from Li Daotu. If he failed to do so and Li Daotu uncovered the truth, what should he do? No matter, he would take it one step at a time. Life is fleeting, and one must cherish every moment. Linger, come, I shall take you to meet your great-grandfather. Oh, splendid, I shall soon see my great-grandfather, Li Linger exclaimed with excitement, for in her memory Li Daotu was indeed a revered figure, the patriarch of the Li family. A formidable cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, all members of the Li family held him in deep respect. Shortly Su Changsho led Li Linger to the entrance of Li Daotu's sanctum, where he couldn't help but exhale deeply. Uncle Li, this disciple Su Changsho returns with an extraordinary spiritual root, fulfilling my duty. Ah, Changsho has returned, come in, come in. The sound of Li Daotu's hearty voice resonated from within the sanctum. Su Changsho pushed the door open. Finding Li Daotu awaiting them in the courtyard, his hands clasped behind his back, obscuring his expression, disciple Su Changsho pays respects to Uncle Li. Linger, quickly bow to your great-grandfather. Linger pays respects to great-grandfather. Li Linger knelt obediently, bowing her head. In the sect, those with stronger cultivation were considered seniors, and one's seniority would increase with each major cultivation realm. However, in familial relationships, there was no need to adhere to sect hierarchy. One could follow the normal family lineage. For instance, in the case of Li Linger and Li Daotu was Li Linger's great-grandfather. Even if Li Linger became a golden core cultivator, she would still address him as great-grandfather. Good child, rise. Li Daotu turned, kindly lifting Li Linger to her feet, smiling as he nodded. Well done, you are indeed a proud child of the Li family. Great-grandfather, you flatter me. Linger, come, let great-grandfather assess your spiritual root. Following this, Li Daotu produced a spiritual root testing artifact, prepared to assess Li Linger's spiritual root once more. In Hwasong country, Li Shaoxian also possessed a spiritual root testing artifact, which he had used to test Li Linger's root. However, since Li Shaoxian's artifact was a pseudo-spiritual weapon, Li Daotu feared it might yield inaccurate results, hence he chose to test Li Linger himself. Linger, simply close your eyes. Yes, Li Daotu instructed Li Linger to shut her eyes, then took out a jade plate-like testing artifact, placing it in the palm of her hand. A radiant beam of crystalline light erupted from the jade plate, dazzling in its brilliance. Su Changsho was taken aback. Li Linger's spiritual root was indeed an ice spiritual root, a type he also possessed. However, the brilliance of his spiritual root paled in comparison to Li Linger's, being merely a fraction of its intensity. When Su Changsho had tested his own spiritual roots, he had a total of 10 distinct lights. If combined, they would roughly match the brilliance of Li Linger's root. Observing Li Linger's test results, Su Changsho understood the disparity between them. His spiritual root was tenfold more complex than hers, leading to a cultivation speed that was likely 10 times slower. Excellent, excellent. It is an ice spiritual root, the purest of its kind, a rare treasure among thousands, Li Daotu exclaimed with immense excitement. His claim of it being rare among thousands did not imply just 1 in 10,000. But rather one ice spiritual root among 10,000 cultivators. Statistically speaking, even if every member of the Green Immortal sect were counted together, they would not reach a total of 10,000. Did this not imply that Li Linger was the sole possessor of an ice spiritual root within the sect? Of course, this was merely Su Changsho's speculation. He had no right to know whether there were other extraordinary spiritual roots within the sect. Just like Li Linger, if Li Daotu had not requested him to retrieve her, he would not have had the opportunity to meet her. Great-grandfather, can I cultivate immortal arts? Yes, wonderful, long-live brother Changsho, I too can become an immortal. Li Linger was overjoyed. Linger, go play in the courtyard for a while. I have something to discuss with Changsho. Understood, great-grandfather. Changsho, follow me. Yes. Su Changsho's heart tightened as he followed in Li Daotu's footsteps. The moment of truth had arrived. Entering the grand hall where Li Daotu usually practiced, Li Daotu waved his sleeve, effortlessly setting up a formation. Done. Su Changsho felt a bitter pang. With the formation already in place, there was no escape. Of course, he also did not believe he had the ability to flee before a foundation establishment cultivator. Li Daotu calmly sat on a meditation mat and then tossed another mat across from him. Sit, yes, Su Changsho strained to control his emotions, even attempting to regulate his heartbeat. Slowly he seated himself across from Li Daotu. The two sat in silence for a long while, neither speaking. Finally Li Daotu broke the silence. What, Have you nothing to say upon seeing me? The Su Changsho felt a tightening in his chest but remained composed. There is nothing to discuss, Uncle Li. From this day forth, I shall be known as Su Changsho. Li Daoda was taken aback, his mind racing with uncertainty. Although he had received word from Li Shaosen that the soul transfer had been successful, he could not ascertain whether the person before him was indeed his son or Su Changsho. If Su Changsho had immediately called him father, he would have grown suspicious. However, this demeanor left him completely in the dark. Upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable, if his son had indeed succeeded in the soul transfer. He would, as a reborn individual, surely cherish his new life, fearing the revelation of his identity. Such a mindset was entirely normal. What, are you unwilling to even call me father? Li Daoda frowned, a hint of reproach in his brows. Su Changsho hesitated, then his gaze hardened. Our bond as father and son has reached its conclusion. I shall address you as Uncle Li, you brat. Li Daoda shook his head slightly, as if recalling something, and suddenly asked, is the soul-nurturing jade still with you? The soul-nurturing jade? Su Changsho's heart stirred, instantly realizing that Li Daoda was testing him. The soul-nurturing jade had been a gift from Li Daoda to Li Xiaoming, and only the two of them were privy to its significance. Outsiders had no knowledge of it. If Su Changsho was unaware of the soul-nurturing jade, he would undoubtedly reveal himself. However, what Li Daoda was unaware of was that during the process of possession, Su Changsho had acquired a fragment of Li Xiaoming's memories, which conveniently included recollections of the soul-nourishing jade. Su Changsho nodded, then removed a purple jade pendant from around his neck. This soul-nourishing jade possesses the ability to nurture the soul, greatly benefiting cultivators. Thus, after obtaining it, Su Changsho had kept it close to him. Master Li, would you care for it? Su Changsho offered the jade. Li Daoda shook his head and smiled. The soul-nourishing jade is of no use to me. Best you keep it for yourself. Su Changsho could distinctly sense that after he presented the jade, Li Daoda seemed to have accepted that he had indeed been successfully possessed by Li Xiaoming. Yet Su Changsho dared not lower his guard. After all, Li Daoda was a foundational-level cultivator, and no detail could escape his keen perception. Thank you, Master Li. Chapter 54, Refining Qi at the 10th level. Changsho, these spirit stones are your reward for escorting the alien spiritual route, along with your monthly stipend for the past 2 months. Li Daoda chuckled, producing 14 spirit stones. Currently, Su Changsho's monthly salary amounted to 1 spirit stone plus 60 fragments. Having originally been 3 spirit stones and 20 fragments, Li Daoda had generously provided for a fair increase. However, Su Changsho felt dissatisfied, frowning as he remarked, I will be cultivating henceforth, and I will require far more spirit stones. What use is this paltry amount? Indeed, Li Daoda replied with a smile rather than anger, sweeping his hand to present an additional 100 spirit stones. Is this sufficient? Now that seems more reasonable. Su Changsho inwardly rejoiced, thinking, with this generous father figure, I too am now of the 2nd generation of immortals. Should I find myself lacking spirit stones in the future, I can simply ask Li Daoda. Moreover, I require a foundation establishment pill. You must prepare one for me. Su Changsho continued to make bold demands. What? Li Daoda furrowed his brow. Even now, you still aspire to establish your foundation. It is already a tremendous fortune for you to have the chance to live another lifetime. Were it not for a series of fortunate coincidences, Su Changsho interrupted him, resolutely stating, I must establish my foundation, this time I am confident. Li Daoda questioned, you truly possess confidence? I do. Very well, I will do my utmost to gather the materials needed for refining a foundation establishment pill. Thank you, Master Li. By the way, Su Changsho suddenly exclaimed, I will need a 6-month recuperation. I fear I will not be able to fulfill the talisman crafting tasks within the designated timeframe. I shall find a way to assist you. Li Daoda replied, his brow furrowed in thought. Su Changsho felt a surge of satisfaction. Having such a benevolent elder, he would certainly seek to maximize his benefits. I am weary now, I bid you farewell. Master Li. Go on. Upon departing from Li Daoda's abode, Su Changsho fell into contemplation. Li Daoda had mentioned attempting to gather the materials for the foundation establishment pill, yet he had not promised to prepare the pill itself. This suggested that the foundation establishment pill was exceedingly rare. Even Li Daoda lacked the qualification to acquire one. Thus, Su Changsho could no longer indulge in hopes of obtaining a foundation establishment pill. Instead, he would prepare to seek out its components. Regardless, with Li Daoda's assistance, Su Changsho's path to foundation establishment had undoubtedly been eased somewhat. After arriving at the Green Immortal sect, Li Linger was neither sent to Lingxi Peak nor to Taiyi Peak. Rather, she trained under Li Daotu's guidance. However, according to Li Daotu, even he lacked the authority to determine Li Linger's future path. The higher-ups of the sect were already deliberating on arrangements for her. No matter how she was placed, given Li Linger's talent, she would undoubtedly receive the finest cultivation. It would not be long before she soared to great heights. In the future, it seemed Li Linger would no longer have any intersection with him. Regardless, my mission has been accomplished. Returning to his humble courtyard, Su Changso assessed his assets. First, he examined his pseudo-magical artifacts: one wuxia sword, one Qilian sword, and one Qingfeng sword. All three were pseudo-magical artifacts. And in addition, there was a jade plate gifted by Li Daotu, capable of unleashing 3 strikes from a foundational-level cultivator. However, he had yet to utilize the jade plate. Next, he reviewed his talismans, focusing on the special ones: 12 earth barrier talismans drawn from the skin of a yellow weasel, 12 flying talismans drawn from the skin of a one-horned blue wolf, 24 wind talismans also drawn from the one-horned blue wolf, and 119 sharp metal talismans drawn from the skin of a mani king. Furthermore, there were 240 pieces of black antelope thunder cowhide, which could be used to create thunderstorm talismans. Currently, to draw such talismans, he still required the horns of a moonwatch rhinoceros, as only with those could better spirit brushes be crafted to draw thunderstorm talismans. Lastly, regarding spirit stones, Su Changso found that he now possessed 491 spirit stones. 2 months prior, when he had departed from the sect, he had only 322 spirit stones. That sum represented his years of savings. While the additional 100 or so spirit stones had been acquired during this latest expedition, the wealth amassed in merely 2 months exceeded that of an entire year's salary, beyond the gains from pseudo-magical artifacts, talismans, and spirit stones. Su Changso's most significant achievement was the reversal of possession from Li Xiaoming. This act had effectively cleared the obstacles that had gradually hindered his progress, providing invaluable experience for his path to foundation establishment. For Su Changso, this was indeed a monumental stroke of fortune. Without this opportunity, it would have been nearly impossible for him to establish his foundation. Next, Su Changso aimed to break through to the 10th level of qi refinement. Followed by the 11th level, the 10th level presented a more manageable challenge as he had already approached the bottleneck. Even without resorting to a breakthrough pill, a period of seclusion would suffice for him to surpass it. The 11th level, however, would be more arduous, likely requiring 2 to 3 years. The exact duration remained uncertain, as having consumed Li Xiaoming's spiritual essence, his cultivation speed would be somewhat accelerated. As for the task concerning wind talismans, it could be postponed for the time being. First and foremost, he had informed Li Daotu of his intention to recuperate for 6 months, during which he would not need to submit any tasks. Additionally, he still possessed over 5,000 wind talismans. He could begin submitting tasks after 6 months, confident that by then, his cultivation would have surely progressed beyond the 10th level of qi refinement. At Green Mo Peak, the miscellaneous disciples at the 10th level were required to submit 280 talismans each month. Su Changso calculated that he could fulfill this obligation for 2 years. Thus, he had a total of 2.5 years to focus on his cultivation without the burden of task worries. 2.5 years should be ample time. Seclusion, activating the protective array of his courtyard. Su Changso retrieved a qi-gathering pill and commenced his closed-door cultivation. Half a month later, reaching the 10th level of qi refinement, Su Changso opened his eyes, a smile breaking across his face. Since absorbing Li Xiaoming's spiritual essence, he truly felt different. His cultivation speed had noticeably accelerated, and breaking through barriers had become significantly easier. If this continued, he might achieve the 11th level of qi refinement in less than 2.5 years. He was now 21 years old, and in 2 years, he would be 20-3. By this calculation, it seemed entirely plausible that he could reach the peak of qi refinement and challenge for foundation establishment before turning 30. If he could acquire a foundation establishment pill and reach the pinnacle of qi refinement before the age of 30, the establishment of his foundation would indeed be within his grasp. After 30, it would become increasingly difficult. Previously, Su Changso had thought it inevitable that he would not attain the pinnacle of qi refinement until after 30. Now it appeared that reaching that goal before 30 was attainable. Before 30, the challenge is viable. After 50, it becomes impossible. The prospect of challenging for foundation establishment before 30 was entirely within reach for him. Moreover, he had the added advantage of having experienced the process of challenging foundation establishment once before. Thus, it seems Su Changso was only one foundation establishment pill away from achieving his goal. Additionally, after half a month of integration, Su Changso had completely digested Li Xiaoming's spiritual essence. At this moment, he possessed a skill that no one else held, the ability to embody the distinctive qualities of two individuals simultaneously. The essence of what is referred to as qualities here pertains to the aura emitted by the soul. Each spiritual essence bears its unique traits, akin to a person's physique and appearance. Those familiar with each other can recognize one another even from a distance, as they have retained vivid memories of each other's defining features. Chapter 55 Yi Shanhua's breakthrough. The characteristics of the soul are akin to physical traits in the realm of cultivation. Many techniques for disguise exist, however, any such technique becomes futile when faced with a cultivator of a significantly higher realm. A cultivator of a higher realm can effortlessly discern a person's spiritual essence. This was evident when Su Changso initially absorbed Li Xiaoming's spiritual essence. Yi Shanhua had remarked that he seemed different. This was because Yi Shanhua had sensed that Su Shengsu's soul had transformed, though she was unable to penetrate the depths of his essence, merely relying on her intuitive memory of his spiritual traits from their time spent together. Later, the reason Li Daoda failed to recognize that Su Changso had reversed the possession was that, at that time, Su Shengsu's spiritual essence was blurred, exhibiting traits from both Su Changso and Li Xiaoming. Now, having completely digested Li Xiaoming's spiritual essence, Su Changso could seamlessly switch between the two spiritual characteristics. In the future, before Li Daoda, Su Changso could easily disguise himself as Li Xiaoming, confident that Li Daoda would never again harbor doubts about him. The essence of the soul is unmistakable. This skill also offers another advantage: true disguise, where even the soul can be altered, allowing one to masquerade as an individual of a higher cultivation level without detection. Of course, there are limitations. To assume a disguise, he can only take on the appearance of a younger Li Xiaoming. By altering his physical form to resemble Li Xiaoming, while simultaneously cloaking his soul essence as Li Xiaoming's, no one would be able to detect any flaws. He possesses a talisman known as the Thousand Faces Talisman, which enables him to adopt any appearance at will, thus transforming into the younger visage of Li Xiaoming poses no challenge. "Brother Changso, are you there, Brother Changso?" As Su Changso stood up, he heard Li Linger's voice. Currently, Li Linger was training under Li Daoda's strict guidance, allowed only 1 day's respite each month. Coincidentally, today was the 15th. A day off from training, prompting her to seek out Su Changso. "Linger has arrived," Su Changso exclaimed. "Oh, you have sensed your spiritual aura." As he opened the door, he was astonished to find that Li Linger had already reached the first level of qi refinement. Her progress was astonishingly rapid, almost beyond belief. It is noteworthy that Li Linger has only been here for half a month, yet she has already sensed the qi, far surpassing Su Changso. Initially, it took Su Changso a full 3 months to perceive the qi. She is indeed a prodigy with a spiritual root, exhibiting a speed of comprehension that is significantly swifter than that of an ordinary person. Indeed, my great-grandfather remarked that I have now become a practitioner of immortality. Congratulations to junior sister Linger for embarking on the path of cultivation. Brother Changso, am I also an immortal now, right? Yes, Su Changso nodded, but according to the sex regulations, you must address me as senior brother. Li Linger pouted and replied, "I refuse. I will always call you Brother Changso. You will forever be my Brother Changso." "Very well, it is up to you." Su Changso shrugged helplessly. If for some reason Li Linger was particularly reliant on him, even more so than on her father Li Zhang, or Li Shaoxian, or even Li Daoda, their statuses in Li Linger's heart could not compare to his. Su Changso perceived that her dependence on him was not a bad thing. Li Linger had boundless potential, and being close to her would certainly be advantageous. Of course, at her tender age, when she matures and surpasses him in cultivation, perhaps she will no longer depend on him. Su Changso did not believe that even when Li Linger became a formidable golden core cultivator, there would be any connection between them. "I thought being an immortal would be fun, little did I know that it is quite exhausting as well. My great-grandfather stipulated that I can only have 1 day off each month." "Brother Changso, can I come to play with you at the beginning of each month?" "Sure." Su Changso pondered for a moment and readily agreed. In the future, he planned to enter seclusion, with the first day of each month reserved for task submissions. That would be the only day he would take a break. Additionally, on the evening of the last day of the month, Yi Shanhua would also come to him for talismans. Therefore, he could emerge from seclusion at the end of the month, prepare talismans for Yi Shanhua, submit tasks, and spend time with Li Linger, all on that day. Before resuming his seclusion that night. A monthly break would provide a balance of work and rest. Brother Changsho, I want to ride a flying boat. Will you accompany me? Li Linger blinked her eyes, gazing at Su Changsho with hopeful anticipation. Su Changsho fully understood her eagerness. When he first entered the sect, he also relished riding the public flying boats. Certainly, today is the 15th, and Dansha Peak is holding a market. How about I take you to explore it? Great, thank you, Brother Changsho, you are the best. On that day, Su Changsho took Li Linger on a flying boat, explored the market, and bought her some delightful little trinkets. Leaving the little girl utterly ecstatic, she played until late that day before returning home, and she did not come the following day. It was undoubtedly because Li Daota forbade her from going out. Li Linger's talent is extraordinary, with limitless potential for the future. Li Daota was acutely aware of this and certainly did not wish for her to squander her time. Su Changsho also devoted himself to cultivation. Remaining in seclusion for half a month, after reaching the 10th layer of Qi refinement, his progress slowed considerably, and the effects of the Qi-gathering pills diminished, becoming increasingly negligible, after persisting for half a month. The time came for him to emerge from seclusion. At this juncture, continuing his cultivation with Qi-gathering pills no longer sufficed. Su Changsho required a higher-grade spirit-gathering pill, like the Qi-gathering pills. The spirit-gathering pills are auxiliary medicinal pills for cultivation, but the former are significantly more potent, suitable for cultivators at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Naturally, the price of spirit-gathering pills is exorbitant. One spirit-gathering pill is worth a spirit stone, 10 times that of a Qi-gathering pill. Su Changsho initially intended to purchase spirit-gathering pills, but upon realizing that Yi Shanhua would come at the end of the month, he abandoned that plan. In this regard, Yi Shanhua is an expert. It is best to consult her about where to buy Qi-gathering pills at a reasonable price. That night, Yi Shanhua arrived as expected. 10th layer of Qi refinement, 11th layer of Qi refinement. Upon meeting, both were taken aback by the other's cultivation level. Su Changsho recalled that Yi Shanhua had only recently broken through to the 10th layer. It was astonishing that, after merely a month, she had achieved another breakthrough. At this moment, Yi Shanhua had surpassed him by an entire minor realm. Why Yi Shanhua was even more astonished. She knew better than anyone that Su Changsho had only broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement 2.5 years ago. Transitioning from the 9th to the 10th layer was a chasm, marking a breakthrough to the late stage of Qi refinement. It was far more challenging than breaking through from the 10th to the 11th layer. In fact, without a barrier-breaking pill, some cultivators remain stuck at this stage for years or even decades. She herself had lingered at this stage for 3 years. Su Changsho had achieved it in merely 2.5 years. Even faster than she had, despite the fact that he lacked the resources and talent that she possessed. Could it be solely due to his diligence? No, there must be another reason. Never mind, this is Su Shidi's fortune. Unrelated to me. Yi Shanhua shook her head slightly and smiled. Su Shidi, I have good news to share with you. Chapter 56, The Fall of the Moon. Viewing Rhinoceros Horn. Su Shidi, I have good news to share with you. What good news? Guess. Yi Shanhua smiled mysteriously. Su Changsho forced a smile. How could I possibly guess? Senior Sister Yi, just tell me. Yi Shanhua clapped her storage bag and produced a jade vial containing medicinal pills. Handing it to Su Changsho, this is a Qi-gathering pill. Su Changsho opened the vial to inspect its contents, which held 10 ordinary Qi-gathering pills of decent quality, comparable to those sold by the sect, albeit slightly inferior to those Yi Shanhua usually kept for herself. A Senior Sister Yi, what is so special about this Qi-gathering pill? This is not just any ordinary Qi-gathering pill. What makes it extraordinary? This is a Qi-gathering pill that I personally refined. Yi Shanhua smiled proudly, her face brimming with satisfaction. Su Changsho could not help but be astonished. Senior Sister Yi, are you saying that you have learned to refine pills? Absolutely, I have become an alchemist, Yi Shanhua declared with pride. Congratulations to Senior Sister Yi on becoming an alchemist. Su Changsho smiled and cupped his hands, secretly delighted for her. It seems this is the good news Yi Shanhua had to share. Senior Sister Yi, what level is your alchemy skill at? Can you refine foundation establishment pills? Su Changsho inquired curiously. And not yet, however. Yi Shanhua replied somewhat dejectedly. Foundation establishment pills are classified as second-tier medicinal pills. And to refine second-tier pills, a cultivator's level must reach the 12th layer of Qi refinement. I see. Su Changsho nodded slightly, lost in thought, once he gathered the materials for the foundation establishment pill. He could indeed seek Yishanhua's assistance in refining it. Foundation establishment pills are exceptionally precious, hailed as treasures among pills. It is crucial to entrust them to someone familiar rather than to a stranger. Senior Sister Yi, once I have gathered the materials for the foundation establishment pill, would you help me refine it? Su Changsho said half-jokingly. Yishanhua shot him a glance, disdainfully replying, Su Shidi, do you think the materials for the foundation establishment pill are easy to come by? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. It is simply impossible. Su Changsho scratched his head. Are the materials for refining the foundation establishment pill really that hard to obtain? They are, Yishanhua replied earnestly. To refine a foundation establishment pill, a total of 13 types of materials are required, 4 primary ingredients and 9 auxiliary ingredients, due to the precious nature of foundation establishment pills. The prices of each material have skyrocketed. The auxiliary materials are relatively easier to obtain. One can purchase them with spirit stones. However, acquiring the primary materials is quite challenging. There are 4 primary ingredients, 4 immortal herbs, linglong fruit, blood cherry blossom, and emperor's flowing sap among them. The sources and quantities of the 4 immortal herbs, linglong fruit, and blood cherry blossom are strictly controlled by the 5 great sects, making it impossible for them to flow into the hands of lower-tier cultivators. The rarest of all is the emperor's flowing sap, which is a heavenly gift. It is incredibly scarce, even among the 5 great sects. Su Changsho inquired with curiosity, what do you mean by a heavenly gift? The emperor's flowing sap falls from the heavens, drifting down from the sky. As for when and where it falls, we have no knowledge. Moreover, when it descends, it must be caught in a jade vessel immediately. If it touches the ground and becomes contaminated, it will lose its spiritual essence. After hearing Yishanhua's explanation, Su Changsho wore a bitter expression. These 4 types of materials are already precious, and they are monopolized by the 5 great sects. For a mere qi refinement practitioner like him to gather the materials for the foundation establishment pill is akin to chasing a fantasy. Establishing a foundation is difficult, obtaining the foundation establishment pill is even more challenging. And gathering the materials for it is no easy feat either. However, no matter how difficult it may be, he must gather them. It is his only path forward. As long as the 5 great sects possess the materials, he would do whatever it takes to acquire them. Su Changsho clenched his teeth in determination. Subsequently, he inquired further about the other 9 auxiliary materials required for refining the foundation establishment pill. And Yishanhua listed their names, which Su Changsho diligently memorized. From this moment on, he would devote himself entirely to acquiring the materials needed for refining the foundation establishment pill. By the way, Senior Sister Yi, I wish to purchase spirit gathering pills. Where would be the best place to buy them? Su Changsho changed the subject. You want to buy spirit gathering pills? Yishanhua appeared somewhat surprised. Using spirit gathering pills for cultivation is quite extravagant. Even ordinary disciples from minor families would hesitate to use them frequently. Indeed, Su Changsho nodded. Why? Yishanhua smiled. That makes sense, now that you have reached the 10th layer of qi refinement. Using qi gathering pills is no longer effective. For spirit gathering pills, it is best to purchase them from the sect's Deacon Peak. The sect exercises strict control over spirit gathering pills, and they rarely appear in the marketplace. Even if they do, the quality of the pills may be questionable. I understand. Thank you, Senior Sister Yi. I almost forgot the most important matter. Yishanhu suddenly recalled something and said earnestly, Su Shidi, I have news regarding the Wangyue rhinoceros horn that you asked me to inquire about. Is that so? Where? Su Changsho exclaimed excitedly, and now, he was merely 1 Wangyue rhinoceros horn away from being able to draw the thunderstorm talisman. Naturally, he was overjoyed at the prospect of news regarding the horn. Yishanhu replied, 3 months from now, the Wanxian Pavilion will hold a small auction. According to individuals from the Wanxian building, among the items up for auction will be the Wangyue rhinoceros horn. The Wanxian Pavilion, Su Changsho nodded subtly. He had heard of this establishment, which, akin to the Wanbeige, engaged in the trade of various celestial materials, with its headquarters located in the Wanxian Building's market. The owner of the Wanxian Pavilion was none other than the alliance leader of the Wanxian Building. The infamous Old Demon Wozu. It could be said that Old Demon Wozu was the wealthiest individual in the entire eastern region of the cultivation world. Not only did he control the Wanxian Building and the Wanxian Pavilion, but he also owned the Wanxian Market, reputed to be the largest marketplace in the world. A significant reason for the Wanxian Market's prosperity was its illicit income, many treasures acquired through nefarious means. Items that others dared not accept could easily be sold there. For instance, Su Qingshuo's Qilian sword and Qingfeng sword, both of which originated from the Hawan sect, were obtained through such means. Normal markets or celestial shops would not dare to accept such items for fear of provoking the Hawan sect. However, the Wanxian Building's market was indifferent to these concerns, as it was shielded by old demon Wuzu, who accepted anything without hesitation. With 3 months remaining until the auction, Su Qingshuo calculated that the time frame was indeed feasible. He had requested a 6-month leave from Li Daotu, during which he was exempt from any tasks, and with an additional 3 months ahead, he had ample time to make a round trip to the Wanxian Building. Su Shidi, the Wanyue rhinoceros horn, is a top-tier material for crafting pseudo-magical artifacts. There will be many competitors, and even if you manage to secure the horn, you will undoubtedly attract envy. You must be cautious, rest assured Yi Shiji, I will prioritize my safety. Su Qingshuo replied with a slight nod. He held absolute confidence in his ability to flee, provided he did not encounter a Foundation establishment master. Chapter 57, Li Lingerus Master. The following morning marked the first day of the month, a day of rest, as well as the day for submitting tasks. Initially, it was agreed with Li Daotu that no task submission was necessary. But to avoid any gossip, Li Daotu had Lin Linger deliver him a talisman for half a year's worth of tasks. After all, on task submission days, he would merely need to symbolically submit his tasks. Su Shidi, it's time to submit your tasks, called out Yang Bailao from outside. Previously, he had always submitted tasks alongside Yang Bailao, and it had been 2 months since he last did so. Wait a moment. Yang Shixian, I'm coming. Su Qingshuo quickly tidied up and stepped out of the courtyard. Su Shidi, don't keep Li Shixu waiting. Su Shidi, you've actually broken through to the 10th layer of qi refinement. Upon noticing Su Qingshuo's breakthrough, Yang Bailao's eyes widened in disbelief. At over 50 years of age, he remained at the 10th layer of qi refinement, while Su Qingshuo was merely in his early 20s. Everyone was aware of the situation on Lume Peak, where drawing talismans consumed both time and spiritual energy, resulting in a slower cultivation rate compared to other peaks. Yet, how was it that Su Qingshuo, also from Lume Peak, cultivated at such an accelerated pace? Even the disciples from Dansha Peak could not match his speed. How had he achieved this? Su Qingshuo smiled and replied, just luck. Really, you recently Li Shixu sent me out for some experience. And by chance, I comprehended the breakthrough to the 10th layer of qi refinement. Upon returning, I entered seclusion and managed to break through. Yang Bailao was left speechless and enviously remarked, no wonder Li Shixu sent you to escort the. It seems he recognized your extraordinary talent long ago. Su Shidi, you are truly a genius. You flatter me. Yang Shixiang, Su Qingshuo chuckled bitterly. It was the first time in his life he had been called a genius. Su Shidi, Yang Bailao said with a pained expression, it won't be long before I'll be calling you Shixiang. He believed it was inevitable that Su Qingshuo would surpass him in cultivation. Let us hurry, Yang Shixiang, we shouldn't keep Li Shixu waiting. Let us go. The two hastily made their way to Li Daotu's dojo. As they approached Li Daotu's dojo, Su Qingshuo felt a shift in his spiritual essence. This was a premeditated disguise, altering his soul's characteristics to resemble both himself and Li Xiaoming equally. In future visits to Li Daotu, he would gradually diminish the traits of Li Xiaoming. This would create an illusion for Li Daotu, leading him to believe that Li Xiaoming was deliberately masquerading as Su Qingshuo, and the disguise would grow increasingly convincing. As expected, upon seeing Su Qingshuo for the first time, Li Daotu furrowed his brow in contemplation, only to have his expression relax moments later. Disciple Yang Bailao pays respects to Li Shixu. Disciple Su Qingshuo pays respects to Li Shixu. Both bowed in unison. No need for formalities. Brother Qingshuo, you finally arrived. I've missed you so much. Li Linger rushed over, grabbing Su Qingshuo's arm and playfully shaking it. A hint of affection flashed in Su Qingshuo's eyes as he reached out to ruffle Li Linger's hair. Glancing at her cultivation level, he was taken aback. In just half a month, she had already reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement, advancing 2 small realms in such a short time. Seeing this, Li Daotu smiled. He did not disapprove of Li Linger's friendliness towards Su Qingshuo. In fact, the more affectionate she was, the more he found it normal, given their blood relation as grandfather and granddaughter. After completing their task submission, Li Daotu remarked, in 2 months, it will be Li Linger's grand apprenticeship ceremony. It will be held here, so make sure to come early to help. Understood. Su Qingshuo was astonished. Li Linger is to take a master. With her talent, she must be apprenticing under someone extraordinarily powerful. Who could it be? Brother Qingshuo, let us go play. Alright, where are we going today? Today, I'll take you to the Steward Peak. The steward peak, excellent, let us hurry. After leaving Li Daoda's dojo, Su Changsho took Li Linger to the steward peak. Today was the first day of the month, a day off for Li Linger. Su Changsho planned to purchase some gathering spirit pills. As Yi Shanhu had informed him that the quality of the gathering spirit pills at the steward peak was the finest, which is why he had come. The gentle breeze and drifting clouds created a serene atmosphere. The flying boat sailed steadily through the clouds. Su Changsho stood on the boat, gazing into the distance, while Li Linger cheered with delight at the view. The boat carried only the two of them. Linger, Li Shishu mentioned you are to take a master. Do you know who it is? Su Changsho suddenly inquired. Li Linger nodded, smiling. I know, my master is Long Mei from Tai Peak. Su Changsho gasped in surprise. Long Mei from Tai Peak was reputed to be the most talented individual in the Vexian sect. She entered the path at 10, established her foundation at 18, and attained the golden core at 100. She was the most cherished disciple of Xinyan Laozu. For Li Linger to be accepted as her apprentice was an immense opportunity, and the entire Lumei Peak would benefit from it. At that moment, Su Changsho realized just how exceptional Li Linger's talent truly was. Linger, you must not indulge in play too much. Focus more on your cultivation, Su Changsho advised, concerned that her talent might be wasted on frivolity. I understand, Li Linger nodded obediently. Before long, the flying boat arrived at the steward peak. A few expressionless, weary, and haggard disciples boarded the boat. Su Changsho led Li Linger off the boat and into the trading hall of the steward peak. The counter selling elixirs was still overseen by Lu Rushi. From a distance, Su Changsho glanced at Lu Rushi. In his eyes, she had become rather ordinary in terms of figure, appearance, and demeanor. The childhood fantasies he once harbored had faded as age and experience broadened his perspective. Hello, Shiji Lu, Su Changsho approached with a smile. This junior, you recognize me? Lu Rushi inquired, surprised. The young man before her was unfamiliar, as she had not seen him before. Generally, once one became a chi refinement practitioner, their memory improved, and they would not easily forget those they had met. However, Su Changsho had interacted with Lu Rushi when he was still a child, and it was natural she did not recognize him now that he had grown up. Lu Shiji, you've forgotten. My name is Su Changsho. I once attended your class 9 years ago, so it's Su Shidi. I remember you now. You purchased 5 gathering chi pills 9 years ago. Lu Rushi recalled once Su Changsho mentioned his name. Wait, that's not right. I remember you were only at the 3rd layer of chi refinement 9 years ago. How have you cultivated so quickly? Lu Rushi examined Su Changsho with surprise. Just some fortunate circumstances, Su Changsho replied with a smile. Su Shidi, what elixirs do you need? Chapter 58, Lu Rushi's astonishment. What elixirs do you need, Su Shidi? Gathering spirit pills. Su Shidi actually cultivates using gathering spirit pills. Truly remarkable lineage. Lu Rushi expressed her envy. In her view, Su Changsho's rapid cultivation speed indicated he was from an extraordinary family. A descendant of immortals. Lu Shiji, you jest. I'm merely a disciple of the miscellaneous sect, Su Changsho replied nonchalantly with a smile. Lu Shiji, how much do the gathering spirit pills cost? A bottle contains 10 pills. And 10 spirit stones can also be purchased one by one. Bring me 10 bottles, Su Changsho casually remarked. Having just entered the 10th layer of chi refinement, he needed to consume gathering spirit pills for cultivation before establishing his foundation. Buying in bulk was a prudent choice. After all, he possessed spirit stones now and no longer had to scrimp and save as he did when he first joined the sect. What, 10 bottles? Lu Rushi's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend what she had just heard. Who would purchase gathering spirit pills with such extravagance? 10 bottles of gathering spirit pills amounted to 100 spirit stones. Enough to cover her salary for 20 years. Su Shidi, are you certain you want 10 bottles? Lu Rushi's tone shifted to one of caution. Indeed, I require 10 bottles, Su Changsho replied with a calm nod. Oh dear, my Su Shidi, you are truly a benefactor to your senior sister. I wondered why today felt so auspicious. With the magpies chattering above me, it turns out I was destined to encounter a noble. Lu Rushi's expression transformed instantly, her smile blooming more radiantly than flowers, reminiscent of a courtesan in a brothel. Lu Rushi's business involved selling pills, and the quantity sold directly impacted her profits, as she earned a commission. Seeing Su Changsho's substantial purchase filled her with elation. With this transaction of 100 spirit stones, she would earn a stone for herself. This is spirit stone. Lu Shiji, please assist me in retrieving the pills. Su Changsho produced a storage bag and casually tossed it onto the counter. Lu Rushi counted the spirit stones within the bag, her heart soaring with delight as she collected them. Please wait a moment. Shidi, I shall fetch your pills right away. Lu Rushi swayed her slender waist and swiftly placed the pills on the counter, sweetly imploring, Su Shidi, do check if the pills are satisfactory. Su Qianqiu opened the jade vials one by one for inspection. Finding no issues, everything is in order, the pills are excellent. Su Shidi, allow me to package them for you. Lu Rushi took Su Qianqiu's storage bag, diligently packed all the pills, and then respectfully presented it to him. Saying, Shidi, do you require anything else? None for now. Farewell, Sister Yi. Su Qianqiu waved and began to walk away. Lu Rushi opened the counter door and quickly followed suit, saying, Shidi, take care, allow me to see you off. Shidi, should you ever need more pills, do not hesitate to seek out your senior sister. I will ensure to provide you with the finest quality. Thank you, Shiji. Su Shidi, walk slowly and take care on the steps. Lu Rushi followed him outside, escorting him all the way to the pavilion where the public flying boat docked. Lu Shiji, please return to your duties. I shall take my leave. Su Shidi, Lu Rushi stepped forward. Grasping Su Qianqiu's hand, her demeanor suddenly turning coy, as if inviting him to take his pick, softly she said, Shidi, if you ever feel lonely or cold, you may come to find your senior sister at any time. That's unnecessary. Farewell, Lu Shiji. Su Qianqiu shook off Lu Rushi's hand and boarded the flying boat with Li Linger. Watching Lu Rushi linger as he departed, Su Qianqiu couldn't help but reflect on the wonders of spirit stones. As long as one possessed spirit stones, even the aloof senior sister would transform into a docile lamb before them. Returning to his small courtyard, Su Qianqiu found himself with little to occupy his time. So he decided to practice talisman drawing. While he sketched, Li Linger quietly observed him from the side. She relied on Su Qianqiu and was content to accompany him, indifferent to what they engaged in. When Li Linger took her leave, night had already fallen. Su Qianqiu activated the formation of his small courtyard, preparing to enter seclusion for cultivation, eager to test the effects of the gathering spirit pills. He retrieved a gathering spirit pill and tossed it directly into his mouth. The subtle fragrance of the pill melted upon contact, transforming into a vast surge of spiritual energy that spread throughout Su Qianqiu's body. As the pill was refined, Su Qianqiu felt a slight increase in his cultivation level. Utilizing the gathering spirit pill allowed him to regain his previous cultivation speed. Without it, breaking through to the 11th layer of qi refinement within 2 to 3 years would have been utterly unrealistic. 6 days later, Su Qianqiu opened his eyes, having completely absorbed a single gathering spirit pill. He calculated that in 6 days, he had refined 1 pill, amounting to 5 pills in a month, equating to 5 spirit stones. By this calculation, it was evident that such consumption was beyond the means of an ordinary person. Generally, disciples from small families could not afford such expenses. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qianqiu had already surpassed many disciples from lesser families through his own efforts. 1 month later, Su Qianqiu emerged from seclusion to submit a task. At this time, when he met Li Daotu, he made every effort to maintain his soul characteristics at 70% while keeping Li Xiaoming's at 30%. Li Daotu showed no suspicion and looked at him with great satisfaction. Another month passed, and it was the first day of the month once more, a day of rest and a day for task submissions. As well as the day when Li Linger would take her master. As dawn broke, Su Qianqiu and Yang Bailao arrived at Li Daotu's dojo. Some senior brothers had already arrived before them. Upon greeting Li Daotu, Su Qianqiu allowed his soul characteristics to remain at 90%, while only 1% belonged to Li Xiaoming. Li Daotu exhibited no doubt whatsoever. At this point, Su Qianqiu finally let out a sigh of relief. Feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart, from now on, whenever he encountered Li Daotu, he could fully utilize his own soul characteristics, occasionally revealing Li Xiaoming's characteristics as needed. To deceive Li Daotu, Su Qianqiu had gone to great lengths, as there was no alternative. If Li Daotu discovered that he had usurped Li Xiaoming's identity, he would be doomed. Of course, Su Qianqiu bore this grudge firmly in his heart and would never forget it. However, at this moment, he lacked the strength to retaliate and could only endure. Before long, amidst the flurry of activity, Li Daotu's dojo was beautifully arranged, festooned with red and gold radiating festivity, within the flower hall. Seats were systematically arranged. Ding Xiaopik, Elder Zhang Zhongchang has arrived. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside, and the entrance became lively. A group of disciples from Molv Peak surrounded a dignified middle-aged man clad in a purple robe. With thick black hair and a commanding presence, he approached. Brother Zhang, I apologize for not welcoming you from afar. I hope for your understanding. Li Daotu greeted him with a beaming smile. Li Shidi, you are too polite. Today is a momentous occasion for your Molv Peak. Congratulations. Thank you, Brother Zhang. please come in. Zhang Zhongchang entered at Li Daoda's invitation. Su Qingshu was not unfamiliar with Zhang Zhongchang, they had crossed paths at Tai Tower. Inside the flower hall, a total of 8 seats were arranged, with one being the main seat. Below the main seat, 3 on the left and 4 on the right made for a total of 7 seats. After entering, Zhang Zhongchang glanced at the seating arrangements and settled into the second position on the left. Su Qingshu observed this and couldn't help but nod in approval. The cultivation world places great emphasis on hierarchy. Even seating arrangements are subject to certain rules. The position one occupies directly reflects one's strength. The fact that Zhang Zhongchang could sit in the second position on the left spoke volumes about his prowess. The left side is considered prestigious, and being second on that side indicates a high standing among the 7 seats positioned below. Exiting the flower hall, Su Qingshu approached Niu Kunlun and asked in a hushed voice, "Brother Niu, who else is attending today?" Niu Kunlun chuckled. "In addition to Li Shimi's master, all the foundation establishment elders from the various peaks are here. I see." Su Qingshu nodded slightly. Besides MOLV peak, every other peak had more than one foundation establishment cultivator, and only those whose cultivation exceeded that of all other foundation establishment cultivators from their peak could hold the title of elder. Naturally, there is also a ranking among the foundation establishment elders of the 7 peaks. Those with higher cultivation levels and greater strength rank higher. Once one reaches the foundation establishment realm, it is not merely a matter of realm but also of strength. For instance, among 2 individuals with the same cultivation level, the one with greater strength is considered the senior. The cultivation world adheres to the law of the jungle, straightforward and brutal. Those attending today are all the most powerful foundation establishment cultivators from the various peaks. As the elder of Dingsha Peak, Zhang Zhongchang's ability to occupy the second chair indicates that he ranks among the top foundation establishment disciples within the entire sect. Casting a glance at Niu Kunlun, Su Qingshu inquired, "Is it only the foundation establishment cultivators attending? What about the golden core experts?" "Su Shidi, you have been in seclusion and are unaware of the circumstances," Niu Kunlun replied with a smile. "Many golden core experts spend decades in closed-door training, leaving them little time to attend the initiation ceremony of a chi refinement disciple. The fact that the foundation establishment elders from each peak are present already speaks volumes about the respect shown to our MOLV peak." "That makes sense," Su Qingshu contemplated, then remarked, "Brother Niu, I have another question. Since Li Shimi's master is from Tai Peak, why isn't the initiation ceremony held there instead of at our MOLV peak?" "That was Li Shimi's request," Niu Kunlun explained with a chuckle. "Understood." Su Qingshu smiled. Given Li Linger's youth, it was improbable that she would make such a request on her own. It was certainly Li Daoda who had suggested it. For a long time, MOLV peak had been relatively weak. Li Daoda's actions were likely aimed at enhancing their standing, showcasing how much Li Linger's master valued her. By aligning with Li Linger's influential master, MOLV peak's fortunes would inevitably improve. Suddenly, streaks of sword light flashed, and 4 figures landed at the entrance of Li Daoda's dojo. Chihua Peak Elder Bai Tongyuan has arrived. Tianji Peak Elder Miaoku has arrived. Bagua Peak Elder Shi Wenlu has arrived. To Fengdu Peak Elder Qian Yuanming has arrived. To the 4 foundation establishment experts arrived together. Li Shidi, congratulations, Li Shidi, your Li family is truly blessed with great fortune. Indeed Li Shidi, the pure spirit root is truly 1 in a million. Hehe, congratulations Li Shidi. Bai Tongyuan, Miaoku, Shi Wenlu, Qian Yuanming, and the other 4 foundation establishment experts smiled radiantly, one brighter than the other. In the past, Li Daoda was regarded as someone unworthy of their attention, yet the tides have turned. His descendants have now entered the esteemed tutelage of Master Lingmei, elevating his status accordingly. Li Daoda greeted them with a warm smile. "Welcome, esteemed brothers, and welcome senior sister Miaoku. Please come in." The esteemed foundation establishment cultivators entered the flower hall, and as they took their seats, Su Qingshu cast a meaningful glance. Seated third was the representative from Chihua Peak. Fourth was Qian Yuanming from Fengdu Peak, 5th was Shi Wenlu from Bagua Peak, and 6th was Miaoku from Tianji Peak. Li Daoda also took his seat, and as expected, he occupied the 7th position. Among all the foundation establishment leaders, he was the weakest. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even any random foundation establishment expert from other peaks would surpass him. If he were not so weak, he would not have been assigned to Lumei Peak. Tai Peak, Master Huang Tianlang has arrived. We pay our respects to Master Huang. A middle-aged man clad in a golden Taoist robe, tall with sword-like brows and starry eyes, arrived, prompting Su Changsho and others to bow respectfully. Li Dao Tu and the other Foundation establishment cultivators also stood, hastily running out to greet him. This man was the Foundation establishment leader of Tai Peak. Although he was at the Foundation establishment stage, his seniority surpassed that of the other Foundation establishment cultivators, being a close disciple of the Venerable Xianyang, despite not having reached the Golden Core realm. Donning a golden robe was indicative of his noble status. We pay our respects to Master Huang Uzhang Zongqiang by Tongyuan Qianyuan Ming Shi Wenlu Miaoko, and Li Dao Tu bowed respectfully. No need for formalities, Huang Tianlang waved his hand and stepped into the hall. With Zhang Zongqiang and the others following closely, I in the presence of Huang Tianlang, Zhang Zongqiang, and the others exhibited exceptional deference. It should be noted that in Levection sect, once one reaches the alchemy stage, they generally refrain from meddling in sect affairs. Each peak's matters are managed by their respective leaders, who in turn follow Huang Tianlang's commands. Huang Tianlang effectively serves as the head of Levection sect, wielding considerable authority. After everyone settled down, Li Dao Tu pulled Li Linger forward to greet the assembly. Linger, this is Master Huang, and the others are your senior brothers and sisters. I pay my respects to Master Huang, and to all senior brothers and sisters, and to senior sister Miao Ke. Li Linger greeted each in turn, though her master is a golden core expert, and she herself has only reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. She shares the same seniority as the Sex Foundation establishment cultivators. Indeed, she has progressed to the 4th level of Qi refinement. No need for formalities, my dear niece Linger. Huang Tianlang smiled warmly. He recognized Linger's innate talent, which surpassed even his own. After being taken in as a close disciple by Venerable Xianyang, he vowed not to take any more disciples, otherwise, he would undoubtedly have taken Li Linger under his wing. As Venerable Xianyang refrained from accepting disciples, Linger had no choice but to seek refuge under Master Langmei. In any case, they all belong to the same lineage as disciples of the Venerable Ancestor. Niece Linger, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have a small gift for you. I hear you enjoy riding flying boats. What do you think of this? Huang Tianlang clapped his waist storage bag, producing a white jade flying boat measuring 3 to 4 zhang in length and 2 zhang in width. A white jade flying boat. Su Changsho's eyes widened in astonishment, silently exclaiming at the generous gesture. Yi Shanhua possesses a similar white jade flying boat, said to be worth 500 spirit stones. Currently, he does not even possess 500 spirit stones in total. Su Changsho felt a twinge of envy for Li Linger. A genius indeed, starting her journey at heights he could scarcely fathom. A small token of my appreciation, Sister Linger. Sister Li, it is a pleasure to meet you. Please do not think ill of my gift. Sister Linger, please accept this. The gathering of Foundation establishment experts offered gifts to Li Linger. Some presented spirit stones directly, others gifted pseudo-magical artifacts, and some brought elixirs. Li Linger was inundated with gifts, her hands growing weary from receiving them. Yang Bailao and a group of miscellaneous disciples watched nearby, each enviously drooling. The gifts from Foundation establishment experts are extraordinary, and even at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, they hold immense value. The gifts were given out of respect for Li Linger's master, Master Langmei, rather than for Li Dao Tu, as he did not hold such influence. Master Lang has arrived. Suddenly, someone shouted from outside. Master Lang is here. Quick, go greet her. The crowd of Foundation establishment cultivators all stood and made their way outside. At that moment, a young woman dressed in a golden Taoist robe, appearing to be in her 20s, walked into Li Dao Tu's domain. This woman exuded an ethereal aura, resembling an ice and snow fairy. We pay our respects to Master Lang. The miscellaneous disciples of Lumei Peak all bowed deeply to Langmei. So young, Su Changsho also bowed along with the crowd, finding it somewhat peculiar to see a group of elderly disciples bowing to someone in their 20s. However, Su Changsho soon realized that despite her youthful appearance, Langmei was already over 100 years old. At her level of cultivation, aging occurs slowly. Golden core cultivators possess a lifespan of 500 years, and typically they do not appear old until they reach 300. Some female cultivators, even at 300, can look like young maidens. Female cultivators tend to pay more attention to their appearance, employing various tonics and beauty-enhancing elixirs to further delay aging. We pay our respects to Master Lang. Li Dao Tu and the others stepped forward, each bowing respectfully. Among cultivators, there exists an absolute hierarchy, and a significant difference in cultivation levels results in a chasm of status. It was Su Changsho's first time witnessing Li Dao Tu display such reverence towards anyone. Langmei waved her hand, signaling everyone to rise, without uttering a word. It was not merely disdain, She seemed disinterested in addressing the crowd. Greetings, Senior Sister Lang. Huang Tianlang greeted with a smile and cupped his hands. Upon seeing Huang Tianlang, Leng Mei's expression softened slightly, and she nodded, saying, "Little junior brother has come as well." "Yes, everyone here." Huang Tianlang clasped his fists. "Everyone has arrived. If everyone is here, let us begin." "Yes, Senior Sister Lang. Please follow me inside." Under Huang Tianlang's guidance, the crowd surrounded Leng Mei as they entered the flower hall. Once inside, Leng Mei naturally took the seat of honor, and upon her signal, the other Foundation establishment experts cautiously took their seats. Today marks a momentous occasion for Senior Sister Lang as she takes on disciples. "May I preside over this disciple accepting ceremony?" "Please, Master Huang, take the lead." "That is indeed appropriate." Subsequently, Huang Tianlang dominated the proceedings, directing the disciple accepting ceremony, while Li Daoda found himself sidelined. Although this was ostensibly his domain, he had lost his voice in the matter. "Shall we commence, Senior Sister Lang?" Huang Tianlang inquired, seeking her approval. Leng Mei scanned the assembly, her gaze landing on one individual, and she coolly stated, "Who is Li Linger?" Li Daoda stood up, hurriedly bringing Li Linger forth before Leng Mei. Upon observing the spirited Li Linger, Leng Mei nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. You are an excellent candidate for cultivation." "Linger, do you wish to take me as your master?" Leng Mei spoke with a gentle demeanor, her previously frigid expression softening with a hint of warmth, unlike her demeanor with anyone else. Even Huang Tianlang, she displayed a unique kindness towards Li Linger. "I am willing." Li Linger nodded, shyly responding, "Excellent, excellent. Let us begin." Leng Mei exclaimed with delight, waving her sleeve to indicate that Huang Tianlang may commence. Huang Tianlang stood, solemnly declaring, "I hereby announce that the disciple accepting ceremony for Senior Sister Lang officially begins." Fire the cannons and play the music. Outside, the sound of firecrackers erupted in a flurry of noise. Following this, musical instruments began to play, and a series of ceremonial activities commenced. There were dragon dances, lion dances, and recitations of the solemnity of the master-disciple relationship. Almost all the miscellaneous disciples of Lumei Peak busily participated. The disciple accepting ceremony in the cultivation world is far more elaborate than that of the mundane realm. After a lengthy period of commotion, they had yet to enter the actual disciple accepting segment, which left Su Changsho feeling rather bored. The formal initiation of the apprenticeship was finally underway. At last, under Huang Tianlang's command, the apprenticeship commenced. Guided by Huang Tianlang, Li Linger performed various bowing gestures, expressing her gratitude and respect to her master. "Present the tea," Huang Tianlang spoke with gravity. The tea presentation is the final step of the apprenticeship ceremony. Once the tea is served, the master-disciple bond is firmly established. It is time for the tea presentation. "Su Shidi, your turn is up. Hurry." In the crowd, Yang Bailao anxiously tugged at Su Changsho's Taoist robe. During the tea presentation, Su Changsho was responsible for serving the tea, as he was the lowest in both cultivation level and age among the disciples of Lumei Peak. Thus, he was tasked with this honor. Su Changsho grasped the prepared tea and made his way through the assembly, finally arriving before Leng Mei. For the first time in his life, he stood so close to a golden core expert. His heart racing, unable to lift his gaze. He could vaguely sense the overwhelming energy emanating from Leng Mei, a fearsome power that, if even a fraction were to touch him, could lead to his demise. Though he was exceedingly nervous, Leng Mei did not cast a glance his way. In her eyes, there was only Li Linger. "Thank you, Brother Changsho." Li Linger flashed a playful smile at Su Changsho as she took the teacup. Su Changsho felt a cold sweat break out, yet he dared not speak. At that moment, Leng Mei's expression turned frosty, and she could not help but cast a disapproving glance at Su Changsho, seemingly displeased with Li Linger's address. Now that Li Linger had become her disciple, she shared the same seniority as the other Foundation establishment cultivators, and a mere miscellaneous disciple had no right to call her brother. Linger, from now on, you are my disciple, you must uphold your status, do you understand? Leng Mei admonished. Li Linger nodded. "I understand, but Brother Changsho was different." Upon the utterance of these words, Leng Mei's expression turned icy as she cast a glance at Su Changsho, who felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. What difference could a mere menial disciple possibly possess, in the face of the disdain emanating from a formidable golden core master? Su Changsho maintained his composure, suppressing even the slightest hint of dissatisfaction, for this individual possessed the power to dictate his life or death with but a thought. The hierarchy within the realm of cultivation was indeed so rigid and merciless. Chanshogij was distinctly different from others. Li Linger pouted, her countenance betraying a hint of discontent, seemingly incensed by Lang Mei's derision towards Su Changshou. At the mention of this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Lang Mei's eyes, causing Su Changshou to shudder involuntarily, realizing the gravity of the situation. Li Linger, being young and unmindful of her words, had inadvertently exacerbated Lang Mei's negative opinion of him. Chapter 61, Pingyang Market. Lang Mei regarded Su Changshou with an expression of indifference, instilling a profound sense of pressure within him. I wish to see what distinguishes him, she commanded. You, raise your head, master, please, do not blame Chanshogij, Li Linger implored, her voice tinged with urgency as she belatedly recognized the blunder she had made, inadvertently casting a shadow on Su Changshou and Lang Mei's eyes. Su Changshou slowly lifted his gaze, yet dared not meet Lang Mei's stare directly, responding in a subdued tone, in response to the esteemed master Ancestor. The disciple possesses no distinctions. Prior to entering the sect, I sheltered Li Shirshu for a time, and it was I who brought her into the fold. She holds gratitude towards me. Upon reaching this juncture, Su Changshou refrained from elaborating further. His words were artfully crafted to emphasize his role as Li Linger's guide, highlighting that it was he who had ushered her into the realm of immortality, thus eliciting her gratitude. Upon the completion of his statement, Su Changshou felt the oppressive weight lift, as Lang Mei turned to Li Daoda inquiring, Li Shizhi, is this truth? Li Daoda clasped his hands in a formal gesture, affirming in response to Master Lang, this matter is indeed true. Changshou was indeed Linger's guide. At this moment, it was evident that Li Daoda was siding with Su Changshou. Understanding dawned upon Lang Mei. Li Linger, in her youth and ignorance of the paths of cultivation, had mistakenly regarded Su Changshou, her guide, as someone of considerable significance, unaware that he was merely a menial disciple, his status vastly inferior to hers. Had it not been for his role as her guide, their paths would have never crossed. Linger, come, Lang Mei beckoned, drawing Li Linger closer, her tone softening. Once you enter Tai Peak, you will forge new friendships. Forget this individual, he is merely a menial disciple, and you are not of the same world. No, Li Linger shook her head resolutely. Master, I shall never forget Chanshogij, he has treated me with utmost kindness. Lang Mei frowned. Nonsense, you have entered my tutelage, he shall address you as Shirshu from henceforth. You must not refer to him as brother, but he is Chanshogij. Linger, do not talk back. Li Linger was about to retort when Li Daoda intervened. Pouting, she exclaimed, Great-grandfather, why may I not call him Chanshogij? Li Daoda replied sternly, there are laws of the nation and rules of the family. You have entered Master Lang's tutelage. By status, you are now Changshou's Shirshu. You must not confuse the generations. Li Linger huffed, turning her head away in a display of defiance, adopting an air of indifference. All right. Lang Mei chuckled softly, patting Li Linger's head in a bid to soothe her. Linger, should you wish to call him brother, then so be it. In consideration of her beloved disciple's emotions, Lang Mei found herself conceding. She understood that, in Li Linger's eyes at this moment, she might not even measure up to this menial disciple. It was imperative to placate Li Linger. Should she truly become angry, a rift could form between master and disciple, leading to dire consequences. To Lang Mei, Su Changshou was merely a transient figure in Li Linger's life. As she matured and her cultivation surpassed his, she would naturally distance herself from him, without her needing to intervene. Indeed, thank you, master, Li Linger beamed, asking eagerly, Master, may I visit Chanshogij often in the future? Lang Mei pondered before responding, I permit you to meet once every 3 months. It was evident that, at this moment, Li Linger was still heavily reliant on Su Changshou. Denying their meetings would undoubtedly hinder her progress in cultivation. Allowing a meeting every 3 months would facilitate a gradual distancing thereafter. Only 3 months? Li Linger pouted, clearly dissatisfied with the arrangement. Lang Mei smiled. Linger, in time you shall understand the good intentions of your master. Perhaps one day, you may even come to find this menial disciple rather bothersome. That will not happen. Li Linger shook her head firmly, declaring, I shall never find Chanshogij bothersome, never. Upon hearing this, a complex expression crossed Su Changshou's face. The disparity between him and Li Linger would only widen as time went on. Would she truly never regard him with disdain? Contemplating this, Su Changshou silently shook his head, doubting even his own conviction. One day, when Li Linger became a foundational master, would she not call out to him as Chanshogij, trailing behind her like a shadow, do as you wish, little junior brother, let us continue with the apprenticeship ceremony. Lang Mei shook her head slightly, seemingly amused by Li Linger's naivety. Huang Tianlang rose, laughing. Linger Shizhi quickly offered tea to your master. Master, please enjoy this tea. Very well, good disciple. after the tea ceremony concluded, Li Linger bowed once more to Long Mei. Linger, this is a low-grade magical artifact, the Hunyuan silk, a token of my welcome gift to you. With a wave of her storage pouch, Long Mei produced a 3-foot length of red silk, which fell into Li Linger's hands. Thank you, master, let us go. Lang Mei's sleeves fluttered as she and Li Linger ascended into the air. The prowess of a golden core master was evident, as she soared through the skies without the need for a sword. Watching them vanish into the clouds, Su Changsho clenched his fists tightly, muttering to himself, Lang Mei, once I attain the golden core, I shall surely reclaim the humiliation of today. In that instant, Su Changsho's gaze was imbued with an unprecedented determination. Not only would he cultivate to the foundational level, but he would also solidify his golden core. Even if it meant shattering his very being, he would advance unflinchingly. Li Shirji, congratulations, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Li Shidi, until we meet again. Li Shidi, farewell. Huang Tianlang and the others gathered in the courtyard, summoning their flying swords, and one by one, they ascended into the sky, dispersing into the distance. Su Changsho returned to his small courtyard and immediately entered seclusion to cultivate. After 2.5 months of seclusion, Su Changsho emerged, requesting leave from Li Daotu and making his way directly to Pingyang Market. 2,000 miles to the west of the Green Immortals sect lies a small market, a collaborative effort between the Green Immortals sect and the Hahuan sect. This market, known as Pingyang Market, functions not only as a marketplace but also as a celestial relay station, where long-distance flying vessels operate, allowing access to other sections within the Green Immortals sect. There are no long-distance flying vessels. In fact, no sect would dare establish such vessels at their doorstep due to the inherent dangers. Should an enemy board a long-distance vessel and launch a surprise attack, it would leave them utterly unprepared. For the strategic safety of the sect, long-distance flying vessels are typically stationed 1,000 miles away. The Green Immortals sect and Hahuan sect, being in close proximity, share a long-distance vessel, splitting the profits evenly. When Pingyang Market was initially established, the two sects engaged in considerable contention to maximize their profits. Now, the order within the market has stabilized, though conflicts between disciples from both sects over interests still occur. Typically, these disputes are resolved without the involvement of elders, with only foundational masters intervening when necessary. While there is conflict, it remains within manageable limits, maintaining a facade of cordiality despite underlying tensions. Chapter 62. Forming a group for Su Changsho, the 2,000-mile journey posed little challenge. He produced a wind-running talisman and affixed it to his thigh, accelerating his speed dramatically in the span of half a day. He arrived at Pingyang Market. Prior to entering the market, Su Changsho disguised his spiritual signature to resemble that of Li Xiaoming, then utilized a Thousand Faces talisman to transform into a stout, white-robed Taoist, with the spiritual signature of Li Xiaoming and an unfamiliar appearance. As long as Li Daotu was not present, no one would discern his true identity. Not even a golden core nascent soul master would be able to see through his disguise. As Su Changsho's spiritual appearance had been altered to that of Li Xiaoming, effectively making him an entirely different person, this was a unique skill he acquired after reclaiming his own consciousness, one that was not commonly possessed by others. The reasoning behind this precaution stemmed entirely from a desire for safety. Su Changsho regarded this identity as a secondary persona. Should this persona encounter trouble, it would not reflect back on his primary identity. Furthermore, in the event of being pursued by formidable enemies, he could swiftly change his identity, thereby enhancing his capacity to evade capture. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the stout Taoist clad in a blue robe rode a crimson-scaled horse, slowly entering Pingyang Market. For prudence's sake, Su Changsho had even changed out of the Green Immortals sect's robe. An ancient thoroughfare traversed the market, flanked by a myriad of shop signs, with numerous vendors plying their wares along the sidewalks. Various items such as medicinal pills, weapons, talismans, puppets, and formation discs were on sale, with the imminent commencement of a small auction at the 10,000 Immortals Pavilion. Cultivators from various regions were converging upon Pingyang Market. Many were preparing to board long-distance flying vessels to attend the auction, thus the market was bustling with activity in these days. At the far end of Pingyang Market lay the docking station for long-distance flying vessels. Here, vessels arrived almost daily. However, the ships heading to the 10,000 Immortals Pavilion only departed once every 3 days. Su Changsho inquired and soon realized that he had arrived at an inopportune moment. The flying boat had just departed that very morning, and he would have to wait 3 days for the next one. He decided to wait, as returning to his sect would be of little worth. Adjacent to the flying boat station stood an inn named Pingyang Station. Su Changsho took a room there, albeit at a steep price of 30 fragments of spiritual stones per day, for an ordinary disciple tasked with menial duties. Staying 3 or 4 days would deplete a month's salary. After ordering some food, he dined and then meditated until dawn. The following midday, feeling hungry, Su Changsho ventured into the common area to procure sustenance. At that moment, 3 qi refining practitioners entered Pingyang Station, capturing Su Changsho's attention. Among them was a familiar face, Li Linhao, who was clad in a blue Taoist robe, exuding an air of tranquility. His cultivation stood at the 11th level of qi refinement. Perhaps due to his outing, Li Linhao wore the blue robe of a sex-menial disciple rather than the purple robe of an inner disciple, showcasing a degree of modesty. The other 2 companions, however, were strangers to Su Changsho. One male, also dressed in the blue robe of the Green Immortal sect, occasionally displayed a hint of arrogance. The last was a young woman, around 18 or 19, with a captivating appearance and fair skin. Partially concealed by her green dress, their cultivation levels were comparable. Both Li Linhao and the woman were at the 11th level of qi refinement, while the man in the Green Immortal sect robe was at the 10th level. Upon entering the inn, the trio surveyed the other patrons before their gaze finally settled on Su Changsho, who sat alone at a table. Lin Daoyu, how is that junior disciple faring? Li Linhao inquired. Giving Su Changsho a subtle nod after a brief glance, the 3 then approached Su Changsho. Hey, fellow Taoist, are you looking to form a group? The somewhat arrogant male asked, casting a condescending glance at Su Changsho. Apologies, but I am not interested, Su Changsho replied, frowning. Haha, the woman in the green dress laughed heartily. Yang Shidi, with such a tone, it's a wonder anyone would want to join you, Yang Daoyu. When outside, one should speak with courtesy, Li Linhao admonished, casting a stern look at the man, who recoiled slightly but remained disdainful of Su Changsho. Li Linhao continued, clasping his hands in greeting, this fellow Taoist. I am Li Linhao from the Green Immortal sect. This is my junior disciple, Yang Jiyuan, and this Taoist is Su Miaomiao from the Hahuan sect. Hahuan sect, Su Changsho exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Su Miaomiao, who he had initially presumed to be from the Green Immortal sect. What brings you to seek me, esteemed Taoists? Su Changsho inquired, discreetly preparing a talisman beneath the table, his caution heightened by the potential threat posed by Li Linhao and his companions. Su Miaomiao smiled, we are heading to Wanchenfang Market and are seeking one more to join our group. If you are willing, we could travel together. To form a group, Su Changsho pondered. The journey to Wanchenfang Market was long, and it was customary for cultivators to seek companions for such distant travels, regardless of prior acquaintance. Forming a group offered warmth in numbers, providing mutual protection against potential dangers. However, temporary alliances often lacked trust, and it was not uncommon for individuals to exploit such groupings to betray their companions. Rest assured, we in Taoist Su hail from reputable sects and would not act recklessly, Li Linhao assured. Su Changsho, however, felt speechless. After all, the couple that had once attempted to assassinate him during the Thunder Lake incident had also belonged to the Hahuan sect. He realized that Li Linhao, having likely never ventured beyond his sect, naively believed that those from prestigious backgrounds would not engage in wrongdoing. Yet, Su Changsho quickly dismissed this notion. Li Linhao's great-grandfather was a golden core master from a prominent cultivation family, so he surely understood the perils of the cultivation world. This statement was merely a means of self-comfort. Very well, I shall join, Su Changsho consented, nodding that he had known Li Linhao long enough to trust his character. Given his background, it was unlikely he would resort to harming an unknown cultivator. Su Miaomiao immediately brightened. What shall we call you, fellow Taoist? I am Wang Hai, Su Changsho replied. Wang, you are back. It is indeed Wang Taoist. Today's meal is on me. Yang Shidi, please order some more dishes, Li Linhao said with a smile. Yang Jiayuan promptly went to place the order, clearly accustomed to following Li Linhao's lead. He. I shall sit beside you, Wang Taoist, Su Miaomiao said with a charming smile, taking a seat next to Su Changsho and casting him a flirtatious glance. After a while, Yang Jiayuan returned, bringing a plethora of dishes. Wang Taoist, I raise a toast to you, Su Miaomiao exclaimed, lifting her cup, her soft form leaning closer to Su Changsho. The sudden closeness rendered Su Changsho momentarily disoriented, as Su Miaomiao's presence was intoxicating. Across from them, Li Linhao maintained an upright posture, while Yang Jiayuan's gaze occasionally glinted with hostility towards Su Changsho. Su Miaomiao, seemingly oblivious, continued her flirtations with Su Changsho, throwing him coy glances. Su Changsho, not being foolish, contemplated the situation and soon understood the dynamics at play. Li Linhao and Yang Jiayuan were allies, and Su Miaomiao, having joined later, sought to align herself with Su Qianqiu, fearing that the other two might turn against her. Thus she was attempting to draw Su Qianqiu into her camp, hoping to establish a counterbalance against Li Linhao. Should conflicts arise between Su Qianqiu and Li Linhao, she could readily ally with Su Qianqiu. Of course, Su Miaomiao was unaware that Su Qianqiu was also from the Green Immortal sect. Had she known, she would never have sought to form a group with them, recognizing the intricate web of interests. Su Qianqiu felt a headache coming on. Those who ventured into the cultivation world were seldom simple, each possessing their own hidden agendas. Thus, he remained ambiguous in his responses to Su Miaomiao, maintaining a friendly demeanor while not neglecting Li Linhao. As he was unwilling to offend him for the sake of Su Miaomiao. As their meal progressed, Su Miaomiao grew increasingly frustrated with Su Qianqiu's indifference. We will rest here tonight, and tomorrow morning there will be a flying boat to Wanchenfang Market, at which point we shall all depart together. Very well, let us discuss it further tomorrow. Good night, Daoistly, Su Qianqiu replied, as Li Linhao and his companions took rooms adjacent to his. As night fell, a graceful figure in green stealthily entered Su Qianqiu's room like a little wildcat. Daoist Su, what brings you here? Su Qianqiu asked. Su Miaomiao beckoned for silence, then proceeded to set up a soundproof array within the room. Following that, she stretched languidly, her alluring form becoming entirely visible. Su Qianqiu found himself captivated, swallowing hard at the sight. Wang Daoist, I have recently lost my husband. If you do not mind, shall we forge a fleeting bond? She proposed, her allure overwhelming. Su Qianqiu felt parched, overwhelmed by her seduction. His vision blurred, and the world around him faded, leaving only Su Miaomiao before him, enticingly playful. Before long, Su Miaomiao began to disrobe, shedding her garments one by one under Su Qianqiu's gaze. Wait, this is an enchantment. Suddenly Su Qianqiu's expression shifted, and he swiftly produced a broken illusion talisman, dispelling the mirage before him. At that moment, Su Miaomiao stood before him, fully clothed, her intentions clear. Daoist Su, in the dead of night. What is your purpose? Su Qianqiu's tone was icy. Su Miaomiao's complexion paled, astonished that this cultivator, one level beneath her, had so easily unraveled her enchantment. It was known that the Hahuan sect's allure was unrivaled. Typically, female practitioners of higher realms could ensnare male practitioners of lower realms with ease. Daoist Su, such underhanded tactics are laughable, Su Qianqiu remarked coolly, feigning innocence. Su Miaomiao adopted a pitiful demeanor. Wang Daoist, I resorted to such measures out of desperation. I fear that Li Linhao and Yang Jiayuan, being from the Green Immortal sect, may pose a threat to me, hence my desire to ally with you. Su Qianqiu remained impassive, replying, if you fear them, why seek to form a group? Her smile faltered further. The journey to Wanchenfang Market spans countless miles. If I do not band together with others, I, as a weak woman, would be in even greater peril. Su Qianqiu shook his head slightly. Forgive me, but I am unable to assist. He had no desire to ally with Su Miaomiao. If a dispute arose between her and Li Linhao, he would undoubtedly side with Li Linhao. Their bond, forged over 3 years at Shuxiafeng, was not easily broken. Very well, Su Miaomiao sighed, refraining from further argument. Daoist, I have heard that those from the Hahuan sect often pair off. Why do you not? My husband has passed away, Su Qianqiu replied. My apologies. Su Qianqiu was taken aback. He had assumed she was fabricating a story. Wang Daoist, Su Miaomiao suddenly tugged at her dress, revealing a delicate shoulder. If you are willing to ally with me, I shall willingly submit to you. Wait. Su Qianqiu hastily waved his hand. The members of the Hahuan sect were adept in the art of dual cultivation, and he certainly did not wish to engage in any intimate contact with her, lest he be drained of his vitality. The young lady is rather forward. I beg your pardon. No harm done, he replied. Daoist Wang, do you have any tea? I am quite parched and would like a drink. Indeed, Su Qianqiu retrieved a teapot, and the two began to sip their tea. They indulged in this for a full hour before Su Miaomiao took her leave. As he observed her departing figure, Su Qianqiu could not help but smile bitterly. Lower-tier cultivators truly resort to unscrupulous means for survival. Her deliberate lingering was merely a performance for Li Linhao and his companion. In the dead of night, what do you suppose a solitary man and woman would engage in for an hour? Su Qianqiu had indeed fallen into a trap. This was an overt scheme, and from the moment Su Miaomiao entered his room, he had already lost. Even if she had done nothing at all the next day, before reconvened, and Su Miaomiao appeared to be even more affable towards Su Qianqiu. Li Linhao seemed unfazed by this. But Yang Jiayuan's demeanor was markedly different, as he cast a look of disdain towards Su Qianqiu and Su Miaomiao, almost as though he wished to inscribe the words lecherous couple upon his face. Thus Su Changsho couldn't help but regard Li Linhao with a newfound respect. He was evidently a master of subtlety. In the early morning, a golden flying vessel suddenly appeared and landed steadily at the docking station of the long-distance high-speed flying vessels. The craft was not particularly large, roughly twice the size of the public vessels of the Green Immortal sect. However, in terms of quality, it was an entirely different concept, being 10 times sturdier than the public vessels. As for speed, it was incomparable. The long-distance high-speed vessel, outfitted with a speed-enhancing formation, could cover 5,000 miles a day, surpassing even the speed of sword flight. The journey from Pingyang Square City to Wanxian Square City, spanning 30,000 miles, could be completed in 6 days. At this moment, nearly 100 people were gathered here, all awaiting passage to Wanxian Square City. Once the vessel came to a halt, the crowd surged forward, each person paying a spirit stone before waiting for the vessel to commence its journey. The pilot of the vessel was a venerable elder, a foundational-level cultivator. The 4 boarded the vessel along with the others. Sitting opposite one another, Li Linhao and Yang Jiayuan sat side by side, while Su Miaomia was next to Su Changsho, forming a distinct little group. At this juncture, several similar small groups were also present aboard the vessel. With a hum, the vessel set off smoothly, albeit at an impressive speed. Su Changsho glanced backward and noticed an 8-trigram formation at the rear of the vessel, with 8 spirit stone slots on the formation plate. 4 of these slots were filled with spirit stones, indicating that the vessel's full potential had yet to be realized. If all 8 slots were filled, its speed would likely increase even further. Of course, under normal circumstances, it would not be prudent to push the vessel to its limits due to excessive energy consumption. Scattered groups of cultivators sat together, engaging in lively conversation. However, the atmosphere within Su Changsho's group felt somewhat different. As Yang Jiayuan and Su Miaomia exchanged glances filled with animosity, Su Changsho maintained a demeanor of calm neutrality, as he was well acquainted with Li Linhao. Interestingly, Li Linhao seemed indifferent to the tension between Su Miaomia and Yang Jiayuan, as well as Su Changsho's stance, suggesting a nonchalance that hinted at his self-assurance or perhaps a formidable hidden strength. Regardless of the reason, it was evident that Li Linhao was not to be trifled with. A descendant of a golden core master could hardly be a weakling. Casting a glance at Li Linhao, Su Changsho inquired with a smile, "Daoistly, what brings you to Wanxian Square City?" Li Linhao appeared momentarily taken aback. Before responding with a grin, "Oh, it's nothing much, I merely wish to modify my flying vessel. I've heard that the upcoming auction in Wanxian Square City will feature a rather fine propulsion disc for flying vessels. So I thought I would come and take a look. A propulsion disc?" Su Changsho nodded, slightly uncertain of how to respond. Each flying vessel possessed a propulsion formation plate, known as a propulsion disc. Such items were not affordable for ordinary cultivators. In fact, the cost of a standard propulsion disc could account for half the overall price of a vessel, while premium ones could exceed the cost of the vessel itself, often reaching several hundred spirit stones, making them unattainable for typical cultivators. Upon hearing that Li Linhao intended to purchase a propulsion disc, Su Miaomia's eyes flickered. Anyone capable of affording such a disc would undoubtedly own a flying vessel. And among those she knew, only the wealthiest of qi refining cultivators possessed one. Li Linhao then turned to Su Changsho with a smile and asked, "Daoist Wang, and what of you? What brings you to Wanxian Square City?" Su Changsho replied calmly, "I seek to procure materials for crafting a faux magical artifact. The selection here in Wanxian Square City is quite comprehensive, so I thought I would take a look and, while I'm at it, attend the auction." He refrained from specifying which materials he sought. Li Linhao then inquired of Su Miaomia, "And you, Daoist Su?" Su Miaomia replied, "I mainly come to sell some of my late husband's possessions in exchange for cultivation resources." Ah, Su Changsho nodded slightly. Su Miaomia had previously mentioned her husband's passing. It was only natural for her to sell off his belongings. "And you, Daoist Yang?" she asked, turning to Yang Jiayuan. Yang Jiayuan snorted coldly, remaining silent. Li Linhao chuckled and explained, "Junior brother Yang is here for a specific medicinal herb." As the group shared their reasons for attending, they grew less unfamiliar with one another and began to converse amiably. Though the tension between Su Miaomia and Yang Jiayuan persisted, the journey to Wanxian Square City was long, and the group had prepared various provisions, including meat and wine, so they were not concerned about going hungry. 6 days later, the vessel came to a gentle stop at a vast marketplace. Su Changsho glanced at Wanxian Square City, which resembled not merely a market but a miniature city, descending from the vessel. He found wide roads capable of accommodating dozens of galloping horses simultaneously. Towering buildings lined the streets, featuring shops selling elixirs, weapons, cultivation techniques, spiritual herbs, magical garments, formation plates, and talismans, all in orderly, successive rows. Street vending was prohibited, with designated areas for stalls. What a grand marketplace, Su Qianqiu marveled inwardly. It was no wonder it was renowned as the largest marketplace in the world, far exceeding the scale of Pingyang Square City by at least tenfold. Daoist Wang, Daoist Su, the auction will commence in 7 days. Shall we meet at the entrance of Wanxian Tower in 7 days? Li Linhao asked with a bow and a smile. Very well, until we meet again. Su Qianqiu responded with a smile and a respectful gesture. Li Linhao strode off, with Yang Jiayuan following closely, and in the blink of an eye, the two vanished into the throng. Daoist Wang, I look forward to seeing you in 7 days. Su Miaomiao offered a respectful bow before taking her leave. Upon arriving at the marketplace, each of them seemed intent on their own affairs, clearly unwilling to disclose their individual purposes. Su Qianqiu was no exception. He too had his own agenda at Daoist Su. Until we meet again in 7 days, farewell. Su Miaomiao waved and swiftly disappeared into the crowd. The reason for their agreement to reconvene in 7 days was that they all intended to attend the auction. Necessitating a continued alliance, participation in the auction required purchasing items, and should others take an interest in what one was buying, the risk of encountering robbery loomed. Thus, it was imperative to band together for safety. As solitary cultivators were more vulnerable to being targeted. In a group, they would be considerably safer. Left alone, Su Qianqiu began to meander aimlessly through the streets whenever he encountered shops selling refining materials or larger general stores. He would venture inside to browse. Unfortunately, after visiting numerous establishments, he found no signs of the Moonwatch rhinoceros horn. It appeared that Yishan coral had not deceived him. Such horns were indeed quite rare. Suddenly, within a shop that purchased magical artifacts, he spotted a familiar figure. Su Miaomiao. At that moment, she was extracting a dark, formidable spear from her storage pouch. This spear was crafted from exceptional materials. A heavy faux magical artifact clearly intended for a man. Su Qianqiu's thoughts raced as he used a transformation talisman to disguise himself as a red-faced middle-aged man, then stealthily entered the shop behind her. Very impressive. The shopkeeper, a shrewd elder, nodded appreciatively upon seeing the spear. This is a premium faux magical artifact forged by the Wanshui sect, priced at 70 spirit stones. Daoist, take a look at this. Su Miaomiao smiled charmingly as she retrieved a golden puppet horse from her storage pouch. This is a golden steed from the family of Fulong Ridge, capable of traveling 1,500 miles a day. A fine piece, indeed, at 20 spirit stones, truly remarkable, Su Qianqiu thought, marveling at the fact that the family's item could cover such a distance. Far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary red-scaled horse, and there's more. Su Miaomiao clapped her storage pouch, producing several more items: an alchemist's furnace, a sword, a fan, and a ghost-headed knife. Su Qianqiu was left dumbfounded. Each of these items was a faux magical artifact of considerable value, and their varying attributes suggested they could not all belong to a single individual. Could it be that Su Miaomiao's late husband possessed such an extensive collection of faux magical artifacts? At that moment, Su Qianqiu realized that Su Miaomiao must be lying about selling her husband's belongings. Such claims were utterly nonsensical. The true owners of these artifacts had clearly met their demise at her hands. The memory of Su Miaomiao casting her charm upon him that day flooded back, sending shivers down his spine. Fortuitously, she had not succeeded then. Otherwise, he might have found himself stripped of his own wuxia sword to be sold today. This ally of his was certainly not simple. How fortunate he was to encounter her here. Otherwise, he would remain unaware of her profound depths. However, upon further reflection, Su Qianqiu found understanding. Consider a seemingly weak woman like Su Miaomiao. If she lacked skill, she would not dare to venture out alone. If furthermore, she had first allied with Li Linhao and then with him, clearly harboring her own motives. Was it possible that both he and Li Linhao were her targets? Upon reaching this point, Su Qianqiu found himself utterly unsettled. The Su Miaomiao was truly a master of performance. Her previous display of vulnerability was likely nothing more than an act. The esteemed guest. A total of 290 spirit stones. May I trouble you to consider my humble shop for future dealings? Very well, safe travels, esteemed guest. The shopkeeper beamed as he bid farewell to Su Miaomiao. Before turning his gaze upon Su Qianqiu, esteemed friend, what items do you wish to sell? I possess 2 pieces of fake artifacts. Please take a look, Su Qianqiu replied, producing 2 swords from his storage pouch. The Chilean sword and the Qingfeng sword, both counterfeit artifacts from the Hawan sect of average potency. Esteemed friend, if you are willing to sell, I can offer you 100 spirit stones for both. 50 spirit stones each. Agreed, I shall sell them. Su Qianqiu nodded. Initially, Yishanhua had appraised one of these swords at approximately 60 spirit stones, and selling them at the Wanjian building would undoubtedly result in a price reduction. As they were merely low-grade goods, here, 100 spirit stones. Esteemed friend, safe travels, farewell. As Su Qianqiu departed the shop, he took stock of his possessions. At that moment, he possessed a total of 513 spirit stones. With these spirit stones, acquiring the Wanyue rhinoceros horn would undoubtedly pose no challenge. The market price for an item like the Wanyue rhinoceros horn would not exceed 50 spirit stones, as it is relatively rare and will be auctioned, with interested parties likely preparing in advance, leading to inflated prices during the auction. Nonetheless, Su Qianqiu estimated that the final bid would not surpass 100 spirit stones, for that amount would suffice to procure a quality fake artifact. In the following days, Su Qianqiu meandered through the Wanjian Square Market, purchasing various everyday items, and he became quite familiar with the entire marketplace, due to the presence of the infamous wizard Wuzu. Wanjian Square Market had transformed into the most prosperous commercial district in the Dongyu cultivation world. It was not merely the Wanjian building that conducted business here, various sects had set up their respective shops. Even the Wanbage had a branch in this area. The most successful enterprise remained the Wanjian Pavilion. After all, it was the domain of Wizard Wuzu. With the Wanjian Pavilion not only served as a large general store but also hosted an auction house. The auctions were categorized into three types: regular auctions, small auctions, and large auctions. The regular auctions occurred on the first day of each month, while the small auctions took place annually, catering primarily to qi refinement cultivators. With occasional foundation establishment cultivators participating, the large auctions occurred every 3 years, targeting foundation establishment cultivators, with rare appearances from golden core experts. Regardless of whether they were small or large auctions, the items to be auctioned were announced 3 months in advance. Advertisements flooded the area, allowing customers ample time to prepare. Not all items were disclosed, however. Some were added later. One clear morning, Su Qianqiu arrived early at the auction house. The venue was already open, with attendees trickling in. Shortly thereafter, Li Linhao arrived with Yang Jiayuan. Su Qianqiu greeted them with a smile and a bow. "Good morning, Taoist Li." "Taoist Yang." "Good morning, Taoist Wang." Li Linhao nodded politely. Yang Jiayuan, trailing behind Li Linhao, merely snorted coldly. Remaining silent. "Where is Taoist Su?" Li Linhao inquired. Su Qianqiu shook his head. "Since our last parting, I have not seen Taoist Su. That shameless woman. Why concern ourselves with her?" Yang Jiayuan scoffed. Su Qianqiu frowned slightly but refrained from responding. Over the past few days, he had come to the conclusion that Su Miaomia viewed Li Linhao and Yang Jiayuan as prey. As for himself, he was merely a pawn she had summoned to balance the two. That night, although Su Miaomia had seduced him, she had not harbored intentions of harm towards him. Her primary target seemed to be Li Linhao. Naturally, should she eliminate Li Linhao, Su Qianqiu would likely find himself in peril as well. However, he was untroubled, for he possessed ample trump cards. He was not afraid of either Li Linhao or Su Miaomia, and even if he could not win, escaping would certainly be feasible. Junior brother Yang, refrain from speaking recklessly. Li Linhao admonished, furrowing his brow. Yang Jiayuan retorted defiantly, "I speak nothing but the truth, brother Lin. You should be cautious. He has already entangled himself with that shameless woman." Suddenly, a melodious laughter echoed, drawing closer until it reached the group. It was Su Miaomia, who, with a glance and a smile, exuded an enchanting charm. Taoist Yang, speaking ill of others behind their backs is hardly the mark of a gentleman. "You humph," Yang Jiayuan coldly huffed, his face paling slightly. All right, the auction is about to commence. Let us enter." Li Linhao interjected with a smile, seeking to smooth over the situation. "Let us proceed inside," Su Qianqiu added with a smile. Subsequently, the group entered the auction house. The auction in the cultivation world was unlike what Su Qianqiu had envisioned. Upon entry, they encountered a vast open space filled with cushions. A quick glance revealed approximately 1 to 2,000 cushions, indicating that the auction house could accommodate at least that many attendees. At the front of the venue stood a massive stone platform, about 1 meter high and approximately 10 meters long and wide. Behind the platform was a grand hall, with numerous small private rooms flanking its sides. Entry to the auction was free. Those who arrived early could claim seats closer to the front. At that moment, 1 to 200 individuals had already settled on the front cushions. The 4 of them arrived not too late, taking a row of seats towards the front. Soon more guests arrived, and the private rooms began to fill with people. It was evident that the occupants of the private rooms held special status, likely Foundation establishment cultivators. After half an hour, the venue was filled to capacity. Esteemed friends, welcome to the Wanjin Pavilion's auction. This is Hishueisho, and I extend my greetings to all. Chapter 66, Purple Dragon Cloud Boat. Esteemed friends, welcome to the Wanjin Pavilion's auction. This is Hishueisho, and I extend my greetings to all. At that moment, a lady adorned in a striking red evening gown gracefully approached the stage, greeting the crowd below. She exuded poise and elegance, but what astonished everyone most was her cultivation level. She was indeed a Foundation establishment cultivator. Naturally, such a significant occasion would require a presence of that caliber to command respect. As the auction commenced, Su Changsho surveyed the venue, noting that every nook and cranny was filled with attendees. The front private rooms were also packed to the brim, indicating the presence of at least 10 Foundation establishment cultivators. Although this small auction primarily targeted Qi refinement cultivators, it would attract certain Foundation establishment cultivators as well. Particularly if the auction items were of interest to them or if one sought to bid on behalf of a junior. Please quiet down. The captivating Hishueisho scanned the audience, waiting for silence before speaking. First and foremost, I would like to thank all esteemed friends for attending our auction at Wanjin Pavilion. On behalf of Wanjin Pavilion, I sincerely appreciate your presence. Without further ado, let us officially begin. Now let us unveil our first auction item. With a swift motion, a youthful girl riding a purple-gold flying boat landed upon the stone platform. The boat shimmered with a radiant purple-gold light, making it extraordinarily eye-catching. The front of the boat bore a dragon's head, while the rear featured a dragon's tail, giving it a somewhat draconic appearance from afar. Heavens, the purple dragon cloud boat. It is the purple dragon cloud boat forged by the Mo clan of Fulong Ridge. Goodness, the first auction item is actually the purple dragon cloud boat. It is no wonder it is from Wanjin Pavilion. The audience erupted in exclamations of surprise. The eyes of countless individuals sparkled. As Qi refiners, who could fly on swords, who would not desire a flying boat, Hishueisho raised her hand, signaling for silence, and smiled. Indeed, many of you have likely recognized that this flying boat was forged by the Wan Chua sect. Capable of traveling 4,000 miles in a day, the Wan Chua sect is renowned for its craftsmanship in flying boats, and I believe all present are aware of this. 4,000 miles in a day. Impressive. Su Changsho was internally astonished. His knowledge of flying boats was limited, only aware that Yi Shanhua's white jade boat could manage merely 3,000 miles per day. The purple dragon cloud boat was astonishingly faster. Foundation establishment cultivators typically fly at a speed of approximately 3,000 miles daily. The speed of the purple dragon cloud boat exceeds even that of sword flight. Of course, 3,000 miles is merely the base speed for Foundation establishment cultivators, and they can accelerate. If one were to be precise, the purple dragon cloud boat would certainly not outpace a Foundation establishment cultivator in their prime. Su Changsho glanced at Li Linhao, hoping to gauge his opinion. Yet Li Linhao appeared unfazed, seemingly unimpressed by the purple dragon cloud boat, indicating he must possess an even superior vessel. Daoisly, what are your thoughts on the purple dragon cloud boat? Su Miaomiao inquired. Li Linhao replied calmly, it is acceptable if passable, though it is not the finest offering from the Wan Chua sect. Su Changsho bowed. This purple dragon cloud boat is not the finest from the Wan Chua sect? I beg your pardon for my ignorance. May I ask Daoisly, what constitutes a top-tier flying boat? Li Linhao smiled. The dragon head of this purple dragon cloud boat is overly broad, leading to inefficiencies in wind control and a waste of spirit stones. True masterpieces prioritize speed and issue unnecessary embellishments. As far as I know, the premium flying boats from the Wan Chua sect boast speeds exceeding 5,000 miles per day, with some top-tier models capable of surpassing 10,000. Surpassing 10,000 miles, traveling 10,000 miles in a day. What is this concept? I fear that the speed of achieving the great perfection of Foundation establishment is rather limited. Su Changsho was taken aback. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Miaomiao's eyes as she inquired Daoisly, what is the value of that exquisite flying boat? Yang Jiyuan cast her a disdainful glance, scoffing, any flying boat that can be categorized as exquisite is priced at no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Such an exorbitant sum. Su Changsho was secretly astonished. With a fortune of over 500 spirit stones, he had thought himself quite wealthy. He never imagined that his entire wealth would not suffice to purchase a single exquisite flying boat. 500 spirit stones would make one a veritable tycoon among the lower-ranked disciples, as many small families could not produce such an amount. For instance, among the lower-ranked disciples, a cultivator at the 12th level of chi refinement might earn a monthly salary of 3 spirit stones, totaling 36 spirit stones a year, taking over a decade or even 2 to accumulate 500 spirit stones. However, spirit stones are consumables. Most cultivators find themselves lacking. Su Qingshuo himself spends 5 spirit stones monthly merely on purchasing gathering spirit pills, thus making it impossible for lower-ranked cultivators to amass spirit stones. As for saving enough to buy a flying boat, that is an utterly unrealistic endeavor. Only those born into celestial lineages could afford such luxuries. Lower-ranked cultivators would not dare to dream of it. Su Qingshuo then realized that the disparity in wealth among cultivators was indeed staggering. Dear friends, behold, the body of the purple dragon cloud boat is intricately carved, resembling a swimming dragon. Imagine, when you pilot this vessel, it feels as though you are commanding a dragon. How sublime, how majestic. He Shueisho spoke in an enticing tone, persuading the crowd to bid for the purple dragon cloud boat. Many young and affluent cultivators were stirred by her words. Although the purple dragon cloud boat was not the most exquisite, many in attendance had come specifically for it. Now, without further ado, we shall commence the auction. The starting bid for the purple dragon cloud boat is 500 spirit stones, He Shueisho announced nonchalantly. Good heavens, Su Qingshuo felt helpless. Having appraised it, he knew he could not afford it. The starting price was already his entire fortune. How could he possibly compete? I bid 500 spirit stones. 510. 530. 550. 600. Soon, the price of the purple dragon cloud boat soared to 600 spirit stones. Even at this elevated price, the enthusiasm for bidding remained undiminished. 610, 620, I bid 630, 650, 651, 653, 655, after reaching 650. The bids became more rational, with increments of 1 or 2 spirit stones. Everyone was aware that it was unreasonable to push the price to 8 or 900. It would be far wiser to spend 1,000 spirit stones and commission a bespoke exquisite flying boat from the Wan Shui sect. 666. At this juncture, a jewel-encrusted youth boldly raised the bid to 660 stones. Su Qingshuo glanced at him. The youth was adorned with various treasures, not merely for decoration but capable of genuine offense or defense. 666 stones. Is there any higher bid? 666 stones. Is there any higher bid? 666 stones. Is there any higher bid? He Shueisho called out thrice, yet none responded. The price of 666 spirit stones was already inflated, albeit not excessively. The actual value of the boat was about 650. As no one else raised their bid, congratulations were in order for this esteemed friend, for the purple dragon cloud boat now belonged to him. The jewel-encrusted youth successfully acquired the vessel amidst a sea of envious gazes directed at him. Next, the second auction item was introduced. This item was the yuan yang grass, whose benefits need not be elaborated upon. Those who understand. The bidding commenced with a starting price of 1 spirit stone. However, the second item did not attract much interest. Yuan yang grass is an exceedingly rare herb, famed for its rejuvenating properties. Even an octogenarian consuming it would experience a resurgence of vitality. Moreover, it possesses great utility for cultivators practicing certain unique techniques. This herb was fervently sought after and ultimately secured by a pallid cultivator with a weak constitution. Subsequent items for auction were mere trifles of little value. Su Qingshuo, Su Miaomiao, and Li Linhao refrained from participating in the bidding, while Yang Jieyuan made a single purchase of a herb for replenishing vitality. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now present the 10th auction item. This item is likely something you have never encountered before. Let us guess what it may be. At that moment, a maid approached the auction stage, carrying a tray covered by a red cloth, which was imbued with a restriction preventing the unveiling of its contents. He Shueisho wore a mysterious smile as she lifted the cloth. Su Qingshuo raised his gaze, only to see a tattered beast hide lying on the tray, pulsating with the fluctuations of runes. This is a flight talisman, Su Qingshuo exclaimed in astonishment. To his utter disbelief, this was indeed a flight talisman identical to the wind-walk talisman he had drawn using the hide of a single-horned azure wolf. However, this flight talisman appeared ancient, as if it were an artifact left over from countless ages. He had once thought that such talismans were his exclusive domain, something only he could draw, but he never imagined that the Wanxian Pavilion would possess such an item. What is this? Is it a divine ability? It must be some ancient cultivation method. How peculiar, with the fluctuations of runes. What on earth could it be? The multitude present began to speculate, yet none could ascertain its true nature. Of course, Su Qingshu knew, but he chose to remain silent. Cough, cough. At that moment, a cough emanated from a private room, signaling that a formidable Foundation establishment cultivator was about to speak. The crowd fell silent in response. If my guess is accurate, this should be an ancient spirit talisman. As soon as the esteemed figure's words fell, the hall erupted into a clamor. How is that possible? Aren't talismans drawn on yellow hemp paper? How could there be talismans drawn on beast hides? Indeed, it is utterly inconceivable. One can hardly believe it. No, this is certainly not a talisman. Talismans are not like this. Many voices rose in opposition to the Foundation establishment cultivator's assertion. Seemingly disbelieving that the beast hide could be a spirit talisman. Su Qingshu glanced at those nearby. Su Miaomiao, Li Linhao, and Yang Jiyu all wore expressions of confusion, as if they had never encountered a talisman drawn on beast hide. Dear friends, please be quiet. The esteemed brother just now spoke correctly. This is indeed a spirit talisman, He Shueisho asserted, prompting immediate silence among the crowd, all eyes fixed on her in anticipation of further explanation. He Shueisho continued, to be candid, before I first laid eyes on this beast hide, I, like all of you present, was unaware that this was a spirit talisman. However, it truly is a spirit talisman. And there is a story behind it. What story? Pray enlighten us. The crowd was stirred with curiosity. Please, Elder He, share the tale, they urged. He Shueisho smiled. According to records from the Celestial Archives, in ancient times, there existed a powerful family of talisman crafters. Each member of this family was adept in various spirit talismans, possessing formidable strength and once dominating the entire cultivation realm. However, for reasons unknown, this once mighty family fell into decline, and the art of talisman crafting subsequently waned. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshu felt a pang of emotion, his nose growing slightly sour. As a child, he had experienced a peculiar dream, one in which he encountered a powerful figure named Su Gon from the Su family. The Su family in that dream was the one whose bloodline had been sealed, leading to their eventual decline. After that dream, he awakened his bloodline jade talisman. Could it be that the fallen family of talisman crafters mentioned by He Shueisho was indeed the Su family from his dream? Or perhaps the Su family to which Su Qingshu belonged. According to legend, that family's talismans were primarily drawn on beast hides, though they also crafted some talismans on spirit wood, vessels, metal, and even magical artifacts. Impossible, Elder He, I cannot believe that talismans can be drawn on magical artifacts. A chi refinement cultivator rebutted He Shueisho's claim. She remained unfazed, replying with a smile, perhaps you are correct. However, this is what ancient legends state. As for the truth, it is beyond verification. Moreover, whether this talisman is connected to that family remains uncertain. Su Qingshu stood and clasped his hands, inquiring, Elder He, do you know the surname of that family? He Shueisho shook her head in response, I do not know. Perhaps the passage of time has obscured this detail. There are only fragments of records regarding that family in ancient texts. Thank you, Elder He. Su Qingshu resumed his seat, falling into deep contemplation. In his dream, the Su family was said to have been sealed for 100,000 years, only to be able to cultivate again after that time had passed. If he truly was a descendant of that family, it was likely that the gap between him and Su Gon's era was not merely 100,000 years, but possibly several 100,000. Or even millions of years. 100,000 years is but a fleeting moment in the realm of cultivation. It is unlikely that a powerful family would be forgotten, regardless of how much time has passed. It is evident that in his generation he fortuitously encountered the world of cultivation, which activated his bloodline jade talisman. Otherwise, the jade talisman would have awaited future generations of the Su family to unlock it. Now, as Su Qingshu entered the realm of cultivation, he found that his experiences were entirely different from those of the past. In his current perspective, the Su family from his dreams likely exists in reality. He is, after all, of the Su bloodline. As for whether there are others from the Su family or any other branches of the bloodline, that remains uncertain. Now, esteemed friends, let us not digress, we shall continue with the auction. I almost forgot to introduce this. Behold, a flying talisman. Chapter 68. The Foundation Establishment Grandmaster takes action. This is a flying talisman, an ancient flying talisman. What? there are flying talismans. Is it a talisman that allows flight? Good heavens, it is simply astonishing. To think such wondrous talismans exist in the world is beyond comprehension. Truly, it is an artifact of antiquity. Upon hearing that it is a flying talisman, the crowd could hardly contain their excitement. Su Changsho, however, remained composed, for he had already identified it as a flying talisman identical to the one in his bloodline jade talisman. There is no need for doubt, our Wanjian pavilion has thoroughly appraised it, confirming it is indeed an ancient flying talisman, capable of traveling 5,000 miles in a single day. He Shui Shou's words were nothing short of sensational. What, 5,000 miles? Incredible, swift, exceedingly swift. This ancient talisman is truly extraordinary. When the crowd learned that the flying talisman could cover 5,000 miles in a day, they were once again taken aback. 5,000 miles, what does that even mean? It surpasses the speed of the Xylonian boat and is akin to that of long-distance high-speed vessels. For low-level cultivators, possessing such a flying talisman is tantamount to acquiring an additional life. Even a Foundation Establishment Grandmaster flying on a sword would be unable to catch up with this flying talisman. He Shui Shou raised an eyebrow with a smile. I believe the greatest value of this flying talisman lies not in its use, but in its collectability. Imagine if one could research the technique of crafting ancient flying talismans through this one. That would be immensely worthwhile. Upon hearing this, many cultivators stirred with ambition. Even those grandmasters in private rooms became restless. If what He Shui Shou said holds true, and they could indeed decipher the method of crafting ancient flying talismans, they would truly strike it rich. Not to mention ordinary folks, even the five great sects would find themselves flooded with wealth. Su Changsho couldn't help but curl his lip at these words. The method of crafting a flying talisman cannot simply be derived from a single talisman. That is utterly absurd. Just because you possess a pill, can you concoct it, hand you a magical artifact? Can you forge it, give you a puppet horse? Can you create it? If it were truly that easy, would our Wanjian pavilion be willing to auction it? He Shui Shou's remarks were merely an attempt to artificially inflate the value of the flying talisman, aiming for a higher price. Well then, esteemed friends, let us commence the bidding. The starting price is 1 spirit stone. He Shui Shou set the initial price quite low. Under normal circumstances, if one were to hold a substantial quantity of such flying talismans, they could fetch up to 10 spirit stones each. A bit pricey, perhaps, but this item can serve as a life-saving card. In critical moments, it can indeed be a lifesaver. Even low-level cultivators, if they have spare funds, would certainly be willing to part with 10 spirit stones. This flying talisman is unique, hence the price is naturally higher. He Shui Shou's deliberate low pricing clearly indicated he was not worried about it failing to sell. 2 spirit stones. I bid 3 spirit stones. I, the humble Taoist, offer 5 spirit stones. 10 spirit stones. 30 spirit stones. I bid 50 spirit stones. 100 spirit stones. Soon enough, the price of the flying talisman soared to 100 spirit stones. The one who bid 100 spirit stones was a Foundation Establishment Grandmaster in a private room. Once a Grandmaster entered the fray, the Qi refinement cultivators in the audience fell silent, abandoning their bids. 101 spirit stones. The one who spoke next was also a Foundation Establishment Grandmaster in a private room. 103 spirit stones. 105 spirit stones. 110 spirit stones. 2 Foundation Establishment Grandmasters engaged in competition. 120 spirit stones. 120 spirit stones. This esteemed friend bids 120 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? If no one else bids, this flying talisman will belong to this esteemed friend. Congratulations to this esteemed friend for acquiring the ancient flying talisman. He Shui Shou beamed as he instructed a maid to deliver the talisman to the private room. Shortly thereafter, the maid returned with 120 spirit stones. This is Wanjian Pavilion. Even if a Foundation Establishment Grandmaster wins an item, they would not dare default on payment. 120 spirit stones for a mere flying talisman. That is quite the auction. Su Changsho felt a surge of desire, an intense longing. At this moment, in his jade talisman space, lay 12 such wind talismans. If one could sell for 120 spirit stones, he would indeed strike it rich. No, I must devise a plan to sell my flying talismans. Su Changsho fell into deep contemplation. The wind talismans he crafted were made from the hide of a unicorn blue wolf. The wind attribute of the unicorn blue wolf's hide allows for the creation of wind and flying talismans. Initially, Su Chansho purchased a piece of unicorn blue wolf hide for 8 spirit stones, which he then cut into 36 talismans. Among them, he used 24 for wind talismans and 12 for flying talismans. His flying talismans are nearly identical to those auctioned today, with the sole difference being that the flying talismans at the auction appear somewhat worn, bearing the marks of time, while his are pristine. This presents a significant issue. New flying talismans cannot be presented for sale. They would obviously appear freshly crafted, drawing attention, and if someone were to take notice, they would go to great lengths to track down the talisman maker. If the flying talisman were old and showed signs of wear, there would be no problem. No one would care who crafted the ancient talisman. How could he age the flying talisman? Su Chansho's mind raced with ideas. I must think of a way. The auction continued. Before long, dozens of items had been sold, each carefully selected by the Wanjin Pavilion, resulting in minimal instances of items failing to sell. During this time, Su Miaomiao made a purchase, acquiring a bottle of youth elixir. The small bottle of youth elixir astonishingly sold for 100 spirit stones, with each pill priced at 10 spirit stones. Upon seeing Su Miaomiao acquire the youth elixir, Li Linhao and Yang Jiayuan were somewhat taken aback by her financial capacity. Su Chansho teased, Daoist Su, I find the youth elixir to be utterly worthless. Spending so many spirit stones on it is quite a loss. Su Miaomiao shot him a glare. What do you know? Women love beauty. It is in their nature. Su Chansho was left speechless. Indeed, women and men are two entirely different beings. They will go to great lengths to stave off the effects of aging. For this reason, the materials for crafting youth elixirs are monopolized by the higher-ups of various sects, becoming a significant means of profit for the sect's elite. Do not be fooled by the inexpensive components of the youth elixir. They are simply not available for purchase. To obtain a youth elixir, one must pay exorbitant prices. Yang Jiayuan chimed in, somewhat irked. Daoist Su, I was wondering why you look so youthful. Turns out it's because you've been consuming youth elixirs. Su Miaomiao bristled. I have the money. I enjoy it, and it's none of your business. Yang Jiayuan sneered at Su Chansho, saying, Daoist Wang, you can't even guess Daoist Su's age. She looks young, but who knows, she might be on the verge of shedding her armor and returning to a mundane life. Su Miaomiao was even more incensed. Be quiet, stop bringing up my age. It doesn't matter how old I am, as long as I don't look it. Do you dare to test my bone age, you? Alright, let us all tone it down a bit. Li Linhao quickly interjected to ease the tension. Chapter 69, Moonwatching Rhinoceros Horn. It doesn't matter how old one is, as long as one doesn't look it. Su Miaomiao's words sparked an epiphany in Su Chansho. Indeed, it matters not whether the talisman is new. As long as others cannot discern its newness, it can be sold as an ancient talisman. His talismans are indeed new, but he can artificially age them. By dirtifying them and subjecting them to some corrupting substances. He can make them appear worn and aged. Yes, that's the plan. The more Su Chansho thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. A piece of unicorn blue wolf hide costs merely 5 to 10 spirit stones. A single piece can be cut into dozens of talismans. Even if he sold each for 20 or 30 spirit stones instead of 100, it would still be a substantial profit. Esteemed friends, next, let us present our 60th auction item. The moonwatching rhinoceros horn. Upon hearing this, Su Chansho felt an immediate thrill of finally, it had arrived. He looked up to see a maid holding a tray on the auction stage, atop which rested a pure white rhinoceros horn, flawless and immaculate, as bright as the moon. The moonwatching rhinoceros horn. A splendid item, a material for refining light attribute chi. I must have it, this is mine. Among the cultivators present, many were stirred by anticipation. The moonwatching rhinoceros horn is a material for refining light attribute chi, and such materials are exceedingly rare. Finding one is no easy feat, hence many were present with the intent of acquiring the moonwatching rhinoceros horn. Observing this, Su Chansho furrowed his brow. There are quite a few competitors. Regardless, he was determined to acquire the moonwatching rhinoceros horn. He had brought 500 spirit stones with him, so he was not worried about losing out. The moonwatching rhinoceros horn, being of the light attribute and possessing a solid texture, can be used to forge high-quality light attribute pseudo-artifacts. Its efficacy, I need not elaborate further. Let us begin the auction. Starting at 35 spirit stones. 36 spirit stones. I bid 37 spirit stones. 38 spirit stones. 40 spirit stones. The number of competitors was considerable, and before long the bidding reached 50 spirit stones. Su Chansho held back from bidding. I offer 55 spirit stones, a sharp-eyed middle-aged man spoke up. As soon as he did, the crowd fell silent. The moon-watching rhinoceros horn is merely a material for crafting pseudo-artifacts. Even the finest pseudo-artifacts are priced around 100 to 110 spirit stones. 55 spirit stones is already inflated. 56 spirit stones, another bid has been placed, 60 pieces. The sharp-eyed middle-aged man immediately raised the price to 60.60 for the first time, 60 for the second time. Is there anyone else willing to bid? If not, the moon-watching rhinoceros horn shall belong to this esteemed friend. Shueisho spoke, casting a casual glance at the crowd. 65, Su Qianqiu raised his hand, declaring loudly, Su Miaomiao, Li Linhao, and Yang Jiayuan were momentarily taken aback, not expecting Su Qianqiu to suddenly intervene. However, upon reflection, the three soon understood. Su Qianqiu had previously mentioned that he came to the Wuxian pavilion to procure a specific refining material. It now appeared that the material he referred to was indeed the moon-watching rhinoceros horn. The sharp-eyed middle-aged man shot Su Qianqiu a sinister glance and continued to raise his bid, 68 spirit stones. 70, Su Qianqiu promptly matched the offer. The sharp-eyed middle-aged man's expression turned grim. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, 71.75 without hesitation. Su Qianqiu countered. At this moment, the sharp-eyed middle-aged man regarded Su Qianqiu with a fierce glare. Gritting his teeth, 78. Su Qianqiu calmly replied, 80. You. The sharp-eyed middle-aged man's face turned pale, compelled to abandon the bid. 80-1. 80-2. Is there anyone else willing to bid? With no further offers, the moon-watching rhinoceros horn shall belong to this esteemed friend. Shueisho beamed at Su Qianqiu. Su Qianqiu also smiled. In terms of wealth, aside from the super-wealthy second-generation cultivators, he hardly regarded the disciples from ordinary families. As long as someone like Li Linhao, the super-wealthy second-generation cultivator, did not participate, he was confident he could secure the moon-watching rhinoceros horn. Su Miaomiao smiled lightly. Who would have thought that Wang Daoyu also had considerable wealth? Yang Jiayuan nodded. Indeed, Wang Daoyu is truly a hidden gem. Li Linhao chuckled. The moon-watching rhinoceros horn is now Su Daoyu's. It's unfortunate that the earlier participant caused a stir, or it could have been acquired at a lower price. 83. Wait, suddenly a deep voice resonated from the private box. I bid 85. What? A foundation establishment cultivator has joined the fray. Who could that be? If I am not mistaken, it should be the esteemed Mo Futa from the Mo family of the Fulong Ridge. He has a grandson named Mo Dong, who possesses dual water and light attributes. Mo Futa likely intends to bid for the moon-watching rhinoceros horn to forge a pseudo-magical artifact for Mo Dong. Fulong Ridge, Mo family, Mo Futu. Su Qianqiu couldn't help but furrow his brow, utterly unprepared for the involvement of a foundation establishment cultivator in the bidding. Competing against a foundation establishment cultivator for resources seemed nearly hopeless. Should he concede? Su Qianqiu's expression darkened. He had been searching for the moon-watching rhinoceros horn for years now, with 100-year-old yellow-skinned wolf hair and the hide of a black antelope thunder cow. He only needed the moon-watching rhinoceros horn. To give up now was something he could not bear, yet, if he persisted, he would have to face a foundation establishment cultivator, which would not bode well for him. Regardless of the outcome, one misstep could even cost him his life. Su Daoyu, a wise man, recognizes the times. Heed my advice and forego the moon-watching rhinoceros horn. Li Linhao whispered in Su Qianqiu's ear. Su Qianqiu's face reflected his reluctance, clearly unwilling to concede. Su Miaomiao smiled sweetly and said, Wang Daoyu, have you ever seen a qi refining cultivator dare to bid against a foundation establishment cultivator? Indeed, while the foundation establishment cultivators have made several bids today, each time, the qi refining cultivators have withdrawn from the auction, for offending a foundation establishment cultivator is simply not worth it. Yang Jiayuan clicked his tongue. Wang Daoyu, do not be headstrong. I advise you to recognize the situation. Should he concede? Su Qianqiu's gaze fell upon the moon-watching rhinoceros horn, the object of his fervent desire for years. With it, he could inscribe thunderstorm talismans. If he let this opportunity slip by, he might not have another chance for many years to come. He was already over 20, rapidly approaching the golden age for foundation establishment. He could not afford to wait. If offending a foundation establishment cultivator meant offending them, so be it. The path of cultivation is one of defiance against the heavens, and some things must be fought for. This lad has lost his mind. To dare compete with a foundation establishment cultivator in bidding is courting death. This is the end. The crowd gasped collectively, "Ah, since the young friend is so resolute, how can this old man continue to vie with you?" "Very well, the moon-watching rhinoceros horn shall be yours," the deep voice echoed, imbued with a tone of kindness. Su Changsho secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His gamble had paid off, as this Foundation establishment cultivator had chosen not to contest with him. Suddenly Su Changsho's nerves tightened. He sensed a powerful aura locking onto him. This Su Changsho froze. He had ultimately underestimated the treachery of the cultivation world. It seemed that the Foundation establishment cultivator had no intention of letting him off. The words of concession were merely for show. "Congratulations, young friend, the moon-watching rhinoceros horn is now yours. Please come to the stage." He Shueisho announced, and Su Changsho ascended the stage step by step, during which the powerful aura remained fixated upon him, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. This was a public venue. The Emofutu would not dare act against him here, but once the auction concluded, he was certain to face repercussions. This was beyond doubt. Upon reaching the stage, Su Changsho produced 90 spirit stones and successfully acquired the moon-watching rhinoceros horn. "Esteemed friend, your courage is commendable." Shueisho regarded him with a faint smile, though whether it was a compliment or mockery remained unclear. At that moment, Su Changsho's mind was in disarray. He muttered a quick thank you and hurriedly descended the stage, returning to his original seat. Su Changsho noticed that Li Linhao, Su Miaomiao, and Yang Jiayuan had already moved their cushions away. Su Changsho glanced at them from a distance. Li Linhao and Su Miaomiao bore apologetic expressions, while Yang Jiayuan looked displeased. Li Linhao was moving the cushion towards them when Yang Jiayuan quickly waved his hand. "Wang Daoyu, our collaboration has reached its conclusion. You may tread your own path, and I shall walk mine." Very well," Su Changsho conceded, returning to his previous seat. "The people of the cultivation world are indeed quite pragmatic. Moments ago, they were jovial, yet now, due to his bidding against a Foundation establishment cultivator, they had turned their backs on him. It is human nature to seek advantage and avoid harm, and Su Changsho could comprehend that, were he in their position, he would also terminate the collaboration, for there was no need to risk confronting a Foundation establishment cultivator for the sake of an acquaintance. After sitting in his seat for a quarter of an hour, Su Changsho grew increasingly restless. A lingering aura continued to fixate on him, undoubtedly belonging to Emofutu. This will not do. He needed to devise a way to shake it off swiftly. Su Changsho gathered his cushion and relocated to a corner near the wall. Although he had positioned himself in the corner, that aura remained locked onto him. At that moment, Su Changsho flipped his hand, revealing several spirit talismans, flight talismans, wall-penetrating talismans, and invisibility talismans. He then quietly lay in wait, patiently anticipating the moment the auction would conclude. At that time, amidst the chaos, it would be easiest to escape Emofutu's gaze. The auction continued, nearing its end. The subsequent 10 or so items being auctioned were all quite valuable. During this time, Li Linhao made a bid, spending over 700 spirit stones for a flying disc. Su Changsho endured the tension, finally reaching the last item up for auction. "Esteemed friends, please turn your attention to our grand finale item. This is a magical artifact, the Yuanyang sword. Indeed, the final item for auction is a magical artifact." The highlight of this entire event. Su Changsho had only seen a magical artifact once in his life, the Hun Yuan Ling gifted by Lang Maidali Linger. Shueisho continued, retrieving a golden sword from the tray. Even from a distance, its chilling gleam was palpable. "Esteemed guests, allow me to introduce the Yuanyang sword. Do not be deceived by its classification as a lower-grade magical artifact, for it is a fine example among its peers, personally crafted by Master Lu of the Wanchua sect. Everyone is well aware of Master Lu's esteemed crafting skills. Now, we shall commence the bidding. Starting at 1,000 spirit stones. 1,010.1030.1050.1100. The bidding was fiercely competitive. Naturally, no chi refinement cultivator dared to participate. The contenders were all those Foundation establishment masters in the private rooms. Even Emofutu had joined the fray. At this moment, Su Changsho finally grasped why Emofutu had relinquished his bid when competing against him. It was not due to an inability to afford the price, but rather because there was something of greater importance to acquire. For Emofutu, should he excessively spend his spirit stones and find himself unable to bid for the Yuanyang sword, it would indeed be a regrettable loss. Thus, he simply conceded to Su Changsho. After all, a mere chi refinement cultivator could hardly escape his grasp. With insight into Emofutu's intentions, Su Changsho was even more certain that Emofutu would not let him go easily. 1,200.1,500. I bid 1,800. The auction for the Yuanyang sword intensified, the price swiftly climbing to 18 million. 1,810. A voice, reminiscent of a duck's quack, pierced through the air. 1,850. The voice was deep and resonant. Indeed, it was Mo Futu, the foundation establishment master of the Mo clan. I bid 1,880. 1,900. At this point, there were only two competitors left. The quacking elder and Mo Futu. The bid of 1,900 came from Mo Futu, who, after making his offer, noticed a moment of hesitation from the quacking elder, who then declared 1,900 ten. Mo Futu promptly responded 1,950. Su Qingshu had initially considered escaping while Mo Futu was bidding, but alas, at that very moment an aura had latched onto him. Unwavering as a parasite enough, I withdraw, yielding to my friend Mo. Congratulations, Mo Daoyu, on acquiring the Yuanyang sword. This auction is now concluded. He Shui Shou took the tray from the maid and personally brought it forth. Mo Daoyu, please behold the sword. Good, good, good. Mo Futu stood, reaching for the Yuanyang sword, his heart brimming with joy. In that instant, all his attention was devoted to the sword. Meanwhile, the venue erupted into chaos as people began to rise and exit. Su Qingshu felt a brief moment of relaxation in Mo Futu's relentless pursuit. This is the moment. Chapter 71. Su Miaomiao's tactics. This is the moment. Su Qingshu produced a wall-piercing talisman, striking it against himself, and then directly passed through the wall, escaping the auction hall. Mo Futu, momentarily stunned, attempted to redirect his focus to Su Qingshu, only to discover that his target had vanished. Where has that brat gone? Mo Futu unleashed his spiritual awareness, scanning the venue repeatedly, yet sorrowfully discovered that Su Qingshu had truly disappeared. Mo Daoyu, what is the meaning of this? He Shui Shou inquired, smiling at him. Nothing, Mo Futu replied. Shaking his head in frustration, He Shui Shou pondered briefly, a smile emerging as she realized that Su Qingshu had slipped away right under Mo Futu's nose. A spark of intrigue flickered in her eyes. That boy possesses some skill. Managing to escape the watchful gaze of a foundation establishment master. As Su Qingshu emerged from the wall, he found himself on the bustling street. He then employed an invisibility talisman, rendering himself unseen. While cloaked, he continued to pass through walls, traversing several streets in quick succession. To ensure absolute safety, Su Qingshu changed his attire, returning to his original appearance but altering his visage to that of a robust man with a ruddy face. In his bid to evade the pursuit of the foundation establishment master, Su Qingshu utilized every means at his disposal. Indeed, the reason he dared to compete with Mo Futu was due to his own hidden cards. He possessed various methods, such as the invisibility talisman, wall-piercing talisman, a flying talisman that allowed him to traverse 5,000 miles a day, and the ability to switch his soul characteristics at will. Without these, he would never have dared to confront a foundation establishment master head-on. Upon leaving the auction venue, Su Qingshu did not linger. He immediately activated a wind talisman that enabled him to travel 3,000 miles a day. Heading towards Pingyangfang City. He refrained from taking public transport, concerned that the crowd might recognize him. In truth, Su Qingshu was overly cautious. With his soul characteristics altered, not even a foundation establishment cultivator or a Yuanyang old monster could identify him. 10 days later, Pingyangfang City came into view. Su Qingshu, exhausted from his journey, resolved to rest upon arriving. Though sustained by the wind talisman, the 10 days of travel had taken their toll. Suddenly, a golden flying vessel soared overhead, and upon it stood a bloodied young man. Su Qingshu squinted to see, his heart sinking in shock. This young man was none other than Li Linhao. What calamity had befallen Pingyangfang City? Why was Li Linhao fleeing? And what had become of Yang Jiayuan? An array of thoughts coursed through Su Qingshu's mind, an unsettling sense of foreboding enveloping him. Should I investigate? No, I will take a detour. Su Qingshu, gripped by trepidation, glanced at Pingyangfang City before opting for an alternative route. Behind the city lay a towering mountain, and beyond it, a valley with a narrow path leading to the Green Immortal sect, albeit a longer journey. Safety first, taking the small road, Su Qingshu turned towards the rear of the mountain, hastening his steps with the wind talisman affixed to his leg, moving swiftly through the valley. Daoyuan, why the haste? A voice, as enchanting as it was disconcerting, echoed behind him, sending chills down Su Qingshu's spine. The speaker was none other than Su Miaomiao. Su Qingshu halted, slowly turning to face her, and beheld her lithe figure enveloped in a flowing white gown, her bare feet poised upon a pale green flying vessel. At that moment, Su Miaomiao gazed at him with a beaming smile. This is impossible. How could this be? Su Changsho felt an overwhelming sense of dread. In this scenario, he could scarcely fathom how Su Miaomio had managed to track him down. After all, he had altered both his soul characteristics and appearance, ordinarily even if they passed each other on the street. She would not recognize him. The fact that she had caught up to him could only imply one thing: Su Miaomio had employed some method to lock onto him long before. No matter how he attempted to flee, he could not escape her grasp, or perhaps he had become her target from their very first encounter, along with Li Linhao and Yang Jiayuan, who might also be on her list. It was entirely possible that Li Linhao's bloodied escape was a result of Su Miaomio's machinations. As for Yang Jiayuan, Su Changsho surmised that he was likely already dead. What to do? Su Changsho regarded Su Miaomio with heightened vigilance. He had initially planned to flee, but upon seeing the pale green vessel beneath her, he hesitated. This vessel was equipped with propulsion discs, rivaling the speed of long-distance high-speed crafts. His fastest flying Talisman allowed for only 5,000 miles a day. Escape was futile. As for the invisibility and wall-piercing talismans, they would likely be ineffective against Su Miaomio, otherwise she would not have tracked him to this point. While contemplating his options, Su Changsho discreetly grasped a broken illusion talisman. Su Miaomio, a disciple of the Hahuan sect, excelled in charm techniques, and his broken illusion talisman was the perfect counter to such illusions, capable of dispelling all forms of deceit. Su Miaomio cast a captivating glance at Su Changsho, causing his heart to flutter. Dao Yuang, the scenery here is delightful. Why don't we indulge in a moment of intimacy, not to waste this beautiful time? As she spoke, Su Miaomio playfully swayed her skirt. Her 10 toes perfectly shaped and seemingly exuding allure, her charm techniques were formidable, and her words ignited a frenzy within Su Changsho. Su Daoyu, how did you manage to catch up to me? Su Changsho cautiously inquired, giggling. Su Miaomio laughed heartily. Those I wish to pursue shall never escape. Su Changsho pressed on. What of Dao Li and Dao Yang? Upon hearing this, Su Miaomio hesitated for a moment. That Dao Li possesses some skills. He managed to escape. A chill ran down Su Changsho's spine. If Li Linhao had fled, then Yang Jiayuan was undoubtedly dead. Su Daoyu, how exactly did you track me down? Su Changsho asked again. Without this answer, he would not feel at ease. It was worth noting that he had evaded even Foundation establishment masters, yet had not managed to shake off Su Miaomio. What method had she employed to track him down? Despite his changes in soul characteristics and appearance, it was truly unfathomable. There's no harm in telling you. Su Miaomio replied with a radiant smile, gracefully approaching Su Changsho. Our Hahuan sect possesses a special ruse that, once applied to another, allows one to trace them as long as they remain within 100 miles. So that was it. Su Changsho finally exhaled in relief. Su Miaomio was not as formidable as he had imagined. Her ability to track him was due to a special type of ruse she had applied to him. This time, her targets had been 3 in total: Li Linhao, Yang Jiayuan, and himself. With Yang Jiayuan deceased and Li Linhao fled, the only one left bearing the rouge was Su Changsho. Coincidentally, as he neared Pingyangfang City, Su Miaomio had also been in the vicinity. With their proximity within 100 miles, she had managed to find him again, rather than having been in relentless pursuit all along. Chapter 72, The Rebound of Charm Techniques. As Su Changsho watched Su Miaomio approach, an overwhelming sense of urgency washed over him. Su Daoyu, do you truly believe you can capture me so easily? As he spoke, he discreetly clutched several talismans in his hand and activated a soil talisman. This talisman, crafted from the hide of a yellow gopher, could withstand the full force of a Qi refinement cultivator's attack. Following this, Su Changsho readied a broken illusion talisman in his left hand and a sharp metal talisman in his right. Prepared for any confrontation. Su Miaomio cast a disdainful glance at the talismans in his grasp and continued to advance towards him, step by step. Daoist Su, if you draw closer, do not blame this humble practitioner for being impolite. Su Changsho instinctively took a step back. Su Miaomio let out a light laugh, her gaze becoming increasingly alluring. Daoist Wang, this little girl merely wishes to indulge in merriment with you. There is no need for alarm. How dare you? Su Changsho exclaimed. Sharp gold talisman, activate. As Su Miaomio approached, Su Changsho suddenly acted, employing the sharp gold talisman to unleash a wave of sword energy. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Miaomio's eyes, yet she remained unperturbed. In an instant, she unfurled her cloud-like sleeves, and with her delicate hands cast forth a small wooden shield the size of a palm. The wooden shield expanded in the wind, swiftly transforming into a size akin to a barrel. Positioning itself before Su Miaomio, thud, the golden sword energy collided with Su Miaomio's wooden shield, producing a sound reminiscent of a strike against solid wood. The golden energy dissipated immediately while Su Miaomiao's wooden shield remained utterly unscathed. Su Qingshuo's complexion paled slightly. The sharp gold talisman was his most potent offensive talisman, and he had not anticipated that Su Miaomiao possessed a wooden shield capable of withstanding its assault. "Oh dear, Taoist Wang, what is the meaning of this?" Su Miaomiao's voice dripped with sweetness, her figure becoming increasingly enchanting, a peculiar aura suddenly enveloping Su Qingshuo. In his eyes, Su Miaomiao transformed, becoming both sacred and irresistible. "Taoist Wang, brother Wang, do take a look at me." Su Miaomiao playfully lifted her snow-white skirt, her form appearing tantalizingly elusive. Su Qingshuo could hardly bear it, flames ignited in his gaze as he yearned to rush forward and embrace Su Miaomiao passionately. "This is not good." Su Qingshuo bit down on his tongue and immediately activated the Dispel Illusion Talisman. At that moment, Su Miaomiao's alluring figure lunged towards him, the two embraced tightly. Alas, the charm spell backfired. Suddenly Su Miaomiao trembled, her delicate face changing dramatically. Boom! Su Qingshuo's mind plunged into a void, subsequently ensnared in an illusion. It was a paradise, replete with caves, ponds, and waterfalls. Within the cave beneath the waterfall lived a family of three, a remarkable couple. Both practitioners of the mystical arts, and their clever, adorable 4 or 5-year-old daughter. One day, the arrival of a grotesque one-eyed cultivator shattered the tranquility of this idyllic haven. "Sister, why have you betrayed me?" The hideous cultivator fixed his venomous gaze upon the female protagonist. "Brother, I beg you, please stop pursuing me. I have already found someone I cherish. You wretched traitor, for your betrayal, I shall see you dead." "What shall we do, my husband? Let us fight him." A fierce battle erupted between the grotesque one-eyed cultivator and the couple. In no time, the vile one-eyed cultivator killed the husband and subdued the wife, violating her before the eyes of their daughter. Following that, the mother and daughter fled, hiding until the girl awakened her spiritual roots at the age of 10. The mother sent her daughter to the Hahuan sect and then took her own life in despair. The girl grew within the sect, blossoming into a beautiful cultivator with rapid advancement, capturing the affections of many senior brothers. Yet, when it came time to choose a partner, she opted for the hideous one-eyed old cultivator. She devoted herself to him, and he showered her with affection, until one fateful day, she broke through to the 9th level of Qi refinement and, during a dual cultivation session, used a pseudo-artifact gifted by him to pierce his throat. At the foot of a desolate mountain, under a gentle rain, she knelt drenched before a solitary grave. "Father, mother, I have finally avenged you, but I am left with an insatiable bitterness." Within her heart, seeds of hatred took root. She despised the one-eyed old cultivator, loathed men, and even resented her own parents and the world itself. She began devising ways to kill, starting with her fellow disciples, then venturing beyond the Hahuan sect into the realm of cultivation. Her charm techniques became increasingly refined, and no man could resist her allure. Each time, she would send them to their demise at the peak of their ecstasy, rarely missing her mark. Yet after each kill, she was engulfed in profound anguish, her discontent driving her to kill even more, spiraling into a vicious cycle. Suddenly, the sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out. Su Miaomiao's eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. At that moment, a brilliantly colored sword was lodged in her dantian. Su Qingshuo effortlessly withdrew the long sword, and Su Miaomiao seized the opportunity to embrace him tightly. With her dantian shattered, she posed no threat to Su Qingshuo, who felt a twinge of sympathy for this tragically fated woman. Su Miaomiao coughed up blood, yet there was a smile of release in her eyes. "Taoist Wang, I am so cold, could you hold me?" "Very well." Su Qingshuo remained silent as he wrapped his arms around Su Miaomiao. She nestled against him, a smile breaking through. "Taoist Wang, thank you for ending my life. If there is a next life, I shall forego it. The realm of cultivation is fraught with suffering, and I shall not return." Su Qingshuo held the frail Su Miaomiao, overwhelmed with emotion. Indeed, she had committed heinous acts, yet there was an element of pity in her plight. Had it not been for that horrific experience, had she not crossed paths with the grotesque one-eyed old cultivator, she would never have become a harbinger of death. "Taoist Wang, I am weary. Could you assist me with one last request?" Su Miaomiao gazed at Su Qingshuo with hopeful eyes. He nodded. "Speak, and if it is within my power, I shall help. Please take my body to the Grand Canyon waterfall and bury me before my parents' grave." "Very well, I promise to fulfill your wish, and before you reach the Grand Canyon waterfall, do not touch my storage bag. Only after you have laid me to rest may you open it. Everything within is yours." "Agreed." "Taoist Wang, hold me tightly. I am so cold, and remember to pay respects to my parents." Su Miaomiao curled up in Su Qingshuo's embrace, slowly closing her eyes. A single tear rolled down her cheek. glistening as it fell upon the grass, shattering into fragments. Su Qianqiu severed a 1,000-year-old tree with his sword, crafting a coffin to enshrine Su Miaomiao's body, which he placed into his storage bag. He then gathered Su Miaomiao's storage bag, the small wooden shield, and the pale green flying vessel. True to his word, he refrained from opening her storage bag. The Grand Canyon waterfall, as Su Miaomiao had mentioned, lay 3,000 miles south of Pingyangfang City. Traveling with a basic wind talisman, he could reach it in a day. Chapter 73, A Bountiful Harvest after a day and night of travel. Su Qianqiu arrived at the Grand Canyon waterfall the following day, also discovering the cave where Su Miaomiao had lived as a child. Upon entering, he found it immaculate, furnished with all the essentials, indicating that Su Miaomiao frequently resided there. The graves of Su Miaomiao's parents were nearby. Su Qianqiu dug a grave beside them and laid Su Miaomiao to rest. After burying her, he noted that the graves of her parents were overgrown with weeds. Resolving to be thorough in his kindness, he cleared the weeds from their graves as well. While tending to the weeds, he discovered several medicinal herbs among them, recognizing them as snake immortal grass. He knew they were not particularly valuable but possessed remarkable efficacy against the venom of the green bamboo snake. Su Qianqiu casually collected the snake immortal grass into his storage bag. Once the weeds were cleared, he returned to the cave and set up an illusion formation within, intending to rest there for the night to avoid any wild beasts wandering into his refuge. He then retrieved Su Miaomiao's storage bag, having promised to open it only after burying her. He felt it was time to honor that commitment. Upon examining the storage bag, he noted it resembled his own. Being of relatively high quality and devoid of any restrictions, easily opened by anyone. Su Qianqiu channeled his spiritual energy into his palm and gently tapped the storage bag. Whoosh! Suddenly, a vibrant green bamboo snake slithered out, sinking its fangs into the fleshy part of Su Qianqiu's palm. Su Qianqiu reacted swiftly, his fingers forming a seal as he unleashed a palm thunder against the snake, though the palm thunder was a basic spell from the Compendium of Magic. It was more than sufficient to deal with the diminutive green bamboo snake. Crack! The bolt of lightning struck the snake's head, causing it to explode. Although the snake perished, it left 2 deep bite marks on Su Qianqiu's palm. He felt a sharp pain as dark brown blood oozed from the wounds. Soon, his hand lost sensation, turning black around the bite. The green bamboo snake, though merely a low-grade spirit beast, possessed incredibly potent venom. Any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage would surely perish upon being poisoned. Under normal circumstances, storage bags were not meant to contain living creatures. Why then, did Su Miaomiao's storage bag harbor a green bamboo snake? The explanation was straightforward. While storage bags could not hold living beings, spirit storage bags could. Some advanced storage bags were designed with a spirit storage compartment specifically for spirit beasts. If crafted cleverly, they could even contain venomous creatures or fiercely aggressive spirit beasts, thus preventing others from accessing the contents without facing an attack. Reflecting on this, Su Qianqiu could not help but admire Su Miaomiao's cunning nature. Even in death, she had ensnared him in her scheme. However, the serpent herb growing upon the graves of Su Miaomiao's parents could precisely counteract the lethal poison of the bamboo leaf green. Su Qianqiu hastily extracted the serpent herb, chewing it a few times to extract the medicinal juice, which he then applied to the wound on his palm. He expelled copious amounts of black blood until only fresh crimson remained. The wound felt cool and soothing, and the toxins ceased to spread, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Curiously, why was there serpent herb on the graves of Su Miaomiao's parents? Such a coincidence seemed rather improbable. Understanding dawned upon Su Qianqiu as he pondered. It was likely that Su Miaomiao herself had planted the serpent herb. She appeared to have foreseen the day when her frequent acts of violence and thievery might lead to her downfall. Thus she had taken care to prepare her storage bag. Had Su Qianqiu chosen to abandon Su Miaomiao's corpse in the wilderness instead of returning it to the foot of her parents' grave, he would never have encountered the serpent herb. In such a scenario, had he opened Su Miaomiao's storage bag and been bitten by the bamboo leaf green, he would certainly have met a swift demise. While Su Qianqiu felt a strong urge to curse Su Miaomiao for her heart of a serpent and scorpion, he reconsidered. Her tragic background suggested that she had been compelled to transform into a remorseless killer. The mere act of planting a few serpent herbs at her parents' grave illustrated that a part of Su Miaomiao's heart still harbored kindness. Perhaps this was her last act of goodwill. Had her parents not perished, and had she not been drawn into the conflicts of the immortal realm, she might have lived a joyful life in this idyllic paradise. Alas, Su Qianqiu shook his head with a bitter smile. Once one enters the immortal gates, The depths are unfathomable, and one relinquishes all control. Subsequently, Su Qianqiu produced a soil talisman, activating it to envelop himself in a protective layer of earthy yellow. With his defenses in place, he prepared to open Su Miaomiao's storage bag once more. This incident had imparted a valuable lesson to Su Qianqiu. In the future, he must never underestimate the opening of anyone's storage bag. At this time, upon opening Su Miaomiao's storage bag, he encountered no further dangers. Soon he had organized her possessions, though few in number. Each item was of exquisite quality. A verdant flying vessel, a palm-sized wooden shield, a wooden leaf sword, a wooden blunt sword, a vial of rejuvenating elixir, and 560 spirit stones. Goodness, he had struck it rich. Su Miaomiao was wealthier than he. Su Miaomiao's vessel, named Qing Yun Boat, was remarkably swift, capable of covering 6,000 miles a day, twice the speed of Yishanhua's white jade vessel. The value of this single vessel alone exceeded 1,000 spirit stones. The small wooden shield served as Su Miaomiao's defensive artifact, crafted from a rare, millennia-old agarwood, and was a fine pseudo-artifact. The wooden leaf sword was her weapon of choice. Also a commendable pseudo-artifact. As for the blunt sword, it belonged not to Su Miaomiao but to Yang Jiayuan, whom Su Qianqiu had witnessed wielding it. Thus it became evident that Yang Jiayuan had met his end at Su Miaomiao's hands. After tallying Su Miaomiao's assets, Su Qianqiu counted his own spirit stones. He had 423 remaining, and with Su Miaomiao's 560, he now possessed a total of 983. Wealth had surged unexpectedly, nearing the coveted 1,000 mark. This outing had yielded tremendous rewards. Not only had he acquired the Moonwatch rhinoceros horn, but he had also stumbled upon a significant fortune. Su Qianqiu calculated the time. This excursion had taken less than a month, and he had over 2 months left before needing to fulfill any tasks. Thus, he decided to remain in this cave for a while longer. Postponing his return. Chapter 74. The Aging of Talismans. After a night of rest, Su Qianqiu awoke the next morning, invigorated, and sat at the stone table in contemplation. Upon the table lay 4 talismans, the soil talisman drawn from the hide of a yellow weasel, the wind talisman inscribed on the skin of a one-horned azure wolf, the flying talisman also from the one-horned azure wolf, and the sharp metal talisman crafted from the hide of a barbaric bull. His next endeavor was to age these 4 talismans, striving to make them resemble ancient talismans. The auction of the wind talisman at the Wuxian Pavilion had profoundly impacted Su Qianqiu. That flying talisman had fetched 120 spirit stones, identical to his own. If he could successfully age his flying talisman, he could sell it as an ancient talisman. Even if he sold it for just 10 spirit stones each, it would be a lucrative venture. The pressing question was how to effectively age these talismans. He resolved to take action. Rising, Su Qianqiu took the talismans and exited the cave. Inspired by action rather than mere contemplation, he embarked on an experimental journey. Devoid of experience in this realm, initially he vigorously washed the 4 talismans with water, crumpling them in the process. However, upon drying, the effect was unsatisfactory. Next, he applied mud oil, and even subjected them to fire and herbal juices, utilizing every conceivable method. The talismans had indeed become somewhat wrinkled and grimy, yet they lacked the essence of time-worn wear. It appeared that only one final method remained. Gritting his teeth, Su Qianqiu collected animal dung and fashioned a dung pit. He then cast the 4 talismans into the pit, leaving them there for 3 days before retrieving them with a branch to wash them in the water. After cleaning, he noted that the talismans had aged somewhat. It still bore no semblance of time's erosion. This would not suffice. He needed to devise another approach. Observing the talismans, Su Qianqiu placed them upon a large stone, intending to air them out, for the stench was overwhelming. He feared that should he store them directly in his storage bag, it would reek of dung. Having set the talismans aside, he returned to the cave, where he had no concerns regarding theft due to its infrequent visitors. After meditating for the afternoon, Su Qianqiu discovered by evening that the 4 talismans had vanished. At the cave's entrance, a foul weasel was foraging. It had been lingering here for several days, and Su Qianqiu had not chased it away. The stench emanating from the weasel was unbearable. Its flesh, fur, and saliva all reeked horrendously. Its farts were even worse. Despite its status as a lowly spirit beast, it possessed almost no natural predators. Any carnivorous animal encountering the stench of the weasel would lose all appetite. Even fierce, large predators would avoid confronting the foul weasel. Once it sensed hostility, it would immediately release its noxious gas, which could leave one questioning their very existence. Thus, most large beasts tended to steer clear of the foul weasel. Su Changsho refrained from driving it away for this reason, fearing he might be overwhelmed by its stench, especially since his cave was protected by a formation that kept the weasel at bay. Furthermore, the foul weasel had a peculiar trait: it would eat anything. When hungry, it would even consume rocks, possessing remarkable digestive capabilities that allowed it to digest bricks and stones. How strange! Where had my talismans gone? Casting a glance at the foul weasel, Su Changsho shook his head slightly and returned to the cave. In the following days, he continued to experiment with aging the talismans. He discovered that the most effective method for aging them was indeed through dung. He resolved to create a larger dung pit and leave the talismans inside for a month to observe the results. Over the next few days, Su Changsho busied himself collecting animal dung. One morning, as he left the cave, he noticed several piles of dung at the entrance, likely from the foul weasel. Retrieving a shovel, he began to clear it away. Suddenly, he noticed that the dung was unusually hard. Something within seemed familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the talismans he had lost a few days prior. Su Changsho quickly understood that the foul weasel had consumed his talismans, and upon failing to digest them, had excreted them. After a thorough cleaning, the talismans should still be usable. Frowning, he scooped the talismans into a pile and carried them to the water's edge, scrubbing them clean with a brush. He then returned them to the cave to dry, this time refraining from leaving them outside for fear the foul weasel might eat them again. The following day, Su Changsho went out to clear dung once more. After a busy day, he returned only to realize he had forgotten to retrieve the 4 talismans. To his astonishment, when he went to collect them, he discovered that all 4 were now marked with the signs of time's erosion. This was incredible. Su Changsho couldn't contain his joy. Who would have thought that the foul weasel's unintended consumption of his talismans would result in the very aging he sought? The explanation was simple: the weasel's powerful digestive abilities and corrosive stomach acids had aged the talismans in a manner akin to the passage of time. Excellent! Overjoyed, Su Changsho abandoned his dung collection efforts and hurried outside in search of the foul weasel, recognizing it as a veritable treasure. Soon, he located the weasel, which was foraging on the mountain. Su Changsho chose not to disturb it. Knowing that the weasel had a particular fondness for hazelnuts, and there happened to be several hazelnut trees near the entrance of his cave, occasionally fallen hazelnuts would tempt the weasel to partake in their consumption. The weasel generally did not forage for long before returning to the cave. Sure enough, by evening, the foul weasel had returned to the vicinity of the cave. Su Changsho resolved to tame the creature but dared not act too hastily, fearing that startling it might prevent future visits. The following day, Su Changsho journeyed to a nearby marketplace, purchasing some honey. He then traveled 500 miles to a hazelnut grove, spending several days collecting a substantial quantity of hazelnuts until Su Miao's storage bag was nearly filled. The foul weasel favored 2 kinds of food, honey and hazelnuts. Thus, Su Changsho believed that to tame the weasel, he must first appeal to its taste buds. Upon returning that evening, Su Changsho placed some hazelnuts at the entrance of the cave. The weasel was cautious, hesitating for quite some time before cautiously approaching to eat the hazelnuts. The following night, he offered more hazelnuts. This time, the weasel wasted no time in devouring them without hesitation. On the evening of the 3rd day, before Su Changsho could offer any hazelnuts, the stinky deer had already arrived, waiting eagerly for him. Upon seeing Su Changsho approach, it surprisingly wore a fawning expression. Su Changsho tossed it some hazelnuts, which it happily devoured, frequently seeking Su Changsho's favor. Perhaps it was due to the stinky deer's unpopularity among other animals, who loathed it, resulting in its character being overly accommodating. Consequently, it readily accepted Su Changsho. On the 4th day, it astonishingly began to regard Su Changsho as its master, following him wherever he went. He chuckled to himself, thinking that after consuming his food, it was time for it to provide some benefits in return. Observing the foolish stinky deer, a smile crept onto Su Changsho's lips. Chapter 75. The identification of spirit talismans at Wanxian Pavilion. Eat up. Su Changsho produced a soil talisman and tossed it all to the stinky deer. The stinky deer sniffed it and astonishingly swallowed it whole. Subsequently, Su Changsho presented 8 more soil talismans, which the stinky deer devoured eagerly. In total, there were 9 soil talismans, all crafted from the hide of a yellow weasel. Representing all of Su Changsho's soil talismans, afterward fearing complications, he refrained from allowing the stinky deer to consume any more spirit talismans. 3 days later, the 9 soil talismans were excreted, exhibiting an excellent aging effect. Su Changsho was quite satisfied and fed the stinky deer 9 flying talismans. 3 days later, the 9 flying talismans were also excreted. Then came the 9 wind talismans and 9 sharp metal talismans. Including the previous 4, Su Changsho had accumulated a total of 40 aged spirit talismans. If each were to be sold for 100 spirit stones, that would amount to 4,000 spirit stones. Su Changsho began to daydream, but he understood that his spirit talismans lacked such significant value and could not be sold for that much. Firstly, he did not possess his own auction house and could only entrust his items to others for auction, who would undoubtedly take a cut. Secondly, the reason the flying talisman at Wanxian Pavilion fetched such a high price was due to its uniqueness. If he were to sell several at once, the price would surely decline, and the same would apply at the auction house. Su Changsho could guarantee that the same flying talisman would not fetch more than 120 spirit stones if auctioned a second time at Wanxian Pavilion. He would be very content if he could sell each of his talismans for 30 or 40 spirit stones. Selling them for 30 would yield over 1,000 spirit stones, more than all his accumulated wealth combined. Who could he sell these items to? Su Changsho fell into deep contemplation. After much consideration, he decided to sell them to the most powerful Wanxian Pavilion. Thus, he set off for Wanxian Fengshe once more. Without hesitation, Su Changsho packed his belongings, took one last glance at the stinky deer, and directly stored it in Su Miaomiao's storage bag. Inside Su Miaomiao's storage bag was a spirit space of 2 to 3 meters. Just enough to accommodate it. A day later, Su Changsho arrived at Pingyang Fengshe, where he boarded a long-distance flying vessel to Wanxian Fengshe. Upon reaching Wanxian Fengshe, Su Changsho headed straight to Wanxian Pavilion. This time, he continued to use Li Mingxiao's soul characteristics, though his appearance had transformed into that of a youthful gentleman with red lips and white teeth. Indeed, when selling the talismans, Su Changsho did not intend to use his own soul characteristics. Even if something went awry, it would not implicate him. Of course, Su Changsho was not afraid of encountering Mo Futua again. Although Mo Futua had memorized his soul characteristics, his appearance had changed. A cultivator at the foundation establishment stage could not discern a person's soul with mere eyesight. One would need to use spiritual consciousness. Thus, even if he crossed paths with Mo Futua, he need not worry about being recognized, as Mo Futua would not employ spiritual consciousness on a stranger's face. Soon Su Changsho arrived at the comprehensive trading hall of Wanxian Pavilion. Although it was not the time for auctions, the trading hall was bustling with many patrons, buyers flowing in and out continuously. The comprehensive trading hall was vast, larger than the trading hall of the Green Immortal sect. A long counter was lined with dozens of sales clerks busily attending to customers. Su Changsho observed that those clerks were all young and beautiful women, each with cultivation levels of at least the 9th layer of qi refining. Su Changsho glanced at the talisman sales counter, where business appeared lackluster. The talismans on sale were similar to those at the Green Immortal sect. Primarily basic talismans such as Fireball talismans, Earth Shield talismans, and Wind talismans. At the counter stood a tall woman who smiled at Su Changsho, asking, "Esteemed friend, are you here to purchase talismans?" "No, I am here to find someone." "Find someone? Who are you looking for?" Su Changsho replied with a smile. "I have something important to sell to your Wanbao Pavilion that I wish to discuss with your manager. Could you fetch them?" That may be difficult." The tall woman shook her head. "The manager is a foundation establishment grandmaster. Not just anyone can meet them." Su Changsho frowned, producing a flying talisman and placing it on the counter, stating, "Please take this to your manager. They will come to see me. This is a spirit talisman." The tall woman looked at the flying talisman with some confusion. Su Changsho smiled. "Go on, show it to your manager." "Wait a moment." The tall woman opened the back door and stepped outside. Before long, an elegantly poised lady emerged, her smile gentle, exuding a subtle aura of authority. This was Hishueisho, the host from the previous auction. "Young friend, what do you have here?" Hishueisho scanned Su Changsho with her spiritual consciousness, finding him somewhat familiar but unable to place him, as she encountered too many individuals daily to recall. "An ancient flying talisman," Su Changsho replied nonchalantly. "Is that so?" Hishueisho took the flying talisman, examining it carefully from all angles, noting that it bore no difference from the flying talisman auction that day. However, she was not well versed in spirit talismans and could not ascertain its authenticity. "Is this truly an ancient spirit talisman?" "Indeed, I assure you it is an ancient flying talisman," Su Changsho declared confidently. "It does seem somewhat similar." Hishueisho nodded, glancing at the tall woman beside her, and whispered, "Xiaoya, please invite Elder Ling." "Yes." The tall woman responded and swiftly exited through the back door. Shortly after, a spirited elder entered. His eyes sparkled, and his neatly combed gray hair suggested a meticulous nature. This elder, named Ling Xiao, was a Foundation Establishment Grandmaster and the appraiser at Wanxian Pavilion. Elder Ling, could you take a look and determine if this is indeed an ancient flying talisman? He Shueisho handed the talisman to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao examined it closely, nodding slightly. Indeed, this is an ancient flying talisman. Observe the traces of time's erosion on this small talisman. It undoubtedly hails from the ancient era. The ancient aura is intoxicating. As he spoke, Ling Xiao brought the talisman close to his nose, inhaling deeply. In that moment, his expression soured, and with an awkward smile, he turned to Su Qianshu, saying, "Young friend, this ancient spirit talisman is indeed remarkable." Though the scent is rather overwhelming. Su Qianshu felt a twinge of embarrassment and laughed awkwardly. It may have been stored for too long. I'll take a whiff. He Shueisho leaned in and took a deep breath. Ugh. He Shueisho's face turned pale, and she began to cough uncontrollably. The scent was indeed intolerable. Su Qianshu quickly interjected, "Senior, regardless of the scent, I assure you this is an ancient flying talisman. Young friend, I am Ling Xiao, the appraiser at Wanxian Pavilion. Could you kindly disclose where this ancient flying talisman originated?" Ling Xiao inquired. Su Qianshu smiled at Elders Ling and he, "This is not a suitable place for discussion, there are too many prying eyes. Shall we move to the second floor to converse?" Chapter 76, Collaborating with Wanxian Pavilion. Shall we move to the second floor to converse? Ling Xiao extended the invitation. Very well, Su Qianshu nodded in agreement. Wanxian Pavilion, being the foremost cultivation merchant association in the realm, had a reputation for trustworthiness, so he did not worry about being taken advantage of, even if they were to engage in underhanded dealings. They would likely not find his few spirit talismans worth their effort. "Please, young friend, please, Elderling, please, Elder." He, under the guidance of Ling Xiao and He Shueisho, the three of them ascended to the reception room on the second floor. The atmosphere there was tranquil, with fragrant incense wafting through the air. The trio settled into their respective seats, and soon a maid appeared serving fragrant tea. The second floor was reserved for esteemed guests, and the treatment here was distinctly superior. Su Qianshu picked up the tea, taking a gentle sip. Although he was unfamiliar with the art of tea, he found it delightfully aromatic.